Spaceship.
Welcome in and welcome along. Most importantly, welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Valorant. This is yet another open event. Our weeklies are back and in session after more and more lands have come your way. I'm Time Delate. That right there is Marks, and we have just quarterfinals here for you tonight. Of course, semis and grand finals following that, but we don't even know who are going to be playing those. So we're just going to cover grand final. You know how brackets work. Anyway, hi Marks, how you doing?
Do you know how brackets work? I think that's kind of what I'm learning right now. You were making fun of me before we started today, but
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. I think I know how brackets work.
Okay, well, fantastic, but let me just give you a quick rundown in case you don't really know how these brackets are going to be working, or really what the Summer Champs are kind of all about. Right now, like my lovely co-host has said, we are in the playoffs brackets, which means that it is going to be a single elimination, best of threes. Today, we're going to be covering the quarterfinals, semifinals, and closing it all off with the grand finals for this open number 7. And what are these players playing for exactly? Well, first place, they're going to be getting a lot of points. And the thing is, with these points, you want to accumulate as many as you can so that you're going to be invited straight to the LAN in Philadelphia at the very end of the Summer Champs. And that's kind of the big prize that some of these teams want to be taken away. But of course, you're getting a little bit of cash if you do win tonight as well. There's $17.50 on the table for the team that is able to snag first place. But we're getting too far ahead of ourselves because we're starting off in the quarterfinals. And Time Delate, why don't you quickly introduce the match that we've kind of got on our plate right now?
I think this is one of my favorite matchups that could have happened. Now, TSM Academy is playing C9 Academy off stream. They may be covered up towards grand finals. So if you're coming here for that, get wrecked. No, seriously. We're moving on to BBG Academy versus DNA Diff. Now, BBG have had two different players on two different teams win two different lands in the last 2 weeks. Yes, you heard me correctly. Con Artists won Brunswick last weekend. Fireball, or this past weekend actually. Fireball Ops won Fullerton a couple weekends ago. They've been playing a lot of these games. Now, of course, since they're online events, or since those were in-person events, they weren't all able to go as a squad, so some who live closer to others were able to go and play as a pug stack and come out victorious. Now, Fireball Ops played well back in Fullerton, but could have done a little bit better, of course, being dropped in the quarters, kind of hurt. Not a great position for them. But on the other side, DNA Diff, they've been performing consistently throughout a lot of these open events. They've been very fun to watch as well. I haven't been able to cast a lot of them because I've cast, I think, one open event with you as well, there, Marks. But watching them has been a blast.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, in order to get to the position that they are right now, both of these teams have a 2-0 win off of their last matchup. So, you know what? I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting lineup. Notable to say as well is this is the first time that Zeldris is actually going to be playing with BBG Academy in a tournament setting. Zeldris, famously from the Moon Raccoons, is going to be slotted in here. And like you said, Time Delate, a lot of these players, they've got quite a bit of differing experiences, but this is kind of their main team. You know, we got that BBG Academy name attached to it. And they're going to be going up against DNA Diff, which these guys have been playing together quite a bit as well. Like you said, they've been through a couple of different events. And so chances are they're pretty comfortable and the teamwork should be on point. One can only speculate. They just don't have that big name behind them. So I think that we're in for a pretty interesting matchup. And yeah, once again, this is going to be a best of 3, but whichever team loses this one is going to be sent packing home and not going to have an opportunity to even get close to first place tonight.
Now, looking at the game itself, you said we are in for a treat, and that's nothing if not the absolute facts of the day. BBG Academy have been a very consistent squad. They're very mechanically gifted, notably Fireball Ops, who again played in Fullerton, and you have that team consistency around them where they practice a whole lot. You see a lot of them in scrims throughout Twitter, if you pay attention to Valorant Twitter, obviously. And of course, they have the name behind them. But on the other side, I want to talk a little bit more about DNA Diff. DNA Diff, you said they really do not have that big name behind them, but that's nothing to discredit from their achievements throughout both the Nerd Street Champs and some of the lower events, including close qualifiers and towards VCT. There was an attempt, but not a successful attempt, obviously, for DNA Diff. And I really want to talk about their consistency as a squad. They don't have the mechanically gifted gods that are Fireball Ops and Con Artists. They don't have those big names behind them, but that's because we haven't seen them enough. I'd love to see them play tonight and play extremely well, because that gives them a massive bit of props forward, but let's figure out where they are going to head into. The answer for you, as we have them pop on the screen: not Binder Icebox, guaranteed, Ascent, and Fracture, Marks.
Ooh, we get to go to Fracture. I'm actually really excited for that one. DNA Diff, picking out the Fracture. You know what? I'm a little bit of a fan here, but let's start things off, starting with Ascent right now. Honestly, Ascent is probably BBG Academy's best map. Just across the board, all the matches that they've played, they feel the most comfortable on that. So that makes complete sense to me why BBG Academy would pick Ascent. Meanwhile, Fracture, this is going to be interesting because DNA Diff have only played this map 5 times, and Fracture is roughly about 50% win rate, loss rate for BBG Academy as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a spicy pick. I'm hoping that, you know, something special is going to be coming out from DNA Diff. I always love casting and watching Fracture. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what these teams bring out. And of course, if we make it all the way to that map number 3, then we will be ending it out on Breeze if necessary.
I have to say, this map pool is probably my favorite map pool I've seen in all of Nerd Street Champs. Throughout the Fullerton land, through, I think, Open 4, which we casted together as well, we haven't seen Fracture and Breeze in the same map pool. And top that off with Ascent to start it off, BBG picking that one as well. Outstanding to see what we're going to see. Now, of course, Breeze isn't guaranteed, and there are no guarantees in the game of Valorant. I could tell you that Sova is going to be picked on Ascent and then be completely wrong because some teams like KO and Sky. That's the beauty of this game. You have so many different options because if you play it correctly, everything is meta.
Absolutely. That's the thing too, like with how these games have been going, we're getting a little bit of shift up in the meta. And honestly, just taking a look at the agent select here, you can see that coming into play. Look at that, Blackheart already on Fade, brand new operator. And I wouldn't necessarily say that the meta has necessarily adjusted for that, but that's really just kind of shifted things up here. And well, I'm curious to see how this is going to work because Fade is going to be the stand-in for the Sova on that team. And honestly, if done well, could be extremely effective. But the thing about having a Sova is you want to have that reliable piece of information. You know, Fade does introduce a couple of wildcards. Maybe the techs aren't figured out exactly as is. But if Fade works really well, then there's a lot of potential for Fade to really play well, especially on this first map, which is once again going to be Ascent.
I want to talk about the coordination that can be brought with Fade as well. The Haunt is awesome to use if you know how to use it properly, and your team knows how to build off of that. But in towards a site specifically, I'd really like to see Fade used a little bit better than maybe a lot of teams are used to. I notably see Fade the most on Haven, which is why I'm more surprised that she's being brought out here, but I'm not complaining in the slightest. We both have Fracture and Fade being brought out, not in the same map, obviously, or in the same span of time, but in the same series at least, that's a W in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I'm curious to see how this is going to work. We're also seeing Fireball on this Cypher as well. A little bit more unconventional, but right off the bat, that's a really good paranoia, which is going to allow DNA Diff to get a lot of room.
Starting to create it as well. Door is closed, and, well, all this space being created. Nick is detected, yet finds a kill regardless. The right click from Blackheart does land. That's the sight down, and the spike should follow. The question now remains, can the BBG Academy come back into the round? Neon throws at the Cloudburst and just dashes straight through. Finds one, looking for another. It's not going to happen. Down to a 1 versus 1. Blackheart around the backside, playing on top of the catwalk, looking to peek around. Will find the headshot, and another to follow it up. DNA Diff are shut down. BBG Academy take the first round. An outstanding opening attack for them.
Yeah, and that is just going to be pistols here, but you know, that was really good from Blackheart. The thing about keeping your Fate alive towards the end as well is that Haunt is going to refresh itself. And I don't know about you, but if I saw a little ghost thing chasing after me, it's going to be pretty scary, all things considered. So Fate being the last person alive is going to work out in your favor, especially for BBG. Didn't need the abilities in the end, just got that classic headshot. But now look at this. Blackheart is coming in with a Phantom, so it's going to be a little bit of a gamble here as we're getting shorties on the other side. And keeping things nice and close. Zeldris goes in, catches one off guard, but here we go.
Actually gets one! I thought he was going to die immediately. Nice Prowler, though, finds the tag, and, well, will finish off the kill. 2 players already dying, though, for the BBG Academy. Is not an outstanding position for them to be in, but the Phantom's still on the board, and it's going to be another retake here for DNA Diff. The probability this is successful much less than in the previous, but that's a creative way of getting in towards Garage. Hello, Neon.
You know, Neon's trying some new things out. And honestly, I like that initial idea that DNA Diff tried. You know, just stack everybody up, play the long range to get that information, then use the shorty to kind of capitalize. But Neon here might be able to get a couple of picks. Never mind, Fireball shuts that one down. But yeah, it's all up to Nick just hanging out on the side as that Omen is able to pick up yet another one. Suddenly, this round just became a lot more expensive for Built by Gamers Academy. Blackheart able to walk out with that Phantom in hand, but the rest of the squad are going to have to rebuy here. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to be buying up or if they're just going to be trying to do the bonus. It does look like that they will be trying to get as many guns into their hands as possible, but this is a little bit of a wonky buy. And if DNA Diff win that round number 3, this could really make their economy an interesting one to say the least.
What the heck am I looking at on the BBG Academy economy?
Gun roulette.
I see a fully invested Vandal. I see the Phantom saved over. They were about to buy another rifle, but that was called off. In goes the Haunt. That finds 3, an outstanding throw as well. But they just aren't able to create space off of this. And BBG Academy, regardless of the win on the first 2 rounds, have the weapon disadvantage. Fireball gets caught with a visual bug. Nice job, Valorant. But BBG Academy, this is a massively questionable position for them to be in, considering how many losses they took in a round that should have been soundly theirs.
Yeah, and right now, DNA Diff, what I'm noticing is that they like to be a little bit more aggressive with their defense. We're seeing that Paranoia get tossed out in a little bit of a gamble at the start of every single round. And you can see that they were ready to engage right off of it, but it was only because all of those Fade abilities just made it so much more scary to push in that a DNA Diff did not push their advantage, which allowed honestly, BBG Academy to kind of walk away with all of their lives. And now we're going to be seeing the ultimate come online here as Nick backs out of it. But they are going to be tracked down and now can't see or nor hear anything. It's going to be a massacre on this A site.
Nice double from Zeldris as well. The Nightfall bringing them everything on the attacking side, ground, and more past that. The Initiator doing her job, but Aiko coming back into it, doing his as well. In goes another Haunt. Does not detect anybody though. Blackheart, a nice wall bang will drop Aiko as the Sova is taken off the board. Another retake in through heaven, at least another attempt at it. This one seems to be a little bit more successful, but Con Artist just does not care. And a good swing from Zeldris in through A main will give BBG Academy yet another and break the bank of DNA Diff, while in turn, giving BBG Academy much more credits in their bank.
Yeah, you know, I said that it was going to be a little bit of a risky buy, but hey, you know, they played perfectly off of the Nightfall coming in there. You could just see DNA Diff as soon as it happened, and all of the utility just got tossed out. They were a little bit scared there. We saw Nick backing up completely, and that was pretty much the same case with everybody who was hanging out on that A site. And because they were so focused on just trying to get away with their lives, it allowed BBG Academy enough room to just move in with rifles in hand and confidently take the picks where they needed to. So a very good play off of the what do you call it? Off of the Fade's utility there. The Nightfall doing great, but Neon shuts Zeldris down. Get off of that house. You can't do anything. And just like that, things are going to be a little bit more difficult for BBG Academy. But as soon as I say that, they find 2 picks.
It is brought back, and this is again a costly round for them that really shouldn't be. Neon with another headshot, only gonna find 2 in their life. No Sage to res them. Good Paranoia. Joba's been seen. The swing sees his arm. Nice swing as well from Blackheart. Off. Leaves Aiko with the Sheriff in hand, looking for a gamble shot through that dark cover. Is obviously unsuccessful in doing so. And now BBG, they have the A site. This will be a spike plant as well. A few extra credits in their pocket. Aiko just looking to try and do as much damage as possible. Is unsuccessful. Nice double kill from Neon though. Will put them in a decent economic position coming back in this round. And Sneerat with a fancy dark cover into the air. They already used it prior, so it doesn't matter.
And you know what? I really have to give you credit here, Time to Light, because you said watch out for Blackheart, and I think that's pretty much exactly kind of what's happening here. I love how BBG Academy are playing off of this Fade utility. Once again, you know, we started off this map being like, oh, Sova, pretty reliable. At the same time, you can just see the Fade difference coming into effect. It's just so much information being able to see where your enemies are hiding, even if you don't know exactly where those locations are. Just having the trails alone are doing wonders. But Neon, once again, trying to shut somebody down, but Can Artist is just going to clap right back, and Neon is going to be down. Zeldris, meanwhile, popping the Blade Storm here. Might get caught off guard by Aiko, though.
Oh my goodness, Ico a free kill in a second as well. Blackheart is dropped, unaware of the position of the Sova, and that's Blackheart's first death, as a matter of fact. No longer 7-0, now 7-1. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it just feels a little bad, but at this point, you know, you got to just play some of those wonky angles there because they're playing very classic angles originally on their defense. Speaking, talked about DNA Diff here, and once again, speaking of the Fade utility, it's just going to find exactly where those places are, and then walking out is going to be walking into a death trap. So it's making things a lot more difficult for them, and that's why Ico was so successful there. They just weren't expecting that location, and a lot of their utility that could get information is just taken down. Now it's all up to Fireball. But finally gets taken down. That's going to be DNA Diff with their very first round on the board. And they're going to have more than enough weapons carried into this next round as Ico was able to secure that operator for Neon.
David, that went over, and in transition, accrue Neon. We'll call the timeout for not accrue. I was looking at that and I was like, wait a second, have we been casting the wrong team the entire time? No, I'm just kidding. But
have more confidence.
Neon calling the timeout. Yeah, I know, right? It is time for DNA Diff to have more confidence in themselves as well. In all fairness to them, a good first round on the board, but this map already has been costly for both maybe the team mental and the fact that they're down 4-1. Not a great position for them to be in, and their economy is in a massively questionable position for them to try and reinvest into this. BBG tried the exact same thing in towards round 3. Luckily for them, it worked out, but Marks, I don't know if that's going to replicate here with DNA Diff.
Yeah, but the thing too is right now DNA Diff, all 5 of their members have their ultimates on a line. Some of them are a little bit more effective than others, but I'm looking right now at that Hunter's Fury as well as the Null Command. That could be really interesting to see how they want to play it. One option, you know, use the Null Command to open up, play aggressive once again. Maybe you gamble correctly once you get a little bit of information, and you can shut down BBG Academy from moving in, as they are a pretty heavy utility-based team right now. But, you know, if you just want to use that for the retake, that could definitely work out in conjunction with Killjoy's lockdown. Because if the lockdown does come out, then we would expect to see BBG Academy just use utility to try and get rid of that. But hey, you know, if that Null Command's online, then a lot of that utility gets shut down, and it's going to be, they have to just do a dry push in to try and shut it down or back off completely. Already, we're seeing the Odin just spray through. Blackheart looking for a little bit of a cheeky angle, but not going to find anything this time around. As the BBG Academy, they're playing things nice and slow right now, probably being aware of the fact that DNA Diff do have all of their ultimates online.
One notable thing I want to bring up really quick, while I think we have a few seconds, is the fact that while BBG Academy are bringing the Fade and that Cypher in a little bit more of a creative way, that means they're taking concessions on both the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, which are meta ultimates here on Ascent. Again, Odin Spray, unsuccessful. But I don't like the fact that you're taking concessions with those ultimates. I think that Killjoy and Sova are integral parts of Ascent in just about every time you see it played, whether it be in your ranked games or if you're playing it here in relatively high-level competitive play as well. That's one thing I don't think we questioned enough from the BBG Academy, but they're winning 4-1, so I don't think we can question it as much as we will.
Also, too, this is kind of interesting that Joba, playing Killjoy, is going to have that operator in hand, especially, too, as they're getting ready for this A-side push. Things could be a little bit scary to move in here, especially through that dark cover, but we see that Joba's actually moving up, getting ready to use the lockdown if necessary. The Null Command has also been activated by Ram, potentially slow them down even more. There's not enough time. BBG Academy have completely burned the clock down, and they're going to try to make this push right now, but it looks like they're probably just going to have to get kills to win the round, and there's just simply not enough time. DNA Diff walked away with that, only using the Null Command ultimate to win the round.
An outstanding round from DNA Diff, but it took them, what, 12 seconds to win? I think BBG Academy waited in B main, mid, and A main until, well, the clock was down at 15 seconds. They finally tried to initiate, but at that point the Null Command was already popped. They were suppressed out the wazoo and had no way back into the round. The Null Command on their own side was popped, but to a useless extent. It got absolutely nothing out of it, and the unfortunate part now for the built by Gamers Academy is they're in another economic round that they just cannot afford. They're just looking to send it on towards B. A good hunt will detect Joba on the backside of sight. Aiko has to avoid everything, but Joba's now been detected. A good near sight does indeed land, but Neon pops their blades for the first time thus far this map, and will actually find a second off the back of it. BBG Academy have gotten the B site, but I don't think they're fully aware of it. A good owl drone should detect Fireball, and does indeed. The scan lands, and the swing should be there. The paranoia to follow. He's dead where he stands, but it's brought back 1 for 1 as Blackheart is left alone. 1 kill will bring him the Nightfall and possibly the round, but he has to find that opener first, and will not. Aiko from the market will drop him, and DNA Diff bring themselves to within 1.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really good... I don't know if calm is the right word.
Everything.
That DNA Diff executed there. But they really just waited it out, you know, tried to get as much information as possible, and tried to play smart. And you could tell that they were able to figure out the information as to where BBG Academy were hanging out on the site. And as a result, you know, they just kind of capitalized on that information, were able to win, looking at all of the right angles in order to cue it out. BBG Academy not looking as hot anymore. DNA Diff only 1 round away from tying things up. But look at this. Blackheart has that ultimate online as well. The Nightfall could be deadly to push in here, especially if DNA Diff do stack all of their members right by the entrance. And it looks like they're planning on doing something there like that. Neon getting really close, and Personal does have the shorty, walks away with murder. Zeldris flies right out of the air. Just like that, this push has been completely slowed down here. The hot flash coming through, but Neon does not care, looking for another. Trades back and forth. Just like that, it's a 1v4 situation, Time to Light.
This is basically a perfect defensive round as well from DNA Diff. They establish themselves in various positions to deal with crossfires that could be brought to them and establish them themselves. Of course, it is the defensive side. Aiko will try and detect Fireball, while Fireball also detects Joba in the back line. Fireball does not land. The swing around. Fireball gets the first, but needs to find more. The Cypher Cage drop. He actually finds a second, looking for a third. Will not find it. The 1v4 unsuccessful, but taking 2 guns away is a good notion for the BBG Academy. While yes, they are now tied up and have lost 4 in a row, it's not an awful position for them to be in the long term. Yes, they'll save, but it's still much better than it could have been.
I'm gonna be honest right now, Time to Light. It really looks like now DNA Diff, they're in their groove on this defense. They've been just so good at playing these cheeky little angles, and BBG Academy are just not aware of it at all. I'd like to remind everybody, Neon walked right up to the door with the shorty in hand, and Zeldris thought it was a free open to just go in there and dash in, but immediately just got shut down, completely shutting down the push, and just off of that, BBG Academy were slowed down. And honestly, I think that's really working in DNA Diff's favor. Every time they can slow BBG Academy down, they tend to win the round, and it gets really scrappy, but they just hold their angles and make sure to capitalize on top of it. And Sneernaut is getting pegged a little bit by that little bot, but will just take it out. Thanks to this Marshall, but Neon looking for it, is able to take out Zeldris, but Sneernaut is going to be trading that one back.
He jumped. He hit the shot and jumped. Feels bad, man. Don't hit your mouse wheel, kids. It's not going to look good for you. Neural Theft is popped, so that will detect out the remaining 3 players on DNA Diff. But a good opener for BBG Academy, opening, I suppose, with 2 kills, but they only have a 1-man advantage, considering the loss of, well, both Jets at this point. Joba trying to take control in towards mid, and the Nightfall's dropped, but it finds absolutely nothing. The Null Command as well on the attacking side, both Initiator ultimates are established and put through, and understandably so, but they find much less than the team would have thought. With the Cypher already being on the board, but not playing in towards main, it means that Joba's gone completely unrestricted through this main position, and has found a timing as well. Sneer dropped, and now in goes that lockdown. They do not have the Hunter's Fury to deal with it, so they have to manually swing it in towards Joba. The swing onto 1, but will not find a second. Con Artist will be able to take down the lockdown as well, and switch out for rifle. Fireball pushed onto, but finds the first as well. Ram now in a 1 versus 2 takes out that Cypher trip, but still has to find a first kill, and will not do so. Con Artist, a perfectly timed swing, and an outstanding thrifty round from the Built by Gamers Academy.
Oh, that was, wow, what? Wow. Just post-plant positioning, such a good understanding of that. You see newer teams, you know, as soon as the lockdown comes down, all right, we got a 3-man rush this. Make sure that we take it out. That is priority number 1. What they weren't expecting was Fireball just being like, you know what? Actually, I'm good under here. And just hanging out under a heaven, which just allowed so much misinformation as to where these players were, and it really just allowed BBG Academy to capitalize onto it. Thankfully, they were able to catch Joba. If Joba survived that, that would have been extremely difficult for BBG Academy to win that one out, but they're right back into it, taking the lead once again. But look at this aggressive angle from Neon. Works out as Blackheart gets taken out immediately. Unfortunately, the timing did not work out for BBG Academy. The Cypher was so close, almost able to catch Neon out, but not this time. So they're going to have to push in 4v5 right now. But once again, this is DNA Diff doing a really good job of standing their ground and keeping them at bay.
Notably, they found a timing as well in towards A main, one dropping towards Wine Cellar, dark cover towards main as well. Puts this in a very precarious position for BBG. There's the swing, and Ram shuts it down, playing the intel they had in their favor, and Con Artist is dead because of the one-way working in the favor of the team that established it. Zeldris looking to push through, but is detected by the alarm bot, and one Nanoswarm will be committed. The second is thrown, but not deployed, at least not just yet. That shock dart whiffs entirely. There was an entire football field. That and Zeldris, but I digress.
Able to catch Zeldris off guard.
They didn't have the info, and they should have pushed with their initiators, but both are dead. Sneerot trying to take it as a controller, but will control nothing but his own grave. Neon reestablishes their tailwind after their second kill in the round, and leaves, well, just Fireball in a 1 versus 4 again. This time, a lot more economic damage needs to be done, and unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. At least not unless they push him. Neon will take the swing and the fight as well. A third kill in the round for Neon, and an outstanding comeback into a massive loss in the previous for DNA Diff.
And I think that this is just because DNA Diff are, once again, just doing a really good job at shutting down anything BBG Academy do. We see that they are generally standing their ground, but add a little bit of aggression at the beginning of the round. You know, really just try and look for an opening pick, because as soon as they do that, BBG Academy seem like they get completely shook and then are not sure where they want to go. They're like, oh no, they're over there, but they're also over here. Okay guys, what's the plan? And then it's just a panic after that point. BBG Academy are having a really tough time trying to push into any of these sites. And honestly, I love this defense coming out from DNA Diff. Once they got into the rhythm, they're doing such a good job in switching it up too to really throw BBG Academy off guard. Now BBG Academy back onto a save. Zeldris, knives are popped. Looking for a little bit of value. Gonna go up to... Okay, here we go. It's gonna be an engagement coming in as Aiko uses the Hunter's Fury to slow things down as well.
Yeah, but it's a false Hunter's Fury that finds absolutely nothing in. Well, lack of information is information in and of itself. Unfortunately, not as much as DNA Diff would indeed like, especially with that big of an ultimate dedicated in that type of situation. Neon has their own blades, considering the 3k in the previous round, and the fact that they've been popping off this entire time, including right there. Zeldris is dead, as are their blade storms. Now Neon takes massive control of this A side. Another 0 point dedicated. That one finds absolutely nothing, and keep that in mind, because that, again, could be false information now for this BBG Academy. Looking to push through, but Ram has caught a timing and has started to back away. Blackheart only has this classic and is looking to initiate in through mid, but down goes that Haunt just to create some space. And the question now for BBG Academy is, where do you go? You got 2 in mid, 1 in a main, and 1 towards Catwalk, trying to create some space in towards Tree. The call is questionable across the entire board, but it seems like those questions will be answered, and with kills in favor of the DNA Diff side. This round is basically all but over, unfortunately, here, Marks, and leaving just Sneerot in a 1 versus 5 with a Sheriff and a Shrouded Step. Not a great position. They're going to just jump on him as well. Neon with some style points and a second 3k in a row as well. A flawless 6th round win for DNA Diff.
And this, as we move into this last round in this half, I really want to just highlight Neon. Excuse me. What a difference maker Neon has been doing so far. They've been consistently rotating Neon around to different positions, different sites, and that operator pressure. If you are BBG Academy, you know that Neon is going to be finding you, so you have to be so careful, and they are respecting that operator. But once again, the idea of moving Neon all over the map has just completely thrown BBG Academy off guard. They're not sure where to go because, honestly, that operator could be anywhere, and the only way that they're able to find out is by sacrificing one of their lives, and you never want to take that trade. And look at this, Neon already getting aggressive onto this A site, but for once, BBG Academy, they've spread things out, and they've taken mid control here. So let's see how they want to work this. Looks like they're interested in taking that B site, though.
unfortunately, it's relatively stacked considering how many players are still alive. 3 players waiting on this B site for DNA Diff. One towards Logs, one across towards Catwalk. I think Aiko's barrel has been seen, but they have yet to clear out Logs, and that could be their Achilles heel. Waiting in towards CT as well is the KO, and Job is just waiting. Finds the first. That's a lot of information. Aiko swings as well. The crossfires established and built off of. BBG Academy are ruined on the attacking side, leaving again Sneerot in a 1v5 with full utility in all fairness to him, but only 125 HP and 5 players to find in the final round of the half.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. That was a lot better than it could have been, but or a lot worse than it could have been. I don't know. This is just Sneerot in such an awkward position, though. Having to wait, Shrouded Step, a fake in towards the same position. That should be an audio cue fake as well. Joba swing around. Sneerot finds a second, but not a third. An unfortunate finish to what could have been an outstanding half for BBG Academy as they drop it 7-5, and we go to a break. A good start to the half, but minus other words, an atrocious finish to it for BBG Academy. It wasn't great, Marks. I'm not gonna lie to you. They won 4 in a row, of which I think 3 were well-deserved. The other, a little bit of a gift from DNA Diff. But past that, it was DNA winning 7 of 8. An outstanding finish to the half for DNA Diff as they head on to the notably more advantageous attacking side, especially considering their agent composition. Thoughts?
Many, honestly. This is going to be really interesting right now because the thing is, you know, DNA Diff, we're going to their map next, which is going to be Fracture. So this is BBG Academy's pick here. I'm not sure if I really like the Cypher over the Killjoy on this defense, especially on a map like Ascent. You can't get a lot, you can get away with a lot, but you know, Killjoy just gets so much value off being able to shut down a lot of pushes, honestly. And yeah, like I was saying, just like that, the Cypher can't slow things down, and DNA Diff have already stormed the site, and that spike is just going to be going right down within pretty much the first 10 seconds of this round.
Not a great start for it, but BBG Academy can fully retake in towards this. A good dash over top. Zeldris does find one, but is immediately taken away by their doppelganger, Nick. A strong paranoia drops everybody, and DNA Diff are just diffing the entirety of BBG Academy. Both teams win their attacking pistol rounds, but DNA Diff extend their lead now to 3 as we head into the second half.
Yeah, we've heard the moniker, you know, they came from above, but never from below. And honestly speaking, BBG Academy were just not expecting a majority of the players to be hanging out in hell on that A site. And as a result, they were looking around in all the wrong directions, which just allowed the precise gunplay of those pistols to just win it out. Bullets are flying left and right, and BBG Academy were just not looking the right way at all. So a very strong opening round from DNA Diff here, as once again, like you said, it's now 8-5, looking to secure their lead a little bit more. They've bought up a little bit onto this round to try and get this next one. Let's see how they want to play this one. It looks like it's starting out with quite a bit of mid control.
It goes waiting towards the back of Catwalk, though. That aggression could be shut down for BBG Academy if they try and get over-aggressive. Now, considering their weapons, that's probably not going to happen, but you never really know. They could just try and send it through mid and then walk straight into their death. You don't know, and unfortunately, I don't either, because even with X-ray vision, I don't have that in-depth mind-reading ability that most casters at a very high level do. It feels bad, man. But BBG Academy are actually playing this very well. The pacificity is working in their favor. The swing around, Neon should find the first. Do they clear for the second? They do, but it's a formality clear that ends up working in their favor. More on that in just a second. Good swing in towards this site, though. It's looking good overall. Sneerat pushing through, dies, and the site's gone.
Man, I really just have to applaud DNA Diff for using their utility. Okay, it really did look like BBG Academy were just more interested in fragging out, securing the kills off of a little bit of utility, but this is completely the other way around. DNA Diff are specifically playing off of their utility consistently. We saw that on their first round. It was so coordinated. The knife comes out. The, the smokes are perfectly placed on site, and the recon bolt goes in. It's just such a clean execute onto all of the sites, and we're seeing that again here. They're making sure to just check all their corners, don't allow for any mistakes, and right now BBG Academy, they're slipping up as a result. They're getting caught off guard here, and we can see that they will be buying up here. Specifically, Zeldris is going to have an operator in hand, trying to match Neon in the amount of damage that they were able to output, as the DNA Diff are looking for this bonus round. But they're going to have to be, once again, playing this flawlessly if they want it to work, but already the execute onto site is pretty darn good.
Oh my goodness. And with the dark cover as well, it allows them to just hold W through. Neon looking to do exactly that, swing around, looking to go through the dark cover, but there are 4 players on the other side of it. You can see all 4 of them lined up. There's one. They will not find a second. Neon a good start, but Fireball turns it back with one of their own. Fireball lands, but will not do any damage because it's just an information gatherer. Joba backs away towards the back of site, but they do not have that lockdown, nor is the Hunter's Fury available on this DNA Diff side either. Paranoia looking to be prepped and sent through as BBG look for yet another retake, but this one seems to be a little less successful with the separation brought through from DNA Diff. It's an outstanding position for them to be in. Another 0 point thrown in as Fireball cannot do a single thing with their kit, nor can Sneerat with those shrouded steps to swing through, finds the information but not the kill. Everything goes the way of DNA Diff. Zeldris just barely gets away, but it's a clean finish to an already clean round. BBG Academy are yet again ruined, and it's just an operator saved over. If that, it seems to be the case. But they can push this. This is their bonus round. If they push this properly, it could be this entire map over. Is it gonna happen? Oh, he finds it. What a shot from Zeldris.
Oh, Zeldris. Yeah, it really does look like that DNA Diff are bringing their sponges, bringing their hand sanitizer, and just washing the floor with BBG Academy right now. Oh my goodness, DNA Diff, their executes are so clean. I love how they... First off, just use the, KO and Jet utility to be the main engagers, and then they rely on the Killjoy and the, Omen utility to just lock down the site. So the dark covers just last that much longer, and when you have those swarm grenades, they can't move in an inch. As a result, BBG Academy are having such a hard time, and Neon goes in for it, but Blackheart is just shooting them right out of the air, and just like that, they're going to use a lot of utility. The Prowler is going to be released as well to slow this push down. DNA Diff finally have to take their time in order to execute, but Zeldris comes up big with 1.
Even more, though, that's the main issue for this BBG Academy side. This is basically another bonus round for DNA Diff, in all fairness to them, because of their overall economy. Yes, it's a full investment, but they'll be able to reinvest regardless of the outcome. 1 HP left over, by the way, for their Sova. You can't even see their health bar on the screen, if at all. Conard is playing a one-way over top of this dark cover. Joba's pushing straight through it. This should be Joba's demise, but the trigger discipline, oh my goodness, they do find the kill regardless, but the swing through will get the refrag. An overall decent position for DNA Diff to be in, as it's found another. Wait a second, Aiko's dropped this B side, but the spike is down in mid. What's the call here for DNA Diff?
Other players watching that B side, they know that that's probably
30
where
seconds
things are
left.
going to go. But Zeldris is holding down mid with the operator as well. And we've seen Zeldris absolutely pop off. Zeldris is going to be poking a little bit more, get a little bit of information, and it's gets that info. It's huge.
Yeah, but there's still a flank in towards CT. That could be the issue they run into. They seem to be relatively aware of it, but not fully. Aiko is yet to reload. There's the headshot. Looking to turn the heads. It will not happen enough, though. The spikes drop. That should
Not
be
enough
the
time.
round. The swing through from Aiko. There's no time, and unfortunately, there's not enough ammo. That'll be the round. BBG Academy bring themselves back. And while we have a second, I've been wanting to bring this up for like 2 straight rounds, but I wasn't given an opportunity because DNA Diff decided to hold W like every single opportunity. Back in round number 13, or no, it was round number 14 in the conversion round for DNA Diff. They had that formality clear in towards Catwalk where you kind of look in the corner, but in your mind you're already thinking, oh, nobody's there, I'm going to turn around regardless of what I see. That I've seen has cost people games.
Yeah.
Keep in mind for that for all of you who play your ranked games. Just check your corners fully. Don't look just to look. Look to clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, you know, when you have a bit of a gun advantage, it gets a little bit easier, especially when they've only got pistols and you got the full shields. But yes, you got Valorant 101. It's always a good idea. But still, I think right now they have to play off of Blackheart's utility. The reason why that defense was so successful was allowing the Prowler as well as the Haunt to get that information and just slow things down. But unfortunately, it's a little bit of a gamble for BBG Academy because that means that they have to put their fade on the site that DNA Diff are going to be moving in on. If the fade is not there, they're having a really tough time trying to slow them down. The KO does offer a little bit more utility with the fragment to try and slow things down, but so far, DNA Diff do not care. They're ready to just move things in and to just walk right all over that. So honestly, it's the fade that is going to be making the difference. If DNA Diff push in onto the fade and BBG Academy are ready for it, then I think they've got a really decent shot at being slowed down and BBG Academy to capitalize off of it.
Unfortunately, it needs to be very well executed. Unfortunately for the BBG Academy, they're not
seconds left.
pushing on towards the fade. Zeldris, however, does have the Bladestorm available should they choose to use it, and the operator in hand as well. The paranoia misses most importantly. Sirat may not be aware of it, but Zeldris is aware of the position of Ram. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the Omen is dropped. Zeldris wants to get re-aggressive and now pops the Bladestorm to do so, but will not bind anybody as the first updraft is put through. A now massive question to BBG Academy. The only ultimate they had has already been invested in. Hunter's Fury is available. In goes a 0 point. It doesn't find anybody other than Aiko, who's just sitting point blank, and unfortunately only finds one for him. The swing around. Fireball just waiting. Do they clear Aiko? That's the real question. They clear Nick at least, but I don't think they've cleared him just yet. In goes the Haunt, trying to find the information.
No way.
It does finally. In goes the Neural Theft. The swing as well. It leaves just Joba in a 1 versus 2. The swing, he doesn't find him. There's the Ninja. BBG Academy, I don't know how they pulled it off, but Houdini is in the house.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, honestly, it was just because that was Zeldris just around the corner. You could see the little shoulder of the jet, but unfortunately, Joba was not able to capitalize off that shoulder. Just a little bit too late, especially to getting down to the wire there. But BBG Academy, now there's only a 3-round difference between these two teams. It's looking like DNA Diff are going to run away with it, but BBG Academy are starting to stabilize themselves a little bit more. I loved how they played that re-aggression onto the site, but they're going to need to win this next round if they don't want their economy to be broken. And so this is going to be an extremely important round for DNA Diff to win if they want to push BBG Academy back into the ground, force them back onto a save, and to make things even worse for BBG Academy, right now DNA Diff have some ultimates. So if you're BBG, you have to play a little bit more careful. You want to make sure that you can maybe bait out some of these ultimates, but you have to respect them. And Neon just gets immediately shut down, which is going to force out the null command on this execute here, as Con Artist is just hanging out in the dark cover, moves in for the swing, but it's even trades. Never mind, Sneer coming out on top.
Needs to find more though. Zeldris looking to ping around. Sneer just dropped a strong swing from Ram, brings it almost to that man disadvantage, at least close enough to it. Is that a fake? No, it's not. They put themselves around towards A main. A perfect reposition. You love to see it, especially with creative ultimates use. A little bit of a visual bug, but Nick dies regardless of it. The swing from Ram, though, now in this 1 versus 2, they're looking to push him, and they're just sticking the defuse, and understandably so. That will be the round, and the swing will not find the first. Does for the second try. Zeldris finishes off Ram, saves over that operator, and yes, BBG win the round, but it's a costly round for them that could impact their economy for rounds to come.
Zeldris has been coming up clutch right now for BBG Academy. Once again, you know, kind of putting a little bit of respect to Neon's name, just to be able to bring out operator play that is honestly pretty similar. Zeldris has been doing a great job, especially too with the shorty, going in so aggressively around those tight corners with the shorty in hand, catching DNA Diff off a guard and winning that one out. Now we do see DNA Diff. They're on a little bit of a scattered buy here. Neon does have this Vandal. He's going to be looking to aggress here. That's going to be the the Prowler moving in there, trying to get the little bit of information, but it is just going to get shot down. A lot of ultimates online for BBG Academy, but Zeldris, the door will not close for Aiko. The bullet is good. And just like that, DNA Diff have to back off and rethink where they want to be pushing in on.
If I was them, I would push to another map, considering how dominant BBG have been in these last few rounds. But that's not an option, at least not just yet. A good swing from Neon does bring the man disadvantage to now an even. Neon trying to get aggressive. It's Neon to get aggressive and over-aggressive at that. Blackheart finds one elsewhere, and it's a collapsing attack, but one that's still relatively successful. Another similar situation to one in the previous round. It's another 2 versus 3, the same 2 agents alive here for the DNA Diff side, but they still have the man disadvantage. In goes everything here for the BBG Academy. They need this round, and with the Nightfall being thrown in, they should almost certainly get it because of that utility. Ram looking to get aggressive with the swing, finds the information onto the first, but not the kill. He actually finds both with the lineup. He does not find the third, though. It will not matter. The double kill with 1 shot, killing 2 birds, or in this case, agents with 1 single stone. The projectile will cost BBG the round, and DNA win the most unlikely of rounds thus far.
Oh man, you can see BBG Academy, they're a little bit shook right now. They can't believe that just happened. Now we're going to be seeing them buy up a couple of sheriffs. It's such a key round for them to make sure that they were good, but oh my goodness me, Ram. You know, the sound was just distracting. It's completely, what do you call it, deafened, can't hear a thing, spraying down a shoulder, and then sees people come out, swaps to the sheriff, and just sprays it through onto a head, able to just find that, just saving the round here, and just like that, shuts down Zeldris as well. Neon able to get a couple of bullets onto that, but not able to secure the kill, as Ram has just been popping off these last couple of rounds. DNA Diff, 2 rounds away from closing out BBG Academy's map pick. Things are looking good for them, but it's not over yet. Aiko going in to clear the site, and this is going to be an A site plant yet again.
In this situation, if I'm BBG, I back away, take a second, don't aggress here. Yes, you could do economic damage, but at this point in the half and in the map entirely, it's something that will probably be inconsequential. This is not a round that BBG Academy have a very large likelihood of winning, and as much as I hate to say it, it's just the reality of the situation. The Prowler goes in, it finds the information, but not that near sighting, and this is a position that just has to be crucial. It's over.
No way.
That's a round done and dusted. They will find another. Ram with a 3K. It will not be a full house as Aiko's drop before they can find their second. But this is still now map point for DNA Diff, as near the last one alive will die to a swing peak. You know, I feel like that's what happens to me in every single one of my competitive games. Somebody's still moving left to right, and I just can't see them, and then I'm dead. Feels bad.
Just, you know, just say ping Diff. That's how all the pros do it, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's ping.
On their screen, they stopped moving,
I mean,
but on yours, they were still moving. So the bullet came out of nowhere, honestly.
I saw Ye on Twitter say there's no difference between 5 ping and 30 ping, so anything past that, you're able to complain. That's my threshold of complaining.
And this is why I play on the European server. So then that way my ping, I can always just play that one. But last round for DNA Diff, if they want to close out map number 1, they still have 2 of their ultimates online, the Hunter's Fury, as well as the Null Command. Null Command, an excellent initiation tool if they do decide to just rush onto site. It looks like they will be taking a little bit more mid-control thus far. DNA Diff have been doing a pretty good job of capitalizing on that mid control, or if they just wanted to rush A. That tends to be their strategy here. But Con Artist is in an excellent position to potentially punish here. Sound might have been given. Pop Flash is out, but both of these teams are going to be going. Neon caught off guard. Can't escape in time, but the trades are going out. Hop around the corner. Ram able to pick out Con Artist as well. Now the numbers are all evened out again. Still the null command is online for DNA Diff, and that might be the crucial ultimate here.
From the Shadows is available for BBG Academy, though, so keep that in mind for possible quick repositions later on in this round. Nick, looking to get aggressive, maybe pick up the ult orb, but that's a sound queue, and they really are not close enough to their ult to warrant that. I would have to favor DNA Diff in this round. Yes, it's a 3 versus 3, but they've had the momentum in the previous 2 rounds. They've had a couple unlikely rounds at that, but Zeldris about to be swung in towards. There's a swing, but it's a bait. A second attempt thrown through, and they'll find the kills regardless. A good null command, but not as much as it could have found, and Ram now just having to wait. There's no way to try and reinitiate off of this. Yes, the null command is popped, but they found absolutely nothing more than that. And the weird angle you can play with the map is played by Zeldris. That's one to Google for all of you who are wondering. It was brought out in VCT a long time ago, I believe, by the Knights. But regardless of creative methods of winning rounds, BBG win regardless.
Yeah, and crucial round, given the fact that DNA Diff are on their final. But no, that was honestly a really good round for BBG Academy. Now they've got quite a few of their own ultimates on a line here. So they do have a little bit more room for error. Zeldris, once again, going to be on that operator, has been doing a pretty good job of shutting things down. But still, right now, DNA Diff just look pretty dominant. So BBG Academy, they got to really just stand their ground. And hopefully they're able to stop this A side push again, because this has been DNA Diff's bread and butter. They've loved this A site. You know, sometimes they go up mid and then push on to B, but A has been where they found the most success. So I think BBG Academy have adjusted appropriately, putting the KO and their Omen on the site to just slow them down to allow time for the other people to rotate around, specifically the Fade. And just like that, the lockdown is going to be invested here, which should tip them off that this is yet another A-side hit.
Lockdown committed could cost the opposing side, though. They're putting in the null command as well. Nobody detained, most importantly, but that's also information to work off of. Sneerot was waiting inside of Hell and finds the opening kill. This could cost DNA Diff the round. The swing from Con Artist finds another for the squad. He does not have the HP to fight this and somehow stays alive, even though Ram swings. Unfortunately, Blackheart is dropped, and the reposition's going to come through. Dark cover thrown towards CT already. That's pre-prepped, and the information is now there for the BBG Academy, but in goes from the Shadows. A fake from the Shadows pop? No, it was denied. I was concerned they were just faking for absolutely no reason, but Zeldris just throwing themselves in. The 0 point, though, takes away the blades, and Zeldris dies because of it. This is such an awkward position for DNA Diff to be in, along with BBG Academy. There's no real way to figure out who's going to win off of this. The suppression comes through, a good flash finds one, but not the second, and BBG will reach the first real milestone of double digits while still facing that point.
Man, it really seems like DNA Diff are like, all right, let's send them pack and tow. We're done here. We can sit back, you know, call them, go on vacation. Everything is going to be fine, because they look like their head isn't in it anymore. They just look a little bit more uncoordinated, and that's just allowing BBG Academy to go in and capitalize off of some of those mistakes that they've been making. Namely what we just saw right there. The timing was honestly a little bit more iffy as to how they were doing it before when this half started. They looked so coordinated, so comfortable, so rehearsed. But some of that is starting to slip through the cracks, and BBG Academy are able to now just win the gun duels off of it. Don't need a lot of that utility, just going to go off of it. And now BBG Academy are starting to get a little bit of momentum back in their favor here. See how they do this. The pop flash goes out. Smearnot looking for one, but Connor's going to get that other one. Ram gets taken down as well. Already not looking great for DNA Diff at the start of this round.
It could be brought back, though. It is still a 3 versus 4. This round is very far from over, but still an awkward position for them to be in. That's a sound cue. Neon should have given that away, and they should know that on the DNA Diff side. They prepped the tailwind, but it's denied regardless. Con Artist with all 3 of the frags found thus far for the BBG Academy, putting them in an outstanding position to take this round. Looking for a 4th, does not find it. Aiko baits out the peak, but is still suppressed regardless. A good 0 point will find the information off of that. Pot looking for another. They're 4th on the round. In goes that Nano Swarm, but does not find the information nor the frag. It was attempting the swing from Con Artist again. They get caught with timing, but it's not gonna matter. It's a 3 versus 1. Aiko left alone, still has an Owl Drone and that Hunter Shear along with a spike in their hand, which they will put down. It'll be a full retake and a 1 versus 3, facing up against the Hunter's Fury no less, but a good flash will force him back in towards the held position. The swing through from Con Artist puts him onto a 4K and puts us onto 24 rounds at least in map number 1.
Ooh, BBG Academy, they're not out of this one yet. 1 round difference between these two teams, and I don't know if you're DNA Diff, your mental's probably not looking too good, but you know, you got to shake that off right now. Potentially send them home right here. DNA Diff aren't going to be able to fully buy up, but it will be decently close. They're looking to just send them home. They don't want to take this to overtime, and they do have the ultimates to do so. Bladestorm, as well as the Hunter's Fury, yet to see the Hunter's Fury get a lot of value this map, but if used appropriately, could be absolutely devastating, especially too if they can get that spike down first. Meanwhile, BBG Academy, they do have the Null Command online, which could be a very effective tool to shut down some of those lineups, but it's assuming that they don't pop it right away. But Bladestorm going to be online for DNA Diff. Pad out some of that gun difference and make sure that the economy is more or less stable. Let's see how they want to be playing off this one, as it looks like they're getting space on mid right now. Time to light.
Still an awkward position for BBG though. Yes, you have the ultimate advantage. You had it in the previous round, but because of what you used, now you're stuck with only the Null Command and that Neural Theft, which by the way is the most useless ultimate in the game. I will not be taking any questions. Yes, it's used relatively well by specific teams, but you really have to find a kill and then find time to throw down your hat, really try and white hat the rest of your opponents. DNA Diff are in a great position to push this though, Marks.
Yeah, they definitely are. They've gotten quite a bit of positioning here, and you can see that BBG Academy aren't necessarily sure what is going on. They're really going to be hoping that Fade as well as their Jet are going to be able to capitalize and shut things down, but Zeldris has been an absolute menace with things, but finally gets pushed back. Now the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming online as well. Blackheart in an excellent position, just spraying things down, but finally gets taken out. Zeldris, though, going really aggressive onto the site. Doesn't matter, Aiko found Con Artist. Operator in hand gets taken out, and Ram looking to potentially get the rest. There's so many bodies as a swing comes in as DNA Diff. It's now a 1v4. BBG Academy, it's all up to Snurot.
He has to push. He has to find at least one player early and in order to push the rest. It's just not going to happen. DNA Diff take map number 1 in a 13-11 fashion, no less, and that was BBG Academy's map pick. Marks, this is not a good notion for the BBG Academy, who have had individuals from their team perform well in previous NSG Champ events, but this time around, they're already a map down in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and once again, this was their map pick as well. So next up, we will be going to Fracture, which is DNA Diff's map pick. It's not looking good, especially too because this is just a single elimination bracket, best of 3. So it's going to be up to BBG Academy to match DNA Diff on their own map and make sure that they do force out that map number 3 if they want to continue in the tournament bracket. So before we go on, I just want to remind everybody that, hey, we just sit down a lot when you're playing a lot of video games. So why not experience Mavic's gaming chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Games and a local host. All Mavic's gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. By the way, that's 8 more than the Future 1 functions. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55. Save, guess what? $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers.
Get a more comfortable chair than I have, please and thank you, because this one kills my back, but I'm going to college, so I don't have the money to throw into that. They are really nice, though. I was talking with Chad just a couple weeks ago. He loves the ergonomics, so keep an eye on those, and if you want to buy one, go do it, and use the code to do so. But we are going to take a break. When we come back, it is the least played map in competitive play, and that was only map 1. Ascent goes all 24 rounds. Just think of what Fracture could hold. Lucky for you, we have an answer right after the break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Ascent is done, and surprisingly, it looked like BBG Academy just weren't there for half the map. The beginning looked amazing, the end was outstanding, but the middle, they went out to lunch, and you saw DNA Diff take massive control of that. We'll see if that continues into DNA Diff's pick, as Ascent was BBG Academy's pick. I'm Time to Late, that right there is Mark's questionable position for BBG Academy now, Marks.
Questionable is definitely a good word to use it. Once again, this was their map pick, and this is the map that they always win on compared to a lot of their other map choices. So it made sense why they'd want to take DNA Diff to Ascent. But now DNA Diff, well, they're going to be taking Built by Gamers Academy team to Fracture. Right now, I looked up some quick statistics during the break. DNA Diff have only lost the map once. They've only lost Fracture once, which sounds super impressive, but also they've only played the map recorded 5 times. So, okay, it doesn't sound super impressive when you put it out that way, but still, I think this goes to show that this is a map that they are comfortable on. And a lot of teams are honestly a little bit scared of actually playing Fracture. Sure, you can do your preparation. Sure, you can do it in scrims, but when you actually come down to a tournament itself, it's always a little bit of a wild card. And I have a feeling that's why a lot of teams decide to stay away from Fracture unless they feel super confident in some of the things that they are going to be preparing. So I think this is going to be a really interesting map coming up here. DNA Diff, if they're adequately prepared, could really throw BBG Academy off of their game. We saw some of these players just absolutely fragging out and making such a nuisance. Neon was so good with that operator. And on a map like Fracture, where some of the close quarters are a little bit closer, I'm curious to see how that's going to translate necessarily. Meanwhile, BBG, they're going to be starting out on our defense. But Time to Light, I'm genuinely curious how this one is going to go.
You're talking about them only losing one time on this map, but I was certainly waiting for a blood. I was very happy.
Am I that easy to read these days? I try and keep you on your toes.
Yeah, that one was like a curveball thrown right down the middle. You see it out of the pitcher's hand, and you're like, oh yeah, saw that one coming. This is one that we're relatively normal to. Please Joba pick Phoenix, just so I can complain about it. I really want to see Phoenix, because I have not seen Phoenix in a competitive game in over a year. No, that is not an exaggeration, and yes, I'm very disappointed because of it. But the agent comps are relatively uniform as to the way you can play Fracture. I like the fact that Aiko is switching from the Sova back on Ascent on towards Fade here on Fracture, and I'm a little surprised just the fact that BBG aren't bringing the Fade, considering the map we're headed into. But regardless of the situation, it should still be a very interesting way of BBG to play it. Yes, they're bringing the uniform comp this time around, but could that mean they're playing it a different way, or is the curveball this time around going to be thrown by DNA Diff because yours was already hit out of the park?
And that's really interesting as well, because in order to bring this Fade into play, they're sacrificing bringing KO in, and KO has just gotten so much playtime lately. People started to realize, wait a second, now that like it's all about the smokes and people are kind of playing things slow, the 0 Point just does such a good job of shutting down so many abilities and slowing things down with the fragment as well as the flash. So they're not going to have that into their arsenal. BBG Academy, meanwhile, let's see how this Fade plays out here. We'll get a lot of information, but I genuinely think that having that kind of slowdown potential is going to be a big deterrent for DNA Diff on their defense. They still have some of these key players at work, which could really help slow things down, but still, the KO to me feels like KO always belongs on Fracture Time to Light.
I think KO belongs in every single map because I am a dirty Counter-Strike player and love the flashes. So that's the main reason I love KO. But there are other reasons as well. A good fault line thrown in as Zeldris tries to rendezvous away and does so successfully, but will not retain most of their HP. Ram just waiting, has to rendezvous away and does, but is still susceptible to this push. The double blast pack will cost them their lives, just barely, as Fireball could have died. But Zeldris is now pushed out of position, is nearsighted, and should die. Does Joba have no idea? Joba has no clue that Zeldris just jumped out, finally finds the kill, but Zeldris somehow stayed alive longer than they should have. It is still a 4 versus 2. Good set of paint shells, but the kill was already found. That should be the round, but the swing, Blackheart finds a second, will not find a third. 2 players stay alive, and DNA Diff win their second pistol in a row.
And that was looking like some Saturday morning cartoons there, you know. If someone jumps out of heaven, the rest of the team's like, wait, that wasn't a secured kill. We need to go after him. And then the entire gang decides to roll up, looking for some clues, honestly. Instead, it is rewarded with a kill. So that one worked out there, but especially too on those pistol rounds. DNA Diff doing a really good job to just play together. It really just shuts down a lot of the shenanigans that can happen on pistol rounds just by having a pure body difference. You're not, unless the other team has like shorties and frenzies and you kind of rush into them and they find all their headshots, it usually works out pretty well. And speaking of working out pretty well, Ram is going to find that first pick with the Marshall. A little bit of justice for that last round, but it's very common to see this chamber on the flank. Let's see how Ram puts it to work and already finds yet another one, as the rest of DNA Diff are just kind of chilling with KO on the other side.
Oh no! Okay, Con Artist still dies. I'm a little surprised he lived that long, but Ram looking for a 4K. This is an anti-eco 4K in all fairness against people with shields, but Ram's still looking for the swing and will find the headshot as well. At least a stylish final kill. Also doesn't lose any of their shields, so this will be a well and true bonus round into the third round of play. DNA Diff are in an outstanding position. Yes, this means they'll have the weapon disadvantage going into round number 3, but regardless, if they do well and take away weapons or even win the round, it's an even better position for them to be in overall. I'm not going to say I favor DNA Diff in this round, but in the following, I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with you on this one. That was such a clean round. They got the bonus there. Ram able to just walk away. Honestly, BBG Academy were kind of walking out one by one, just allowing Ram to find those individual kills. You know, not necessarily knowing where that chamber is going to be can be a little bit of a thorn in your sides. They'll just trying his best to just hold the front line here, but it's going to have to rendezvous out of there as Connor just throws down the fragment to slow the push. And that's going to allow BBG Academy to get a little bit more footing. Well, it does look like there is a little bit of a lurky chamber starting to look his way up on the other side of this site.
I seem to be aware of it all. Nope, the timing. He's found a perfect timing. If he pushes now, he's in a good spot. The ping towards him, though, could cost him his life. Of course, they still have the information, obviously.
Ooh.
Good haunt, though. Finds Connor as he will fall. Zeldrift with flank, though. There's a first, there's a second, but not the third. The Spectre will take him away. Even trades through the round, but that always favors a team with the lesser weapons, considering it's less of an opportunity for BBG to play their advantage, which was their massive weapon advantage, and now is no longer. Nick has taken said weapon and has that Vandal in hand. In goes the paint shells and that incendiary towards the back of the site, but Nick finds that opener, and the crucial one at that, a good Phantom, takes away that respect. It should just be Blackheart. It is indeed, but in goes the Rolling Thunder. The Flash as well, looking to push on towards both players. There's a swing, only finds one. DNA Diff win the bonus, and look at BBG. Look at their economy. It doesn't exist.
And I'm getting a little bit of deja vu based on how BBG Academy kind of handed this exact same scenario to DNA Diff on our last map, round-wise. Yeah, that's honestly a really good job coming in from DNA Diff. Once again, I think it's honestly that they are playing together, you know, Fracture, once again, a very close quarters map. As a result, you just have the bodies, you know, you got a little bit of spray going on. It's unlikely that one person is going to be able to find two heads very quickly. And so they're just able to capitalize off of that. And even though they do have a little bit of a gun disadvantage, they're able to make that one walk forwards. But Neon getting pinged up quite a bit, is going to be taken out by Con Artist. A lot of utility invested here, as it does look like BBG Academy are going on the offensive against DNA Diff, but Ram with that operator is just going to clear out that B side. Now it's open pickings. And Jova doesn't want to give this one up yet. It's a huge flash, but is going to be giving their life for that one. It's a bit of a rifle down, but this should be the plant coming in from DNA Diff.
It's a plant, but you have 3 players on the retake coming from the exact same position. Yes, 2 of them are low, 1 shot at that, but it's against the operator. Everybody's 1 shot in all fairness. In goes the Prowler. It finds absolutely nothing other than the general information that they're there. In goes the Tether. This should be the round. The swing from Ram. Actually, Blackheart finds a kill, but on only 31 HP, and the Aftershock, the only bit of utility they have left over, that could cost him. The Aftershock actually thrown in an amazing position, though. The swing from Ico is just better, and DNA Diff pick up exactly what BBG Academy did in their first half of play back on Ascent, with 4 straight rounds in the attacking side, including that pistol and the crucial bonus.
Yeah, absolutely, and now they will be able to buy up here. As a reminder, they only really had not their full weapons going into that round, so still a pretty big round for BBG Academy. Honestly, they just needed to secure kills to get their members as close to their ultimates as possible, and right now they've got 3 just awaiting to go. So if they're able to pick up any of those ultimate orbs, that could be something that BBG Academy have in their back pocket. What I'm curious though is Ico does have the ultimate on a line, which could basically sweep a site. The Nightfall doing amazing things in these close quarters, but Fireball has just been, well, firing all over DNA Diff, as that's already 2 members down. So this push, they have to commit to it because they don't have any other options right now.
The old hold W strat, which seems to be working out. What? The Nightfall only finds the information, actually doesn't find anything more, and Blackheart with a double will close them out. A flawless first round win for BBG Academy. Exactly what they needed, because honestly, they had nothing prior. 5 kills found. Previous to that, if I do some quick math in my head, they had only 10 through 4. Not an outstanding position, but they've brought it.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why BBG Academy keep on prodding the spawn. We've seen that aggressiveness come out consistently where they're just willing to walk into spawn, and usually they get punished for it. But when you start out a round by taking out 2 players before anybody even notices, That's absolutely massive and more or less secures the round in your favor. Not to mention all of the information that BBG Academy were able to pick off of it. Ram going to be pulling out the tour de force, and now Aiko going to be using the Prowler to get a little bit of information, but gets shut down by the 0-point knife. And so just like that, DNA Diff, they're a little bit slower this time, and not too sure where they want to push into.
Being slow isn't the worst thing in the world, in all fairness to them. A lot of times you want to take more time to figure out where you want to go. Unfortunately, Ram's just been caught with the timing and picks up their rendezvous, but that's information. Look at the flank being set up by BBG Academy. They've seen the rendezvous been picked up, and now they're just pushing off of it. They know that the chamber's no longer waiting in the flank. The Rolling Thunder thrown in, as is seemingly everything here, but a strong throw in from that null command means the showstopper is taken away, as is Nick's life. An outstanding start to the round for the BBG Academy, and yet another situation. And Fireball with the flank finds the first, does not find the second. Joba, what's that swing? It is turned back though. The opposing Rolling Thunder thrown in just the same. Sneerot with a double of their own, leaving just Neon with a spike planted and no utility other than a satchel in hand in order to clutch a 1v4. They won't even find the first. Sneerot will find that defuse, and BBG will find their second.
And that's just such a clean re-engagement. They already had their flanks set up. We're ready to just move off of the utility. Like you said, you know, they weren't expecting people to be behind them, especially too on that A short side. And as a result, you know, BBG Academy were just able to creep up. They flanked DNA Diff completely. They weren't expecting them over there. They were looking in different angles. And as a result, BBG Academy just got some free kills and walked right all over them. So it's going to be a very crucial round for DNA Diff to see if they continue to secure the lead, because if they lose this one, well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to buy up guns. And they did invest a couple of ultimates last time around, but Nick immediately shuts Fireball down. Connor is hiding around a rock. He's going to get caught out. A little bit of a hard place. Not necessarily the rock, but now Ram has the timing on Sneernot, but once again, it's looking like a little bit of a ranked game here. It's just BBG Academy taking a walk and finding heads. What do you do if you're DNA Diff? Well, just try and get as many ultimate points as you possibly can right now. Joba, 1v3.
I refuse to believe both of those players missed their shots in simultaneous fashion between two different perspectives. That just didn't happen. I refuse to believe it. There's the information up in the trademark as well. That should be the round. Joba is throwing out one of their two flashes, and we'll find absolutely nothing because of it. Yeah, it's two ultimate points picked up off of the different ultimate orbs, but with the fault line being thrown through on the opposing side as well, that should do it. There's no real way to reinitiate into this, especially with your flash being completely nullified by that extra rock. And the operator from long range actually does not find the kill, but with three other players holding it, it is actually Zeldris to finish him off. BBG pick up their third, break the bank of DNA Diff, and with the money now for DNA Diff, it should almost certainly be a fourth as well.
And let's talk about Zeldris real fast here, because we talked about how Zeldris was just a menace with the operator in our last map on Ascent. And noticeably is on the chamber this time around, not necessarily Jet the initiator, but is really just putting in work with this operator. Once again, able to just find heads, and has just been fragging out these last couple of rounds, just shutting people down consistently. And as a result, DNA Diff have been having a really tough time setting up their post-plant positioning. Zeldris has been doing a fantastic job of playing that defense. And honestly, it's forced DNA Diff to go onto this save. We're seeing a stinger come out. Let's see if Neon can use this, maybe find a pick here, but right now this B site is very secure, so they're going to be trying to pick up that ultimate orb to try and get themselves a little bit closer, so that when they do have guns in hands, it'll be a little bit easier for them to take things out. But these haunts have been fantastic coming in, getting so much information for DNA Diff. Look at this. BBG Academy have to back off and respect it, because that trail is just going to lead them right to them.
Just follow the trail, forehead.
Something like a yellow
Sorry,
brick road.
I had to make the joke at some point because we've had two different maps with Fade in it. And I was holding on to that one. This is a situation where BBG Academy need to win. They lose here. Yes, their economy's still going to be in a good spot, but their mental may be broken. This will be a thrifty round should they win it on the DNA Diff side, but with an opener like that, it could cost them. Con Artist is low off of a prior engagement, but that means the site is now down, as will the spike be, and with that orbital strike thrown in, it doesn't get the full positioning it could have been, but Aiko still is yet to put that plant through. The aftershock thrown in just the same means a lot of information, and that spike is delayed. Neon waiting inside of the sky smoke, just looking to push through, but with only the stinger in hand, it could cost him his life. Should he try to engage? He will indeed, and it will cost him his life. Nick dies as well. That leaves just Jobba with 3 HP and a 1v4, and that could be it. A good flash, no kills. DNA Diff lose their lead. We are tied up just as we are on Ascent. The Uno reverse card smacked down on the table by BBG Academy.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering if this is that Fade versus KO difference starting to come in here, because sure, they're getting the information that they need, and DNA Diff are able to make their way onto the site pretty successfully, but BBG Academy, they just have so much more utility to work around. You know, these flashes and fragments have been doing a pretty excellent job of creating a lot of space and allowing for safe pushes from BBG Academy to play that retake. It's a little bit harder when you only have one, but still, Con Artist been doing a really good job with the what do you call it, EMP knife as well, just shutting down the abilities there and making that entry that much easier. So this might be the Fade doing Fade things in this composition here, but right now it's looking really good from BBG Academy as we see Zeldris once again poking out so aggressively, looking for a pick with this operator.
One thing I've noticed about the Fade is that the information given by her utility isn't acted on quickly enough nor coordinatedly enough by the teams that are being given said info, which is not a great position for them to be in. In goes a Prowler now trying to find said information. Zeldris will take that out, and now they know that the operator here, there's a swing, but Zeldris finds the kill regardless. Ram cannot compete and is just diffed, I suppose, even though they're on the team with it in its name. Zeldris looking for another, does not have that rendezvous queued up. That will indeed cost him his life. The spike will go down. It'll be another retake for BBG, but this is another position where they have a flank setup, a very good position to work with, and unfortunately, DNA Diff, they have the man disadvantage.
Oh, that would have been a huge pick on the Fireball if they were able to secure that one. Now they have to be a little bit more careful here, but Neon could be hanging out on site, does have this operator in hand, waiting for them to push in. It's 3v4 right now, a couple of ultimates here. And look at that. That's going to be the Nightfall coming in, giving a lot more information, but Fireball's still on the flank. Oh. And just like that, the House of Cards is going to be crumbling right in on DNA Diff as BBG Academy. They bait out a couple of ults and they secure the kills.
What's that shot as well? Outstanding position. Are they going to get on the spike? Does somebody want to hold that? Okay. I just wanted to make sure no G2 moments on Nuke going to happen here. That's a fun search for all of you wondering. G2 decided that they didn't want to defuse the bomb on Nuke when playing against Astralis. It actually cost them the game. Hey, they were up against match point though, and they were knocked out of the major because of it. It was really funny to watch. I'm not gonna lie to you. Mainly because I'm an Astralis fan. But yeah, I'm an Astralis fan, so it was awesome. But I digress. BBG Academy now with the lead, the first lead for them in this map, and the only time that DNA Diff have lost rounds in a row are, well, BBG picking up all 5 that they currently have. And in tow, DNA Diff call an understandable timeout. They need to take a second because the nerves seemingly have gotten to them. They haven't really been watching their flanks. Yes, the trademarks have been taken away, but, well, trademark singular, I suppose, per round. But BBG Academy are very coordinated with their pushes, and with the fact that they do not have the Fade, it makes their pushes much easier to work with.
And I also wanted to pick up on a point that you made earlier, which I think is a pretty key difference in this DNA Diff offense. And it is the information that Fade is getting for them. Yeah, Fade is getting all the information necessary, but like you said, they're not really capitalizing on it. We've seen consistently BBG Academy, once hit with the Fade utility, are able to just get out of the site and walk away with their lives. And we've seen BBG Academy be more than comfortable to play that site retake time and time again. So unfortunately, right now, Ico's utility has not been getting as much value as DNA Diff want to be doing. I'm curious to see whether or not, oh yeah, it looks like it is going to be Ram back on the flank again, as I set up for a little bit more of a classic push onto site. They do have a couple of ultimates online. I'm curious to see if they're going to be playing off of them. Unfortunately, they lost the Nightfall, which would have been a very key ultimate to re-engage onto the site. But Fireball, so aggressive, and it pays off. Not just spraying through the smoke, but already got one, sneer on with the other. It's already fallen apart for DNA Diff.
There's another round that just DNA Diff cannot afford. They'll actually take the zipline across and get away safely. Timing not going the way of Blackheart, who actually takes a zipline as well, but takes it while holding shift, so the sound cue isn't there, and they'll push with a quick flank now that they've released said shift key. Fireball really doesn't care about the shift key of their teammate because they've found 3 different frags. I think I just heard you say something along the lines of, what is this? I think I'm going to agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what I just watched.
I mean, I can tell you exactly what it is, and it's Fireball just running out there. Really living up to the Fireball name is, you know, a ball of fire. You tend to fly through the air pretty quickly. Even in Super Mario, I give you that. But the thing is Fireball has been so aggressive on these pushes and is pushing in different directions consistently out of their respective site. DNA Diff, you know, call it a little bit of a luck of a draw, but they keep on walking into Fireball, and Fireball just takes so much positioning that DNA Diff are not ready for Fireball whenever they walk into him. And as a result, hey, it's easy. It's a couple easy heads, completely shut down the push, and it's honestly off of the Raze utility as well. Those satchels can really project yourself into tricky positions where you're able to secure at least 1 or 2 kills. Thankfully, BBG Academy, though, they're prepared for it. They have somebody there for the follow-up just in case Fireball gets taken out. But Fireball has been getting so much value on this Raze, on this BBG Academy defense, just by applying pressure onto DNA Diff. And as a result, they're not confident in moving in onto any of these sites. While they're setting up for their push in, Fireball has already made their way into the middle of their party and wants to kick it with the rest of the cool kids. But unfortunately, it's not the type of party you want to be hanging out in, and as a result, goes out in a little bit of a blaze of glory. So great stuff coming out from Fireball to apply that pressure onto DNA Diff thus far.
I like the continuity of your theme there. Fire, you know, blaze of fire, blaze of glory.
Definitely intentional. 100%. Don't even question.
Oh, yeah. Hey, pun intended.
Yeah, there you go.
100%. You know, one thing I like to do to mess with people is just say pun intended or no pun intended when there's no pun at all, whether it's intended or not. It really makes them sit there and think, like, what the heck is this guy talking about?
So what was it like waking up this morning and choosing chaos?
Outstanding. I love. I mean, I was told we would have like 9 overtimes today, so I'm excited for this chaos because, well, BBG Academy have really brought it to us, losing 4 in a row and turning that around with 6 in their own favor. Orbital Strike looking to be committed, but it's not. The Haunt is destroyed before it finds anything, and the Rolling Thunder finds all the information possible. They push off of it as well.
Ooh.
Good stim beacon and a good opener,
Ooh.
and a second along with it. Blackheart dropped even with that fire rate of that Odin. It's relegated because of that Rolling Thunder. The stun is ever effective, and a strong comeback round from DNA Diff after a BBG Academy timeout, no less. A questionable one, I do say so myself.
Yeah, that might have actually worked out in their favor, you know, get them a chance to calm their nerves. Neon, oh, the rifle is too big around the corner. One problem with the operator, if only it was the size of a pistol. Now Smearot up against the world here. They know where he is as well, so not going to really be able to escape. Picks up the Judge and able to find Aiko. Adds a little bit of disrespect on their name, but there's no chance that this is going to be working out as Neon sweeps up that kill, but very clean execute. And honestly, I think that's just off of Aiko capitalizing on some of that information, able to walk away with a couple of kills just at the start of that attack. Really just kind of flipping the script on BBG Academy. That was DNA Diff kind of pushing into their territory and being like, oh, hey, what's up? You're getting set up for your post-plant retake? Well, not going to be this time. And as a result, they were just able to find the kills, and it's going to be a flawless round, a much-needed flawless round, as we've only got 1 round left in this halftime delight.
One thing that we've really been missing is coordination of ultimates, and the Rolling Thunder along with the Orbital Strike was really good for the DNA Diff side to push off of the unfortunate position. Now is they only have 1 ultimate, and that's the Showstopper, not really attacking the ultimate, more of one to either push the opposing team back, should they hear it in time, or find free frags. I think it's going to be the former rather than the latter, especially with the coordination we've seen from BBG in the previous 6 of 7 rounds. Conartis catches a timing. Ram does not find the kill, tries the shoulder peek before scoping in just for the information. Unfortunately, that'll cost them the opportunity.
Now let's see what they want to do with this information. A lot of operators on the board right now. Flash is going to be going in there. Flies across the screen. Somebody got blinded, but Ram finds Sneerot. Fortunately, Sneerot was aiming for the toes. No dancing going to be happening today. And here comes the engagement, but it is going to be a huge shutdown here as Aiko gets taken out by Blackheart.
Through the smoke, no less, and that means a full reinitiation. The trademark finds Zeldris, which gives all the information now towards the DNA Diff side. Fireball throwing in that Showstopper. It actually finds the kill. Look at the long distance on that Showstopper, the longest one we've seen in Valorant thus far. I will not be taking questions on statistics and their factual accuracy. But regardless, Blackheart's still trying to reinitiate. It's down to just 15 HP because of it. The Showstopper finds yet another. Both teams find Showstopper kills, and both teams find 6 rounds. Dead even at the end of the half as we send it to the halftime break.
Spaceship.
A map and a half now off the board, and still no clear favorite. DNA Diff finding 6 rounds in the first half of their own map pick as they now head to the defensive side. But in tandem, BBG have also found 6 rounds now as they head onto the attacking side of now their opponent's map pick. Again, marks no clear favorite. 13-11 in map number 1 in favor of DNA Diff over on Ascent. They continue with keeping neck and neck with one another.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, that's honestly the story of this entire match. These teams have been very close in their relative skill levels, and right now it's been incredibly close between these, honestly, both of these maps. And going into the second half, I'm curious to see how this Fade is going to be working for DNA Diff, because Fade, in my opinion, the kit is built to be a little bit more offensive, not necessarily defensive, but already it's BBG Academy walking away with murder. Spike is already down here, but that shouldn't be too big of a problem as they're getting ready to just storm, and they've already got B site control. Neon got the paint shells in hand, waiting for that audio cue.
Heard it. Blackheart has to go to the back corner, but should stay alive. A good fake of that plant allows them to plant it a second time, and Blackheart will get it down relatively safely. Fireball with another kill in the round. Leaves just Joba, but he finds a double. Still has the fault line and will throw that in. Finds the information. A good flash as well will allow the repeat. Finds a 4th on the round. Another flash looking for the 5th. It will not happen. Removed by their doppelganger. 15 HP. Was only that between an ace and Blackheart picking it up, but Blackheart comes out on top of the engagement, and 7 is now found by BBG Academy. Both teams have won both of their attacking pistols.
That must have been absolutely terrifying for BBG Academy. They're like, yeah, we chillin', we got the spike down, we're just hanging out, life is good. And lo and behold, one single member almost took out the entire squad on a pistol round. Excellent utility usage there, but you know they got to be sweating for a second. You could tell just at the end of the round, it was more of a sigh of relief than, heck yeah, we won the round. So BBG Academy still walk away with it. They're going to be buying up here. Got those Spectres in hand. Let's see what DNA Diff want to match them with. They've left Neon relatively alone here, but are really just kind of rotating around quickly through spawn as they think that BBG Academy might be pushing their way onto A, and I think this was the right call. Maybe not. Could have just been to pick up the ultimate orb and back off to get themselves closer to using those ultimates.
Yeah, but look at the rotations. The chamber rotating through attacker spawn, at least one side of attacker spawn, not the dish side either. Zeldris finds the first kill regardless, but it's a full fake. They've walked straight through the trademark because of the fact that it's now stunned away, and all of B site is theirs. Every single bit of it, other than B main, is in their favor. They can work with this, they can take their time. It's an outstanding position for them to be in, but Ram can work with that timing and will be taken out because of it. Ram, now dead. BBG Academy in an outstanding position to work with the Sky Smokes already in a good spot. This one should be a much more comfortable post-plant scenario rather than almost giving up an ace.
Absolutely, and we can see that they're pretty much just kind of hanging out on site. Just play these very typical positions here. But what is very interesting to me is how they just allowed Fireball to pick up all the ultimate orbs that they possibly could before committing to one of these sites here. They're using their gun advantage, understanding that they should be able to win the round, to pick up and get themselves as close to that showstopper as possible. Because if Fireball has that showstopper online, that could really swing this next round, as it will be BBG Academy, DNA Diff, having all of their rifles in hand and getting a couple of picks early with that showstopper could be the difference maker. So it was a really smart strategy, honestly. You know, get those ultimate orbs, and then we worry about the site afterwards.
I think one thing for Fireball is going to be push dish, grab ult orb, have ult. That should be the call for the Rays. I think that will be, considering their positioning. I was thinking that prior, but this just really confirms it, and for obvious reasons. You're one away from your ultimate, heading into a third round, which is a bonus round for you, no less, and one where you're using said bonus weapons. In goes the Roomba and the 0 point. It doesn't find anything, and this will be a free ultimate orb, and in tow, a free ultimate, meaning they can really push on towards the site with a massive advantage to work with. Ram waiting here, seemingly with that rendezvous set up. In goes that showstopper. It finds absolutely nothing. The return Rolling Thunder also doesn't find anything. Neon actually throws in the Roomba and doesn't clear the close corner. Do they clear the close corner? Zeldris no! Isn't cleared, but doesn't find a kill. He misses everything. Oh no, Zeldris throws it away. It is brought back, but with only one kill. DNA Diff had such a disadvantage. They don't clear the close corner, but it's now just Fireball, who's already used their ultimate in the round, left alone in a 1 versus 4. I bet they would have liked to keep that in hand. It was a good sectioning tool prior, but now their position is well known, and without the spike down, there's no timer playing up against the defensive side. The 6th man is now favoring that defense, as is all 3 of their current players. DNA Diff deny the bonus round win, but it was still relatively costly.
Yeah, it still was relatively costly. A lot of that legwork that they put into that last round to get Fireball that showstopper, well, all things considered, kind of worked out because it allowed them a very clean site execute. But DNA Diff were just ready for it. They're ready to just hop on it as quickly as they could. And as a result, they stopped the spike from even going down, which is absolutely massive for them. Regardless, a little bit of a gun difference. You can always account for that, but this is going to be the round where they more or less will be matched. We do see Nick only with a Spectre in hand, but this is a pretty aggressive push coming from DNA Diff, but it is going to immediately get pushed off because of a smoke coming in. So let's see where they want to be moving next. BBG Academy looks like they're potentially looking for a pick on this A site before they decide to commit to one of these. But DNA Diff have already completely rotated over to A, so that's only going to leave one member left on that B site, which could, if the information is good, allow BBG Academy to just storm it and take it easily.
I'm questioning. I like to question a lot of things as a caster because I usually get answers past them. That's how rounds work most of the time. But one thing I'm really questioning for DNA Diff is this able to continue? In goes the haunt. That's a good way to distract, and it works perfectly. Seemingly, that continuity is indeed there. A good flash as well. Backs Blackheart away. Sneerot also being pushed. They want to commit the fault line, which is thrown in, but the paint shells to back them up work just the same. The aftershock is avoided as the satchels are thrown in, and Neon using that duelist movement to the fullest advantage possible does come through. Sneerot almost fault lined into their doom, but Aiko is just waiting for the push. A good satchel allows the re-aggression, but Fireball is removed regardless. The second attempt now thrown through as another Rolling Thunder's thrown through. They cannot take away these Rolling Thunders from the defensive side, and they're working time and time again. Aiko still looking for a swing, finally finds the head, a good flick to find it. A haunt to try and mess up that target prioritization works out perfectly, and DNA Diff tie us right back up.
I loved that little combo there. You toss. Okay, listen, we've heard about swing with the Roomba, swing with the drone, but have you heard of the swing with the haunt? I feel like we've just opened up the doors into a whole new combination of abilities. Or I guess it's technically just one ability in the swing. Because, yeah, you know, as soon as the haunt comes out, you're just like, oh, I need to shoot that immediately. And that's just going to allow a race to just swing in there and find a couple of picks. That was such a smart use of that Fade utility, especially too once they understood that that was going to be the location. They used it more as a distraction than actually an information gatherer, and it worked out. But look at this. Neon already gets aggressive, has to back out of there. A little bit too much pressure coming in here, but this storm kind of worked out as Nick is able to find Zeldris, shutting down BBG Academy's push.
BBG aren't out of this round, but it's a 3 versus 5 with your Rays on low HP. Not a great position for them to be in. This is the main reason why I cast them and not play, because I can be in a much better position. I'd like to see DNA Diff try and be a little bit more conservative compared to what we've seen throughout both Ascent and now here on Fracture, because we've seen them get aggressive, but it's always been calculated aggression, and I don't want that to be misconstrued in any way.
Here we go, Joba immediately just getting utility to right out of the site, which is going to allow BBG Academy to get one down, but Snurot finds Joba, actually. That's going to make this a little bit easier, but it's still 2v4. DNA Diff should have this round. Still, BBG Academy, they're hanging on by a thread.
Another retake position. Haunt goes through. It actually does not land where it could have, but Ram finds the kill regardless. Doesn't need the information from the Haunt, nor do DNA Diff. Again, calculated aggression comes through. Yes, they give away the plant, but they'd rather give that up than the round, and understandably so. Now a 9th round won by DNA Diff. Their first lead back the other way since they were leading 4-3. It's been a little while, but the lead's still there.
And all things considered, BBG Academy, they will still be able to buy up, so they're not too concerned about things. I'm curious to see whether or not Zeldris is going to be going for one of those ultimate orbs to get the tour de force online, because honestly, this is a little bit close to do or die territory for them. If they do lose this next round, then probably not going to be able to afford their full kit as well as rifles and shields. They have to be a little bit more conservative moving forwards here, as it is pretty neck and neck still. But what I'm learning from this map, actually, is you should mostly use Fade Utility to get information, and then after that, it's all just distractions. Consistently, DNA Diff have just tossed out a couple of haunts, a couple of utility pieces, and right off the bat, BBG Academy have just looked away, which just allows them to just move in onto the site. The distraction is going to be great, but this null command could allow BBG Academy very easy entry onto site.
Yeah, but the passive play, no, Ico misses. Oh no, the smoke certainly didn't help their case, but Zeldris finding another drops Neon and puts them at advantage now in the favor of BBG Academy, looking to tie this game up yet again. The Sky Smokes being prepped for the retake as the controllers do their job on both sides, but it seems like DNA Diff don't have the advantage this time around. A good 0 point finds, I believe, 2 considering the radius, and that's a great position for them to be in now on this attacking side. Yes, Joba throws in that Aftershock and it finds nothing, but it also finds more information that nobody is sitting on the site. Another Sky Smoke thrown in. Nick looking to swing the close corner, finds the first kill, looking for a second, but is flashed away and killed because of it. 2 for 2 trades, but the Orbital Strike being available here in the attacking side should conclude the round. In goes the touch. Do they actually? No, they don't commit the Orbital Strike. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to throw that in.
And I actually like that they didn't throw that in at the end, and they held onto it, because if you took a look at the mini-map there, both of the members were looking in at just like moving in onto the site. So I think that was a really smart read. You know, they could have used the Orbital Strike if it did get down to a 1v1, but as soon as they heard that defuse, both Zeldris as well as Snurot just swung together. They were guaranteed the kill, and that way they hold on that ultimate to the next round. Regardless if one of them dies, they're still going to be able to buy up because they're going to win the round anyways. So I think that was a really smart play by them. So let's see how this next round is going to be going off here, as it is going to be a tour de force coming in from BBG Academy. Zeldris taking the duel against Ram, or at least just kind of hold it on there. Ram is just going to let one shot go before rendezvousing away. And just like that, a little bit of aggression from both these teams, but DNA Diff do have adequate tools to retake. I'm looking at the Nightfall coming in from their Fade. That Ico could really help with this retake, and I think that if DNA Diff want to really capitalize their ults, they should just play retake. Stack one site, you know, try and slow it down, but just play the retake as soon as you hear that spike coming down.
Woo! Oh, the timing. Ram finds the silhouette before the Sky Smoke solidifies, and, well, gets the kill because of it. Fireball gains information and drops out a tower, but regardless, Ico plays that long angle, is taken out because of it. Fool me one time, I suppose. but Zeldris now playing that same angle, will not find the kill, and the Showstopper doesn't find anything either. The spray through somehow does not find the kill into Blackheart, but the second attempt will. It leaves just Zeldris in a 1v4, now turned 1v3, with the Tour de Force in hand. All 3 shots from that TDF will be used through, and that should do it on the round. The spray not successful through the wall, as it wasn't even attempted. That's not an ascent type of wall. DNA Diff retake their lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And DNA Diff, honestly, a little bit of an unconventional orbital strike just into the back of the site. Usually you toss that into heaven just to clear things out of there, make sure that they can't be hiding there, you know, flush the rats out, but just threw it onto site. And I don't think that BBG Academy were necessarily expecting that because they got caught up in it. And unfortunately, it just resulted, once again, as soon as they had that little bit of wiggle room, DNA Diff were like, time to strike! And they just walked in and were able to secure the kills, leaving Zeldris all on their own. Being able to have those smokes as well in the post plant is absolutely massive. And now DNA Diff back in the lead once again, just storming that A site off of the Stimmy. And they're going to have easy access and an easy plant. As this could be Aiko's time to use the Nightfall here. Has it ready in hand.
To throw that through. Zeldris is playing a flank. Keep in mind of that for later. But still the Nightfall looking to be prepped through. They're not using it too early in order to play off of it later on. That's the coordination we've really been looking for.
Zeldris!
But the flank works out perfectly. Target prioritization again costing this BBG Academy side, at least, well, helping them and costing DNA Diff. And now the defensive side backs the heck away. And understandably so. Don't try and take some of these fights. You do not want to even try it. They'll keep the economy somewhat safe. But BBG Academy, an outstanding push, only costing them, what, nothing? Very little at best?
Yeah.
Very strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love this is why you have a chamber flank. Because you just don't there's so many different avenues that you can take on Fracture that the flank could really come out of nowhere. And on top of that too, Chamber is somebody who can easily reposition themselves around the map thanks to the rendezvous. And on a map like Fracture where everything kind of wraps around itself, you can get a lot of value out of those teleporters. So this is why you allow Zeldris to play on that flank, just completely catch the defending team off guard, playing these different angles, and it'll all just fall apart. So BBG Academy have now tied it up again. Teams are neck and neck, 10-10. If DNA Diff do win this map, they will be advancing to the semifinals, but right now BBG Academy are playing to make this map 3 happen.
Certainly a possibility, but both teams relatively even in seemingly all facets of the game. DNA Diff are calling a timeout here. Now, of course, this is speculation, but in order to most likely take some time and take a breath. Not only that, but to really figure out where they want to go with their current setup. They have the Rolling Thunder available, as is BBG Academy, but they also have that Nightfall that is unique to only Fade and only to DNA Diff because of the fact that they are the only team bringing Cade in this situation. It's certainly a possibility that they're trying to use that on a retake and give up the site intentionally in order to push BBG Academy into a position where they have to use all their utility to not only take the site, but to hold it later on. And there's just not enough utility for that, especially in long, extended engagements. And DNA Diff can exploit it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right now, DNA Diff, they're playing it kind of careful. I do think that the Nightfall needs to happen a lot sooner. I think that round could have completely shifted around if the Nightfall did come out and they played off of a little bit of their own utility to just really slow things down. We've been consistently seeing that the Haunt is getting almost no value, even though it gets shot out. Well, you know what? Ram says it's fine. So Ram's just going to make sure that this round is going to be a DNA Diff coming through. It is finally shut down here, but that is going to be the Nightfall online, so now they have a little bit of information. Aiko's still hanging out onto the site. Okay, Sneerot. It'll take Aiko out.
They're looking to throw in the Rolling Thunder as well. That combination of ultimates from both sides could cost this BBG Academy side massively. So will that miss shot, but it's a fake. It is a massive fake, a blunder. They have been fooled. The trap card has been played. Away towards A goes the BBG Academy, and DNA Diff, it's a fake. They think it's a fake, which obviously it's not. We can see that, but unfortunately, DNA Diff cannot. Neon just waiting here, looking for an opening kill. Will find it, looking for a second, finds that as well. What is that combination of play? Zeldris has to find the spike plant in order to have any chance at this, but that paint shell set thrown on towards the spike will most certainly cost him the round. There's still 30 seconds to play with. Don't take that away from him just yet, but with the spike in hand, this is more
more than possible. Just wait. He starts the spike plant and will be able to finish it. The fault line does not land, and he's now playing from the vertical position, but they see the spike, they'll see him. DNA Diff reestablish their lead.
Oh my goodness. Neon coming up a clutch there. The spray control. Now that's precise gunplay. You made fun of me for that earlier, but the thing was, the fact of the matter is finding that first head and then able to just spray control and just shift over a little bit to the right and find that pixel perfect shot was absolutely massive. Drop the spike down, and then Zeldris was left scratching his head as to what he's going to do. Now DNA Diff back in the lead, 2 rounds away from advancing to the semi-finals. BBG Academy, they will be able to buy up this round. It'll start to get a little bit dicey if they do lose this round, but this is looking kind of comfortable for DNA Diff right now. They're feeling a little bit better on their defense. And even though Ico not able to find too much value with the Fade utility thus far, it's the rest of the team is there to compensate for it. And I think that it's working out really well for them in just being able to shut down the spike completely. If the spike gets down, it gets a little bit dicey. BBG Academy have been playing excellent post-plant positioning. But if DNA Diff just stop them in their tracks, then generally speaking, BBG Academy has a little bit of a difficult time trying to reposition themselves. And now Ram going to be taking the chamber 1v1. This is the shot. And still, that's going to be a little bit of utility from Fade coming out there to try and get some information for the team.
DNA, if they find an opening pick here, it's such a massive position for them to be in, a good tether, keeping Snare in that position, but they have to still find a kill off of it. A good flash, and Ico has to back away, but gets out of position in time. In goes the Haunt, looking for another swing. We've seen this in prior rounds. A good Prowler as well to swing through. Unsuccessful, but it's just a bait, continuing to take time off that clock, and it is an opening kill, going the way of this DNA Diff side. Timing, however, not going their way as Sneerot takes that kill back the other way. Ram, still with this operator, waiting in the wings, does not have the timing nor the vision, and in tow will not find the frag. He's stuck in a fragment though and has to back away down to about 50 HP, but it's a retake again for DNA Diff.
See it 4v4 right now. Definitely winnable for both of these squads. BBG Academy looking a little bit worse for wear here. The good placed headshot can really just shut down any individual player. Neon using the paint shells to push out here, and it's going to be the stim pack down as well as they just storm onto the site. Neon just leading the charge right now as the smokes have been set up here. Fireball gets taken out through the smoke, and Ram trades that one back, but now Blackheart does have this aftershock, is looking for an opportunity to use it to potentially shut it down, but Neon is able to get that one to half, and just like that, DNA Diff. It's going to be 12 rounds, only one more. Close out BBG Academy and advance to our semifinals.
Match point.
It's certainly a possibility, but it's a massive question for BBG. I was talking about how DNA Diff have been playing their retakes, and it's an awesome position for them to work with, but BBG Academy in that same right, what's happened? They planted default, yet played towards B main. That's a position you play tower, maybe even extended, trying to play towards the defender spawn. That wasn't the case, and I think it's that lack of coordination from BBG Academy that's really costed them a few of these rounds. It's been very strong retakes back onto the sites and holds of the sites in the same right here for DNA Diff. Somehow, Neon stays alive as long as he did. The Roomba lands onto Fireball, but it's still a frag going the way of the BBG Academy. Flash through and a fragment as well will push that hold above the ropes away, and only for the time being, but that could be the site down already.
The aftershock is going to slow things down. A little bit of a tether coming in here as con artists can escape from it. But still, BBG Academy have all the space that they need, hanging out in the smoke. Nobody can see a darn thing, but Ram just going to be walking through and finds a casual shot on a Blackheart, making this one a little bit more winnable here as a Ico now in a great position to potentially shut this null command down as well. Zeldris on the flank, though.
Flank. Just waiting inside of the sky smoke. If this dissipates and he finds a timing, that could be the round. They seem to be relatively aware of it because they have brought out their fair share of flanks, but not enough. This should be a full round-ending flank. Zeldris playing up above, does not play the trigger discipline, finds the first, but with the Guardian will not be able to find the second. It's brought back, the Incendiary thrown in, along with the Orbital Strike from one side and the other. Both Brimstones finding it, but Ram looking to push through. The spike continuing to tick away. The headshot not found, at least not on the DNA Diff side. It's down to just one. That could be it. Is there time? There is indeed. DNA Diff will take it, I think. Do they have it? He does. DNA Diff take it. 13-10. They'll move to the semis.
Time to light. I was convinced that actually that was not going to happen. I thought they just ran out of time a little bit. But congratulations to DNA Diff. They looked, honestly, so clean on some of their executes there. Of course, that's not to discredit BBG Academy by any means, because they really were matching them throughout both of these maps. But even though the scoreline says 2-0, that is going to be DNA Diff coming out on top of this insanely close series here, Time to Light.
2 maps and 5 rounds. That's what really differentiated these teams between one another. And those 5 rounds were really just a couple rounds that probably shouldn't have gone DNA Diff's way. A lot of the time you saw both teams win the rounds they should, but a couple bonus rounds won on either side, and you had a lot of those ecos won out by DNA, but not as much by BBG. That's what cost BBG. Very strong play with disadvantages is a massive way for DNA to push themselves onto the semifinals. They play the winner of C9 Academy and TSM FTX Academy. I love the fact that DNA Diff just won that game, but I would hate to be DNA Diff going to the semifinals.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be just a little bit intimidating as they advance into the bracket. But hey, now they're in prize territory. If they're able to win at least one more and secure maybe that 3rd place, then you're at least on the board. So that's looking pretty good for DNA Diff. And now, before we go into our semifinals, we are going to be throwing it to a quick break. But before we do that, I want to remind everybody here to take your candy to the next level with a pack of the Mike and Ike original fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your very best. Power up with Mike and Ike. And just like that, we will be throwing to a break. But as soon as we return, like you said, Time to Light, we're going to be seeing the winners of the Cloud9 and TSM Academy game face off against DNA Diff. Let's see how far DNA Diff can advance in the bracket as we go into our semifinals. We'll see you in just a bit.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spacey shit. Spaceship.
Another best of 3, but only the third map now as we move to a different quarterfinal considering best of 3 still exist elsewhere around the bracket. It's Oxygen Academy taking on Astrosect. They've already played their first 2 maps as I previously mentioned. Those went in order: 14-12 Oxygen over on Ascent and 13-8 Astrosect on Breeze. I was really hoping to see Breeze, but we didn't get to see it in the previous map, nor will we here. Our final map, Haven.
Yeah, honestly, Haven, it's still a pretty unique map, given that there are 3 bomb sites. And just as a reminder, we are in our quarterfinals. So whoever wins out this map is going to be advancing in this series. And we're in the top part of the bracket right now, so they're going to be facing off against whoever wins in the Illusion versus Toon Balloons game. Got the map picks and bans right now. So once again, we're going to be heading over to, what do you call it? Haven, or sorry, right now on the screen it says Ascent. Well, regardless, this is going to be the do or die map for either of these teams. Oxygen Academy going up against Astrosect. And honestly, based on how these last 2 maps have gone, it's looking pretty evened out. Don't you think, Time to Light?
I would not know who to favor in this. Of course, Oxygen are, well, the known name, but I still see Bape and Bon on Astrosect. I didn't know they played for Astrosect, but I did know their names. I honestly haven't been following a lot of Astrosect. Of course, Oxygen Academy. Everybody knows Oxygen Academy.
Yep.
Everybody knows BBG Academy, who are no longer here, by the way, for all of you who are just joining us. But the winner of this they're in a good spot. I would have to favor this semifinalist over anybody else, considering, well, on the other side of the bracket, you have to play either C9 Academy or TSM TX Academy. I would not want to be that squad.
Yeah, and speaking of Oxygen Academy, once their team used to be known as the X-Flickbaiters, and if you've kind of kept around in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, these guys have been playing together for quite some time, and they're very comfortable playing together too. So they're bringing that kind of level of comfortability into an organization, specifically on their as an organizational level. So let's see what agents these guys are going to be bringing in, and already I'm seeing quite a bit of a change up with Oxygen Academy. Well, it looks like Bape is going to be playing the Rays. Sorry, not on Oxygen Academy. That is going to be Astrosect. But Oxygen Academy are going to be bringing in Neon, which is a little bit of a more common pick we see on Haven. But still, I don't know if I like that more so than the Jet. What do you think, Time to Light?
I still favor the Jet because it's Jet, and notably Redux is much better on Jet in my personal opinion than he is on Neon, but I'm looking at some of the recent patch notes considering Neon, because I haven't really seen a whole lot of her in recent games. Yeah. fixed a bug. Energy received upon killing an enemy increased from 25% to 100%, which I think is the biggest buff we've seen to her since her really introduction to the game.
Yeah.
Her ultimate is still extremely strong if you have good tracking, which, I mean, everybody knows Redux does. So I wouldn't say I favor Neon as a pick, but it's certainly not a bad pick.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting thing because it seems like that the developers over at the lovely Orito Games have really enjoyed just watching cars because the current buffs just really allow Neon to get as much momentum as possible. They've removed a lot of the obstacles that made Neon's movement not feel too good. And now it's almost like you're playing Destiny and you're just sliding around all over the place, picking up a couple of kills. But specifically the overdrive, not necessarily the best ultimate, can get quite a few picks if you catch people off guard. However, things don't really work out, especially in some of these higher levels of Valorant, because all it takes is just one clean head tap. And just like that, Neon just gets completely shut down. And on top of that, too, with someone like Neon, you want them to run in. But as we are talking, Astrosect have already made their way comfortably onto the C site here as a Nerf gets stunned up, but a good swarm grenade to stop that potential pushdown. And once again, this is Astrosect now looking to poke their way in a different area.
They don't want to deal with that, and understandably so. You had that relative stack on the C side, and I wasn't really expecting Oxygen Academy coming into pistol round, no less, to stack C side, but I understand why they did it. It seemed like it worked out for them, but now B seems to be the call. Verdi finds the information but will not find the kill, throws the fault line in, but again, doesn't find a way to build off of that. This will be a free spike plant. Astrosect only losing one, but a good aftershock? No, it is avoided. Nerfed, however, has a flank setup, and with that opening kill found by Redux, they can really push off of this, especially with the extension now towards A main. They swing Verno. Oh my goodness, it's just collapsing on this side. It's not even planted for Kiri, who has to push around. The headhunters out will find one, looking to find a second, finds that as well. Nothing more. A concerning finish to the round, but a pistol round win nonetheless. Fun fact for you, Marks. On stream today, that is the first time the defensive side has won a pistol round.
Oh, huh. Would you look at that? Yeah, you're right. I just took a look at my notes. I read down whichever team wins the pistol round. But yeah, no. Hey, Oxygen, they just kind of ran it down. As soon as Astrosect decided to go for that B site, which I think was the right move, I really liked that they didn't force the issue onto Seed after experiencing that much resistance. Well, they just kind of rode off of Redux's back, maybe their lead even. And as a result, it just allowed the rest of the Oxygen to run it down. We've talked about this multiple times. Of how on pistol rounds you just kind of want to play the numbers advantage, and unless the post-plant positioning is specifically set up to play around it, generally speaking, you're going to be doing okay. But right off the bat, Birdie finds a headshot on a Vaughn. It's going to be a B side hit, but just like that, Oxygen Academy make Astrosect reconsider their options, and now they're just running it down. But information has been given; they know it's a C hit.
Waiting here, the swing around, playing through the dark cover. There's the first damage onto the second, but no kill past that. A good flash means Rustin can't see a dang thing, but apparently doesn't need to in order to stay alive. He does. But so does Astrosect's chances of winning the round. A second in a row now for the Oxygen Academy, as they look really strong after this first two. The pistol was a very strong retake. The second was a strong conversion, only losing two. This will be a comfortable bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. For Astrosect, they were like, hey, you know what? This is just our save round. Let's just run it down and see what we can get, and life should be good. But Oxygen Academy immediately shut that idea down with excellently placed utility and applying just enough pressure to really just push Astrosect back. And as a result, that run and gung-ho strategy that Astrosect were kind of looking at using just completely fell flat on its face, and it's a very clean round from Oxygen Academy. Not the cleanest, but still they're going to be getting away with it. As it really looks like Astrosect, like this C site, they're very confident in their executes as we're seeing them do it once again. But this time they will be getting the site, and that's going to be the spike going down. Kire on a deep flank, still in the spawn. Oh, spots Verdi out here, but Berto immediately spots it, and now that flank positioning is given away. You see the double swing coming in here, but already a couple of members have been dealt with as Rustin has to back out.
In this situation, if I'm Oxygen Academy, I just back away and save. They seem to disagree with me, and understandably so, they're playing the game. I just talk about video games, and it's going to go the way of Astrosect regardless, but it's still a good position if Oxygen Academy take away some of these weapons for them to do just that. Redux popping that wall actually does just that. The tap, but nothing more as they're stunned away, and a good shot through from Thumer, who drops Redux. Oxygen Academy, well, yes, they just lost at the Rainbow Six Siege Major. They're looking a little bit better here on Haven, and now they have full rifles across the board.
Yeah, and these full rifles are going to make a really big difference. Obviously, that was still kind of... That was their bonus round, you know? You want to try and make that one work.
Yeah.
And honestly speaking, this is kind of the result you expect. Regardless, though, now that they will have more or less bought up there, we do see Redux actually going with just a Stinger, but that Overdrive is online, so would expect to see that come into play, depending on it. But it's a very aggressive start for Oxygen Academy, as Redux is going to just get maximum potential of playing off of a little bit of utility to just get the positioning that is necessary. But bot, oh, perfect timing on that Owl Drone. Still gets spotted out though, and now this is going to be a little bit more dicey than we originally thought, as Nerf picks up one, but AlphaVide is able to pick up Redux. So, Astrosect, they like this A site, and only finally are they going to be backing out here. It's going to be 4v4.
Nerf has to back away, and the question for Oxygen Academy is, where do you try and favor? Because you've seen them prep towards A and a little bit towards mid. There's been no sound cues other than now what's just been heard. They know it should be a C hit considering sound cues in through garage. The fault line should be thrown in. No, it's the Rolling Thunder instead. Rustin stunned out. Do they clear the close corner? Yes, they will, but they have yet to find the kill. Finally, they do fully clear it, and Curie finds a double regardless. A strong swing from the chamber, but Oxygen Academy have brought one back. It's a 3 versus 2 on yet another retake situation for Oxygen Academy. A good tap on the spike baits out that Hunter's Fury, which finds absolutely nothing. No damage, no info, no nothing for the Sova. Oh,
that's gotta hurt. Okay, Verno up against the world here is able to stop the plant yet again. Unfortunately, no more shock darts this time around. The firing squad is waiting, and that's going to be a very clean round for Astrosec, just cleaning things up there. But honestly, that's a very interesting strategy from Astrosec. Basically use Bape as a little bit of a peacock, more or less. Just kind of send them in flying, and everyone's like, oh wow, didn't realize peacocks really had those massive wings, but that's kind of interesting. And then the next thing you know, Kirei's just there, and they're like, oh hey, you're all looking at the peacock? Okay, well I'm just going to take my time and find a couple of picks, and it's going to be nice and easy for me. So I love the executions coming in here. I kind of doubted the Raze, but how Astrosect have been playing around it, I think is really enabling this composition to work out here. They've always got people ready to just sweep up on them, and I think that's kind of okay. All right, listen, you're not even gonna let me finish talking here, as Astrosect have more or less secured the round. That's 4 kills right off the bat at the 1 minute and 30-second mark, and yeah, this round is all but over. Time to light.
Still looking strong for Astrosec, but I still feel like Oxygen Academy are not out of this half whatsoever. Of course, it's still early, so that really goes without saying. But their momentum has only been hindered for a few rounds. Verno will have the Sheriff out, and this wasn't a full investment from them either. So yes, it looked very strong for Astrosec, but that's really what we expected considering how dominant they looked in the previous map. And, well, it was only 14-12 when they lost earlier on Ascent. I still think Astrosec have the advantage overall, but considering Oxygen Academy did not buy there and still looked halfway decent, maybe missing a few shots and gunfights not going their way, but their positioning was good. Positioning's the real notion.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing to mention. As Redux consistently is running out aggressively, it's the positioning, just expecting it, that they're able to capitalize off of. And immediately, as soon as Redux is taken out, it does seem like Oxygen Academy are they've lost their wild card, for lack of better terms. So I want to see Redux playing a little bit more carefully, maybe supporting some of the spots that Oxygen Academy are hanging out in. And that way, Astrosec, they're going to have to play into them. Right now, it's been Oxygen Academy kind of overextending their hand, and Astrosec have been ready to capitalize on it. But so far, Bape has gotten a lot of room on A. See if they want to capitalize off of this room, as it looks like Oxygen Academy have slowly backed off the site.
I think Oxygen Academy are trying to play an intentional retake here. They have the utility and the ultimates to do so, especially that Rolling Thunder. Keep in mind of that for later, but with the Showstopper being thrown in, this is now just a sectioning ultimate. Unless it's thrown into heaven at the perfect time, it won't find anything. There's the look towards heaven, but it will not find anything. Nobody's up there. They are playing a full retake, and understandably so. The Orbital Strike is on the board, but the Rolling Thunder will only 5-1, and that's Kiri on the site. Actually, he looks towards main and short as well. Kiri trying to play a timing, gets the kill, and backs away. A perfect play, but Redux swinging through, looks to do the damage, a good stun, and good damage thrown in the second time around, but unfortunately does not have that quick damage, only the longevity of it, and that'll cost him. The Rolling Thunder now finally thrown through by this defensive side. The Shock Dart will not land, and a strong lineup for that Incendiary forces them into such an awkward position on this defensive side. It's a man disadvantage. You have the lack of utility, the lack of positioning. It is brought back, though. Hold the phone. What is that combination of kills?
No!
Never found a timing, though. He finds the kills. He finds all three. A 1 versus 3. The man disadvantage turned completely around, and Astrosec solidify their lead.
What was that? Oh boy. Sorry, my hands were on my face in disbelief for that one. It was just perfect timing for Thuber. Immediately just could have high-fived his opponent walking through that smoke, but decided, yeah, we're just gonna stick on the righteous path there. Just walked out. They lined up for him to allow that spray to just come in, and then as soon as the other player came from behind, just flicked around and just closed that round out. Even though those 2 picks would have been more than enough, as there wouldn't have been enough time to get that defuse. But really good stuff coming in there. A little lucky for Thuber. I want to give him credit, but not too much credit, just because of the timing there really worked out here. But this is now going to be Astrosec very aggressively pushing onto the C site. They've got the gun advantage, and they want to make it known. Regardless, though, Oxygen have done quite a bit of damage here. Redux able to pick up a couple, now dashing around onto the back of the site. Now it's 1v2. Here makes it 1v1. Now, let's see who's going to win this. Redux going 1v1, but Fawn wins that one out. But honestly, not a bad save round at all from Oxygen Academy.
If Redux has a Vandal there, or even a Phantom, Redux wins that. A strong showing, nonetheless. Yeah, the Guardian is a decent weapon, but certainly not the one you'd want to have in that specific situation. Nerfed should be relegated to maybe a Bulldog or a Guardian should they choose to use it. Overall, Astrosec really looking good, though. That round a little bit worse than previous, but still strong for the squad.
Agreed. I'm curious to see how this rest of this half is going to be playing out here, because honestly speaking, if you had to ask me between these 2 compositions, which one do I think is more defensive, I would make the argument that Oxygen Academy are a little bit more defensive based as opposed to Astrosec. Astrosec brought that breach, brought the brimstone, as well as the raise. This is very explosive potential, and just to use the smokes to just really secure a site. Sure, they have the chamber to kind of set up some of those traps and get a little bit of information, slow things down here. But when you look at the other side, the fact that Omen can set up this exact same smokes, use the paranoia, in addition to the Killjoy utility to really just lock down a site, I would argue that Oxygen Academy look a little bit more defensive. Regardless of that, though, Astrosec are really running away in this half right now, 5-2. Want to look to secure their lead even more so. Let's hope that after that timeout, both of these teams had a chance to rethink what they want to be doing here. Maybe give Oxygen Academy a little bit of a morale boost moving into these next rounds. It's going to be the tour de force coming in from Kure, who's just been doing an absolute stunning job of finding the picks necessary and finding the bodies. Now this tour de force is going to make that even more punishing.
Who needs initiators when you have opening picks from your sentinels? Because, initiators are overrated. Honest opinion. Initiators are really good, though. Not gonna lie to you, that's mainly just a satirical joke. Please don't relegate your initiators nor bully them in your competitive games. They're more important than you may originally think, especially considering our previous couple maps. We saw Fades played. I'd like to see Oxygen Academy play a little bit more aggressive considering their overall positioning, but they like to play passively, and understandably so, but 3 players all within maybe 10 meters of one another is not a position you want to be in. That shot, in goes the Rolling Thunder as well, but it doesn't touch the first 2. They've yet to clear that short position, and they have to quickly, because if they don't, it could just cost them the round. Vaughn looking to do so, but is dropped because of it. Not clearing it while still pushing through that smoke is almost certainly a recipe for disaster, and was especially in that situation. Redux with a double, one through the other, and it's Astrosec just being shut down in this attack.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a good... Oh no, not again! Verno finding the backstab onto Kure, and now Bape is going to be trying to make that play, but Redux is going to shut that one down. And you can just see Astrosec. Honestly, you expect flashes to be the big thing. Then you're like, oh no, you can't see anything, and then people are going to be able to capitalize on that kill. But they just walked out of one smoke into another one, into a neon wall, into yet another smoke. And at that point, it was just confusion, mayhem onto the point. And as a result, the defending team, Oxygen Academy, could just kind of hang out on the side and just hold that left mouse button down while swinging their mouses around. And they're going to be able to secure the kills, especially as soon as that smokes fade. They had their positioning to immediately get the information. Meanwhile, Astrosect had no idea where any of their players were. It was all luck for them to try and look in the right positions, which unfortunately just did not pan out for them. So a great hold by Oxygen Academy. A lot of confusion at play there. Both teams are kind of guilty for that one, but Oxygen Academy came out on top. And now Verno using the Hunter's Fury to start this round out. Not going to get too much information for it, though.
He doesn't find any tags either, which is surprising to use a Hunter's Fury that early without massive sound cues or information gained by the rest of your team. I don't know about that call. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't. It's an unnecessary decision. They take away the drone over towards the seaside that the turret is removed. Good flash, flips off, and Rusta just swings because of it. Good swing, good coordination, really something we've been missing later on from Oxygen.
Now, Nerfed on the site. Two people already got their feet down, so Nerfed could come up big here with a swing. Oh, spots two. Is able to take the spike down, looking for the other. Successful in doing so. Now Kure is going to be sectioned off as Redux goes in for the swing. Able to pick up one, and Redux with the next. Oxygen Academy only one round away from tying things up here, as Astrosect are probably going to have a little bit of a difficult time buying up this next round. And the ultimate advantage is going to be squarely in Oxygen Academy's court.
What is happening to Astrosect? As soon as we start positively praising one team and saying the other team really needs to work on whatever the heck's going on, they start working on whatever the heck's going on, and the team we've been praising is shut down because of it. It seems like that's been happening through all three of our played maps thus far, notably with BBG Academy in both of our first two, unfortunately. But now Oxygen Academy looking to take that same trend away and stop falling victim to that same threat. Rustin spraying through the sky smoke does not find anything, but does, however, take away that sonar. A good swing, though. Rustin finds the first, looking for a second, actually does as well. The Hunter's Fury finds absolutely nothing as Redux follows up with a third for the squad. An outstanding defense for Oxygen Academy, almost certainly looking to tie us up here, and with the Aftershock being thrown in, forcing the retreat, that almost seems like a certainty.
Man, and that's why you bring a Killjoy to anchor down a site. Verno does get taken down, but the utility was just so good. That Swarm Grenade, especially with how Astrosect like to be explosive onto the site, just completely cut their team in half and just allowed them to just move through there. Usually we do see the Breach being such a big counter to Killjoy, but hey, Killjoy still gets quite a bit of value on Haven, and that round exactly is going to make that one happen. More visual glitches since you've been calling them out thus far, but now we're going to be seeing a timeout come in for Astrosect, as Oxygen Academy have now tied it up, and they've got 4 ultimates online as well. Only 2 more rounds left in this half. Which team is going to take the lead? What do you think, Time Delight?
I don't like making predictions because usually I'm wrong. This is why I'm the play-by-play caster. I just talk really loud and, you know, try and make sense. But if I had to make a decision, Oxygen Academy have had the momentum in the previous few rounds. They've gotten 3 in a row. They have the economic advantage. They have the ultimate economy in their favor. The only ult they're missing is the Hunter's Fury, and that's because they used that a little prematurely in prior rounds. I'd have to favor Oxygen Academy, but because I said that, I'm going to say Astrosect wins the half 7-5 just because I'm a walking caster's curse.
So basically, wait. So you cursed yourself only to uncurse yourself. How does it?
No. So I said that Oxygen are looking good, and I think they should do well. But because I said that, Astrosect's gonna do well.
Gotcha.
It makes sense, I think.
Put the crystal ball away. Let's see how this next round is going to be playing out there. Let's hope that Astrosect were able to talk things over a little bit more, get their heads back into this game, because yeah, Oxygen Academy have just won 3 rounds in a row, and they're looking to secure that lead even more. Like I said, 2 rounds left in this half. Let's see how Astrosect want to do it. I don't know if they're going to be using that same level of aggression as they previously have, because Oxygen Academy have been doing an amazing job adapting to that, especially given the fact that Astrosect really love pushing on to C. And it looks like now they're respecting it a little bit more here. Kure is going to go in there, bait some utility out, but still, nothing for either team regarding kill-wise.
Timing. They didn't see bait. hold the phone. I think Bape's gone unnoticed as they swung around towards the back side. The Sky Smoke goes through to relegate the effectiveness of that alarm bot, and Bape is looking to catch said timing, but it's still being held. Rustin is caught out and dies because of it. Still finds the opener, but has to now push off of this Redux. Looking to reaggress, throws down the walls in order to do just that, and nerfed. Oh my goodness, nerfed is dropped. Seems like he's been nerfed by Rito themselves, but Verdi has brought it back with one. Unfortunately, the stun shuts down their fire rate and unfortunately shuts him down specifically. Verno left alone, 2 shock darts and a now built up sonar as well. If this finds information, they're in a decent position, but if it doesn't, it's almost certainly a round conclusion. It has found the first, but I don't think they're going to be able to find anything more than that.
Was a little bit of information given by the flash. Verno knows that they're probably going to be in a garage. Is going to be taking a little bit more aggression here, but they're playing such good positions here. And Bond just closes out the round. Doesn't even need the swing. It's just going to make that one nice and easy. And hey, you know what? I guess he called it. Astrosect are going to pick up the first round. This is now the last round in the half. I love the adaptation coming out from Astrosect. Like I said, they decided to play things a little bit more slow, not so gung-ho. And as a result, it kind of left Oxygen Academy's pockets a little bit more empty when they just decided to play that retake. They didn't have as much utility because Oxygen Academy have doing a great job of stopping Astrosect from even moving in onto the site, which has been the difference maker. As soon as they can bait out that utility, it just makes things so much easier for Astrosect to just move in. Still, though, a lot of ultimates online for Oxygen Academy. This is going to be the round where they should use them.
Didn't use a single one in the previous round. They've already topped that previous total. Unfortunately, finds absolutely nothing whatsoever. Rusted finds the opener. Needs to look for more, though. The alarm bot in front of them should keep them relatively safe, and a good stun across will do just that. A good swing. Nerfed throws through the paranoia and finds both players. Kyria and Alpha both dropped, and the Nanoswarm pushing Thumer back and away. Pushing Astrosect just with Thumer left alone in a 1 versus 4. He's shut down. A strong finish to the half for Oxygen Academy as we finish off the half and go to a break. First half gone. The second now on the cards in our final map of the quarterfinals. Oxygen Academy with that final round of the half and 3 or 4 of the final 5, looking strong to close things out there, but now they need to open things up on the attacking pistol. Yes, they won their first half pistol on the defense, but that has to replicate as they head on to this attacking side. Marks, how you feel about that first half?
Honestly, it was interesting. You can kind of tell by the scoreboard it was very clearly in Astrosec's favor. And then Oxygen Academy just brought it right back. Now we're all tied up 6-6. This is map number 3. One of these teams is going to be going home. Both of these teams fighting for it, but I'm really curious to see how they're going to be engaging with Redux on this Neon. I've been seeing the Neon being played, honestly, extremely well. So I'm hoping that they can continue this one forwards as the gunfight kicks off.
Another situation of strong openers for Oxygen Academy, and another as they drop Bond. Speed is there for Redux. He's apparently been listening to Lightning McQueen himself. And now that leaves Astrosect in another retake situation. We got a couple bits of info from previous maps where their retakes were okay, but it was certainly lackluster back on Ascent, and I feel like on the defensive side, this map resembles Ascent much more than Breeze does, with the overall uniformity around it, and that could cost them. Oxygen Academy now in a 3 versus 1. Kiri left alone. The Nano Swarm's thrown through as well, really forcing him away. The turret detects him as well. This is just going from bad to worse, compounding problems without any solutions presenting themselves. Oxygen Academy win their second pistol of the map.
I love this style of play that we're seeing from Redux. Redux really just likes to get into people's faces. And honestly, the utility usage has been absolutely phenomenal coming out from this Neon. The stun's in all the right places, the walls coming up to escape or cut off sight. Redux has just been flying around the map, and the scoreboard reflects that. 17 kills thus far, leading the entire lobby. The next highest person would be Thuber on the other side with only 12. So Redux has been such an annoyance to Astrosect, just being so close and personal, whereas a lot of their players tend to rely on a lot more precision. So let's see how this goes. This time it's the crouching shorty, which might make quick work of some people, but actually Alphafly comes out on top with one pick there, but Verno looking to trade that one back, actually finds Bond's head immediately, and just like that, Oxygen Academy have the site.
On shut down. 2 versus 4. Again, a retake situation for Astrosect. A carbon copy of the previous round as well. This time they have even more of a weapon disadvantage, and now with that doubled up man disadvantage as well. There's not much to do here other than, well, walk to your demise. Verno with a 4K in that conversion round really converts it over for Oxygen Academy, putting them in a good spot overall for the bonus as well. I'd really have to favor them here, but if Astrosect can get around, it's looking relatively decent on both sides.
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is going to be the round that really just determines how I think the momentum is shifted around based on both of these teams swapping onto their sides. I like that Verno did buy up that Bulldog because, hey, I know they say never ADS, but the Bulldog is one of the weapons that you should, because if you find a headshot, despite the fact that they might have shields, that is more or less an instant kill. As a result of that, that's a rifle in your hands, which makes this round a lot more easier, given that they did lose a couple of members, and as a result, they don't have the strongest weapons moving into this. But Kire, in such a crafty position here, is looking to shut it down. The spray transfer is not good as Redux walks away with murder, should I say slides away with murder. And just like that, Oxygen Academy have the site.
I refuse to believe Redux is still alive. It's a figment of your imagination. You are imagining things. It's got to be a visual bug. I refuse to believe anything differently, because there's no way you survive there. Alphafly finds the frag across onto Verdi, who tries to get aggressive through the wall. In goes the Incendiary. It finds absolutely nothing other than the fact that, well, nobody's there. Babe, with the flash and smoke in front of them, the Nano Swarm from Garage as well, that's information given over. But remember, this is a bonus round for the Oxygen Academy. If they can find anything more than they've already found, it's already an outstanding position. They have done just that, but Redux has to swing through, finds it first. Does he find the spray? No, he's run out of time, but the economic damage is done regardless, and Redux finds a 4K. You know,
check his hard drive.
Why not, Marks? Why not?
Oh man, that definitely was one of those, like, all right, let's just, you know, one for the road. Oh, wait, that actually worked out for us. So honestly, a great round for Oxygen Academy. Even though they lost it, they were able to take out the entire team. And you can just tell based on the economy right now, which team is kind of in the lead. Astrosect are going to be on a hard save. They will be able to get a couple of Spectres in their hands, but otherwise it's just going to be Howdy Sheriffs coming in here, looking for those headshots. The Redux, I think that's their biggest problem. They have to deal with the speed that Redux is bringing to this game and speed that these kills are coming in.
I just want to talk about how the fact you just called it a Howdy Sheriff.
Yeah.
That's,
got one,
I think that's the most important part.
One yeehaw in each hand.
I We're moving on. That conversation didn't happen. A good spray from Nerf, making sure they don't die, but down to 3 HP certainly is not a great position for them to be in. Oh my goodness, Kiri dropping Redux, the Headhunter living up to its name, but being nearsighted and flashed is just about anything other than what you would want. Alpha Fly is going to walk in through spawn. However, he's been heard. Rustin should hear this and find the frag. The long-distance engagement should favor the Killjoy, but timing's gone Alpha Fly's way. He's seen Rustin, but Rustin hasn't seen him. It seems like timing may be turned around, though. There's the swing. There's the kill. Oxygen Academy win the reverse bonus round.
Okay, so I know I said in the last half, hey guys, listen, I can own up to my mistakes. I said that Oxygen Academy's composition seems to be a little bit more defensive than Astrasex. However, they're making it very clean on this attack. I love the utility that's coming in here. We're seeing consistency in how they do these site executes time and time again. And honestly, I think that's really just how they're playing around Redux. They send out the recon bolt, get these smokes down and information cleared to allow Redux to just run in there and use their utility to pick up a couple of kills just as the round starts. And it's been fantastic every single time. So they're really going to have to deal with this one, but Burno finding Babe is not how you want to start this round. Neither is Nerf finding Vaughn. Already a 5v3 advantage. And look at the ultimates as well. Oxygen Academy more or less have this round secured.
I mean, I understand the first swing. You think the fault line lands. It doesn't. Unfortunate situation. Why does Bond go fishing for a rifle when the angle's being held? That's okay. We're just gonna move past it. It didn't happen. Figments of your imagination.
We're getting a lot of those lately.
Oxygen Academy. Yeah, this has been one of those maps. It really has been. Some of these questionable things happening, like Thermer walking straight through a sky smoke, somehow finding 2 kills as they line up onto a spike, and then a third as he swings back the other way, using timing in his favor. That was probably the most of the interesting positions in that spot. But past that, Oxygen Academy have looked relatively decent, if not just better than Astrosect in these last few rounds. They finished off the half with 4 of 5. They picked up the half with, if I do my math correctly, 4 of 5. Talk about consistency.
Yeah, if anything, we're seeing a lot of consistency coming in here, and Oxygen Academy just looking so good on this attack. They've only dropped 1 round thus far, and even then they were able to completely kill the entire team of Astrosect. So, yeah, there you go. This is going to be one of those rounds that you want to be doing a timeout on, because right now, Oxygen Academy, they're in the driver's seat with Redux at the helm. Of course, the speedy going around, and just like this, hopefully this is going to be a chance for Astrosect to reset their mental, get themselves a little bit more comfortable once again with what's going on, because this next round is still going to be a rough one. Oxygen Academy have not used a single ultimate these last couple of rounds at all, despite having quite a bit of them in their pockets. So this is looking really good for Oxygen Academy in the second halftime, Delight.
I'm a little surprised that the Killjoy's working out as well as it has been recently as well. You were talking about their composition favoring the defensive side, and on paper it does, but Oxygen Academy likes to do this thing where they look at the stats that are put in front of them on paper and then rip that thing to shreds and go play really well in unlikely scenarios. It's a relatively consistent thing we like to see around them, but it's something different that I don't think anybody really expects, no matter how many times we see it. Astrosect on the other side have one of the more uniform ways of playing Haven in their favor. They have the agent composition for the offense or the defensive side. Thus far on the defense, it's been tragic to say the best for them. They've won 1 round. In said single round win, every single player has died. There has not been a single survivor at the end of rounds, other than in the previous round where they saved over 4 weapons. I don't know how I feel about Astrosec's current looks on the defensive side, but if there's like the opposite of good past bad, it's that.
Wait, the opposite of good past bad. Let's dissect that for a second.
Like the opposite of good is bad, but like more adjectives or synonyms for bad other than just bad. You get the general idea. Nice shot, by the way, Kiri. Can't finish a terrible point without him hitting a good shot.
Seems like he was just like, you know what, you're done. We're hitting the cancel button on that one. I'm just going to find a kill so you have something else to talk about here. But that's going to be a pretty key pick. Redux has really been leading a lot of these engagements for Oxygen Academy. And so without that Neon, they lose a lot of that burst potential onto these sites here. And Thumer is going to be tossing out some utility to slow things down, but it might be just enough time for Nerf to be able to get that. Look at this. So much utility being thrown in there. But now it's going to be... Okay, the spike is going to be down, so this is all that Oxygen Academy could really ask for. The Rolling Thunder is going to be coming out here, but Rustin looking, oh no, has feet fly into his face, but it's going to be working out here. It's going to be Verna, though, with the Hunter's Fury, able to find two picks. This is looking winnable right now for both of these teams. Oh boy, let's see how it's going. It's 1v3 right now. Not able to find it, and just like that, it's going to be AstraSec getting the defuse here. But honestly speaking, based on how the beginning of that round went, if you're Oxygen Academy, you can't be too upset with yourself.
I mean, you can always be upset with yourself if you lose a round, but with how they did it, it's much different than you'd expect. Verno finds a double with 100 share. The second, much less likely than I thought it was going to hit. I thought the verticality was going to cost him. It doesn't, surprisingly enough. The 3k overall, even with the spray through the wall, and 3 HP left over, even with the diffuse coming through. That's just a situation where if you look at it and you're Oxygen Academy, you just feel bad. Kiri's going to look to get aggressive, but the Aftershock will relegate that possibility. The fault line possibly being thrown in the opposing side in through short, but Kiri could get caught with timing here. Tucks into the corner, but nobody taking that fight. Kiri's just waiting. The Owl Drone will find him, but it does not matter. What is that? Kiri gets aggressive, finds the opening kill, a headshot no less, with the already lethal to the body toward a force, and rendezvous away without taking a single point of damage. Outstanding opening for the AstraSec side.
Yeah, Kiri's been doing a really good job on AstraSec so far. We haven't seen this chamber get maximum value, but honestly speaking, whenever our Oxygen Academy have decided to push into wherever Kiri is set up, then usually it's gone well. As soon as I say that, though, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kiri. That one's on me. The curse comes in again, but Rustin on the flank finds Bond. It doesn't matter. Thumer catches him looking the wrong way. Spike is going to be going down. It's going to be a 3v3 on this retake. See how this one shakes out.
Showstopper being prepped in through heaven. Babe gonna throw out the paint shells, try and gain information, do a little bit of damage. Prep that. Showstopper, in goes the satchel. Doesn't land. It finds the first, not the second though, and the up shot misses. It's down to a 1v1. Redux, 1 HP virtually. It will cost him. He almost had it, but unfortunately the finger guns just do not do enough damage. Yes, that's what I call them. No, I'm not sorry. AstraSec bring it within 1.
Oh man, honestly speaking, if there was no operator in play, I think that would have gone a lot more smoothly for AstraSec. It's simply just because you're trying to use the operator to shoot a Neon that's dashing around in close quarters. That's almost impossible. So Bape unfortunately missed that first shot, and then at that point was done for. However, if Bape did have maybe a Phantom in hand, then I think that would have been a lot easier to secure that kill, and that would have been a bit of a cleaner round for AstraSec, where they need to be able to secure these types of things, because Thumer is not going to be able to buy up full shields this round. So this is looking a little bit dicey for both of these teams now. Oxygen Academy don't have a lot more room to lose any future rounds. Otherwise, they're going to be set into a little bit of an economic disadvantage, and that's just going to allow AstraSec to kind of take off and fly themselves into space. They're only 1 round difference between these two teams. So whoever loses, once again, is going to be sent home packing. A lot on the line here, Time to Light.
Redux just playing the long angle. I honestly thought we froze for a second, but I looked up at the timer and it was like, wait, that's still moving. They haven't.
Good sign.
Finally, Kiri starts to move. I was kind of concerned, but Oxygen Academy still need an opener, and they really haven't found the openers. Kiri tries the shot, but has the rendezvous to back away. The baited peek doesn't cost him as much as it probably could have. The paranoia doesn't land though, and Thumer, already low-ish, has to back away, cannot take those spray duels. A good shock dart, just a little too late. Could have taken him out, but just does not do the damage early enough. It'll be a full 5 versus 5 retake. The spike planted. AstraSec need this round. The ultimate economy not favoring anybody. The only one available is from the shadows, and Nerf finds the kill without even needing to use it. Faith with one of their own, but it's immediately traded back. Trades back and forth, one for the other, but still AstraSec are in this round. Verdi looking to get aggressive, finds the first, finds the headshot no less, and a second to cross by Rustin leaves Kiri in a 1 versus 3. Not gonna happen. Retrieves his rendezvous and backs the heck away. This round's over. Oxygen Academy 2 away from the semifinals.
And you could tell that was just AstraSeth looking in the wrong direction. They expected the players from Oxygen Academy to be hanging out on A long. Little did they know there were 3 on A short, and as a result, it was very easy for them to just maneuver around. The timing works out, but they're able to just get that flank, and as a result, shuts down the on-site pressure. A good read by Kure to just decide to back off there, keep that operator into this next round. Like I've been saying, Cure's been doing a really good job of being a deterrent for Oxygen Academy to move on to a site. We've seen, maybe consistently isn't the right word, but Cure's been finding Redux because Redux once again has to run in there. But now Redux is playing it smart, is taking their time, checking the corners, making sure those op shots get baited out before they just decide to run in here. But look at this, Cure already setting up yet again to shut down this A aggression. And this has been an Oxygen Academy special. They love pushing on to A consistently. And Cure's been doing a really good job of a deterrent. Bape might do one a little bit better.
Bape's just waiting, trying to play the close angle. It's been baited in by the chamber, but they seem to be relatively aware of the possibility. Understandably so. It is an eco round, kinda, for the AstraSec squad. The question now remains, do they clear this? Shock darts are available for Verno should the information present itself, and they do not have the Owl Drone as that's been dedicated prior. Bape is just waiting. They're trying to play the timing, give away 0 sound cues, and fake out Bape into peeking around. That could play out, but they want to get aggressive. And with that dark cover being thrown in, I don't think they're going to clear this. In goes everything, but the paranoia, near sights Bape, the swing as well. What is that from Nerf? They just swing peek, hitting the headshot. A good play, but unfortunately finding absolutely no success. Story of my life.
And now this is going to be really tough. 3v5 here. AstraSec with the gun disadvantage as well as Nerfed has just been popping off this round. Nerfed right now is set up to potentially get an ace. Only 2 players left. Already secured 3 kills here. Cure is going to be the one that you have to watch out for. And immediately just has the neon flying around as Redux gets right up into Alpha Fly's face, throw up the walls here and finding the headhunter's head. There we go. And just like that, a flawless round coming out from Oxygen Academy. One more round to advance to the semifinals and send AstraSec home packing.
AstraSec in a situation where they do not want to be. They have to take concessions in terms of utility, notably in terms of their breach. Not a position they want to be in. Of course, they still have rifles across the board, so it's not the end of the world. The ultimate economy is relatively evened out. You have Rolling Thunders on both sides. You have the Hunter's Fury there for AstraSec. Ballen can bring that out should they choose to do so, but the lockdown available for Oxygen Academy, if the Hunter's Fury is used too early, that is a game ender. And there's the Hunter's Fury already, only finding tags, nothing more than that. Nerf uses the Shrouded Step and gets the heck out of dodge. Kiri is tagged and has to back away because of it, but they need to clear out Bape. In goes that lockdown I was talking about. With the early commitment from that Hunter Fury, the lockdown will go completely uncontested, and Bape just does not clear their corners over time. The off angle is played and named as such for a reason. Thumer throwing in the return Rolling Thunder, trying to get as much back into this as they possibly can, but it does not find what it needed to. Thumer dies even with the tag from the sonar dart. It will not matter. It's down to 2. Alpha Fly on this retake from behind though. The flank could work out perfectly in their favor, but the timing is everything, as is everything seemingly in Valorant. The spike looking to go down, but the timing could catch them. Do they get the kill? They do, just before it's planted, and with just 45 seconds left, it's a 2 versus 2. Kiri from above does the damage, but does not find the kill, and is left on 45 HP themselves. It is such an awkward position for both squads to be in. The orbital strike thrown in finds absolutely nothing, and Verdi's trying to do the flank of their own.
Seconds left.
Verdi might be able to get a little bit of timing here. Verno, it's 2 1v1s, and Verdi wins this out, meaning that this is definitely possible. Alpha Fly has to stay on this site and watch the spike. Still, though, they could pitch in at the exact right time. Not a lot of time left on the clock. There's going to be Oxygen Academy. They have to move in there. The Recon Bolt is going to be coming out, and now it's going to be the fault line as well. 10 seconds. Alpha Fly finds one for the next one, and just like that, Alpha Fly keeps AstraSec in here with a clutch. It's 10-12.
What is that round from Alpha Fly as well? The timing going his way, and then not going his way, and then going his way again. Timing is everything. Welcome to first-person shooters, especially tactical ones at that. 10 rounds now on the board for AstraSec. The last time we saw 12, 10 though, it ended 13-10, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. However, Astra Sector's still in this. The economy's not in their favor, and considering they've lost 4 players in that round, along with the previous of losing everybody, this is not the situation they want to be in. They're going to fully invest, but again, they're going to have nothing past that. The fault line to create some space over towards A, where nobody is for Astra Sec. It is a BC split for the squad, with nobody favoring this A side.
Look at this. Thumer getting so aggressive here. Might get actually caught out because of that Killjoy turret, but Rustin shuts Alpha Fly down. They've overextended their hands.
Oh.
Rustin with 2. Like this, Oxygen Academy looking to secure the last round here that they need to advance to the semifinals. And Bond in such a great position, but it's too many people there. It's all falling apart for Astrosec.
It is 2 split 1v4s, should the timing present itself there for Astrosec. 1 over towards the A side, it's Bape just waiting, and Dart from the shadows is used in the back corner. Bape has been caught, but finds the kill regardless. Timing goes his way, but the rest of the round will not. He's dead. 1 versus 4 for Kiri to reinitiate themselves back into this game and keep themselves alive here in the quarterfinals of the Nerd Street Champs Open 7. Every weekly matters just as much as the previous, all of them worth 800 points for the winners. That will do it. Oxygen Academy take the win here in our second stream quarterfinal of the day. They move on and do so in style. I have to say, with Illusion dropping, Oxygen Academy have a much simpler road to the finals, considering Illusion now out of this, it could cost them later.
Oh, absolutely. And I gotta say, you know, with how that went, that was extremely close, but it really just looked like Oxygen Academy were a lot more comfortable on their attack. You could tell based on their site executes, they were just swimming in the sauce. They knew exactly where they wanted to go. Swimming in the sauce, that's a little bit of a new one. And it just looked so clean from them. And as a result, you know, they're going to be winning out Haven. They looked a little shaky on the defense, but were able to hold their ground. And you could tell that they just wanted to just push the advantage as soon as they got on attack. And it looked absolutely clean. I just want to quickly shout out Redux because I think Redux playing that Neon on Haven was such a difference maker on that attack. You could just tell the comfortability of mastering Neon's movements, I think, is something that not a lot of players have necessarily gotten to such a high level, but Redux just made it look easy. And as a result, consistently was catching their team off guard multiple times, and Astrosec just really didn't have an answer for it. Their answer was Kire holding really long angles with an operator, but if the team was on the other side, then it just allowed Redux to just run all over them. So big props to Oxygen Academy as they will be advancing to the semifinals now, Time to Light.
Looking good. They move on to the semis, and I believe we will follow them. Now, don't quote me on that because we are going to cast one of the semifinals.
Yes.
We thought we were going to a break and then possibly casting TSM or C9. That's not going to happen, at least not just yet. But when we come back, it's semifinals. Now, there's just 2 best-of-3s to go, both on this open as a whole and for this stream as well. That's only 1 full best-of-3, kinda, considering we split between 2, but still only covered 3 maps. You get the general idea. But when we come back, it's semifinals. We'll see you in a bit.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spaceship. Spaceship.
Our quarterfinals out of the way, we now move to our semis. And a little bit of an awkward matchup, and one I don't think I particularly expected. Oxygen Academy taking on Toon Balloons. I really thought Illusion was going to win that game. I was really happy to see Illusion move on. They played back in Fullerton. I was able to see them there. I know Reno from a previous event. He's cool. He's their coach. But Oxygen Academy now take on Toon Balloons. I'm Time to Light. That's Marks. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs. This is Valorant Open number 7. Now, with introductions out of the way and our semifinals now prepped and ready to go, Marks, do you have any expectations for this game, just at face value?
It's a little bit difficult to predict here because I think that we just saw the Oxygen Academy game, and Oxygen Academy are playing together like they look like a pretty coordinated team here, and that's not to take any credit away from Toon Balloons. You know, they were, like you said, were able to beat Illusions, and honestly, it's a fun thing. I looked up a lot of these players, and at some point or another, these players have all been on Moon Raccoons previously, and so maybe there's probably quite a bit of overlap there, except for Call Me Mar. Call Me Mar is the newest addition to this team, I guess, if you even want to think about it like that. But that indicates to me that they've had a little bit of playtime together previous to forming Toon Balloons, and might be a little bit used to that same type of direction since they've all kind of come from Moon Raccoons at some point or another. So it will be pretty interesting to see how things shake out here. A lot of these matches have honestly gone all the way to that map number 3. Just taking a look at the bracket, the only game so far that has not gone to map number 3 in the semifinals was the original BBG Academy versus DNA DIFF. TSM Academy versus C9 is still underway, and they're going to be in the lower bracket. But this is the semifinals, so whichever team wins this round is going to be moving over to the finals and could potentially be the winner of this open. Just as a quick reminder, the big prize at the end of the day is you want to accumulate as many points as possible on your team in order to mark yourself a spot at the Philadelphia LAN. Of course, if you place first, then each of your players gets the most number of points, be it 800 points. Second place gets 400, and then third and fourth both get 200 for their respective teams. At this point, because we are in the semifinals, everyone's at least guaranteed 200 points. So woohoo, congrats. Both of these teams at least walk away with 200. However, if we look at the more monetary values, place number 1 for tonight is going to be getting 1,750. Second place for 1,000, and third and fourth getting $375 each. So now this isn't just for fun anymore. The marbles are on the table, and now it's up to these teams to see how many marbles each of them can respectively grab on their way to the top.
And that's $375 US there, Mr. Canada.
Okay, come on.
It's yeah, I'm sorry. I had to. It's a lot more than 375 Canadian. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. My conversions are not there anymore. I don't do many conversions. PayPal does it all for me. It's very nice. Very, very massive thank you to them. But one person I do want to thank while we have a second, or actually 2 people, I suppose. In this case, is Pythian, who's running our production for the night, along with Days Dreams. She's observing. They're both awesome. They've been with us since we started at like 3:45 Eastern. We're almost 4 hours past call time, past the start, past everything. They're still here and working in an outstanding manner. I just want to give them a massive shout out because they're usually the unsung heroes of the broadcast, usually producer, observer, replay operators. You get the general idea, but I just wanted to give them a shout out because they're cool and I keep talking with my hands. Hi.
Yeah, so I'm going to be curious to see bringing it back to the match now that a lot of the logistics on kind of the tournament have been more or less spoken about. Once again, Oxygen Academy versus Toon Balloons. I'm going to be very curious to see which maps that these teams do decide to pick and ban, because I think Oxygen Academy has a pretty good idea as to what some of their favorite maps are. Just taking a look at some of the win percentages, they love playing Ascent. We saw that previously in the series, but of course they do have pretty good setups for Icebox and Breeze as well. So I would imagine that we might be seeing quite a few of those maps in their wheelhouse, but Toon Balloons is still a relatively new team. So I don't think that we have as much information as to which some of their more comfortable maps will be. But that could also be a little bit of a wild card, because maybe Toon Balloons, well, they've got a couple of secrets hidden in their balloons, and if you pop them, then you might realize that you've actually just lost the entire round. So I think that little bit of a wild card perspective being brought into this semifinals, and also the fact that they've made it all the way up here, says a lot. And Oxygen Academy are not out of the woods yet. They might be feeling pretty confident after how that third and final half, or second and final half, went on their third map against Astrosect, where they just kind of ran away with things. But this is going to be yet another test, and this isn't even the finals yet. So still a lot on the table for both of these teams to kind of potentially walk away with.
You were talking about Breeze being relatively good for Oxygen. I do want to highlight they just lost that to Astra, in all fairness. They dropped that 13-8 in map 2. So they dropped that. But lucky for you, speculation aside as to where we head, I haven't actually taken a look at where we're going in terms of maps. So let's do it together. You ready? Abracadabra, alakazam, magic trick, maps go on the screen.
I'm going to leave here. It doesn't look like you need to go back to Magician School. Penn and Teller are not really pleased with your performance there, but don't worry, Time to Light. I'm going to bring up the maps just as I can with my voice right now. And look at this. Oxygen Esports, they want to bring us to Ascent. That makes total sense. They've got a 73% win rate. Meanwhile, Toon Balloons are going to be forcing the issue with a Fracture. We're going back to Fracture.
Wait.
Don't expect this.
Wait. You know what that means?
What does this
You know
mean?
what that means?
What does this mean?
If this goes to 2 or 3 maps, regardless of how it goes, we will have the exact same map order as we've had in our previous 3 maps.
You're right. This was the original set.
Oh my goodness.
For BBG
Well,
Academy
it's
and DNA Diff.
no, it's not even that. It was BBG Academy picked Ascent. DNA picked Fracture, and Breeze was remaining. But because we didn't go to Breeze, we actually picked up Oxygen Academy on Haven in the next match. There are layers to this, Marks.
Oh boy.
There are layers.
I think you've big brained it even past where I was even considering where you were going with that point. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh
Massive.
well. Once again,
My brain cannot be contained.
clearly. Apparently my brain doesn't have enough wrinkles in it to really match your level here. And I'm the one who's supposed to be doing the analysis today. But once again, we are going to be going to Ascent first. And honestly, if we do go to Haven, I gotta say, I'm pretty confident in Oxygen Esports there because, once again, we saw what they kind of set up on the attack for Haven, and it looked so darn good. Redux playing that Neon was just such a sticking point in their composition that it made it almost impossible for Astrosec to really shut that one down. And so that gives me a lot of confidence if we do go to map number 3. But of course, both these teams looking to potentially secure that 2-0 lead and then just coast easy into the finals and at least get a lot of bang for their buck in this tournament, honestly.
Hey, you win this game, you get a minimum of a lot of money. That's
Nailed
all
it.
I have to say.
Nailed it.
You're starting to walk away. You're starting to walk away with cash at that point. Hey, everybody's already in the money, so I'm not gonna complain if I lose. Well, I wouldn't be playing, and it would also be split 5 ways. But you get the general idea. It would still be a decent position at this point. You came into a 32-team bracket and exited in top 4. That's a good showing, but there's still work to be done. One best of 3 to get yourself into the final, and another one to win it should you do so. Oxygen Academy, though, with this map pool, are heavily favored. Fracture's a question mark between these 2 squads. We don't have many stats between them. If they are statistically favored or disfavored, it's small sample sizes, so there's no real way to go off of that. But Oxygen going on Ascent first. Let's cover that because, chronological order exists. How do you feel?
Honestly, I'm genuinely curious to see whether or not one of these teams are also going to bust out a Fade on Ascent. I'm not sold on Fade yet. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think that it works, but more or less what we've seen today is Fade utility just kind of being debates. What's up? You got something on your mind?
So Chad and I talked about this back at Fullerton, and Fade is so well played on Haven because of how open the map is. But ironically, through the 3 maps we've seen thus far, Fade was only played on Ascent and Fracture, which comparatively are closed off. You would usually see Fade maybe in favor of that Sova on Haven, not on Ascent especially, and maybe not over on Fracture in favor of a KO. That was a really questionable one I know we talked about. But Fade is still a very big possibility. It really depends on how much your team has scrimmed with her, how much your team has played in officials with her, and how confident you as a squad feel personally. Because you never really know. Other teams may have played against her a crap ton, and they're looking really good up against her. It's a lot of question marks, especially with a new agent. There's no real way to say really confidently, yes, this is an amazing agent on this map, or no, it's not, because some team could play her really well. Another team could have never played her before and is just trying something in a new tournament.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, what you just said there is very spot on. We saw it basically happen when Neon was introduced into the game as well, because, at first, well, okay, also too, I guess Neon is pretty different from Fade, but just to use this kind of analogy here, teams were trying to integrate Neon into their lineup. It's a little bit of a brand new setup. You gotta change how you're going to be engaging onto sites, but even changing how you want to engage with your team comps and things like that. And it took quite a bit of time before that Neon niche just started to come out there. And we've seen Oxygen Esports do such a wonderful job using that Neon on a map like Haven. I don't think Fade has been at that level just quite yet, where there still are a lot of question marks here. And honestly, if we're just bringing this back to this map where we're talking about Ascent, I think I still favor the Sova over there. I haven't seen enough convincing plays with a Fade to sub out a Sova in order to kind of come in there. And I say that because I figure the rest of the composition for most Ascent teams is pretty static. Sova would be the one that would swap out for Fade, but I think Sova just does a much better job of being a little bit more static and not just engage heavy. With Fade, you're playing retake, you're playing engagements. You don't necessarily have tools to slow things down like Sova's shock darts, or honestly, even the ultimate that Sova has. The Hunter's Fury is such an amazing ultimate. And while Nightfall is still pretty good from Fade, it's a pure engagement tool. It can only be really used to engage. If they're already on site and you pop it, you're not going to be getting a lot away from that.
The other note there is with the Hunter's Fury, especially on Ascent, because this isn't common between all the maps, but with the Hunter's Fury, you're going up against a lockdown. Almost every time when you use a Hunter's Fury, you're trying to take out a lockdown. Now, I talked about the lockdown and Hunter's Fury being used in map 3 with Oxygen when they played over on Haven. It was an early Hunter's Fury used when we saw that in round 21, if I recall correctly. And then the lockdown was committed. Somehow they still won the round. I'm not going to go into that part because it was that map as a whole just, made me lose a few brain cells, but was very entertaining as a whole. I still would favor Sova. It depends on the map. That's really where I'm at. Haven, I think, is a better map for Fade because of how open it is and because of how many lines of sight you get using that haunt. While on the other side, Sova is much better in those more condensed positions. You can use the sonar dart in a much more viable way. It's much more adaptable as well. But while everybody gets in the lobby, what we're going to do is we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we promise we're going to head into the game. It's Ascent right after this.
Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Open number 7. Brief break, but we're back into things. It's Oxygen Academy moving up to the semifinals. They looked good in the quarters. They now take on Toon Balloons. I'm Time to Light. That very handsome man right there is Marks. He's looking very snazzy over there on the West Coast. How's daylight, Marks?
Did you just say West Coast? I'm on the East Coast technically, but even then I would hardly say that I'm on the East Coast. Do you know
how is it so bright in your room?
I don't know. The sun sets at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. This is pretty on par for things right now. Oh boy. Nature versus Time to Light. Turns out Nature's taking the dub on this one.
You know, you have fun casting. I'm gonna go walk.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Well, regardless, thank you for tuning in. We've got, like Time to Light said, Oxygen Academy going up against Toon Balloons. We've got their map picks and bans. So we're first going to be going to Ascent, which is Oxygen Academy's favorite map. And then Toon Balloons, throwing a little bit of a wrench into the wheel of things and taking us to Fracture next. As a reminder, now that we are in the semifinals, one of these teams is going to be able to advance to the finals. However, one of these teams is going to be sent home. Regardless, though, we're at the point where both of these teams are able to accumulate points for their players. And even if they don't win it, they will be getting a little bit of a cash prize if this is their final stop. So there's now money's on the table, things to play for. This is when things get a little bit more heated between the teams usually. But that just makes the Valorant all that much more exciting.
Prediction. I won it.
Hey.
Map 1 at least. I don't know about the series, just map 1. Consolidate your predictions throughout this series. It's Ascent, so Oxygen, like we said, it's their favorite map, but in the previous matchup against Astra, they only won by 2. That was 14-12 in OT. Do you think the early game could cost them?
Nah, Oxygen Academy got this. I'm making this.
All right, GG guys. Toon Balloons win 13-2. Thanks for coming. We'll see you guys next week.
Do I need to pinch a little bit of salt and throw it over my shoulder and not find a little piece of wood so I can knock on it or something like that? I'm not that superstitious, but I think that Oxygen Academy, they are playing pretty well together, and I think that might have been more of a reflection of Astrasect being pretty practiced on Ascent 2. So if Toon Balloons come in here and they are a little bit more confident in it, in my mind, Toon Balloons is a little bit more of a wild card. We've seen Oxygen Academy. We're familiar with the players. You know, the ex-Flick Baiters have been playing together for quite a bit of time. So they're kind of like a known entity. But I do think that this Toon Balloons squad is, even though they've more or less played together, it's still a little bit up in the air. And honestly, can I just say Time to Light? I really like their logo.
I saw that one, and we've thrown a few around the production chat. I love them. They had a conversation, the Battlefly as well. It's awesome to see the creativity around the players. Not only are they good at Valorant, but their Photoshop skills are just outstanding. I think that was just a single balloon that was put together into the Toon Balloons plural, which is fun. But I'm looking at the compositions. It's not too different compared to what we're used to on Ascent. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody decides to play a little bit more aggressive than somebody else, but looking at Agent Select as a whole, nothing really stands out to me.
I mean, I'm going to push back on that hard because we just spent a lot of time talking about the difference between a Sova and a Fade, and we are seeing that substitution actually come out for Toon Balloons. They are opting to go with the Fade as opposed to the Sova. Thus far, I am yet to be impressed by Fade on a map, really. We've seen some really good moments, and so there are sparks of Fade being a really good initiator that are coming out every now and then, but I don't think it's practiced enough to really bust out, especially at this level. So it's going to be interesting. Toon Balloons, they're going to have this Fade coming in here, and are also opting to bring the Astra, who has been more or less rotated out, as opposed to Oxygen Academy. They're picking pretty standard agents. You know, you got your Omen, you got your KO, you got your Sova. This is a very standard Ascent composition.
I'm not gonna lie to you, when I said that I was mainly tunnel visioning Oxygen Academy. Now looking at Toon Balloons, I'm like, what is going on here? So apologies on that one. That is 100% my bad. But Toon Balloons now looking to have it work out for them. Sitting inside of a smoke is not a position I think I'd want to be in if I was a Fade, especially playing off information. A good nano swarm towards the back of sight, but it's a full fake. The trap card has been played yet again here for the Oxygen Academy, and away towards this A side they will go. A completely unrestricted spike plant will be the call here for the Oxygen Academy, as the attack looks much better in the pistol round than I honestly thought.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a game of cat and mouse there, and now we're seeing Toon Balloons. Well, they're going to be re-entering the site, but this has given Oxygen Academy quite a bit of time. So Toon Balloons, they're not going to have to waste a moment. They're going to have to push in as quickly as they can, and they still have their Fate online, so that could be pretty good, especially too with the Haunt to get a little bit more information. And now they're setting up to move in here worldwide on the flank.
He finds a first, but that's everything on that flank. Redux is detected using the Haunt. That should be the round, but as I say that, Rustin finds 3 with the classic no less. 32 HP left over. The jump, it will not land, but the jump around, it's Redux with a double. A full house of frags between Rustin and Redux. Oxygen Academy win the pistol. Redux doesn't live, but it's pistol round. Who the heck cares? Wow, what a pistol round.
What I think Rustin being able to clutch that one out just saved the round, because it was looking not good for Oxygen Academy. Up until that point, I was ready to put my notebook away and be like, well, okay, pistol round, you know, chaos happens, but you win with the numbers advantage. But Rustin came out with a 3K there. Kind of out of nowhere, honestly. And honestly, that just worked out for Oxygen Academy. So they're going to be taking the pistol rounds now. We do see them buying up here. Rustin actually going for the Guardian. A little bit of extra money in their pocket because of all those kills at the end of that last round. But Toon Balloons, let's see how they want to do this. They're changing up their composition this time. Astra and KJ hanging out on that B site, while their Fate is a little bit more lurky. They're leaving their Jet alone with a shorty onto A, so it seems like they might be confident in playing a little bit of retake there, but look at that. The drone spots it out, and the bullets will fly. Darkus gets taken out first.
Mar the long-range shots, only really finds a little bit of damage as well. Not a good position if I am Toon Balloons, but a retake still being set up. This is an economic retake. This is not a round-winning retake. As much as I hate to say it, I also want to be a realist and an impartial analyst. Looking at their weapons, it's just not there. And even if they retake, I don't even know if that's going to happen, considering where they're headed. Around towards A main seems to be the call. Nerfed is barely alive, 29 HP, and a fault line as well. He has to use a Shrouded Step to get the heck out of dodge, which will happen, but that condenses Oxygen Academy. If they take away enough of these weapons, OXG is in an awkward position considering their economy, especially with that second round win. And goes to the Gravwell as well. This is so weird for Oxygen.
And look how far back Oxygen Academy are. They've almost given up site completely, which might allow for potentially a little bit of a... Oh, no, never mind. There was not enough time there. So, you know, I think that it was Toon Balloons hoping that they could pick up a couple of kills there and potentially damage the economy of Oxygen Academy. But Oxygen Academy are having none of that. Walking away pretty confidently from that last round. Nerfed lost their life, but honestly, that's not bad, all things considered. Darkus, though, immediately buying up an operator. Toon Balloons meet business. Let's see if Darkus can be as big of a menace with this operator as we have seen some of these Jets be on Ascent.
Operators are always a pivotal position to hold down, especially long-range angles like Ascent offers. Darkus is looking to catalyst to it and will find the opener. Prep the Tailwind prior to it, so will get an extra credit on their Tailwind. Should they find another kill, they'll get it back for free. Call me Mart, what is that shot? Not flash, not smoked off apparently. Timing going their way, and finds the opener. Worldwide in an awkward position, somehow still alive, even through that line of fire. And Nerf now needs to find the kill, does not. The headshot lands as Worldwide puts themselves up. A man, there's a swing though. Verdi only finds one. Toon Balloons will win the round they should, and the operators retrieved, most notably, good third round for Toon.
Yeah, and I don't think that Oxygen Academy were really expecting that operator to be in play. You could see how they just kind of decided to walk things through. We're expecting to take a rifle duel and win it because they had the double swing. Instead, hey, you got off and then dash out of there. No worries, no problem at all for Toon Balloons. A great round coming in from them, but I think what we're starting to see a little bit more of is the KO not being a factor for Toon Balloons to work with. As a result of this, Oxygen Academy are pretty free to use all the utility that they want to use, and that's especially damaging considering the fact that they do have a lot of initiation tools, so they can get a lot of information and then are able to just dash in there. And we know how punishing that null command can, I mean, not the null command, but the 0 point can be onto a Jet, especially too as they are engaging here. So this time around, though, Oxygen Academy are looking to push potentially B, but Darkest is holding this angle, still has that operator 1 point away from getting that Blade Storm online as well.
Marcus finds this kill. You're in such an awkward position. No, the shot does not land, and already low Rustin will stay alive at least for the time being. But they've prepped the tailwind, and the lockdown's been thrown through. The lack of that Sova could cost them, of course, maybe not having that Hunter's Fury already, but regardless, it will. Away goes the entirety of this defensive squad. A good Nanoswarm does a decent bit of damage as well, along with a 0 point. This is just adding insult to injury here for the defensive side. A free spike plant, completely unrestricted, uncontested, and with no way of doing just that, means a 5 versus 5 retake. Now, with that being said, there's still a lot of time on that spike, and Nerfed sitting inside a mid could make it a 5 versus 4 should they choose to push quickly enough. But the Oxygen Academy, the longer this goes, the better Nerfed is in. Rustin waiting below with this balcony side to swing through is good. Rustin finds a first though as Apex is dropped because of it. Birdie with a double of their own. This round is all but over. Worldwide in a 1 versus 4. Not gonna happen. One player dies there for the Oxygen Academy. Toon Balloons are ruined on the defensive side as Oxygen really start to establish their control here in Ascent.
And I love the way that Oxygen played off of their ultimate there. They only invested the lockdown and immediately just used the fragment as well as the smoke to push the operators completely out of the back of the site. They knew there was only one position that they could have played, given the fact that they don't really have anything to potentially contest against the lockdown. They were pretty confident that they were going to be running into main. And as a result, they could just use their utility to section them off, and it was just a clean engagement coming into Oxygen Academy to move things along. Now Toon Balloons, they're back onto a save. The Blade Storm is activated here. The Oxygen Academy are making their presence known. They've already got so much room here and are looking for a pick, and they've already picked up 2.
Redux with that kill as well, dropping Apex with precise gunplay, by the way. You and I were talking about that in the pre-show all the way like 4 hours ago. Precise gunplay, by the way. But Toon Balloons, this is a round that wasn't looking good for them from face value. Darkus is vulnerable. That means they take twice as much damage as they usually would. They prep the dash. It doesn't even matter. They died because of it, and a strong, flawless round from Oxygen Academy. They keep 9 players alive between 2 rounds of play. One of those being a full gun round means their economy's looking outstanding. And with that being said, Toon Balloons agree. Timeout time.
No, and I think this is a really good move by them. They need to figure something out here. This is going to be the round that they could potentially buy up Candlelight. You know, we're already seeing that Darkus is probably just going to have that Spectre in hand, given the fact that the Blade Storm unfortunately was not able to find any kills on that last round. But so far, Oxygen Academy, you know what? This is the reason why. This is the reason why they like playing Ascent. They're so comfortable on it, and it's working out so well for them. You can just see how the momentum of the games have been shifting around here. And maybe this is because Toon Balloons are trying something new out here, bringing in that Fade, bringing in that Astra, as well as a Breach. Breach is not too common here. You usually see Breach come out on Haven in order to shut Killjoys down, but Breach is not too big on Ascent. And unfortunately, I think that Oxygen Academy just kind of sticking to their guns as to what types of compositions they like playing and stuff like that, and what is more or less established. They've been pretty dominant, honestly. So next round here, let's see if that timeout was enough for Toon Balloons to kind of put their foot back into the ground, and just like that, we'll see how they move forwards.
Their defense,
One note I really want to bring up is the fact that Toon Balloons really haven't had that sectioning power, even in the gun rounds we saw. Yeah, some of these rounds have really been formality rounds where Oxygen Academy came into it with a massive advantage, but this round specifically is a round that is a must-win for Toon Balloons. They lose it, they're back onto an eco, and in another awkward position to work with. This seems to be a flake, though, and it is. It's an unsuccessful one at that, and they're now looking to push on towards the A side. They get dinked. It's actually through the wall, no less. They trade damage, though, so a spike plant will still come through. Both players waiting in towards A main. With no ultimates available whatsoever here for the attacking side, they have to be able to consolidate on this site. Good Rolling Thunder will stun up, too, and create a lot of space for this team to work with, but a good Paranoia. Near site's 4 players as they all try and push through. A good dink through the wall means Apex
Apex is finished off by Nerf, but Rustin is dropped. They have to clear this out. A good sonar dart should allow the peek through from Nerf, but he has to avoid that aftershock and finds the kill regardless. What is that? Worldwide's left alone. A 1 versus 2, but the Cosmic Divide's available. This can allow the entire push to come through for Worldwide, but it's not used. He seems like he's just faking it out and is doing just that. The tap through the second time around gets the dink and the kill. He's already gotten into half. A strong clutch from Worldwide, but how the heck did Nerf live as long as he did?
I just don't know. That should have been a pretty easy win for Toon Balloons, but it went down to the wire there. Oxygen Academy just dragging him through the mud. Oh my goodness me. Well, just like that, it's going to be Toon Balloons getting that second round on the board. And honestly, it was that fake. I don't think that Oxygen Academy were ready for the amount of pressure that they were going to receive there. And Toon Balloons did a really good job of punishing that fake. And, you know, Oxygen Academy just had to kind of commit onto that A site. Sure, they were able to get the spike down here, but this is far from over. Toon Balloons still not ready to buy up completely, but still, this is the best shot that they could have already. The turret has been traded out for the Prowler, and Redux is just going in.
Holding W as well, finding a kill no less, is found out with the hunt, but Kamimar has to find a kill here and does not. That's almost all of this site dropped. Apex, the last one alive. The Nanoswarms will buy him time for this retake to get established. He's just waiting under his own Nanoswarm, of which he takes damage and dies. I don't think the Nanoswarm really meant all that much, but, well, I have a second, and Worldwide's alive. I actually want to talk about Worldwide in that previous round. You remember how I was talking about the Cosmic Divide being available, yet he still didn't use it?
Yep.
Well, the reason he didn't use it is because the only real way to use the Cosmic Divide in that situation is to completely section off A main, but with that being said, it could have just been a quick peek through and bait them off the spike, which is exactly what would have happened. So rather, he doesn't use the Cosmic Divide, just waits for the peek to come through after that first spike plant and doesn't make any noise, and then just takes a straight up 1v1 duel. Yeah, there's a shot you lose it, but if you throw in the Cosmic Divide, it allows that small play of peekaboo from whoever is on the opposing side. In that situation, they didn't use it, so it worked out perfectly. Good opening shot from Worldwide. I don't think they find anything more. No, Verno shuts them down. 4 rifles saved over there for the Oxygen Academy. Almost a flawless round, but that is denied. Toon Balloons dropped it again, but still, Oxygen Academy looking good.
Yeah, Oxygen Academy looking good is kind of the name of the game right now. It's 5-2. Pretty dominant performances coming out here. Toon Balloons, they do have a couple of their ultimates online. The Lockdown as well as the Nightfall could be good if they want to play retake, because I think that it would really force the positioning of Oxygen Academy. But once again, I think that's the problem with the Fade. It really, on defense, you don't have anything to stop people from moving in. You only really have utility that is going to allow you to retake onto a site. And I think that that is a little bit of a weakness, especially having Fade on that defense. Still, though, they're making it somewhat competitive. Oxygen Academy looking to potentially walk into Darkest's Classic with a Coburg right behind, eventually pick up other kills here. But look at that. Actually able to get away for free. Never mind. It's going to be a huge punish coming in left and right. It's an absolute brawl on the point. And just like that, Toon Balloons are just down to a kill.
How the heck does Redux find that first kill? The second one I completely understand. But the fadeaway spray through the wall onto the head as you're running out of ammo in A main, what is that? That's a whole lot of adjectives that should not be put together. That's what just happened right now. Apex isn't a 1 versus 4 though. This is a formality round. Yeah, nice finish off by Redux. 3K for them on the round. The first one I'm still questioning as to how they got it, even though I'm well aware of what happened in front of my eyes. Toon Balloons, again, a round that they weren't looking very strong in from the beginning. It was an economic round for them. They tried to do damage, and they didn't, is what it is.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. This is going to be the round, though, where Toon Balloons could potentially turn it around. It is their buy, and if they want to start getting some momentum before Oxygen Academy start to run away with it, then they have to mark their territory right now. This is going to be the round, and Darkest has the operator once again, looking to get a little bit of value here as the 0 point is going to be coming in. Now the null command also online as Oxygen Academy just explode onto this A site.
Full control for them. It's another complete retake setup here for Toon Balloons. A somehow visual bug as a fake from the shadows is used according to Valorant, but I digress. Lockdown, going to be used to try and reinitiate on both sides, but a fragment, that's to deny it. They seem to be aware of it though. There's no way they deny it. No, they don't. Both lockdowns are denied by both teams with utility no less. Welcome to Valorant. It'll be a full 5 versus 5 retake. Nightfall, along with a Cosmic Divide, everything seemingly thrown in, but while they're all deafened on the site, they can fully push in without any risk of sound cues being thrown through. The dash away is unsuccessful as Darkest dies regardless of that utility usage. Redux dies as well as they miss a few shots. It's a complete collapse for both squads. Rustin, because of the fact that they could not shoot, will die, but somehow doesn't. What just happened? That round didn't actually occur.
Oh,
Yep.
Was there a national holiday or something? Because all I saw was basically a light show going on the site. Yeah, that was an interesting one to say the
Wow.
least. I really liked Toon Balloons trying to really force the issue there. They used all of their ultimates online, like I said, to try and force the positioning from Oxygen Academy. But Oxygen Academy were more or less ready for it. You saw that lineup coming in with the Fragment to shut down the lockdown, and that also forced out the Cosmic Divide as well. And through that, it was just up to Oxygen Academy to really just stick to their guns, rely on their post-plant positioning, and hope for the best here. And look at this, Darkest immediately goes down as Nerf finds that kill. And this ball is starting to roll right now. As the Oxygen Academy are in an excellent position as soon as I say that, though. Apex is able to find Rustin, shutting down one of the players there, and Mar is hanging out on the back, uses the fault line, but this is actually going to be Oxygen Academy reconsidering their options and going into mid.
Yeah, but with
Spike
Worldwide,
down mid.
finds the first. Free kill as Verdi's looking the wrong way, unfortunately for him. Apex holding a long angle, looking for a headshot. Will be headshot himself. Only a body shot on to Redux, who finds the kill. 3 versus 3. The call is a question here for Oxygen. They can go B, but that's into a stack as 2 players are already there and a third is gravitating his way over. With the lack of information gained in towards mid and the lack of noise made towards A, they have to assume it's a fake rotate into a B play, and they would assume correctly. All 3 players are waiting for the push. 1 towards defender spawn, 1 towards the back of stairs, a third in towards the site proper. The first from Worldwide finds a second on the round, but it's immediately traded back. 1 versus 2 now for Verno, who gets caught with the timing, but still finds a kill. Has 30 seconds to work with as well. He's running away. Towards A, he will decide to go, and a spike plant is imminent, but as time continues to tick off the clock, when does Coburg realize it? The answer? Not soon enough.
Yeah, and this is going to be the plant down here, but Toon Balloons doing such a good job. I really want to highlight Worldwide. That was 2 clean headshots with Vandals. Don't see that too often, especially too on a little bit of a weird buy here. Verno taking a very advanced position here. Could potentially catch
I love this.
the other opponent off guard. See how this one shakes out.
He's dropped the door. This is a perfect position for him to be in. He drops the door to make him assume that he relegated the entirety of the site. And he's incorrect in assuming so, but Verno gives away a sound cue, and the question is why. He drops out the sonar to try and gain any information possible. The halfway mark is ticked, but the second attempt will land. It will indeed. A good clutch from Verno, playing patience on that final shot. The Hunter's Fury paying in dividends as Oxygen extend their lead to 6.
Wow. But all things considered, you can't be too mad at yourself if you are Toon Balloons. That was a lot closer than it should have been. Just to be completely honest with you. I thought that Oxygen Academy should have been able to just run away with things, but once again, Worldwide just did such a good job of tying things up now. And what I really want to see is Darkest pop off a little bit more. They've been doing an excellent job of shutting down Darkest, and I don't think playing off of the Haunt or the Seekers is necessarily the right move, especially too with the utility that is present. But look at this, Redux just going in, does not
No
care,
way.
and is able to pick up Apex midair.
Who knew that Counter-Strike surfing was actually a thing in Valorant? Using the top of the hut roof in order to get across on towards site. The spike goes down. Completely unrestricted and uncontested again here for Oxygen Academy. Their attacks have been nearly unmatched, and with the Killjoy dropping early, that means her turret is now null and void without the null command being available. Darkest, looking through in towards site, finds absolutely nothing, and the Prowler being thrown through. Does this clear out logs? It does. Rustin's detected. That should be information given over. Do they clear this? That's the real question. They do, but the full swing gives Rustin his first kill. There's still one in towards Garage, which they have yet to clear. Verno, the swing through, finds the first through the smoke, no less. The second attempt is unsuccessful,
Oh my
but
goodness.
somehow he's wall-banged. Verdi's dropped. It's a 1 versus 2. Verno left alone in another clutch situation. Hits the first shock dart. That will land. The second will as well. Does that
That's
get the kill?
perfect.
It does indeed. 2 back-to-back rounds where shock darts or sonars are used to win, along with the full kit of utility from the Sova. Every single bit is utilized. Verno may only be 7-4. He's looking pretty good in terms of overall KD, but with the lack of fights taken, has been using his utility through this entire half to really have his team initiate onto a site. Who would have thought initiators do that?
But that's the thing. The Sylvie utility is just so good on Ascent. And this is why, like, even though we are seeing a little bit more experimentation come from Fade, I think that Sylva still is going to be a mainstay coming out here. Darkest immediately gets shut down with the null command, but is able to actually pick up Verdi. Doesn't matter, though, because, once again, Verno has just been doing a fantastic job with the Sylva utility. Finding so much value, stalling things out. This is what you want to see with Sylva, and this is something that you just cannot get with Fade.
You got that initiator diff. That's all I have to say. Initiator diff. The breach, we haven't really talked about all that much. The Rolling Thunder really hasn't found as much efficacy as I thought it would have on Ascent. They've been trying to retake a few times, but that's really an attacker-based bit of utility, and unless it's used perfectly on a defensive side in order to reinitiate, it's not going to work out. This is the final round of the half, though, so all the ultimates should be put through here on the defensive side. The first of which already utilized, as the Blade Storm is prepped. However, it has not been fully used. The Haunt and that Rolling Thunder also available should they choose to use it, and on a retake, it's a perfect position to do so. They have that flanking towards mid already set up here on the attacking side, and the plant will go down yet again, completely unrestricted other than a little bit of utility on the defensive side. Marks, this is another spike plant for Oxygen.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty easy post-plant positioning as well, especially with Redux in that position there, but never mind. Oxygen Academy, they lost quite a few players in Toon Balloons, looking like they might be able to win. Let's see if Rustin is able to tie this one up. A Nerfed is able to find another pick. It's all evened out here. All right, 2v1 scenario right now. Rustin looking for it, but gets taken out. Toon Balloons, looks like they might be feeling a little superstitious here, because that's going to close out our round, our half, 3-9, time to light.
9-3 split. Oxygen Academy looks strong in the first half. The question now remains in the defense, can they continue that? The answer when we come back. Ascent 9-3, the first half scores. Oxygen Academy looks strong to start things off. This is their map pick in all fairness to them, as Toon Balloons have thrown the curveball of Fracture as map number 2. I'm still time to light. That is still Marks, or that virtually is still Marks. You can't actually see us. But Oxygen Academy, they look strong. Do you think they look strong to finish things off, though, or is the 9-3 curse going to get the better of them?
I mean, it's always hard to say because the thing is like when these teams switch sides, then I think that there's a lot of question marks coming into this. I'm hoping that Oxygen Academy will be more defensive based. I mean, they do have that Killjoy, which is definitely always a staple, but I like the Omen as well as the KO. I think that KO is just does such a good job of slowing down pushes. So I think that they should have a little bit of an easier time than Toon Balloons on this defense. But once again, you never know how things are going to go as Apex already finds one, but Redux trades it back.
Well, Redux can't stay alive, nor can Darkest or Coburg. It's trades. Back and forth. That seems to be the name of the game here for Oxygen as they've come out on top. Nerfed is low, though, and 10 HP is not a position you want to be in. How does Marg get that kill? I'm sorry? Through the wall with a pistol. A good shock dart, though. A good second attempt. That one's going to miss. Verno basically in a 1 versus 2 in towards mid. Now it's certainly a 1 versus 1. Left alone. The right click doesn't land from worldwide, but somehow he stays alive long enough to left click Verno to the noggin. He's dead.
13 HP. One more bullet
Yeah.
anywhere in the body. That would have been enough, especially too because he had a ghost. So close. Listen, that's a little bit. You don't see that too often on a pistol round. For the battle, they mostly just take place on mid, where they're just like, all right, we got our pistols. We're going to do this nice and easy. Just everyone on mid. 3, 2, 1, fight. Because that's pretty much how that last round felt. But this is a good start for Toon Balloons. You know, there's a huge score gap between these two teams. And Toon Balloons starting us out on this pistol round. They're going to take this one away, and they want to make that lead felt even more. So we are going to be seeing them have some SMGs. A Marshall in the hands of their Jet. Meanwhile, it's Oxygen Academy. Look at this, getting aggressive. But this flank might not just pan out exactly how they wanted, as Darkest has already found Rustin.
An opening kill and a spike plant. This seems to be the Oxygen Academy attack. We're getting more uniform attacks between these two squads. Even though their compositions are so vastly different, they seem to be performing relatively similar on both sides of the map, the offense and the defensive side. Apex, a good opener, seemingly on burst fire for that fight, but dies the second time around. It's still Oxygen looking to do economic damage. This is a round where they did not have much of a hope at this, but Verno picking up a Bulldog dies regardless. Toon Balloons pick up 2 in a row. This is a must-win for Oxygen, or they're almost certainly giving up at least 6 or 7. Well, definitely 6, possibly 7, and 8 even past that.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, that was a pretty good round for Oxygen Academy. With that gun differential, they're able to take a couple of members of Toon Balloons out, which means that they are not going to have as many guns as they would want here. Fortunately, though, Oxygen Academy, like they're skimping the bullets, skimping the money just a little bit too, as they only have a lot of light shields, majority on their team here. Still, they need to swing this around, hit those double digits, and then Toon Balloons are going to be in a world of trouble. If Toon Balloons are able to pick this up, though, it's going to be a completely different story. Very standard defense coming out from Oxygen Academy, but Toon Balloons should be aware of this and might be able to counter it.
Oh, the swing from Redux, though. No, he's flashed away. Perfect timing on the flash, but Nerf finds the kill across. Redux with the crossfire finds one of his own, and a pop flash from Verdi will net him a frag. Perfect coordination for the Oxygen Academy, looking outstanding on the defensive side, basically playing offense on a site they already possess. And the spike is down, so they definitely do possess that. 5 versus 1. Worldwide in a world of hurt. Finds 1 kill, nothing past that. It was a bonus round in all fairness to the Toon Balloons, but Oxygen Academy on to 10 rounds, and with 4 weapons saved over is an outstanding position for them to be in. And by the way, speaking of outstanding positions, for all of you who haven't done so thus far, do ! bracket, take a look at the bracket, because I have an update for you. In map number 1, Fracture was TSM's map pick, and they won it 16-14. This is against C9 Academy. Then, on to Haven, C9 chose it and won 15-13. Both of the first 2 maps required OT. The third, not so much. TSM, FTX Academy take that 13-6 over on Haven and move on in a daring fashion to face DNA Diff in our other semifinal.
Yeah, so once again, TSM Academy, DNA versus DNA Diff. It'll be very interesting to see how that one ends up, but let's focus on this match for right now, as Oxygen Academy have hit the double digits. So Toon Balloons, 5 rounds to at least tie things up. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy looking at 3 more to close out map number 1 and take a commanding lead, put a little bit of fear into Toon Balloons' heart. Now, Toon Balloons look like they're getting ready for this A side hit, but they have taken quite a bit of mid control here. I love the defense being played by Oxygen Academy, leaving the Sova as well as the Killjoy more onto that B side, and then playing a little bit more aggressively or in kind of creative positions with the remaining 3 members on that A site. That does leave mid open, but this is the beauty of a Killjoy. You just put down that alarm bot there to get that information that they are crossing over there. As long as they don't get too far in, generally speaking, the defense is built in order to shut this down, and here comes the engagement.
Paranoid, that actually doesn't land, but it may not matter.
way.
Coburg's dropped regardless.
Redux.
So is Darkest. Look at the consistency from Redux, who's looking for more. It's actually Nerf to take away his third, but Redux finds his third regardless. I feel so bad for Apex. 1 versus 4. 70 HP with no utility other than an alarm bot, which is not a very good offensive bit of utility. And with 7 seconds left, I'm no expert nor mathematician here, but I don't particularly like his odds of winning this round, especially considering now it's over.
Okay, you can't say that you're no expert or mathematician and then talk all the way until the round ends and be like, aha, yes, I was right in my prediction.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I just did.
Oh, you need to stick to the magic tricks, buddy. That's what I'm learning right now. But this is going to be a timeout coming in now for the Toon Balloons, and you got to make something happen here because there's only 2 more rounds left for Oxygen Academy to win out map number 1, and it's looking really good for them, honestly. They haven't really given Toon Balloons a lot to work with. As soon as they've been able to get their guns into their hands, those early rounds, there's a little bit of room for error. And as a result, that's why we do see that Toon Balloons were able to pick up those first 2 rounds. But it's all slowly starting to fall apart for them. Oxygen Academy look like they are very much in control of this map regarding space and even just shutting down anything that Toon Balloons kind of wants to do. And that's a sign of a very solid defense, in my opinion. And they're just playing this very textbook style. Toon Balloons, meanwhile, are shaking things up a little bit more. I got to give them some creativity points. I like how they're trying to adapt based on their composition, but it just doesn't feel like the coordination is there. We are seeing very similar elements to that standard stuff, like the jet dashing in there and a couple of utility being tossed in, namely now from the Fade in order to get that information. But it's the difference between a recon bolt and a drone versus the Prowler and the Haunt. Unfortunately, it just doesn't get as much good info, and that's leaving the jet exposed more or less every single time that they dash onto the site. That's why we see Darkest being shut down pretty consistently here. And now, once again, Toon Balloons, they're back onto a save. Apex has that 1 hero rifle, but this is going to be a punishing round for Oxygen Academy, and if they can take that, they only need 1 more round to win.
And even then, look at the economy, or you saw the economy of Toon Balloons. It basically doesn't exist. Should they lose this, I think they lose the map. I don't see a way for them to come back in this. This is the map pick of Oxygen Academy on the defensive side, which historically isn't the most favored side, but certainly isn't a loss as a 6-2 or 6-1 showing from Toon Balloons to close this out, assuming they win here, of course. I would almost certainly have to favor Oxygen. Now, I do have an unfair advantage in making that prediction. They're already winning by 6, but you get the point.
Are those hard stats you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, they're the guarantees. I love making guarantees. This is why I don't make predictions. I have you make predictions.
Oh boy. Okay, I see how it is. You should stay away from sports betting. Okay, this looks like Toon Balloons are going to be making their way onto this B side, but Rustin is in an excellent position to punish here, but might have gotten scoped out. Never mind, takes Darkest out, goes for the swing there, but Coburg's actually able to pick up Rustin. It's going to allow for a rifle to be picked up here. But let's see, the Rolling Thunder is going to be invested as well. Oxygen Academy are moving in there, and it's Redux from above with the knives. And well, the kitchen is now going to be closed. The Oxygen Academy secure that 12th round. Only need 1 more round to win things out.
Match point.
It was an outstanding Rolling Thunder, and all credit to him, but predicting it perfectly, Redux just goes airborne. Seems to be a C-130 raining hell upon Toon Balloons with a double up from above as well. The Bladestorm prep, the double up draft as well. You love to see that preparedness from the defensive side of Oxygen, who have looked good on Haven. They have now looked extremely good on Ascent. It seems like it just was Astra looking relatively good in Ascent. It is Oxygen's stat pick for a reason, and now Toon Balloons are really starting to realize that as Apex dies within the first few seconds, Darkest does get a kill back. That's one of the main advantages of that Fade selection. Nerf should be detected in that position, with the Prowler being thrown out should be detected again. Actually, no.
You are
it's not
divided.
Prowler, but regardless, they still are aware of his position. Worldwide dedicating the Cosmic Divide already? Wow.
Yeah, exactly as you said. I think this is a little bit too early here, as Averno is going to be able to do a good job of slowing them down. And as a result of that, they're not going to get maximum value off of the Cosmic Divide. We're going to be seeing the Nightfall coming in here, but the delay has already been kind of coming through. They've been able to stall for long enough that even though this spike is going to be down, the Cosmic Divide is already gone.
That doesn't allow Toon Balloons to initiate their post-plant positions. A main is not going to be fully theirs. Yet Darkest is going to try to initiate, but as they can't see anything, nor can we. Verdi is catching a timing and has done so in the perfect of fashions. Verdi, now looking to get aggressive. There's no utility to deny this lockdown. This is almost certainly a round win for the Oxygen Academy side, and as that dark cover dissipates, it means that Darkest is dead. Coburg, in a 1 versus 3, waiting up above on Heaven, will die. It's a 4K for Rusted, and a map win for Oxygen Academy. The Odin is just better as Oxygen take map 1 on Ascent.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, big shout out to Oxygen. This is the reason why they picked that map. It's so good. They just look so clean on it, whether it was the defense or the offense. I'm going to be honest, Time to Light. It didn't really look that close. And once again, I do wonder whether or not that was just based on a composition and practice that Oxygen Academy did. We saw very standard things come out of them, very standard strategies, very standard, honestly, splits. And, you know, they just executed on them, and it was fine. But meanwhile, it just looked like Toon Balloons were having issues getting their way onto site. And even though they were able to get the spike down, actually defending it properly. And I genuinely think that it might have just been the composition difference that really just swung it that way. We talked plenty about how Fade was new, and I think that this kind of went to show it. Don't you think, Time to Light?
I'm just going to make this a PSA. Fade should not be played on Ascent. We've seen 2 different teams who are very good in and of their own right. BBG Academy and here with Toon Balloons play Ascent on a map, or play Ascent, play Fade on Ascent, and do so unsuccessfully. Please, thank you, don't play Ascent. Don't play Fade on Ascent. There you go. Don't play Ascent either. That map's played a lot, but don't play Fade on Ascent. It doesn't work out. I think Fade's a good... I think Ascent is a good map, but the real caveat to that is that it's not played in a matter where you show something new that works a lot. There's a very uniform way of playing it. That's why I like Fracture, which, sneak peek, is our next map.
Yep, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be throwing to a quick break, but once we get back, we are going to be going to Toon Balloons map selection. Like Time to Light said, it's going to be Fracture. Will Oxygen Academy secure their way to the final, or is Toon Balloons going to force out that map number 3? Well, only one place to find out, and that's going to be just after this break. We'll see you then.
Ascent, for the first time today, goes the way of the team that picked it, at least on stream. Of course, Oxygen won Map 1 in their previous series that wasn't on stream because we were in a different series entirely. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open number 7. We're back, and with map number 2, again, Fracture is our second map of the day. Marks, how do you feel about Fracture as we head into it?
I actually quite like Fracture. I mean, obviously, it's the newest addition to Valorant map-wise, and I feel like teams are starting to figure out what works on Fracture and what doesn't work on Fracture, and that's why I think that we're in Fracture's prime. That's right. You can quote me on it. At Marcus_Wong said that Fracture is in its prime right now. Oh boy, can't wait to see Twitter after this one. But the thing is like now that teams have started to figure out Fracture, this is where people can really get technical with it. Now that the strategies have been more or less figured out, this is when everybody's going to be like, ooh, let's try out some of these different things. Let's try out some new styles on Fracture. And as a result, we get to see a lot of really cool things happen on this map. We're past the initial discovery phase and into the point where things can be a little bit interesting, and that's what I think makes Fracture such a fun map. But we're right into it, and let's take a look at some of these agents here. We're seeing the Neon come out again from Oxygen Esports, and honestly, I don't fault them for this at all. Based on what we saw, Redux on Neon on Haven, it's a lot of words I just said right there, it looked fantastic. And Fracture is another map that I think Neon really does work in.
With the vertical changes around the map and the speed brought by Neon, there's no real better agent in order to completely bamboozle your opponents, especially on their own map pick, where, yeah, they'll be relatively prepped, but not this prepped. Now, the question now remains, where do the Toon Balloons decide to go in terms of their agent compositions? Is Double Sentinel the call? Does Coburg switch from the Fade in the previous map, now completely role swapping, agent swapping, everything swapping, on towards the Sage? Worldwide, understandably, I think we'll pick the Brim. That's not too much of a surprise from the Astra to the Brim, especially here on Fracture. That one's not too out of the blue, but they're still hovering it. They still have a few seconds, and Coburg does lock in that Sage. That's an interesting call, Marks, but interesting calls aside, I told you I had a bit right before we went live. Now, I told you this a little earlier. I went to the R6 Major.
Okay.
And I had my friend who I roomed with in the B&B. He got juice boxes or juice pouches or Capri Suns for whatever you call them. I have one. It has Pokemon.
Okay, cool. So Nintendo is just really expanding their bracket and their market. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I was confused when I looked at it. I'm like, oh my goodness, it actually does. But jokes aside, my juice box aside, how do you feel about the agent comp for Toon Balloons? It's relatively uniform, other than I think Darkest is a little confusing to bring out the Raze, but it's still a duelist. It's still Raze. Coburg is my real question for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we kind of skipped over the Raze because I think Raze works fantastically. Raze or, Neon, either or, you can bring them in and have a fun party. I guess more so with Raze. But I agree. I do think that Coburg coming in with the Sage is a little bit interesting, but I do think that Sage gets quite a bit of value, especially on the defense with that barrier orb. You set up that Sage wall, it can completely shut down some of the entrances, especially on some of these tight corridors. You can more or less lock down something just by putting a vertical wall. And I think that is an incredibly valuable asset. And honestly, I think that Sage gets a little bit more playtime than Viper, where Viper's wall is purely just a shutdown site, as opposed to Sage, which actually just funnels people away from a certain side. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to be working out. And of course, you get it down. And that Barrier Orb does a much better job as well. Call Me Mar going for the orb early, but Verdi is just hanging around, flash grenade in hand, ready to just pop it and take the swing. Oh, no way.
Wing as well. Oh my goodness, it's successful, no less. The first, does he make it out? No. Strong headshot from Apex. They are looking for another. Will not find it. The headhunter is out hunted by the free weapon. Get wrecked. Coburg, however, still using that barrier orb, throws it through and actually gets the wall down. Mar gets a kill elsewhere, and Rustin just has to wait. Low HP has to wait for the retake from their friends. And with the trademark not being active, considering the Chamber's death, that means this retake could work out. Verno has caught a timing, but Darkest still seems to be relatively aware of the general position. The swing seems to favor Verno, though. Assuming he peeks in the next few seconds, Darkest could get caught off guard, or anybody really could. There's the information given over, looking for the head. Will not find it. Oh no, Coburg!
go buy a lottery ticket. Darkus definitely shouldn't. He dies, but Rustin now throwing in that flash. They need to reinitiate as a squad. The first head not found by Rustin. He needs to find another, though. It's down to a 1 versus 1, and Coburg, even though they're playing the Sentinel, even though they're playing the traditional support agent, finds the 2 kills to close it out and gives Toon Balloons the pistol.
Coburg heard what you said, time to light, and Coburg didn't like that. No, but this is the thing. This is why I think that stage is viable. You know, you can really just shut things down and make it a lot easier for yourself to just walk in onto site or stop people from walking in onto site. We saw basically that wall go up there, and it was just a free plant. And even though it looked like Oxygen Academy should have been able to deny it, you know, they just can't go through the barrier orb. And as a result, it's just free for Toon Balloons. Now, curious to see how this grenade goes out here, but Redox just walks out, finds Darkus, gets traded back, but Birdie's there for the alley-oop, and just like that, this is looking like a pretty good round for Oxygen Academy already.
It is still a 3 versus 3. Coburg does bring it back, aggressing from the opposing side, but the slow orb thrown out. That's not going to create as much space as he may think. Verdi's gotten back onto the site and has a Spectre no less. Has yet to reload it, but that's a timing that could get caught. Verdi around the side, no. Worldwide shuts him down. And Verno, the last one in towards this B side, means, well, the spike goes down, but does break that wall. At least one section of it. Verno still waiting towards main. I think he's going to go under. He will indeed. This is still such an awkward position for Oxygen to be in.
Yeah, Nerfed got the really cool shorty skin from back in the day. It's a real OG there. He's able to pick up that Spectre. It's an interesting position given the wall. It might actually work out in their favor. Timinged. And just like that, Oxygen Academy 1v2. Verno is going to have to take this. Verno now looking for it. Doesn't have utility this time around. And Worldwide is ready to just spray that one down in heaven. And just like that, Toon Balloons take the lead 2-0.
What is that bit of timing, though? Honestly, you swing around. They don't see each other through the crack in the wall. And then he brings out the Incendiary, swings around again, and then sees him. So switches back to the Spectre, swings for the 3rd time, sees him, but dies to Coburg, who's sitting in tower. I really just want to give him a hug. Like, that hurts. Just watching that hurts.
Yep, that was definitely something else there. But honestly, right now, it's really hard to say which one of these teams is feeling necessarily dominant, because that first round was incredibly close. I do think that it could have boiled down any other way. Just a couple of timings didn't quite work out in favor of Oxygen Esports, which honestly just allowed Toon Balloons to kind of take the lead there. And that second round, of course, they got a little bit more guns there. It was looking a little dicey. Oxygen Academy were poking their heads where that shouldn't necessarily be, but we're getting rewarded for it. But Toon Balloons quickly stamped them out and said, not this time. Nope, we're just going to make sure that we can at least get this bonus, because I think that really would have been painful for Toon Balloons to lose that round. But once again, this is Toon Balloons' map pick. And so one would think, naturally, they're a little bit more prepared for this. And as a result, I think that maybe they could potentially continue this lead moving forwards. But once again, it's going to be really telling this next round to see how things are actually going to start shaking out for this round. It's so hard always in those beginning rounds where everyone's just kind of finding their stride. But once we start moving in, teams can start buying guns and evenly match each other. That's when we can actually see their heads go against each other, as opposed to just using utility or better guns. And that's what I am most interested in.
Bring up 2 different things off of that. You were talking about how that was a round that, yeah, they found opening kills. They found 3 kills in a conversion round. With sheriffs and upgraded pistols at best, that means they'll be able to buy in this round, and it'll force, in that same right, Toon Balloons to buy up as well. Meaning this is no longer a bonus round, this is a pseudo-gun round with a disadvantageous Spectre or 2 spread throughout the Toon Balloons side. That could cost them, should they lose this, their economy is going to be in shambles into round 4 and possibly into round 5 as well. They're going to be in an awkward position should they buy pistols, SMGs, maybe even rifles. The world may never know. And the other point I wanted to bring up is
That brimstone's just
we went off camera. I was going to show you my Capri Sun.
Pikachu can wait until next round. Don't worry. Well, we'll have more than enough time for that. But yeah, we're back into it now. Toon Balloons going on the aggressive onto that B side, but Verno already has an operator and is able to take out Apex. What an aggressive peek. And it works out perfectly. Now Coburg trying to do something, but Darkus is trying to contest Heaven meanwhile. A little bit of a brawl, so much utility being tossed around. The paint shells don't get too much information, but look at this. Verno is really just holding down one side. Doesn't matter. Toon Balloons have the sight. Verdi is denying it, and suddenly, just like that, it's a 2v5 situation, and 1v4. This is going extremely quickly, as Darkest is now the last remaining member. Verno has been popping the F off.
Darkest, oh no, is caught with timing. I thought he was good at the first, but Rustin swings from below him. Feels bad, man. Toon Balloons are shut down, but that was a round where they didn't spend as much as I honestly thought they would. They saved over what they had and then consolidated into this round. This will be a full buy for the squad. You can see Vandals across the board, other than the Worldwide, who has 4,300 credits to work with. That's at least and minimum a Vandal along with armor. And if you should want it, some utility if you don't have it already. He does buy up, I believe, a stim beacon and a smoke. If I've done my quick math correctly, that or an incendiary and a smoke. You get the general idea. They buy up what they want.
Yeah. Now, this is where we get to see these two teams dance around each other. Like I talked about during the break there, you know, now that they've both got all of their stuff in their hands, this is when we get to actually see their strategies come head to head. And right off the bat, this is a very aggressive push by Toon Balloons. We've been seeing Darkest get into such good locations. Mar coming through with the double, absolutely shutting down both a Nerf and a Redux. Did lose their Sage, so that plant is going to be a little bit harder this time around. Apex gets timing, but Darkest is there to take Rustin out. Verno still has this operator in hand, but it's 2v4. Not looking great for Oxygen Academy.
Even with the timing going up against them, they had the crossfire set up to relegate any timing misconceptions or unfortunate timings that could come about. It's exactly what happened. That's the coordination we really missed from Toon Balloons back on Ascent, and for some reason we see more of it here on Fracture. I get it's their map pick, but still, it was Ascent. Everybody plays Ascent. Hey, you do you, I suppose. Still a good position for them to be in. The Aftershock just to create some space. That does give away the information, but as much information as Oxygen can work with, they don't have the manpower to build off of it, nor really anybody to give them more information than they already have. Verdi, looking to peek around, actually does pop flash Mar, who falls, but everybody else will stay alive. This round is indeed over. Lucky for Verno, those tracers go right by his head, but Oxygen Academy are still dropped. Toon Balloons do bring it back, as they look much stronger in round 4, considering they had the weapons of their choice.
Yeah, now it's 3-1, and Verno able to carry over that, what do you call it, the operator there, but once again, does have the Tour de Force online, and it looks like the Tour de Force is going to be coming out, throwing Redux, the operator. Hey, time delay. When's the last time you saw a neon op?
I cannot say with confidence that I've never seen one, but to my knowledge, I don't recall.
Yeah, this is unconventional, but I think it might actually work out well because we've seen Redux play a little bit more aggressively. Assuming that Redux plays around this utility and doesn't get caught out, yep, it could be really a good. Darkest falling down there is a great way to start off this round. Now looking for another, not able to find it as Coburg actually finds Nerfed here, but no, okay.
Oh no!
Redux able to escape. That's the zip, zip, zap that Neon brings to the table here, but Apex has already started swinging around. Looks like this A-site hit is still going to be happening as the Aftershock denies Apex any sight.
The question now remains for Oxygen Academy, how do you want to establish your defense on this A side? Yeah, you have the operator in Redux's hands, but now actually KO and Breach reinitiating back on towards this. Coburg uses the Resurrection, but Worldwide dies in tandem. It's a 1-for-1 trade, a Resurrection for a kill, and now a second kill going the way of the Oxygen Academy. The 0 point to create some space, but it doesn't suppress anybody. It's actually a wall to try and allow them to push forward, but they push straight into the Odin spray. Going up, no longer the elevator does not work there, my friends. Out of order, to say the very least, and unfortunately so is the Toon Balloons attack. Redux, holding the long angle across, will find the breach. Should he peek? Does the timing go his way? No, actually the flick doesn't land. Mar finds the headshot. This is still possible, but with the spike down towards those ropes, and now Mar dead, not gonna happen.
No, not at all. And yeah, I don't know whether or not I still agree with Redux having that operator playing down that's such a long sight line, because I actually think that Redux would have benefited if it was a Vandal or a Phantom there. Just would have been able to get a lot more spray potential, because the operator is a gun that you use when you're just looking for a one pick and then get in, get out. But given how Redux's style is, you know that Redux is going to be re-peeking this corner. You know that Redux is going to be trying to line up a couple of them at least. And so, you know, the operator, it did work out, given the fact that they were trying to save their money a little bit more. And this time, Redux does just have a Spectre in hand, but immediately gets caught out. The overdrive is going to be active. Redux is going in.
Holding W, the overdrive utilized and to full effect. Coburg has to heal themselves, but they're pushing straight into Verno, who finds both. What is that?
Somebody clip
Looking
that.
like Yampi with the operator and the headhunter combination. Strong showing, and we're tied 3 apiece, Marks. You know, have you ever seen that clip from Yampi?
I have. I know which one you're talking about.
Dude, that's so good. That is so good.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think Verno really knew what happened there. It was just all pure instinct and pure reflex there. But, you know, just whipped out that headhunter and immediately just found the next head. And that was such a clean round from Oxygen Esports. A good use of the overdrive. An ultimate that, you know, I still am not convinced on, but when you catch your enemy off guard like that, it can come up absolutely massive, especially too with the pinch coming in here. But look at this aggression. Redux does not care, just walks in and finds 2. Sorry, maybe not walks in. How about slides in?
No,
runs
no
in.
way.
There you go. And
Nope.
They're not even aware.
Cobra,
guys.
what? They're what? Hello. Okay, he misses. Mar's on a 4K. We've just missed everything that's gone on. Mar has found 4 kills on the round, and it's down to nerfed in a 1 versus 3. On today's episode of Unlikely Scenarios you didn't think you would be experiencing, Redux flanked behind and found 2 kills right off the bat. It's a 4K on the board for Mar, and a 1v3 for Nerf that is still possible considering the utility at his disposal. There's still a smoke and an incendiary on the board, but with the positioning of 2 balloons, I don't particularly like their chances. Nerf looking to get aggressive, playing the corners of the smoke is going to have to peek through eventually. Mar plays the timing and gets the ace. Toon Balloons take the lead in tandem. An outstanding showing by their breach. Talk about initiators. That's a duelist right there.
Is Ashton Kutcher in my room right now? I feel like I've just been punked. Redux flew in behind and was able to secure 2 kills. Unfortunately, missed the next one. But while that entire deep flank,
he missed the next 2.
While that entire flank was going on, Toon Balloons had already taken more or less the B site. They found all the picks that they needed, and then as a result, they could just walk in. I think we were so swept up in watching Redux on that flank that we actually missed the action. And honestly, this makes sense now why Toon Balloons were not focused on Redux at all. It's because they had already gotten all the ground that they needed on the site. And then Mar just had to flick around and take Redux out because Redux unfortunately missed a couple of bullets there. An excellent showing from Toon Balloons and just playing kind of the priorities there, honestly.
Bullets, he says. Half. I'm gonna go with half a mag.
Okay, fine.
That is 2 different players as well. It was an unfortunate situation by Redux, but everybody's been there. It happens to everyone, especially players at the highest level, considering they play the game a whole lot more than we do, so just by proxy, it's gonna happen eventually. And unfortunately for him, on a flank no less. But a 5 versus 4 for Oxygen Academy. They will establish a retake, and with a null command and Rolling Thunder as well. How does Redux walk into that, though? He dies, Birdie's dropped, but still into the DBNO stage, considering the fact that they've popped the null command. The flash in towards main could allow them to peek across, but the Orbital Strike being put down does not allow them to get on that spike, not at least just yet, but Nerf. Dropping a Sky Smoke on top of it could pop on it for the time being. Another nade, though, forces him right back off. The Incendiary thrown in, along with the Rolling Thunder. They cannot seem to get near this spike, much less get on it for a longer period of time, considering all the utility available here on the attacking side. The spray through, double flashes, everything being thrown through, and the Sky Smoke dissipating. That is gonna be the round. Toon Balloons, a masterclass of an attack. The consolidation of the utility, and the lead extended to 2. They do it in style.
Yeah, in style is such a great way to describe that one. I really loved how they used their utility and just played around it. You could see that there was an attempt there from Rustin using that Odin to just completely shut them down. But that's the thing, the utility was good enough that they completely just stopped that from even happening. And as a result, they were able to deny that plant left, right, and center. You could tell Oxygen Academy really struggling, just sticking on that spike. And now Toon Balloons, momentum is in their balloon. They're looking to take this one all the way up to the finals. Redux getting aggressive again, but immediately gets punished by Coburg. A nice little utility combo, but unfortunately not enough. And Coburg is just walking away with these for free with the rest of the squad. Just like that, Toon Balloons, 5-2 in this round.
Did somebody, like, sub in for the Toon Balloons in between maps? Did I miss, like, an entire memo as to the fact that they've been popping off for some unknown reason? I mean, I understand, yes, it's still their map pick. We've gone over that a couple times. But this drastic of a change in your overall performance and the fact that you're so coordinated, look how much of a difference it's shown between Ascent and on Fracture. I don't understand it. Nerf now looking to get aggressive with this judge. Unfortunately, it's not that long range, my friend. The jump shot still lands. He does a decent bit of damage onto Coburg, but Coburg lives. His teammate does not. Toon Balloons onto 6, doubling up the Oxygen Academy scoreline. They're looking strong in this first half of play. The attacking side really favoring the overall composition and play style of Toon Balloons.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you talk about the judge not being long range. You can because there's no like movement error as much. You can jump around the corner.
True.
Add a little pizzazz onto your shots, you know. But yeah, no. Like you said, Toon Balloons right now have been looking really clean, and I think that they're in their groove regarding their utility. These executes have been so good. We see this combinations coming out from Oxygen Academy based off of Redux, but I think at this point, Toon Balloons are aware of them, and they're using their utility to counter it and get away with a free couple of picks at the start of the rounds. Thankfully, maybe not thankfully, but we are seeing that Oxygen Academy are being a little bit more conscious of this and trying to adapt their playstyle a bit more. We don't see the level of aggression that we had seen before. That's going to allow Toon Balloons to have an easier time to engage onto site. Showstopper, going to be online, looking around for something, but Apex has already found Birdie.
Oh no, and Nerfed avoided the showstopper, but not Apex, who finds the head. The headhunter really living up to his name. Redux looking to initiate, throws the wall into absolutely nothing other than a wall itself, and Apex still waiting inside of main on the backside. It's actually dropped a strong shot from Redux, but it's still a 2 versus 4. They have to be able to reinitiate, and as he goes up the ropes, he should be completely susceptible. He is, but a good flash will allow him to peek only into 1 though, and the resurrection's there to make it a 4 versus 1. Not even a single kill found by Rustin. 7-3 for the Toon Balloons. They at least solidify a half win, and they still have 2 more rounds to possibly make it a 9-3. And if our previous map tells us anything, Marks, 9-3 curses don't exist.
Yes. But I just want to say, Coburg has had a lot of resurrections lately. It was not the res. I swear the res was just online maybe 3 or 4 rounds ago. And I think that this is just showing how much of an advantage Toon Balloons have. They're getting consistent ultimates, and they're in a little bit of a cycle right now where they're getting them online and are able to secure their leads. And they're using them to especially punish Oxygen Academy. On rounds where they don't have as much, they're forcing them into these uncomfortable situations, and the ults can't compensate for this gunfire that is just coming in. Redux looking the wrong way, and now Verno is down as well. Look at that, a flawless round. The round just started, and just like that, it's over. Toon Balloons, 8-3.
Sorry, I blinked. Could you tell me what happened?
Gun go boob, Oxygen Academy dead.
I'm sorry, did you just say gun go boob?
No, gun go boom. Boom, boom, boom,
I'm
boom,
gonna
boom.
rely on Twitch chat to tell me that you are wrong, because I totally did not hear boom. Toon Balloons heard boom. I don't know. You get the general idea. Good paint shells, overall good utility usage, but it was a rush from Oxygen Academy. Yeah, they used the Tour de Force, but it's not an overall terrible round for them. This is their real gun round. They lose this, they not only lose the half 9-3, but they put themselves in a massive disadvantageous position, considering momentum as well. Because remember, Valorant isn't only a single round, oh, GG, go next. That builds up over momentum, and especially heading into pistol rounds, that's ever so pivotal. Redux does avoid the flash relatively well, and Rustin's behind, looking to flash themselves. There's a first, there's a second, the stun's thrown out, does not find the third. Redux has to get the heck out of dodge. It's actually a fake to avoid it. Darkus playing ring around the rosy with him. Redux does not find their third. Darkus will shut him down. It's actually worldwide to take the frag, but Verno being shut out using this orbital strike is worldwide to create as much space as possible. Not only a lethal ultimate, but a sectioning ultimate as well.
Yeah, now it's just up to Verno. Let's have this operator in hand, but I don't know if it's going to be worth trying to contest this one. Toon Balloons looking like they should be... Oh, sorry, this is the last round and a half. Verno has to try and contest this one. So, Verno, going to be taking the 1v3 here. Able to spot out Darkus, knows at least one person's position. Has 7 more bullets in the Headhunter as well. This isn't impossible, it's just looking improbable.
Rendezvous prepped. He's going to try and get aggressive and then back away should he need to do so. Worldwide sitting inside a tower, though, is going to be a devil to deal with. Inside a default is Darkest as well. He has to take at least one fight, but there's been a ping. They know where he is. Apex finds the frag. Toon Balloons make it a 9-3 half, slapping down the Uno reverse card onto Oxygen Academy, doing exactly what happened to them as we go to a break. 9-3 again, but to the opposing team as Toon Balloons now initiate their own lead on their own map pick. Oxygen Academy looking a little worse for wear as they now switch onto the attacking side. I'm still timed late. Next to me, virtually at least, is still Marks.
Heyo.
Second half, do you think this is a 9-3 curse, or will our previous map replicate itself here?
I'm genuinely curious how Oxygen Academy is going to be playing this attack, if I'm being honest with you, because once again, we've seen this time and time again. You know, they just play off of Redux, and I think that that strategy has been more or less working for them on attacks, but they're going to run into a lot of utility, and look at that! Coburg has already separated Redux from the squad and is able to go in and clean up. I would like to change my vote. I think Toon Balloons are looking pretty darn good.
Is that a Maywall? Is this Overwatch? You Maywalling off the Reinhardt, but Reinhardt just happens to be a very fluid moving neon? I missed a memo. I swear we changed titles in between maps. But I digress. Apex looking to get aggressive. Actually takes away Rusted and another on a nerf. What is that aggression? Verdi with the Uno reverse card placed down himself. Looking for more past that. He finds a third. Oxygen Academy, what is going on? It leaves Coburg with just the healing orb, 125 HP, and a Sheriff in hand in a 1 versus 2. Both players are low, both just a single shot away from death should the Sheriff land. There's the first shot, it misses. Verdi tries to back away, but is unsuccessful in doing so. The spike has yet to be put down, so the 6th man is favoring the Toon Balloons, that being the time on the clock. It's planted default, he knows it, and he finds the kill. 3 different instances of back-to-back kills found in the round. The pistol goes the way of the Toon Balloons. They replicate as they did in the first half and extend their lead to 7 as they reach double digits early.
Wow. Hey, Sage. On Fracture, I'm just saying, I think it works. And I think it works pretty darn well.
Marks, we missed the patch note in 4.10. They changed Sage to a duelist.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You know, based on how that basically went. I mean, okay, let's bring that back, though, because I do think that there is something to talk about, specifically with the barrier orb. Like you said, almost like a Maywall, and I don't think that that was necessarily intentional. I think it was to give space in order to pick up the ultimate orb there. You could tell that Toon Balloons were interested in it, but it just worked out in their favor because Redux decided to go Zoom. And Redux went to Zoom, and as a result got isolated by the wall. We can see that Oxygen Academy are adapting it so that they don't set themselves up into a position where Redux can get caught out again. And this time, I like what they're doing here. They're trying to just get the orbs before moving in. I would like to mention, though, both of these teams have bought up here. It's going to be an expensive round for Oxygen Academy if they don't win this one. A little bit dangerous. They're trying to gamble, but I think that they need to, given the score differential right now.
This is a perfect opportunity for them to buy as well, considering the fact that they got the spike plant. They have enough of an economy to do so, but it's not going to be an easy round for them to win. That's an easy pick, and a gifted one at that. A late Black Friday sale on opening duels given over by Toon Balloons. But the Oxygen Academy still need more than that. Of course, they still have the weapon disadvantage overall, considering the economy coming into this and the fact that they lost the pistol. But a good 0 point will continue to relegate this retake as the spike is already planted. This gives time for Oxygen Academy to get their post-plant positions. You can see one across towards Arcade, two up in towards Tower, one main, and one site proper. But Redux, the one towards Arcade, is now dead. They have to clear out Tower now, and one will drop. Worldwide traded out as the Brimstones both find a kill and die in that same right. Coburg left alone in a 1 versus 3 as Verno will remove Mar, but they can still initiate. The healing orb will allow them to get back up to about 100 HP, give or take, depending on the longevity of it, but they still have to swing, and back down to 30 they will go. That should do it. It does indeed. Verno a strong peek around. Toon Balloon's economy is gone as Oxygen deny the conversion round. That's the first time that's happened thus far today, Marcus.
Yes. And like I said, it was a gamble, but I really liked how Oxygen played that. They knew that they were gambling, and they were ready to stack up in order to shut things down. You could tell they were already ready for the swing and the trade, whereas Toon Balloons were not expecting those Spectres to be in their hands and thought that, oh, maybe they have like 1 or 2, but not the entire team. And as a result, you could see that they were a little bit more favoring that one-on-one, 1v2 or 3 push, and just getting shut down as a result. A huge round for Oxygen Academy. But look at that, Darkness and Coburg starting us off. Ugh, Toon Balloons, they cannot be stopped right now.
There.
I feel like as soon as we start praising somebody for a good return round on a disadvantageous investment, the opposing team's like, anything you can do, we can do better. And it does exactly the same thing. In more style as well. Coburg with a double, but it's turned back. What is this? Rusted with a double. Verno with one of their own on the Phantom. A 2 versus 2. Marks, I don't know if you realize this. We've only played 30 seconds of a 100-second round. There's still a whole 3/4 of a round to play, give or take. And
look at this.
Wow.
They're flying around the Rosie on the map.
There's no... They're going to rotate... Watch this. They're going to rotate towards B as well, thinking it's B. When Toon Balloons took the rope, went behind, and they're going to go into A. It's going to be about 15 seconds. They're going to rotate, and the spike's going to go down right behind them, and they're going to think it's B. It's going to be an awful rotation for them. This is going to be a perfect round for Oxygen Academy as well.
Yeah, this is, I feel like we should start just humming the Pink Panther theme in the background, but yeah, at this point, like, look at this. Toon Balloons, they've, like you said, made their way pretty much over to B, and now we're going to be seeing the spike come down, which is going to allow Oxygen Academy to just set themselves up. Still, though, this is already looking like a really good round for Toon Balloons. Given the fact that they were at such a gun disadvantage, they're able to move in there and grab some rifles into their hands to make things a little bit more even out. The spike is down. Oh man, the breach could be pretty good, especially with that aftershock to deny that post plant, but now they are going to be running in here, and Rustin has that flash and ready to go.
Not going to clear the close corner. He does indeed. Finds the first. Looking for the second. Has to find the shot onto Verno before Verno can take him out. The spike still down. Time favoring this attacking side. But Verno, it's still a 1 versus 2. You have to take the opening duel. And I don't think that rendezvous is available for him.
Wow.
It's not. It would not have mattered regardless. Apex a good swing. The Headhunter to find the first. The follow-up with that Spectre. It's a strong, thrifty round for the Toon Balloons. Doing the exact same thing as Oxygen Academy in the previous round. I feel like that's been the story of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe not in that first half of this map, but look at this. If Oxygen Academy started on the attack, I think they would have had a much easier time. Going back and forth, these two teams are not giving each other an inch. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be Redux running it again. Coburg not there to put up the wall in between, so that's going to make things a little bit easier. But this is going to be Redux looking for a pretty opening, a nice opening pick, but will be potentially running into a chamber. And if we've looked on some of the other maps before, specifically with Oxygen Esports facing up against, what was it? Astra Sect was the team, I believe.
Astra Sect, yes.
Yeah, the chamber with an op does a pretty good job of shutting down Neon, just kind of running things through. So I'm a little curious to see how that one works out, but wow, what a back and forth between these two teams. I don't think that we were necessarily expecting this level based on how dominant originally Oxygen Esports looked on Ascent. Moving into Fracture, I feel like the table has been completely flipped around.
Okay, Steve Carell. Oh, how the turntables.
There you go.
Fracture in this situation, I was expecting a closer game. I wasn't expecting a dominant showing, though. Toon Balloons really popping off on their map pick, just as Oxygen did back on Ascent. And in a way that really solidifies the fact that they are in the semifinal for a reason. Now, I looked at some of the Toon Balloons. Yeah, they are some of the old Moon Raccoons. They like that combination of O's in their name for some unknown reason. Hey, you do you, I suppose. But I really like the fact that they've realized, hey, our aggressiveness plays to our favor, and taking early picks with teammates there to refrag should it be necessary is also working out perfectly for them as a squad. Their defensive side, well, it may be a little bit more lackluster compared to the attack, considering that coordination doesn't pay off as much as it would have on the attack, considering you initiate rather than you're initiated on. It still works out.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the thing right now. It really does look like Toon Balloons are just in the driver's seat of these rounds. I'm trying to... I don't think there's necessarily a single agent. I think it's just their positioning has just been really good. And when Chaos breaks out, Toon Balloons always seems like they're on top of it somehow. So they're very confident in how they kind of run things down. But speaking of confidence, Oxygen Academy very confidently marched their way onto site and will get the spike down.
Null Command dedicated, though, early on, really doesn't give them anything. Nerf was just sitting inside of heaven, dies because of it. The flash down won't find anything as Worldwide looks to re-engage. Verno, though, is faked out, and the target prioritization just not there for the attacking side, but apparently it is. Verdi with a double. It's brought back and forth, one for the other. It leaves yet again the Sage to 1 versus 2. Redux looking to play around the side. Coburg needs to find a pick, and is AFK in spawn?
We have
DC,
a little bit of a disconnect
this round's
coming
over.
in
Feels
from
bad, man.
Coburg. And so this is going to be Oxygen Academy getting their 5th here, but yeah, this is a, wow. What an explosive round coming in from Oxygen Academy. You know, it seems like more or less these rounds are just becoming organized chaos. Is that a fair way to talk about this?
I don't think there's a more accurate way to describe what's been going on than organized chaos. That's about as accurate as things get. Also, Coburg's back. Got here at the worst possible time. Or the best possible time, I suppose, depending how you look at it. It means we don't have to go to tech pause, which is pretty nice for us. But it also means they really had to give up that round. It cost them in terms of economy. And looking at the buy here for the defensive side, it doesn't exist. Tour de Force is going to be popped. That's a good bit of aggressive utility, but it's pistols across the board and a Bulldog on Coburg, really taking the fact that they weren't able to buy in the previous round to full effect.
And just take a look at the mini-map right now, Time to Light. Toon Balloons have already made their way into the spawn. Unfortunately, couldn't find anything. They went for a bit of a pincer mechanic, and, well, I think Redux just saw the entire party and decided, actually, I'm not going to partake over there. So Oxygen Esports are going to have that easy plant as Verdi finds the first pick, and this is already looking pretty good for Oxygen.
Oh my goodness, the proper utilization as well. Verdi almost dies of the room, but is able to shoot it out. Tarkus with a good swing drops in with a share. Will be able to retrieve the Prime Vandal no less. Skins equal wins, kids. Purchase your Vandal skins. Apex swinging with a default Headhunter, because there's no skin for that one. Apparently, it performs just as well, if not better, than what you'd usually expect. Rustin looking to dedicate themselves. In goes the Rolling Thunder. Little push both up into the air, but the Showstopper thrown through.
Redux!
It will not matter. Redux with the swing around through the arcade position and in through that mid spot gives Oxygen Academy 6 and a massive amount of control. In all fairness, it was a relatively large save for the Toon Balloons, but a strong round regardless.
Oh, absolutely. Oxygen Academy. Once again, we talked about Redux before, but Redux likes to get up in your face, and that's exactly what Redux is going to do. That's the thing about Neon. Able to just run around so quickly, get those repositionings, and catch people off guard. It was an excellent combo with the Rolling Thunder, because they knew that somebody was in heaven, and they had to watch it if they were going to stick the spike plant, which allowed Redux to run around completely undetected and get that flank, sealing the deal on that round. Also, too, burning the ultimate. The Showstopper got used as well and found absolutely no value. And look at this Oxygen Academy. They're running it right back onto that B site, and they're already entered.
You're not running it back. Nobody's playing Phoenix. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry.
Just
Wrong game.
I'm sorry.
What?
What is that?
Worldwide?
Hold up. How does Worldwide find 2 in a single orbital strike? They were caught inside of slows. Either a trademark landed, or for some reason everybody was slowed by a non-existent tour de force. Welcome to Valorant, I suppose. I'm still confused as to how the heck that one worked out. But hey, the orbital strike works out, and the retake is almost certainly going to be successful. Nerf, however, finds the timing. There's one, not a second. Verno in a 1 versus 4 finds the first. Needs to switch out at the Headhunter, but get caught with a timing. That should do it on the round with a default plant and no way of wall banging. This is done and dusted. The rendezvous away. means Toon Balloons are on the map point to look to send us to Haven.
Wow, okay, here we go. Just really clean stuff from Toon Balloons. Look at that. Coburg on top right now. And you doubted the Sage. Of course, you know.
I did.
You did. And look at this. Coburg has been doing, honestly, a phenomenal job. I really like the placement of these slow orbs. I think that was actually what kind of slowed things down and allowed that orbital strike to get maximum value. Oxygen was still setting up, and just like that, Toon Balloons made the call. They were like, hit the kill switch, let's get him in there. And that's exactly what happened. So great stuff coming out from Toon Balloons, but Verno, a strong opening. Verno has been winning these chamber duels and creating space for Oxygen Academy to potentially get some wins. And that's what they need right now. It's a little bit of an unconventional spread that we're seeing Oxygen Academy do, but I think it's honestly, I was going to say working out for them, but after that, I'm not so sure anymore. They need to get some space on that B site, and otherwise, I think that they're just walking into a trap.
No, I'm looking at things. Who needs a DNA diff when you have a chamber diff for the Oxygen Academy? That's a terrible joke. Name pun for the day. I have to make at least one per broadcast. That's the one I've utilized.
Is that the quota?
My apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a requirement. Terrible jokes are my forte. Highlight on the terrible part of that one. But Oxygen Academy, their aggressiveness has been their forte for this map, and unfortunately just hasn't worked out as well as it probably could have later on in this half, albeit later on in this half, it's only been 6 rounds. But with a 9-3 first half scoreline, it forces you to be very efficient in your attacking side, and with just 34 seconds left, and at least 2 players over towards this A side, it means they have to really push the issue, and Darkest playing a vertical position shuts it down worldwide with one of their own, up above, easy pick'ems. As Darkest swings around, Coburg dropping Rustin, it's down to just Verno, and a 1 versus 3 to keep the team alive. There's an Aftershock in front of them, the Resurrection comes through, the shot is landed on towards Darkest, but they peek into 3 different players. Toon Balloons take map number 2, we're going to Haven, as is Oxygen for the 2nd time in a row.
And this is a very similar story to what we saw in map number 1. Once again, just kind of flipped around. Such a dominant performance coming out from Toon Balloons. They looked so clean on it, whether it was the attack as well as the defense, and they just made their lead known. Oxygen was looking a little bit more comfortable on their particular offense, but at this point they had lost too many rounds on their defense that just allowed Toon Balloons to kind of walk away with it. So, like you said, forcing out map number 3. We've seen Oxygen Academy already play Haven. We can expect that Neon to come back out. But I'm curious to see how Toon Balloons are going to be matching that one and what they're going to be bringing on this tiebreaker to advance to the finals.
I would expect a fade. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't see a fade previously from Aster, which I was a little surprised about, considering it's fade, but we also didn't have any previous investigations on towards fade from Aster, so I wasn't too surprised, but still a little unfortunately found. Nonetheless, if I don't see a fade, I'm going to be both upset and questioning why they aren't bringing one. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the 3rd map of our semifinals. Can Oxygen pick up where they left off back on Ascent, or are they going to be shut down for the 2nd map in a row? Lucky for you, the answer's in just a few minutes.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
all 3 maps required for the 2nd series in a row here for the Oxygen Academy. We go to Haven for the 2nd series in a row as well. 3 maps this time around. Haven the 3rd in both. I'm Time Delay. That's Marks. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open number 7. This one just as extreme as the previous 6, along with all the lands we've had in between marks. 13-5 and 13-6, but the map seemed much closer than just 13-5 or 13-6.
Oh yeah, no, I feel like, especially on Fracture, we saw both of these teams being extremely close on each of the rounds, and then just kind of fumbling, or not, okay, fumbling is not the right word there, but one team just kind of coming out on top, and generally speaking, that was, what do you call it, Toon Balloons on Fracture. Of course, it was their map pick as well, and, you know, we saw some angles where it looked like it was Oxygen Academy kind of coming out on top, but Toon Balloons, they're just playing a good game of Valorant right now, especially after that last map. So they got to be feeling very confident in themselves. The scoreline on the last map was 13-6. So they got to be feeling good. We're going into Haven. But, Time Delay, we casted a game where Oxygen Academy were on Haven. And what can you tell me about their performance there on Haven?
They did this thing that's a lot different than about half the other teams that play Haven. They win.
Honestly, that's a pretty good explanation for that. Oxygen Academy on Haven look extremely well rehearsed on their attack. Their defense is, oh, it's pretty good, honestly, but it's nothing special in my opinion. Where they really excel is what their attack looks like on Haven. It looks so well coordinated playing around Redux's Neon, and the Neon just gets a lot of value, especially too on some of those closer sites. We saw them consistently running things down onto A side and just running away. Redux was getting away with literal murder consistently when they definitely shouldn't have been doing so. So I'm curious to see how Toon Balloons are going to be playing against this, and what agents honestly they're going to be bringing, and well, what way would you try and figure it out besides just going into agent select?
I mean, I'm looking at how Toon Balloons have been playing this, and I'm questioning the fact that this could work out well for them, because of the fact that they don't have those solidified roles for the squad. You have that over the Oxygen side. A Killjoy is not really what I expected, but it's certainly not out of the realm of normality. Of course, it's Rustin, so bringing Killjoy and Haven's what we saw earlier. But Apex is on that chamber. Darkest switching from the Raze to the Jet. Worldwide from the Brim to the Omen. Mars is going to switch from the Breach now to the Sky, assuming they lock it in, and Coburg with their 3rd switch of the series from Sage to Breach. You know, I think Coburg top frags because I doubted the Breach, or I doubted Sage last time. I cannot justify doing so again because it just didn't work out last.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Coburg might be doing quite a bit of yoga leading up to this map because it's very clearly a flexible player in their different roles, and honestly has been doing a pretty good job in all of these respective roles. So let's see how this shakes out on Haven. I do like that these breaches are coming in. I still like the Killjoy on this map. I know that the breach is a pretty hard counter to just shut down a lot of Killjoy utility, specifically the ultimate, just using an aftershock too. But I do think that we have seen Rustin really prove that Killjoy does belong on this map. However, that's not to say that Toon Balloons couldn't come up here and really shut down a lot of that utility, and that will more or less guarantee that the site is going to be open and require Oxygen Esports to bring another player to help defend a potential site. Of course, I am getting a bit ahead of myself because we are going to be starting out with Oxygen Academy being our first offensive team, and so I'm curious how this Toon Balloons defense is going to be going. Usually you do see that chamber on that C side and the Jet on the A side, but all of the pieces in between, I'm wondering how they're going to set up their agents.
I'm questioning what Oxygen want to do here. Now, their agent composition's nothing if not normal for this map, and especially for them on this map. It worked out last time. I see no reason why it wouldn't work out again, other than the fact that Toon Balloons are kind of nuts at this game, as they showed us over on Fracture. Unfortunately for the Toon Balloons, this is more of a map that is normal compared to what we see on Fracture. It's not fractured. I think that's about what I wanted to get at there. Apex has to back away, so the Headhunter is wasted, as is the Rendezvous early on. That finds absolutely nothing other than the fact that they are able to escape. Dark is trying to re-aggress, though, waiting for that Aftershock to go off, and continues to push forward. Still has the Tailwind popped, and backs away, but Coburg is still there, and they're seen.
I'm not saying you jinxed it, but you might have jinxed it. Darkus still in a great position, able to find Redux's head. Absolutely beautiful. Verdi trying to contest as well, but Darkus is having none of that. Another Tailwind back online, and just like that 3v2 situation, Rustin gonna be moving in there. Finds Darkus back, and now it's all up to Worldwide. Only 3 players remain. Worldwide gonna be making that one through, but Rustin says not today. Beautiful little execute after a little bit of a fumble from Oxygen Academy. As yeah, they're still looking confident on their attack.
The fact that they start off on the attack, I think, is the best case scenario for them. If they started off on the defensive side here on Haven, I don't think they would be able to build the momentum that we saw back on Ascent. But the fact that they do means the fact that they can. Good position for them, if I do say so myself. And the Toon Balloons, their defense, I don't know how else to put this. It's not been good. They really have not had a strong defense between either of the two maps. Fracture was pretty good, but again, that was their map pick, and pretty good's not going to win you games up against Oxygen Academy, or at least it's not going to win you matches. It won them the game, maybe not the matches we move into the set.
It's all in the proper nomenclature use, right? Time delay?
Exactly. Yeah, verbiage is important. Who would have thought that speaking for a living requires good vocabulary?
I know, right? I should have paid more attention in English class. That's what I'm learning right now. But still, Oxygen Oxygen Academy, sorry, made a lot of ground already on this A site. But Toon Balloons are reading them like a book. They've already moved in here. Nerf is going to be the first one potentially going up against this Headhunter. But actually, Verno got taken out. Verno back onto the Sova. Saw a dominant performance on that to start things out. Darkest in the middle of that with a shorty. Waiting for them to aggress through. I think they realized that. But Redux, double shorties all day. Worldwide finds yet another one. Just like that, this is nerfed with a Phantom? Oh boy.
I don't like this call. Swing into the shorty. It's 3 kills for Worldwide. 4K with a shorty, no less. The opener going the way of the chamber with the Headhunter. An outstanding second round. In back-to-back halves, we have seen the conversion round, which statistically in Valorant is the round you will most likely win. Of course, that's the round after the pistol, assuming you win the pistol. Go the way of the team that didn't win the pistol. That hadn't happened at all thus far today, yet it happens in the second half of Fracture, the first half here on Haven, and it goes opposing ways. Oxygen win the pistol, lose the conversion. Toon Balloons on Fracture won the pistol, lost the conversion. The consistency there is astounding, and now it puts Oxygen Academy, just as it did back for Toon Balloons, in a very awkward position in terms of their economy, and this is a round I do not want to be an Oxygen Academy in.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tough one, but let's see what they can do with this. Those shorties just did so much work there. Redux, though, opens it up onto 1, but Coburg is ready to trade it back onto Verdi. Let's see how this goes. Redux!
Why did timing go?
Timing. You hate to see that.
Wait, that means they can take C? There's nobody on C. This should be a giant red flag now for the Toon Balloons. Redux is completely uncontested over on the C side. The spike is rotating over. They have no sound cues anywhere else other than the back/bottom of mid, which you can hear the omen. Nerf is making strides, but the swing, he gets caught with the timing as he jumps up. The spike plant is good regardless of the outcome of the round here for the Oxygen Academy side, but they could find so much more. Verno playing in towards the window. If they clear out Verno, they should not be able to clear out Redux, but Redux is still cleared with that fault line. Do they clear out this garage position? No. Verno with a double, picks up a Vandal no less, and they have to now clear out the C long position. There's 2 different nanoswarms on the spike. Both should be popped. At least the first one is. Pushing them off. They can't even stay on it, much less tap it a second time. The second one's still available. They should utilize that the second time around. But Redux finding the kill from behind. They're second on the round. It's a 3K for Redux. It's another thrifty round. Back-to-back thrifty rounds for 2 different teams. Oxygen Academy continue to astound us.
Man, listen, you said you were a master of statistics, right? What were the odds that that was going to happen?
On like a scale of 1 to 10, nothing.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I was not expecting that one.
I mean, neither was I, but I listen. I've been kind of crediting a lot of stuff to Redux tonight, and I think that that was an excellent round to kind of show that, because Redux got so much space, and you were saying it in the middle of what was going on, that Redux completely allowed them to move in onto that C site, forcing Toon Balloons to have to play that retake. And of course, you can rely on good old Verno to be able to find the picks necessary and use that utility to really just find so much. And just like that, it just got completely shut down. They did such a good job of playing those post plants, and that's gotta hurt if you are Toon Balloons. Regardless, though, let's see how they want to go this time. It looks like, once again, this is Oxygen Academy favoring that A side hit, as we've seen them do multiple times before, but Rustin is getting a little bit of trouble in the back, and honestly, Darkus is doing a pretty good job of shutting down any momentum that is being garnered right there. Finally, Redux pushes them back, but that's still not the site.
Looks to push. He finds the first, but it's shut down by Worldwide. Nice headshot with that Guardian. Verdi looking for a shot across onto Darkest, who only has a Marshall. Hits a body shot onto Verno, who finds their 4th kill in 2 rounds. I feel so bad for the Toon Balloons that they got the draw of Oxygen Academy, with Redux holding W straight through their backline, and Verno hitting anything that pops up in his FOV. Wow. Toon Balloons as well. They're playing these rounds well. It's not making mistakes. It's not playing them incorrectly. Verdi with a double kill as well, by the way. But back to Toon Balloons. They're not playing these rounds poorly. Of course, back over in round number 3, yeah, they could have cleared out Garage, but they were well aware of the fact that Redux was playing in towards CT, so you want to clear out Redux. And in so, they neglect Verno's overall position. He finds a double, picks up a Vandal. That basically ends the round right there. I'm still shocked at the consistency of Oxygen Academy to astound us.
Yeah, I would agree, honestly. And I think that it's this kind of like ragtag run and gun style that we're seeing from Oxygen Academy that Toon Balloons need to kind of adapt to. It's the reason why they've gotten away with things, honestly, that they shouldn't have been able to do. Toon Balloons, meanwhile, have been playing a pretty standard defense, but I like swapping Worldwide over onto the C site with the Chamber on here as well. The Paranoia could be huge, but oh boy, they go in, and it's an easy trade, but Oxygen coming out on top of that one, and now the spike is going to be going down onto C. Toon Balloons 3v4 onto this retake. They do have a breach, though, as well as that Paranoia. Or, sorry, they just have the breach. They don't have the Paranoia, and so I think that this is doable. It's just going to be tough.
Nothing's out of the realm of possibility, especially when you're playing up against Oxygen Academy and you've already taken them to a 3rd map. I don't doubt things. However, there's certainly a reasonable doubt considering their overall composition. Nice opener by Darkest, though. He's detected. Coburg, watching Garage for some unknown reason, finds the first. They have yet to stick that spike, though. That's the awkward position they're put in. A good guiding light, but a return flashbang allows the peek. Verdi finds the first, but does not get the second. The shock dart thrown in. They have to hit the second. If they don't, it's the round over. The swing, it doesn't land. He does land it, but it's too late. He actually lands it onto Coburg. Darkest sticks it. Why am I even shocked? Welcome to Haven. Why am I shocked?
Oh, I mean, listen, nobody was shocked there because unfortunately, the shock darts didn't get too much value. It was just a little bit too short, I think was the problem there. But wow, that one was close. And we talked about Verno before, but I really want to just highlight Verno again because I think that Verno has just been doing such a good job on these post plants. Throughout all these maps, generally speaking, Verno has been there to play off of the team. Redux sure opens up space, gets some of those opening picks, but Verno has just been consistent. Meanwhile, for Toon Balloons, I love what they're doing so far. They forced that round out, and they're just going for it. Right now, we got the Blade Storm as well as the Tour de Force on a line. So looking to get a little bit more value here, and well, the Owl Drone unfortunately doesn't find Mar just quite yet.
Guiding Light, a perfect Guiding Light. Nerfed actually dies because of it. Now remember, this is a round where the Toon Balloons have a weapon disadvantage considering the fact that all 5 players died in the previous round. This is another situation that Oxygen Academy are putting themselves in, just like we saw prior. They don't clear Verno. Wait a second. No, they're not going to get aggressive off of that, understandably so. But 2 lethal ultimates popped in favor of rifles, considering the fact that their economy's in shambles. Darkest trying to get aggressive, finds information and possibly aggressiveness, but in goes the Rolling Thunder. The Judge available now for the Jet, looking to get aggressive at close range. There's the first. Verdi not finding the second. It is turned back by Darkest, but he will immediately fall. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 retake. The Tour de Force available alongside now this Phantom that's picked up. Does he find the opener? He does, and immediately switches out for the Tour de Force, trying to find the kill. Does just that as well. The headshot adding insult to injury. Rustin now in a 1 versus 2. Has to get the first and will not do so. Worldwide playing Headhunter with a single fire weapon, just as his compatriot will do. Toon Balloons tie us up.
Yeah, just imagine being in Toon Balloon's comms there. The amount of hype that must have been going on that round would have been insane. I love the way that they played, especially to around those corners. Sure, they did miss getting that piece of information there, but it was totally fine because they played smart in the utility that they knew what was going to get dropped. And right now, this is mostly going to be smokes. Sure, there were a couple of flashes coming in here, but look at Oxygen Academy's roster. The thing that they're going to mostly use is those Omen smokes to try and get a lot of information, and then potentially use the Breach to just kind of clear some corners. And as a result, hey, you can just play off the Jet smokes and hang out around the Omen smokes as well, and have that Judge in hand, and just shut them down. Great stuff coming out from Darkest. I love this aggression coming out, but let's hope this isn't just an overextension this time.
You should run.
Marcus, oh no! Tries to dash away, but is unsuccessful in doing so. You can't dash through walls, by the way. I don't know if anybody gave him the memo on that one. But a lockdown being thrown through will create a lot of room, but just not as much as they would originally think. There's still a whole lot of space in the back. They do not detain anybody, but a good Hunter's Fury allows Coburg to, well, send themselves straight to the grave. Dropping Darkest. The swing through with the overdrive is unsuccessful because of the fact that your teammates dropping bodies, as is Mar. What is that? Worldwide trying to get aggressive is unsuccessful in doing so. The Seeker's pop is going to find very little, if anything whatsoever. The answer, very little, as Apex cannot get the heck out of Dodge. Oxygen Academy retake their lead.
And I just want to say a big shout out to our observer tonight, Days Dreams, has been doing a great job of keeping up with all of this action going on here, because when they are on site, it's there. Both of these teams are just going for it. So many ultimates got popped last round, so many people in different positions watching different angles, and it just seems like all of the action is happening all at once. It isn't one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, you know, we'll see, we'll get a pick here, get a pick there. It's like these teams have a full stacked roster and are ready to just clash their heads into each other. We see how fast these kills are going, and honestly, I think right now it is leaning a little more towards Oxygen Academy because they still are catching Toon Balloons a little bit by surprise. But I genuinely think that Toon Balloons are starting to realize it, and they're trying to match their aggression, which is something that shouldn't work in theory because of the fact that they are playing defense and wouldn't have the numbers. But we're consistently seeing Darkest make advancing positions, pluck in a bunch of shots, make Oxygen Academy rethink their strategies just for a second, if not able to pick up a pick. And that's a lot of room and information gained for Toon Balloons. I love to see Toon Balloons match them right now, and that's what's making these rounds just so exciting, Time to Light.
I have an update for you, Marks.
Oh, I love updates.
DNA Diff just 2-0'd TSM FTX Academy.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking through our maps, and the maps put forward as I look through them. Give me 4 seconds, as I totally am not searching through our production chat. Haven and Bind both go the way of DNA Diff.
Wow.
Wow.
I got spy.
All right. Well, I guess whichever team, Toon Balloons or Oxygen Academy, win this game, then they're facing DNA Diff. I think everybody was more or less expecting TSM Academy to be moving forwards, but hey, DNA Diff got that diff, you know?
Oxygen Academy, coming into this as the #1 seed, will face up against the #7 should they win this game. Toon Balloons are the #12 through 32. Nobody really favored in this match. I mean, after map 1, I was thinking Oxygen Academy. After map 2, I was thinking Toon Balloons. But Haven has gone back and forth. They've been trading blow for blow, just as we saw from Oxygen Academy back in their first series, but that has to change if they want to bring that consistency and especially establish themselves as a favorite heading into the grand finals, because DNA Diff really did just that. Mar is stunned out close range, should be dead as they swing, and Darkest is even detected. Nice wall bang coming through, adding insult to injury. It's a flawless round for Oxygen Academy, but I have to be honest with you here. Marks, if I am either of these teams, I do not want to go to the grand finals. Yes, obviously I want to go to the grand finals, but I don't want to because I have to face DNA Diff, who have already taken out the #2 BBG Academy, the #3 TSM FTX Academy, who also took over C9 Academy. But
Yeah, but this is the thing.
DNA is on a roll.
These teams are here to prove that they are better than some of the best and really make a name for themselves, and especially a team like DNA Diff that doesn't necessarily have an org behind them. Similar with Toon Balloons, it's a great chance to really showcase their abilities. And I think that, honestly, both of these teams, Toon Balloons and DNA Diff, have done just that. There's definite potential right now for Toon Balloons to make it to the final. Oxygen Academy, like we've talked about before, more comfortable on the attack for Haven. So, they're trying to get as many rounds as they can in their favor because they know that if it swaps, they're not going to be feeling as confident in their abilities, and that might be when Toon Balloon take over. So, just minimize the number of rounds you need to win, and that's a pretty darn good strategy if you are Oxygen Academy. This time, they are taking it slow. Know that Toon Balloons will have rifles in their hands, and Apex just been holding this angle, and Redux just gets shut down.
Oh my goodness, so does Nerfed, who cannot seem to stay alive in these situations. A good swing though from Rust. No, he misses! He gets stunned out and dies because of it. Apex hits the shot with the operator, looks for another with that headhunter, but is shut down because of it. Birdie avoids the flash, but a good swing, a double swing at that, allows Worldwide to just use the classic. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, Marks, I've just stopped being shocked because these teams continue to amaze us. Why be shocked when you can be not shocked? I don't know.
And
Oxygen Academy, it was a good push, but Toon Balloons shut it down.
I'm just going to do one more for the people in the back. What? Excuse me? Sure, you're not going to be shocked, but I still reserve the right to be shocked because some of these battles, I don't understand how this is kind of happening and swinging in their favor. Toon Balloons coming out on top. I think that was nerfed. No, sorry, not nerfed. Worldwide at the end, just using the classic to spray it. And
yeah,
honestly, they're just catching people off guard from Oxygen Academy. This, like I said, they're matching their aggression and able to actually take over from it. And now there's only a 1 round difference. The strategy that they were using is just not going to happen here if Oxygen Academy can't secure a big enough lead. But that's also assuming that Toon Balloons are going to be stellar on their offense. So it's still a lot of question marks up in the air, but Darkest, a great start to the round. Nerf finally trading that one back, but Cobra going to use the Aftershock to try and flush him out. Call Me Mar, meanwhile, going to be contesting against it, but look at that! Shock Dart from Verno wins that one out, and Rustin finds Call Me Mar while he's jumping around, looking for a jumping Neon.
A fake from the shadows used from Seaside. Again, visual bug. I think that one's because of the new patch. Don't mind that. Toon Balloons, this is a precarious position for them to be in. The rendezvous is available for Apex. They can utilize that. But from the shadows isn't, as I believe it wasn't really a visual bug. We just picked it up a little late in order to catch the fake from the shadows utilization. Apex is shocked out just a little bit, but the swing through Worldwide has to drop and does so straight to their grave. Apex decides they're going to fall with their comrade, and Oxygen Academy at least net themselves 6. A good position from Redux to deal with that one. Seemingly aware of the possibility, deals with it perfectly.
Yeah, and 2 more rounds left in this half. We're seeing a timeout come in here for Oxygen Academy. You know, this is the time. I don't think that this is one of those ones where you're just like, haha, yes, let's inspire fear in our enemies by trying to play the mind games here. I think this is legitimately Oxygen Academy trying to go back to the drawing board, think about what's working, and using these last 2 rounds to secure that 8-4 lead. However, if you're Toon Balloons, you know, you're still feeling pretty good about it. This is still a very winnable scenario for you. And so I think that they're also going to be not just brewing and, oh no, what are we going to do? But actually taking the time to think about what strategies are going to be working and trying to push it. There's a difference between different types of timeouts. There's the motivational type, and then there's the actual planning type. And I do think that both of these teams right now are in the slot where they are trying to figure out what's working and what's not, and really just capitalizing on those scenarios.
I think another one of these timeouts can be used to just calm the team down. Now, I was watching a few different esports. Again, like I said, went to the R6 major. I'm going to keep flexing that because it was really fun. Highly recommend going to a LAN, by the way. DreamHack Dallas is coming up, so go head out there if your heart desires. But one thing that one of the casters was talking about is not only do players take strategic timeouts and timeouts to maybe calm the team down in terms of them getting overstressed, but it's to calm the team down in terms of them getting overhyped as well. Yes, you understand the fact that you're doing really well in rounds and you have a lot of momentum behind you, but sometimes that momentum can really get to your head and you take over aggressive peaks that just do not work out in your favor. I know Redux did that a couple times last map, which really cost them. Now, in all fairness, it wasn't really built up momentum. It was a lack of momentum that really forced out a little bit of panic peaking, but still applicable, still worked out in the favor of the Toon Balloons. And the Oxygen Academy side want to shut that down before it even has a chance of happening. It does help that the Toon Balloons really don't have the weaponry to retake in this map, but I digress.
Yeah, and this weaponry could be the biggest difference right now. We see that this is a very quick and dirty plant by Oxygen Academy. They've done this one a couple of times, and look at that! The Guiding Light was such a good bait, but Verdi is ready for it. He's able to turn that one back around, and we do see that the Tour de Force is online, but I don't know how much more Toon Balloons can walk away with. Oh, never mind, they're able to take out Verno. This is still winnable right now, but the wall is just going to deny all sorts of sights. Make it do a little bit of a wave. Yep, not enough time to defuse this. Worldwide is going to try and stick it, but there's not going to happen, as Oxygen Academy are looking to make this one an 8-4 half.
On today's episode of r/, there was an attempt. Worldwide. Albeit a valiant effort, an unsuccessful one nonetheless. Oxygen Academy looking strong in the attacking side, as we expected. Both of these teams perform extremely well in their attack, both starting on the attacking side of their own map pick and performing exponentially better than their opponent's defensive side. 9-3 the splits between both maps. It was 13-5 in map 1 for Oxygen Academy, 13-6 for Toon Balloons. In map 2, that was Ascent and Fracture, respectively. Now Oxygen Academy going to win the half, but by the smallest margin we've seen thus far, and still 4 rounds being that margin. Apex just took 100 damage to a Nano Swarm.
Oh no, the Nano Swarm. Now he's in tickle damage range. I hate to see that happen, but this is going to be a good lockdown coming in here. So many ultimates online for Oxygen Academy as well. More or less will guarantee that they should be able to march their way on site. We're seeing the Overdrive and Rolling Thunder be used just for good measure. And yeah, Redux just going to hold that one down, deter anybody from moving in. It's going to be a very clean plant. 5v5 here. Most of the ultimates burned, though.
There's no ultimates available for the Toon Balloons. That's the best case scenario now for the Oxygen Academy. Yeah, there's now an ultimate on their Jet, but, well, she's dead. Coburg looking to throw in that Aftershock, but a Paranoia on the other side of that should allow them to peek regardless of that situation. A good fault line means Redux has to wait in the back corner, but AKX can't not see a dang thing. A good stun, a good flash, a 3 versus 2. The Aftershock to relegate any peek coming through. The Rolling Thunder, the opposing side, because they found the kill, they're able to build up that ultimate, and they can push because of it. The stun, it's 1 for 1, but it will not matter. Verno somehow finds Worldwide. Oxygen Academy make it an 8-4 half. They really solidify their lead as we go to a break. Smallest margin between our two teams we've had at the end of the first half thus far this series. 9-3, 9-3 in Ascent and Fracture in respect to the team that picked it each time. Now into Haven, it's 8-4 at the halftime split. I'm still Time to Light. This is still Mark's right, virtually, at least next to me. And Oxygen Academy still looking strong. A defensive pistol win is an almost must. If they don't, Toon Balloons can bring this back, but if we've learned anything off of conversion rounds and rounds you probably shouldn't be picking up, you never know on Haven.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not counting Toon Balloons even close to out of this before. Because I think that Oxygen Academy, while really strong on their attack, their defense isn't the best. And this is going to allow Toon Balloons a little bit of room to work with. And I think that Toon Balloons are ready to just take everything that they can and run with it. They still want to be advancing here and make a name for themselves. They don't have an org behind them. And right now they're playing an exceptional game of Valorant here. We're seeing the rush come in onto this B site, but good utility to slow it down.
Birdie's looking to flash themselves out through the back corner. Nerfed his flash inside of the garage window, but is still in a good position to deal with this swing around. It finds information, but not the kill. You could also see the retreating players in the background. At least we could with the X-ray. I'm not sure if the players could without it. The overgrowth used as they back away means an A push is imminent, but with a flank watch being set up towards garage, it means that Oxygen cannot set up a flank of their own that they certainly would like to pull off.
And look at this, they're not even trying to cut noise right now. They want to make their presence known, just get the spike down as quickly as they can. The utility coming in, it's a good paranoia, but nobody is on site. Oxygen Academy, hey, they like playing attack. They're more than happy to re-engage onto the site if necessary. A huge shock dart, actually, but look at this, the spike doesn't even get planted.
Shut down as well. Dark is looking to peek around the corner with that Sheriff. Doesn't hit the shot, does the second time around. The swing from Verdi, though, unsuccessful, leaving just Rustin. He's dead as well. An outstanding finish to the round that looked a little weird for Toon Balloons to be in Darkest on 11 HP, but lives regardless. Toon Balloons win the pistol. And with that being said, considering the fact that Oxygen Academy on the defensive side do not have that economy boost of a spike plant, that almost certainly means they're going to have to save here, buy next. It'll be a true first few rounds of the half compared to the first half.
That's a good way of even in that one out. But yeah, now Oxygen are going to be pushed onto a bit of a save. Toon Balloons can be already opening this round up. They have those Spectres in hand. Verdi is already down. And just like this, Rustin hanging out with the shorty around the corner is able to find one. No way.
Oh, but he had to avoid the guiding light, so is shut down. A good swing from Apex, but it's still a 4 versus 3. Oxygen Academy not out of this round, and the swing from behind Nerf actually finds a kill. Redux finds one of their own with the Sheriff. They're looking to retrieve a gun. It's not going to work. It is a 1 versus 1. There is still 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Only 35 have gone by. And it's a Bulldog up against a Spectre. The Owl Drone put through. They don't find him. Oh my goodness, he's found a timing to swing through. It doesn't matter. What is that from Oxygen? They buy into this round with 2 Sheriffs and a Shorty. They walk out of it with a Bulldog and a round win up against a Bulldog and Spectres across the board. I don't think our narrator has gotten it anywhere near close to what it was. That was highway robbery by Oxygen Academy. Nowhere near thrifty. That was criminal.
Yeah. I don't know how that round worked out, but we're getting a little bit of a flashback to earlier on the rounds where the team should definitely not win. They definitely are winning. And just like this, Oxygen Academy got a pretty nice arsenal in their hands. I'm curious to see, though, these marshals could be pretty punishing. Worldwide and Darkest have a good track record of finding those heads, so this could be deadly no matter where they push onto. It's an interesting way of going about this, but the Killjoy utility cannot really get disrupted because there is no KO on this team. So Oxygen Academy are going to have a really easy time holding down that C site if Toon Balloons do decide to move in on that.
Toon Balloons in this round, considering the fact that they did not get much more than just kills across the board in the previous, means they're in an awkward position in terms of their own economy. I know I talked about it with that Oxygen Academy side, but because of their buy in the Oxygen Academy side, the full buy, not just the Spectres across the board, they're in a much better position compared to what we saw from the Toon Balloons when they had the economic advantage. Verdi peeking around, has the Vandal, but catches a timing. Verno is caught with that stun, though, gets the kill regardless. You know, why the heck not, right? Verdi, not caught by that fault line, is not going to die, and it's such an awkward position for everybody to be in. Call Me Bar finds one, not a second for Nerf, though he does find a second. It's a 3K on the round. The Shrouded step away, leaves Worldwide in a 1 versus 2 with a Shrouded step of his own, and he finds the first as well. Now looking to grab up that spike, but does he get caught with the timing? He does not. He also does not hear the Killjoy up above, who should be able to find this kill. Worldwide in such an awkward position, has to find a headshot, but is going to use from the shadows to get the heck out of dodge, and has built that sped up over time because of it. Waiting inside a short, but that also means the sound cue should be there. The alarm bot placed down gives the sound cue and the certain information over. Rustin, not faking. That's it. That's the round. Rustin does not fake. He finds the frag, finds the round. I don't know what to say. The exact same thing has happened from what we saw in previous. However, it's Oxygen to win 2 in a row after losing the pistol. You know, Marks, why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not? I think that's a pretty good way of explaining that. I loved what Toon Balloons were trying to pull out there, but Oxygen Esports, they're not... They just want to... It seems like they just want to hang with them right now. They just want to be around and really just do everything that they can to just shut them down, and it's working out for them so far. Of course, could be a little bit of a gun difference, but that's not to discount Toon Balloons at all, because that was as close of a round as it possibly could have been. You don't expect to see 1v1 on a save round versus full rifles bot up. So now we're going to be seeing the Seekers come in here. Darkness immediately getting called out by a bot, but... Okay, alright, Toon Balloons. They're ready to party. It's now a 3v5 as a nerf TPs into the back.
There's not much, unfortunately, for Oxygen to do here. This is going to be a retake, but I don't even know if they're going to try it. I may have to take that back. There's no real reason to try this. You have the weapon disadvantage. You don't have much ground to work with, and, well, you now have a 3-man disadvantage as Redux is dropped. Nerf has to back away, and Verno should not be taking this fight. This is an unnecessary risk that finds you nothing but misfortune. Nerf understands that and backs away. He doesn't even take away the rendezvous because he understands there's nothing to gain off of that. Toon Balloons will get a 6th, but Oxygen Academy are still in a good position overall.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing that Oxygen Academy really wanted to bring into the second half. You know, secure enough rounds in the first half where you're more comfortable, and that way you can just go round for round, and it'll work out in your favor. And that's kind of what's happening right now. They're going round for round against each other, but that just means that Oxygen Academy are more likely to get to 13 before Toon Balloons can even think about tying things up. There's still 4 rounds in between those two, so it's not a ton of wiggle room, but it's enough. And I think that they're banking that they're able to at least contest this enough to get some of these rounds for free.
Toon Balloons, full buy. Oxygen, almost full buy, but they're taking concessions in terms of both full weaponry and that shield buy up just the same. Redux walks straight into a fault line and does get pushed away. Almost finds the timing, but is caught with the timing themselves. I don't know who to favor in these rounds, because sometimes I have to favor Toon Balloons and they get smacked by Oxygen Academy. I have to favor Oxygen Academy and others and they get shut down entirely by the Toon Balloons. Who knows?
Oh, it's a really good swarm grenade coming in there to slow it down. Darkness 2 getting pinged up, nerfed. Oh boy.
My.
Got the information though as Rustin is able to use the stinger to get away with murder. Verno finds one and the trades are going down, but the spike's now down. 2v4 Oxygen Academy, making a less than desirable situation become a more than desirable one. Still though, Toon Balloons are able to rescue that spike. I would assume that they would go for A, but Redux might be able to catch him on the swing.
I mean, not going really anybody's favor. Worldwide makes it by, but just barely. A is the call, but Oxygen Academy are playing this well. Maybe A isn't the call. I have X-ray vision and a full view of the map, yet A is still not the call. Verno throws out the owl drone, gains the information at least onto one, and the spike. Dark cover drop towards the C connector, but they have to push through this. Redux has to take an aggressive peek, and seems that he wants to do that. The shrouded step away means Worldwide does not want to take that fight, and understandably so. The second attempt at a possible spike plant, but the fault line now thrown through. Mar is shut down as they try and get aggressive through that wall. This one's over. Worldwide in a 1 versus 3 looking to stick that spike, but has to do so. The round was over. He found the first kill, but nothing more than that. With time off the clock, even if he found the second, it would have been done and dusted. Toon Balloons still look strong in a round, but Oxygen Academy pick up a round that they had the weapon disadvantage in from the get-go. A good ultimate and a good consolidation of utility and manpower is a catalyst to their massive success, as they're just 2 away from going to the grand finals.
So close yet so far, and once again, the winner is going to be going up against DNA DIFF, who's defeated TSM Academy. DNA DIFF 2-0'd them. You know, no one was really expecting that, but honestly, I think this is going to make for a very exciting match, no matter which team advances Paranoia is going to be used early as Nerfed gets a lot of positioning, but this is unconventional. Usually Redux is the one who goes through on this. Nerfed gets pinged up a little bit, but doesn't find a kill.
Academy, on this defensive side, if they don't get an opening pick, they're in a massive disadvantage. Now, that's an obvious position, but more than usual. Opening pick percentages based off of conversion rates are usually somewhere around the neighborhood, especially in the defensive side, of 70%. With Oxygen Academy, it seems to be exponentially higher. If they don't pick up that opening pick, a lot of their advantage is off the board that they're used to working with. Nerfed wants to do just that, has the Shrouded Step to back away should they need it. But considering the economy of Oxygen Academy, they don't have all that utility that they could have. A little bit of damage thrown in on to Darkest, but won't find as much as he wanted. Nerf, the second attempt, is unsuccessful as well. But Apex still wants to try and find this ground, but cannot do so without exiting from the dark cover and almost certainly costing him his life.
30 seconds left.
Ready to peek through here. The time is ticking down here. Another dark cover coming in. Nerfed holding it extremely close, is able to find two. That's all you needed. And now just like that, Toon Balloons are in a terrible position here as a Cobra goes in for the swing. The spike is now down. Worldwide trying to win this one back, but it's going to be completely shut down. Oxygen Academy only 1 round away from advancing to the grand finals.
And they seem like they're in a great position to do so as well. If I'm the Oxygen Academy, you just wait. That's all you have to do is wait for the push to come through from your opponents. You can see consistently that Toon Balloons are walking straight into a stack. And if they aren't, then Oxygen Academy are prepping their own retake, and quickly so. It's looking amazing. From Oxygen Academy, they're playing defense when they have to, and backing away and re-aggressing in an offensive manner when they need to. It's perfect play from the team in green.
Yeah, and right now, this is going to be a tough round for Toon Balloons. They can't buy up their full rifles. Could potentially move into a lockdown as well. We're seeing the 2 Force come online to try and compensate for that gun difference, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. This could be the round. Oxygen Academy have Toon Balloons on the escape here. Let's see how Toon Balloons want to play this. They've gotten a lot of control, but Darkest is going to be moving through. Takes out that swarm grenade, but now that positioning is going to be known. Redux is there to help out the Killjoy with the advancing enemies.
Just in the back corner. Has to be cleared. The Paranoia misses. Oh no, they aren't going to clear him. Darkest gets stunned as well. A good aftershock though in the back corner. They don't expect him to peek out off of it. Darkest does find the refrag, but it's immediately turned back. Redux with a double. That may just do it. Cobra has to push straight through. It's just not going to happen. Oxygen make it a 13-6 finish after a 13-5 win back on Ascent. They send themselves to the grand finals in 2-1 fashion.
That was something else. Big congratulations to Oxygen Academy. Such amazing plays coming out from Rustin, Redux, Verno. Honestly, their squad just all had pop-off moments individually, and you love to see them be able to win that one out and advance forwards. But honestly, shout out to Toon Balloons as well. They are walking away empty-handed. They will be getting a bit of the prize pool, 200 points per player on that leaderboard, and of course, $375 for each of the team, or sorry, for the team. So, honestly, not the worst position, but now, this is where it starts to get interesting, because we're going to have Oxygen Esports go up against DNA DIFF. We got to watch DNA DIFF play earlier today, and now we're going to be seeing them in the grand finals. Time to let you, are you excited for that one?
Hey, I'm writing down some notes. I think I have the script written as to how this one's going to go. I'm going to show it to you before the break, but just before we send it to a break. I want to get a prediction before we send it to a break, because we still have a few minutes before that best of 3 starts, and I'm going to force your hand again, because I am always wrong in my predictions, so I don't even try. Who do you got? Oxygen Academy looked really strong. DNA Diff just trounced TSM FTX Academy. Who you got?
I think it is going to be more based around which maps come into play, but if I had to pick one, I think I'm leaning Oxygen Academy. But we'll see how things play out.
I have to agree. I really do. I have my script written. I also have my prediction on here. I'm going to show it, and we're going to send it to a break. When we come back, it is our final best of 3 of the night. This is what I've got. Oh, hold up.
Nice.
There we go.
Species shift.
In first-person shooters, most notably Valorant, consistency is key. As you can see on your map bans, that's exactly what's happening now. Ascent, Fracture, and finally Haven, our 3 maps in all 3 of our matchups thus far today. Technically 4 if you consider the last map of Oxygen's set one of our matchups, considering that's what brought us to Haven first time around. But our 3 maps will stay consistent as we go to the grand finals of our Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open 7. Hi, welcome along. I'm Time to Light. That right there is Marks. It's been 5 hours, 6 hours, because I can do math, that we've been live. We've had 2 best of 3s, technically 3 again if you count the Oxygen opening game. Oxygen have looked strong. DNA have dropped TSM FTX Academy along with BBG Academy. The academies have gone by the wayside. Here's our bracket. This is what things have looked like. It's been a whole lot of winning for DNA DIFF and a whole lot of 2-1s for that Oxygen Academy side, dropping Astrosect earlier on with the Toon Balloons taking out Illusion. You get the general idea of things. Marks, if this is not the best of 3 that I'm expecting, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
I'm really hoping that it is. And also, too, I don't want to take away from some of these other teams because, honestly speaking, you know, even though DNA Diff is 2 of their opponents, it's pretty close across the board. But now, we're seeing the culmination of it, the grand finals, DNA Diff going up against Oxygen Academy. And you know, you poked a little fun at the fact that we are going back to the same maps as we have been seeing all night. But to me, this makes sense. We started in the lower bracket. Those are the maps that both of these teams were comfortable with. And then we moved into the higher bracket. Turns out those teams were also comfortable with it. And so naturally, when the 2 paths collide, they're gonna be still comfortable with those exact same maps. And so this is gonna be really interesting because in theory, both of these teams are going to be extremely well practiced on it. They like these maps. They like playing these maps. They have strategies for these maps. And it's all coming down to this. The top 2 teams that have been able to win on these maps, because we've seen them over and over again, are going to be duking it out one last time. So, like you said, starting us off, we've got Ascent. And, you know, I'm genuinely curious how this is going to go, because DNA Diff did look really good on this. But on the other hand, Oxygen Academy, have also looked pretty phenomenal too. And I'm genuinely curious to see how this one is going to be shaking out here, Time to Light.
I want to quickly cover Ascent because Fracture's the must-win in this situation. If you are Oxygen, you must win Ascent, because Fracture was bad for them. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They played poorly on Fracture. While, yeah, they had some moments, it was really well dealt with on their opposing side. Ascent, however, was a 13-5 win for them last time around. Now, we saw DNA Diff do well on Ascent first time around. It was 13-11 when they played in the quarterfinals up against BBG Academy. And BBG Academy is no team that is new to Valorant or new to Ascent. You have to be winning those games if you are Oxygen, because DNA Diff know exactly what they're doing. They've already dropped TSM FTX Academy. They have looked good throughout this bracket stage, and I see no reason as to why they would stop doing so as we head into our first map of play, other than the fact that they're playing up against the #1 seed coming into the brackets.
Absolutely, and I just want to give the audience a reminder. What are the stakes here? Why is this important to play through this online open qualifier? The 7th one, as a matter of fact. And the whole point of this is to accumulate points for your players in order to make a team that is going to secure a place in the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer, hosted by Nerd Street. As if the team that gets first place, each of their players are going to get 800 points. Second place only gets 400, but still, all these points add up, and you want to be able to secure your spot for the real big pot of not only money, but also recognition. If you win out the entire Summer Champs, that's going to be phenomenal. And so that's the main goal here. That's not to say that the winners tonight are not going to walk away with anything, as the first place is going to get a lofty $1,750, while second place is just going to be walking away with $1,000. So that's $750 difference. Yeah, how's that for a little bit of math? But regardless, $1,000, not bad at all. It all boils down to this. So many recognizable organizations, academy teams have been in here, and yet we're down to just Oxygen Academy up against DNA Diff, who this is really their first major tournament that they're playing together, and it's been an excellent showing coming from this team.
if I'm looking at how DNA Diff want to be playing this, it's aggressiveness. Because Oxygen Academy have played very passively, and it's worked out almost perfectly for them. Well, correction. Oxygen Academy, without regards to Redux, have been playing relatively passively because it's Redux. But in that same right, I still want to try and focus on Redux trying to play that same aggressiveness position. Now, on Ascent, that may not happen fully. You're looking at Redux to play Jet on Ascent. I don't see a way in which they play Neon. They played it on Fracture and Haven in the previous matchup, but Ascent, it's relatively sound. You pick Jet. It makes sense. You can just dash in, grab the door over onto B, or play relatively cleanly as an aggressive player on the defensive side. Usually, that's also the person that picks up the operator. You never really know.
Yeah, and also too, one thing I am curious to see is whether or not one of these teams are going to be busting out the Fade. We've had this discussion multiple times today because we've seen Fade consistently come out onto Ascent, but I'm still in the opinion that right now Sova is the way to go about it. The utility is just that much better, and honestly, the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, brings a lot more value in both the offense as well as the defense. Fade, being the newest agent, some teams have been experimenting with her in the Sova role. Honestly, just swapping out either Sova or KO in order to bring Fade in. But I think that on Ascent, those two were kind of staple initiators, especially too because that B site is just so closed in. A Killjoy is easily just able to walk through. You throw that 0 point, shut down all that utility, and then Sova can get the information, allowing the Jet to dash in and have a very clean execute onto that B site. Something's similar over onto the A site as well. But once again, there's a lot of options here, and I'm wondering whether or not these teams are going to try to be a little bit creative, or if they're just going to stick to their guns, keep it textbook, keep it clean, and just run with what they know.
Now, if we recall back to our first matchup, it was actually BBG that brought the Fade in map number 1. Now, in the second map, of course, it was brought on the opposing side by DNA Diff, but, well, they won map number 2. They picked up map number 1 off the fact that they were playing the meta composition. Oxygen Academy were the team that played the meta composition back on Ascent when they played it here on stream. If I see a mirror matchup, I won't really be surprised. If I see something outside of the mirror matchup, I think I'm going to be a little bit shocked. But I decided to do some research because you were talking about points and how they matter for these teams. Lucky for us, Liquipedia was very nice and keeps track of all of this throughout the entirety of the season. So I totally don't have this page up right over here, and I'm going to read off of it really quick. ZMM Black is the number 1 team right now, and they will remain the number 1 team regardless of the outcome here. However, Oxygen are tied for third right now, or tied for second with Aspire Entertainment. If they win here, they go up to second with 2,500 points. They lose, they stay in third / tied with second. You get the general idea, with 2,100 with Aspire Entertainment. On the other side of that, DNA Diff, to start off this Valorant Open 7, had 150 points. It was 100 from Open 6 and 50 from Open 4. They already have 400 more. They're up to 16th with 550. They could go all the way up to tied with 10th at Cosmic Divide with 950. But that's points. This is the map. Oxygen starting off the attacking side. DNA Diff on the defense. Agent composition should be uniform. You should be looking at Omen, Jet, Sova, KO, Killjoy. That's how you play Ascent. That's how these teams have played Ascent thus far today. I'd be surprised if we saw anything differently.
Yeah, and before we move on from that point, I just want to mention DNA Diff actually eliminated Zero Marksman Black, the number 1 team, in the very first round.
What?
Yeah, that was their very first round, which led them to face BBG Academy earlier today. So, you know what? These kids are making a name for themselves. That's for sure. And yeah, you just ran through a very basic rundown of what agents we expect to see here. And honestly, DNA Diff might be trying to be a little bit more creative here. I'm seeing that Sage Hover come in, which I don't think we've ever seen Sage on Ascent thus far tonight, have we?
I don't think I've seen Sage on Ascent, ever. I would be surprised if we even saw a Chamber. Yes, I understand the Chamber a little bit more than the Sage, but Killjoy exists. Need I say more? Marks, what the heck is going on here? No, they are going to lock in the Killjoy. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to, throw my soda across the room. But another composition, or another point based off of that, is you were talking about how DNA Diff dropped ZMM Black. It was 2-0 on that side. BBG, who they played in the quarterfinals, dropped Lycus Empire. Now, for all of you who are unfamiliar with Lycus Empire, they're much more popular over in Rainbow Six Siege in the T3 scene. I actually cast them tomorrow in a completely different league, completely unrelated to this, but I just thought that was a little bit of
It's all connected. The dots are
It's all connected.
drawing themselves. The connections are just flying off the screen. That's what happens when you put us here for casting the same maps over and over and over again. We start to see between the lines, and yeah, let's get this going here. Oxygen Academy are going to be starting us off on our offense. Small DNA Diff, they're on our defense here, and we're seeing a pretty similar strategy as to how they played things earlier, DNA Diff, except this time they're keeping their Omen and Killjoy being the people onto B. Last time around, we did see the KO being hanging around. Oh, sorry, not the KO. The Sova hanging around there and utilizing the Paranoia down A long. So a little bit of a different look from DNA Diff, but hey, this is the very first round. Pistols are kind of chaotic, and let's see how they want to choose this engagement, immediately favoring that mid-aggression.
Mid-aggression is the name of the game, especially here for the Oxygen Academy. It worked out for them prior, and they actually find the opener. Joba, however, turns it back and pre-prepped a Nanoswarm in towards the balcony of Market, looking to get aggressive across onto their Doppelganger, and does just that, finds the right click, and Rustin has their feet swept out from under them as they faceplant straight into the ground. Neon through the smoke. You know, why not? I've stopped being surprised. It's Oxygen Academy, the ones that are shocked this time around, even with their Sova dead. DNA Diff pick things up. A pistol round win on the defensive side, no less, of Ascent. Pivotal for this squad.
Absolutely, and I just want to mention, Neon is a little bit of a sub. You can all read. You see that A crew in front, but honestly speaking...
I'm sorry. Wait a second. That what now?
All right, come on now. A crew in front of Neon's name. So Neon is just a sub playing in for this tournament for the team, DNA Diff, and honestly has fit extremely well into the squad. They seem very comfortable playing around with them, and if you've watched any of the other DNA Diff games earlier today, you know that this has been a really good sub for them, honestly. Things have been looking pretty squeaky clean for them, as this time it's going to be Oxygen Academy trying to ferry that spike over to that A site, but they're going to be marked with an Omen and a KO, which could very easily slow them down.
You know Tenric?
Yeah?
I'm going to get him to smack you.
Oh boy.
It's a crew.
It's a crew, I'm sorry.
Crew.
I get called
Part of
out
a
on that a
crew.
lot.
That's why I'm going to get him to smack you. Yeah, as you should. You should get called out for that. That's criminal. Just like Oxygen Academy was in the previous map. But I digress. Good first round for DNA Diff. They're looking to build off of that. You were talking about Neon coming from a crew, really meshing well with the squad. I'm a little surprised as how well they've meshed, but I like to be surprised, especially in those situations, because it means it's better competition up against Oxygen Academy, and it gives them an overall better composition as a squad. Redux looking to get aggressive here, has already prepped the tailwind, looking to push it through. Ram, however, finds the opener. The flash around the corner, looking for another. Flashes two, looking for a third. He finds it as well. Rustin dropped. Nerfed is dropped as well. Verno's on a 1 versus 4. No shot, says Neon. 4 stay alive for DNA Diff, looking in towards their bonus.
Wow, and this is something that we also saw earlier as well. Ram just kind of being in the right place at the right time, under a lot of pressure, and then just deciding, you know what, I'm feeling like winning today. And just coming up with 2 or 3 kills very easily, able to just swap the guns and still pick up picks off of the secondary as well. Ram has been honestly pretty influential in how some of these rounds have been recovered for DNA Diff, and I love the placement of that KO onto Tree on that A site, because if necessary, you can throw the fragment out to deny the advancement onto A, and use the dark cover from your Omen in order to stop people from moving in completely, allowing your team time to cut off rotations. And I think that's kind of what they've been doing, because it's a pretty standard way to play defense onto A, just allowing the Killjoy to really anchor down the B site.
The other point about that is usually we see teams try and back off of A a little bit more than we do into B, because it's much easier to retake A, especially as a squad, than it is towards B, and that seems to be what DNA Diff is favoring. Yes, the aggression is still there for them, but they realize that sometimes they don't have to take those quick peeks. In all fairness to it, previous round, it was almost a full save for the Oxygen Academy, and Spectres up against very little shields, if any at all, plus the fact that they're only wielding pistols, helps out a massive bit. But the point still stands. DNA Diff looked strong on that A-hole.
and now towards B that has to replicate. They're going to swing it, they're going to hold W through, and they have to do so quickly unless they want to be collapsed on by this quick retake. In goes that nanoswarm. It's shot before it goes off, and the swarm grenade on the opposing side does go off. Neon, the shots through miss, and they close the door. That's a massive opening for the squad, but they're shut down as they cross the smoke. Jova and Aiko both finding kills. Nerfed is dead as well. This is a round that's collapsing for the Oxygen Academy side. 2 players left alive. They are separated from one another. One inside of the site behind triple box. Verno sitting inside a garage. He's been seen as well, at least from what I thought they saw, and it should be a round that's almost certainly over. But Verno finds the opening kill, rushing with one of their own. The swing across at least Verno in a 1 versus 3. He has to find another. Swinging through. He has to clear logs as well. He does not do so. Neon will shut him down. DNA Diff win the bonus and have a massive economical advantage going into the rest of the half.
Yeah, that is something else. And honestly, you can just see, you know, DNA Diff, they're sticking together. And it's working out extremely well. They back off, are able to escape with their lives, and then just push right back in and make that one work out for them without losing too many. And look at that, they won the bonus 3-0 now, as this is going to force Oxygen Academy into a little bit of a save. This team is looking rehearsed right now, and they're going to keep this one moving forwards. Aiko getting set up for the recon bolts. And just like this, oh, Neon starts it off with a pick on Verdi.
Oh, no.
Uses the shorty, finds a Redux as well. This is criminal right now, speaking of crimes. And then just like this, Oxygen Academy are not going to have a lot of room to work with as Aiko finds one with a shock dart as well. This is absolutely brutal.
Oh, and Neon just straight through the smoke, no less. Verno's in a 1 versus 5. He's a sheriff and 45 HP along with utility across the board, regardless of his regular ability, that being the sonar and the ultimate. He just stood there. Understandably so, he is dropped. DNA Diff look outstanding to open things up on Ascent. And Oxygen Academy, I'm going to highlight this again, their attacking side of Ascent is a must-win and a must-do well. And a quick note off of this, you were talking about compositions in terms of the team. Just got a quick message from Twitch chat. Quote, Neon played with Aiko, Joba, and Nick on X Serenity Black. At casters, please read chat. This is 4/5 of an old team.
Well, that explains a lot.
Thank you very much, Mist. Yeah. That's Mist in chat, by the way. Shout out, Mist. Thanks for the info.
And hey, I thought that it was just the Moon Raccoons connection, but clearly this is a little bit more in-depth than that. But now we're seeing the null command getting popped right off the bat here. And you can just tell Oxygen Academy they're wanting to take the space, but are still denied it. Joba immediately finds a pick onto Verdi. And just like that, it's not looking too good. Oxygen Academy are able to make their way onto site and probably will get the spike down, but it's going to be a 5v4 retake for DNA Diff. Let's see how they move in.
Oh my gosh, and the ping work as well. Neon playing around the ping. Redux finds Joba as he goes jumping for joy across and jumping straight into his grave. Neon finds yet another. That lands for another on that operator. Redux trying to play aggressive, has to find a kill back the other way, or it's almost certainly around Ender. Redux peeking around, the target prioritization not there. A good swing though. Neon is dropped. It's down to nerfed in a 1 versus 2.
This is
not
ridiculous.
gonna happen. DNA Diff. 5 in a row, 5 unanswered. Oxygen Academy have yet to come close to winning a round. I think this is the closest they've been. They are being shown up on their own map pick, of which they have yet to lose in 2 meetings today alone.
Yeah, that's 5 in a row for DNA Diff. Oxygen Academy picked this map. If I'm Oxygen Academy, I gotta be a little bit worried about how this one's gonna be working out. They do have a lot of ultimates here, which is honestly a pretty good sign, but all they're going to be able to do are buy up sheriffs this round. Meanwhile, look at the Kings sitting on top. DNA Diff have more than enough to buy up the next round as well. Oh my goodness me, this is not looking too good for them. And right now, Oxygen Academy need to find a little bit of a... They got to put their foot in the door at some point. Otherwise, DNA Diff are just going to be closing these rounds left and right.
Neon, missing the first shot's a good opener. Redux has already popped their Blade Storm, though, and is just sitting on top of the arches in towards mid, waiting for this push to come through. They've put a flank alarm bot in towards mid to deny the push through that should they choose a site within the next minute and 15 seconds, which, considering their purchase, seems to be the case sooner rather than later. By the way, seems to be the call, and understandably so. It allows them to create a little bit more space for themselves, but there's still 2 players waiting here, and a third is looking to push through. Ram finds the opener, outstanding position for this defensive side to be in. They need more than just an opener, though, and they're going to get it. Ram finds a second and a third as well. An anti-eco be damned. Ram is going off.
This is absolutely insanity. We've seen Ram pop off before. Rustin able to take the operator here, but probably not going to be able to do too much with it. Maybe just a save, but wow, Ram is just in the right place at the right time, is finding all of the heads. It's absolutely unbelievable. And honestly, too, I liked what DNA Diff did there on their defense. As soon as they realized they weren't coming through A main, we saw both the, what do you call it, KO as well as the Omen decide to move back onto site and play different angles, ready for the push in from mid. This is such a good read and such good team coordination coming in from DNA Diff. They haven't given up a round. It's been 6 in a row. Damn, this is unbelievable.
Fun fact for everybody, Oxygen, at least on stream thus far today, they've played 4 games. They have yet to give up any more than 6 in a row. There's your fun fact of the day. That's the maximum here and in the previous, it was 2 maps prior. It was back on Fracture where they gave up 6 in a row. It's not been the worst case scenario for Oxygen, but this certainly is not great. Neon is, if I've done my math correctly, 11-1. No, 11-2 because he just died. And DNA Diff are just really being the Diff. No one person is showing up their opponent rather than anybody else. Again, this is a mirror composition, so should this trend continue, maybe Oxygen play better on the defensive side, but thus far today, Oxygen Academy's defensive side, on all 3 of our current maps in this pool and in all 3 of our maps in each and every other pool so far, their defense has been atrocious. It has not been good. It's been helped with the fact that they've had a strong as heck attacking side. The defense on Haven was the best it's been today. Past that, they have a lot to work on, and unfortunately, they have a lot to work on now on their attacking side as well. Looking for an opener is Neon. For the first time, I think, thus far this game, he will not find it.
Yeah, and this is the thing that we've noticed about Neon, especially on defense, plays a little bit more aggressive, tries to get up in their face and find an opening pick to really just shut down the push. Immediately, Rustin, though, is able to pick one up. Still, not the worst in the world. The Sova is down, which disables a lot of the utility to try and enter into the site, but they still have that KO, still have the flashes, still have the fragments if they do need to play retake here. So this is good. What's the word? Good patience being demonstrated by Oxygen Academy right now. They've started to realize that DNA Diff are feeling pretty confident about their game thus far, and so they want to play around that. Let them make those mistakes and then just play off of them and make sure to swoop up as much as you can. But Joba is now going to be going for the lockdown, thinks that they're there, and this is going to force Oxygen Academy to start moving through, as it is going to pop out a Hunter's Fury looking for the Killjoy utility. And look at that, Joba also falls down.
This is a perfect start to a round that has otherwise been awful for Oxygen Academy thus far this map. Neon looking to get aggressive straight through. Can they find an opening kill? Yes. Redux has dropped their doppelganger now off the board. There is still one in towards Garage, but the double updraft is unsuccessful considering there's a roof above your head there. Neon, I don't think you can go sky high when there's something hovering above you. That 0 point should have found the Sova, and they should have the information to build off of that, but I don't know if they're able to build off of it, considering the fact that that 0 point should have also detected a cross. Verno down to 25 HP, but they think that shot should have landed. It does, but Verno across drops Neon. This is the best case scenario for Oxygen Academy to be in, but DNA Diff understand the fact that they have an economical advantage. This is exit kill central. Property, DNA Diff. There's another, looking for a third, unsuccessful. The spike goes off to stay alive for the Oxygen Academy. Their first round on Ascent has taken 7 rounds to achieve.
Man, give Verno a towel because that was ice cold. Okay, maybe not a towel, maybe a heat pad, because Verno just stood behind the box, all of the bullets flying through, and as a result was able to take out Neon and just make them drop that operator, which then added a lot of additional pressure there. A very pivotal round for Oxygen Academy. Of course it is. It's their very first one on the board. Only 5 more rounds left in this half, but right now DNA Diff have been walking all over them, and this is Oxygen Academy showing that they've still got something left in the tank.
It's another must-win round for Oxygen Academy. This is another round where their money is not great, but it could be much worse than it currently is. They lose this, then it's certainly awful. They ping the alarm bot through the wall as to not give away the sound cue that someone is close range. They apparently don't take it out, though, as Neon's now vulnerable and has to back away. That's both information and the fact that Neon cannot stay in that overall position, meaning they may have to push over towards A.
And look at this rotation coming in right now between the Omen and the KO. Ram is watching it, but VOD actually finds the first pick. The dark cover does go down. It's a little bit too late. Oxygen Academy have a lot to work with, but Joba going out into mid might be able to catch somebody off guard potentially if they decide to move through it. Looks like they are opting to go the safe route, and it's going to be a B-side hit for Oxygen Academy, but they're slowly running out of time.
The perfect play for them, though. They found the opener over towards A, baiting out the rotation, but they're waiting too long to push on towards the site. The rotation already being set up towards mid and around towards CT. Everything being scented yet again. Neon being suppressed considering the fact the 0 point lands, but that flank, you have to keep that in mind. It is still being established, and quickly so. There's nothing to relegate it. There's no sound cues. There's nothing. Verno dropped, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Oxygen Academy still have the man advantage and the weapon advantage considering their overall positions as well. Redux should not go cleared as they're just waiting inside of the market, but should they go too far, they would set off the alarm bot. Neon seemingly aware of it, but Rustin is dropped. Rustin actually drops Joba, my apologies, and that leaves Neon in this 1 versus 4. This round's over. There's also a flank coming behind them. There's no way you save this operator if you're Neon. There's really nothing you can do if you are the Jet other than try your best at economic damage. They will try, and they will fail.
I wanted one shorty kill there. That would have been the one I would have been very satisfied with tonight. You know, just hops around the corner, shorty's out, and then makes that one win. But Oxygen Academy look like they're very much stabilizing themselves. You know, it's not just Neon running away with murder anymore. Neon has been more or less subdued these last couple of rounds, and I think that is just kind of smart plays coming in from Oxygen Academy. They need to use that KO to their advantage, specifically in shutting down the abilities of Neon. Neon should not be able to get as much space as Neon has been getting, as well as being able to escape out of it. And as a result, it's just been brutal. The Bladestorm coming in. Look at this aggression. Killjoy turret is going to be pinging him out of the air, but look at that. Verno, the Discipline, is able to pick up Nick here. Ram, though, trades it back onto Russ, and look at this. Neon going still aggressive, refreshes the knives, but it's going to be Oxygen Academy getting that A site clear.
If DNA, Diff, or anything, they are aggressive on their retakes. That's exactly what we need to see here, but Joba getting over-aggressive will cost him his life. That means you do not have your Killjoy for all that Sentinel utility on a retake, which is pivotal for this defensive side to try and come back into the round. A good flash over top means the peek can come through, but Redux peeks up and over top just too quickly and doesn't find any information other than the fact that they've hit absolutely nobody on that swing. 0 point, finds 2, VOD, waiting in the close range, the Bladestorm out, it finds another. VOD drop, that's 2 now for Neon. As the Blades refresh, the dash across, it is shut down, another swing. Nerf finds one of their own. Ram looking to swing through, but there's not enough time on that spike for them to take their time to swing. He finds it. Does he have the time? I don't think he does. That should be the round. DNA Diff, I don't think he has it. He knows it as well.
So
0.77. The difference between DNA Diff's 7th and Oxygen's now 3rd.
Yeah, and just like that, DNA Diff, their money is starting to run out a little bit. That's going to be 3 in a row now for Oxygen Esports. Very clearly, that tactical timeout was working in their favor. They were able to strategize a little bit more and make things evened out. There's still 3 more rounds in this half, and I'd like to see what DNA Diff are going to be doing in order to compensate for how Oxygen Academy are playing. Oxygen Academy are hanging back now. They want DNA Diff to take the aggression so they can single them out in kind of awkward angles and then just suppress them with their utility. And honestly, it's been working out here, so I would expect to see DNA Diff deciding to not play as aggressively moving forwards here. And as soon as I say that, who else but Neon is going to be swinging out with this operator, looking for an easy pick there. Is able to see the Killjoy. Has a Sova elbow in front, but this time around is not going to be able to find that pick right off the bat.
I'm still looking at DNA Diff to take some advantage here, though. Their attacking side back on Ascent when we saw them the first series of the day was astounding to see. BBG Academy weren't completely shut down, but it was still a strong showing from the DNA squad. Nick is detected, but do they know it's from the wine cellar position? They seem to have their suspicions. You can see Verdi's kind of holding it. But Nick, considering the fact that they were detected and don't try and vacate the position overall, means the fact that Verdi seems to be aware of it, but the Shrouded step away. He's able to get there without giving away his position, nor any peek. The Paranoia actually should hit 3 as well. It hits all of them as they back away. What's the call here for Oxygen Academy? They cannot seem to get any ground anywhere.
Yeah, and they're running out of time. 30 seconds left. They have to commit to one of these sites. Looks like their hand is going to be forced onto this A site, and it's not ideal. The fragment still exists for DNA Diff. Also, too, a null command. That's going to make pushing it extremely more difficult. So, let's see how things go here. Nick gets suppressed in the back line. The fragment is going to be coming in, but already they swoop up 2 kills.
Oh, and Ram using that null command is overloaded with power. The right click. What is that? Neon.
scope required.
The left click with no scope in hand decides, I'll no scope you, dash away for cool effect, and put myself onto 16 kills through 10 rounds. So now, one thing I am not, Marks, as a mathematician, but I can tell you that Neon has a 1.6 KPR because math.
Okay, I'll trust your math on that one. Honestly, it looks pretty good to me.
16 divided by 10.
60. Okay, sure. Anyways, honestly, I think that was a really good round for DNA Diff. You know, they stopped playing aggressive, and they were just willing to shut things down here. But it looks like right now Neon's biggest problem is actually going to be Aiko's cape. Doesn't matter, though, because Aiko is going to be the one finding the kill there, and Neon's ready for the alley-oop onto Verdi. The spike is down in mid. They're able to rescue it, but look at this. It's just such a fast-paced game right now, and DNA Diff are just winning.
At W in the win column. Oxygen Academy, however, found a timing though. If they get a spike plant here, this is not an awful round for them. Albeit they'll be going in towards the last round with a massive disadvantage. Nick, however, gets caught with that timing. Turn around, Nick! If they break the window, he's almost certainly dead. Does Ram clear this? He does. Finds the information onto the second as well, but Redux finds the kill regardless. Why not? Redux looking to switch out for the Phantom as well. Finds another onto Neon.
That's
It's a
ridiculous.
1 versus 2 and a possible one at that. A good flash, but Ram doesn't peek. 40 seconds on the clock. Ram looking for that swing, but he gets dropped. The spike picked up. The dash over towards that door position, but he's been detected. The second detection as he starts that plant. The shock dart may kill him. It does indeed. Why not? You know, Marks, why not? DNA Diff 8 rounds on the defensive side. Okay. I don't even know if you can analyze that one. I'm going to pass it over to you, but if you have a way of analyzing that one, props to you. I'm out of ideas.
I mean, it just seems like... I'm going to be honest. I think the best way to describe how some of these rounds have been going is it genuinely feels like a deathmatch style of game. Obviously, you know, there's a little bit more nuance to it based on how they're using their abilities and which sides they're pushing, but it's just such scrappy fights left and right. And I don't think that it necessarily is because one team is doing one thing or another. It's literally just because they're finding themselves in these situations where they both are trying to take the aggression forwards, and as a result, it just ends up being these like 1v1s just in a single site alone. And that's kind of what we just saw right there. It's been extremely close for both of these as a nerf is jumped over 2 people's heads, and that's going to be an easy 2-piece for a nerfed. Lockdown is going to be active here, and Oxygen Academy should be able to get the spike down.
Jubba's looking to swing around though, trying to deny it. It's planted behind the generator. The swing regardless. Jubba does not even find the first kill. It's an outstanding start to a post-plant position. Aiko detected with that Hunter's Fury. He has to back away from it and does just that, but with only 30 HP and his jet hanging out in mid with a picnic around him. There's no way to retake here. This is the final round of the half. There's no way to give this one up other than, well, not pushing it and with no advantage to doing so. Good Nano Swarm pushes Aiko back for even longer, and Neon has to knife this, but he's sprayed through. What happened there?
Chaos.
Verno right-clicks Neon after the op shot misses. Redux finishes him off as Aiko is dropped. DNA Diff. Diff Oxygen Academy in the first half. We'll see it in the second. Second half, now underway. An 8-4 split, replicating that of what we saw in Haven in the previous map of play. That, of course, was Oxygen Academy moving on at the end of that game in a 13-5 fashion. 13-6 fashion. My apologies. DNA Diff still looking strong, though. They head on the attack, which historically has been the advantageous side of Haven. Of Ascent in a strong fashion. I'm Time to Light. This is still Marks. Maps confuse me, Marks.
Yeah.
Have fun.
I mean, hey, we've been on the exact same maps in a 3-map rotation, so
I know, right?
there's 3 maps, and we've done it 3 times. This is the 3rd time we're on Ascent. It's going to be the 3rd time we go to Fracture. And yeah, Haven is going to be our last remaining map if we do get there. But like you said, honestly, DNA Diff looked extremely strong on their defense. They basically won 6 in a row, and eventually Oxygen Academy. They took a break, thought about some things, and I think it kind of worked out for them. They decided to play a little bit less aggressive, let DNA Diff kind of go into them, because we've been seeing Neon just do fun jet things. I'll probably see a couple of clips in Reddit after this one, and they were ready to capitalize and punish on them in that second part of that round. Now Verdi gonna get first contact here as Neon is leading the charge. We do have a fragment toss on the site, but as soon as that one runs out, I imagine Neon is just going to be walking right into it. Shoots out the shock dart, and Redux is on top and immediately gets shot down.
Good shock dart, though, does a decent bit of damage. Nerf headshots Ram and drops him. Would not get the second, though, as they're taken out by their doppelganger. A Neon with the flank, though, just walking through glass. What is Rustin doing? How does Rustin live? What is going on? Rustin now to 1 versus 3. 2 players are low. One is at least one shot. The spike, however, is down right in front of him. He's looking to clear around the corners, thinks one's in hell. He's incorrect in assuming so. Sprays through the dark cover. There's no one there, but both of the low HP players are on top of one another. One crouched, the other one sitting on top of it. The swing through that door. They should be swinging him. Rustin somehow is still alive, though. The sonar finds him. The swing again from Nick does not land. The third attempt, though, he dies. It's DNA Diff with yet another pistol. Oxygen Academy had been dropping those like they're whatever can be dropped out of your pocket. I don't even have a metaphor for that one. And Oxygen Academy, I don't know what to say. At this point, they've taken 3 breaks thus far in this game. Number 1 was back in the first 6 rounds. They decided to go out for lunch, have a picnic, not even be present as it went 6-0. The second was their timeout, and the third was halftime. If they take a 4th, they lose the game.
Yeah, math checks out there. Hey, we were talking about math during the break a little bit, but clearly we've got it all sorted out here. I just want to say, Neon just doing such a good job of repositioning. This is that level of mobility that we expect to see from maybe a Neon player. Oh, hey, that's kind of a fun way of thinking about things. But honestly, it's just been so good watching Neon be able to reposition around the map here. And as Nerf goes down, that's going to open things up a little bit. But Neon fell extremely low in that exchange, even losing a player on mid. Neon does have a Phantom in hand, so that is something that you must hold on to, especially too if you're going into this. Verdi getting pinged up quite a bit here as Nick just trying to take a little bit more aggression here. I mean, really just getting it out, but Ico is going to be ready to shut that one down. The spike, though, still really, they want to push this A side, and I don't know if this is the right idea. Oh, turns out it is.
Oh, I think they disagree with you. Yeah, Verno left alone in a 1 versus 3. I'm not too fond of his chances. I think shorties are amazing weapons, don't get me wrong. But a 1v3, albeit one player's low, but on long angles no less, this shock dart won't land. There's nothing for it to take out, other than maybe nano swarms, which could have been on the spike, but with it being planted on the far side of default, I don't think that would have taken out the nano swarms. Regardless, Verno is just trying to do economic damage here, and it is the conversion round, so economic damage is extremely successful in terms of its overall efficacy, but I still do not favor Oxygen Academy. They're going to give up 10 rounds before we reach 15 played.
What?
A good shot across, because Neon was on like 4 HP. Headshots do like 5 from that distance, but he won't survive past this. He should swing around. Nick's just going to run away, as should the Sova. No, he's actually going to die to the spike, and understandably so. Gives you a few extra credits.
Yeah, and oh, this is going to be a tough one for Oxygen Academy to pull themselves back from. DNA Diff 10-4 now. And they're really looking to run away with this one. Gonna be buying up here. Oxygen Academy, though, will have rifles into their hand. Right now, DNA Diff, they just look for a little bit of an opening, and then they just send all of their members through. Allow Neon to just kind of go off on Neon's own adventure, and it just completely catches Oxygen Academy off guard here. They will be trying to bonus a little bit. Just make sure that their economy is a little bit stable. Ram is only going to have a Sheriff in hand, and Ico only a Ghost, but this is going to be Neon coming in with a Vandal yet again. Very confident that they will be able to find value with it.
I'll walk straight into the alarm bot there. That's a sound cue and information given over. But Rustin with their knife out. On today's episode of Don't Have Your Knife Out while you're pushing straight into where you know somebody is. That. Verno, however, finds 2, will not find a 3rd as Joba catches the timing, but is now looking to get aggressive in through this dark cover. Looking for a 2nd for him specifically and a 3rd for the team. Verdi seems to be aware of it and does catch the timing. Redux finds the kill as well, but Nerf could get caught with the timing as well. Does not. Nice double headshot, the spray transfer there, as is the round for Oxygen Academy. An almost must-win is indeed won by the defensive side.
Yeah, and once again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this is Oxygen Academy's map pick. The fact that DNA Diff are up 10-5 is not looking good for them. And on top of that, too, Oxygen Academy had something left to be desired on the next map, which is going to be Fracture, which is DNA Diff's map pick. So this is key for Oxygen Academy to start swinging these rounds around in their favor and start to pick up the momentum a little bit. Don't let DNA Diff just continue to run over you, but it is going to be an early Blade Storm activated to make up for the difference of buying up that rifle on that last save round. Bonus round, that's the right terminology.
Yeah, I think. What is Neon doing? Just updrafting through mid. He's on 1 HP as they continue to push over towards this B side. Rustin holding the long angle, scoped in on a Bulldog, and Neon dies to a wallbang. 1 HP is all that remained, but the headshot, even onto Jobo, doesn't kill him considering it was not more than just one. Verno with that shorty, nearsighted, but you only need the near sight with that shorty out. Verno finds a 4K. Oxygen Academy find a 6th, and in such an unlikely scenario, nearsighted, paranoid, basically couldn't hear, see, or do a dang thing. He did everything for the squad as Oxygen Academy start to build this comeback.
That's absolutely ridiculous. We talked about Verno previously in other maps, but I think there's a good reason why that was so smart. Just play the corner with the shorty. Even if paranoid, you still got a little bit of sight. And, well, that sight is the range that you want to be using the shorty on. Also, too, very good trigger discipline, not to just pop both of those bullets right off of the bat. And this is going to send DNA Diff on a little bit of a save round themselves. The knives have already been popped, a little bit overconfident, so Neon is only going to have a Sheriff in hand, not able to find anything, and that 0 point also disabled abilities for that entry, making it so much more difficult as Redux is just hanging in on the back, and this might be the round that Redux turns it up. Never mind, they're going to be finding 2 picks, and Neon just makes that one happen. They got Vandals now, and the Spike is going to be walking over, but it's 2v4. DNA Diff looking to secure yet another round.
This is a perfect position for DNA Diff to be in as well. I was talking about Oxygen Academy starting to build a comeback, but as soon as that's shut down, it's momentum given over that they cannot afford to lose on the Oxygen Academy side. They're starting to spray up through hell in towards heaven, which, again, they cannot afford, and Rustin is getting dealt damage that he cannot deal back, and unfortunately, the house always wins. DNA Diff in this situation are indeed the house. Oxygen Academy need to retake, and that lockdown could allow them to do so. With that being built up and Rustin finding that, if they can build off of this and push through, this could be a perfect position. The double shock dart in towards the back corner. Does it land? It does indeed. Joba's dropped. They detain both players. Wait a second. Verno's in a 1 versus 2. He's detained. How is he still alive? No way he gets to get out in time. I refuse to believe it. I'm walking away. Marks, I'm done. I'm done. I do not believe Oxygen Academy continue to shock us, frighten us, shock us, and frighten us through so many of these maps. This is map number 5 we've casted of Oxygen Academy. Somehow, some way, Verno doesn't find the kill across onto Neon. Neon's able to just casually drift down, whip out his gun at the perfect time after the detainee releases the cuffs, and DNA Diff win the round. It didn't happen. It did not happen.
I think I've taken some emotional and mental damage based on that last round. I'm right
I
there
need a
with
hug.
you, Time to
I
Light.
need a hug. I need a hug.
Yeah, you honestly, you broke it down perfectly. It was just a little bit of bad timing as well as perfect timing to make things work out perfectly. And yeah, they detained both of those players. They should have been able to win it, but unfortunately lost one of their members on the way out. It was such a good combination of utilities in addition to the Hunter's Fury coming in from Oxygen Academy, yet they're not given anything. And now this is going to be the detaining coming in for DNA Diff. The lockdown is online and Rustin is trying to hold it down in the back, but he's just getting pressured way too much. Regardless, Rustin goes down, but Verno just sprays and wins it out. Are you kidding me? This I don't know what I'm watching anymore. Time to light. It's this Counter-Strike? Is this Overwatch? I'm not too sure.
This is Rocket League. Next in a 1 versus 3 though, as he's left alone, is suppressed, so the paranoia is not available, but he still finds the first. Nothing more than that, so no fully shocking plays. But Verno still frightens us with a 3K on the spray down. DNA Diff stay on 11. It's 7-11 as a matter of fact. Unfortunately not the company, because I could use something from 7-Eleven. Probably just a bag of chips, because after this map, my blood sugar is going to be like way too low.
I feel like I need to go for a run after this. Like, the anxiety, the stress every round is a roller coaster. Oh my goodness me. But yeah, see, I mentioned this earlier, why sometimes it feels like a little bit of a deathmatch. And if you're watching Verno's perspective there, I think that demonstrates that amazingly. You didn't necessarily see the utility going around and flushing different things out. It was just Verno being in the right position and not being afraid to spray things down, using the utility more as a distraction than actual benefit here. And so DNA Diff, they just got steamrolled because they weren't expecting somebody to be that bold and find that much value there.
Redux is sitting here with the Bladestorm out. This is not a great economical situation for Oxygen Academy. They're down by 4. 2 away for DNA Diff from winning the map. It's their opponent's map pick. Again, we've been talking about not beating a dead horse. This is just vital information we want to remind you of because it continues to be important. Oxygen Academy cannot afford to lose any of these rounds. If they do, it's one less mulligan they have in their back pocket. That's a golf reference for you. I'm bringing out all the references.
Thanks for explaining
DNA
that
Diff,
one, by the way.
I still don't know who to favor in some of these situations. I mean, hey, by the way, some people don't play golf, so
You know, that's true.
these are gamers we're talking about.
We're inclusive.
Oh, Rustin was found to kill. Jobo's low. Looking to swing in towards Verno, who's just playing the close angle. Rustin spraying this is trying to bait in his teammate, but could cost his teammate's life. He doesn't. Verno with a double, looking for a third. Yet another 3K possibility here. The 0 point thrown in, it suppresses everybody, and Verno gets out with a flashbang. Somehow, he makes it away. The spray through. He finds a third. Looking for a fourth, possibly even an ace. It is shut down. Jobo on 1 HP, though. A right click from Rustin could end his life, and the swing through. It's actually just a knife from behind, a Bladestorm knife, not a melee knife, unfortunately. Regardless, Oxygen Academy on now to 8.
I am at a loss of words. What is going on? It seems like the switch that was activated for Neon just got activated for Verno there. And this is happening round after round after round. And honestly speaking, like, it kind of feels bad for DNA Diff because, well, to be fair, they were kind of doing that to Oxygen Academy already. This has been one of the most interesting matches I have ever casted right now.
I think with this timeout, production needs to take a timeout as well. I need a breath to lower whatever anxiety I have built up over the previous 7 rounds or so. This second half, dude. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can pull this off consistently as well. It's not been... I don't need a timeout. All right, Pith, I also don't need your sass. Let's go. I do agree. This is... you need it. I don't know about that one. For all of you wondering how the heck I'm talking to him, he's in the little text box on the right side. You can see missed 3. And the little tiger face you saw at the break as well. I love it. Yes, this is the grand final still. But... DNA Diff, this is a situation where their money's broken. Now, Marks, we've been talking about economy all night because it's a vital part of this game, and one that makes it unique to some other tactical first-person shooters, not Counter-Strike. It really revolutionized it. But DNA Diff, if they lose this, their economy's in shambles. Oxygen Academy almost guarantee themselves double digits and make it an 11-10. Is that a possibility? Are we looking at that?
It is possible. Right now, where DNA Diff were looking so clean. We've criticized Oxygen Academy for their defense. You know what? They're showing us one better. It seems like they're playing offense on defense, and it's working out well. Now, after this break, we are seeing Oxygen Academy be a little bit more cautious about things. And I like the respect that DNA Diff is giving Verno. They know that Verno likes to hang out on one side, but here comes the execute in. Verdi is spraying it down. That's 4 agents suppressed, and Neon is already down. I don't know that DNA Diff decide to commit to that A side, and it looks like they are going to be backing out. And it's going to be up to Joba to get a little bit more room.
Seems to have found the alarm bot. He does. It is shot down. But DNA Diff are initiating in through mid. It's a mid split towards B without the second part of said split. They do not have that pincer maneuver established. Verno takes about 10 damage from that shock dart, but it's not nearly enough to allow them to push through. It's a fake though. They're looking to fake it over towards A, but the spike was not taken with them. They will have a delayed spike plant. I don't think they can afford this. I don't think there's enough time on the clock. They have to leg it through short. They may have it, but only narrowly. If there's a Hunter's Fury on the board, that could end the round, and there is a Hunter's Fury. Oh no, there is enough time, but there's a Hunter's Fury available. They shoot it through. They'll tag him first time. The second time, he gets the kill, but not in time to get that spike denial. The second and third shot from the Hunter's Fury also land, and Ram, now dead, leaves Nick alone. He dies. Oxygen Academy on to 9, breaking the bank of DNA Diff, looking to send themselves onto double digits as well. DNA Diff, in this situation, could be broken as Oxygen Academy have all the momentum. I'll remind everybody, this half started with DNA Diff winning 8-4.
This is insanity, and that's not to mention the fact that 2 of the 3 rounds that they won in this half were based off of pistol, and then the buy up there. So, oh my goodness me, Oxygen Academy have turned something on. They've activated themselves. They are absolute units right now, and it's honestly a pleasure to see because they're bullying DNA Diff back exactly how DNA Diff were bullying them in the first half here. Let's see how DNA Diff want to react here. You can tell that their confidence is a little bit more shaky, but I think that if they do just get one more round, I think they can take this one home. Let's see if that is going to be how this one round shakes out.
Shock dart, that's a lot of damage being thrown in. Insert Phil Swift quote here for obvious reasons. Verno. Oh my goodness. There's no real way to differentiate who has the advantage because DNA Diff has won ecos before. We've seen Oxygen Academy throw rounds that they've had massive advantages in and then pick up rounds where they have no question of an opportunity to pull that one off. Marks, I don't know how to analyze this.
It's honestly is like which team is able to just take better positioning and then win out the gunfight here. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It seems like the utility is being used more like distractions as opposed to something to play off of, which to be fair, I guess that technically counts. But right now, Neon has been being shut down left and right. That has made DNA Diff look not as good at all. Ram has just been doing a good job on defense, but has yet to really show up on this half here. Nerfed, though, is actually doing a much better job. 30 seconds left on the clock, but it's such a clean round coming in from Oxygen Academy right now as Nick and Aiko try to take aggression here, but that's going to be it. Redux going in for the style points. Just like that, there's a 1 round difference between these 2 teams.
And this is a similar situation to what we saw 2 rounds prior, where DNA Diff are buying down to very little, if anything whatsoever, and you're seeing Oxygen Academy on the other side of that have extra bank left over. Oxygen Academy win this, DNA Diff are broken yet again, and Oxygen can go on towards map point. If DNA Diff win this, it's another gun round, but that of course depends on how many players stay alive on the DNA Diff side. They're winning by only 1 round. Again, they were winning by 4. They, at a point, were winning by 6. This is not a situation you want to be in if you're on the DNA Diff side. Redux is getting aggressive in through mid as well. Aiko could get caught out. Anybody could get caught out here on this attacking side. But Redux is caught out with an owl drone. A well-timed owl drone at that will limit damage here for this attack.
Look at this. They're just taking their time. They're not going to push it too much, not force the issue, and I think that this is the smart move here for DNA Diff right now. They need to slow down their pace because Oxygen Academy are matching them. They're waiting for them to play that level of aggression and then just completely just swoop in and undercut them, make them feel bad about trying to play so aggressively. And so DNA Diff are being a lot more meticulous this round. Minute on the clock, I expect to see a little bit more momentum here, but by 30 seconds, I expect to see a full engagement coming in.
You should
I don't even
run.
think it's going to take that long. They've got 20 seconds until that motion lands and lockdown thrown through. That will extend past Verno and in towards the heaven position. The only safe places anywhere near sight are heaven and hell, and you do not want to be in either of those positions as the push continues to come through. The null command now popped on the attacking side, and they do detain one player. I think that was in towards Tree. The Sova that got detained. Ram drops nerfed, though. This is an awful position to be in if you're on this Oxygen Academy side. The spike planted, the null command popped, and everything going in the favor of this attacking side. They also have the Hunter's Fury for post plant should they choose to use it, and lineups are being prepped from main no less in through that Killjoy. Sonar thrown in, Hunter's Fury thrown in as well, but Neon playing aggressive in and through finds the opener. The Hunter's Fury finds one as well as Rustin is removed. Neon taking out Verdi will just deny the Hunter Fury kill, and Verno left alone will back the heck away, unsuccessfully so as well. He will end up being taken out, I think so at least. Finally is, almost got the shorty kill, but will be removed. DNA Diff onto map point. Oxygen Academy, however, will still have a bye, as I mentioned prior.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think that the momentum is back in DNA Diff's sails. They were looking a little bit deflated there, but now this balloon has just been blown up, and it's blown up full of hot air, full of confidence, honestly. And you could just see it in the style of that Neon was playing that last round. Neon had been stumbling previously until that round, but now that the confidence is back, I expect to see DNA Diff play very comfortably and are ready to take this first map and put Oxygen Academy in such a tough spot to win out map number 2.
Nice flash. That's a nice bounce flash off the back corner. Write that one down for your competitive games, ladies and gents. DNA Diff, though, I was looking at our scoreboard, and I noticed that something is a little different than usual. There is a Sova topping a scoreboard. Now, we were talking about Sage being turned into a duelist. We also missed the fact that Sova was added to the list of converted agents. You know, I'd love to see it. Sova, great agent, and is being played perfectly here on really both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that that is really just Verno being such a great player for this Oxygen Academy team. All throughout this series, we've seen Verno have multiple pop-off moments, but the fact of the matter is, Verno's been incredibly consistent with his utility. And on top of that too, with those shock darts, being able to secure kills, you can just tell Verno is really important on this Oxygen Academy roster. Might be top of the scoreboard, but I think brings a huge element in actually coordinating their plays, as well as uses the utility to really enable the rest of his team here. But now we're seeing the engagement coming through. Rustin is just spraying it down for the underground. Let's see how this plant goes.
Plant goes down, but the lockdown's still available on the defensive side. Keep that in mind for later. The 0 point also lands, so the paranoia cannot be thrown through. This should be a fully committed defensive retake. The flash to allow the peek across the corner, but it doesn't flash out Neon, who's looking to aggress. A good paranoia will find 3. Neon getting aggressive, though, only finds 1. The swing across, it's 2 for 2 trade overall. The lockdown is destroyed, though. They actually take it away as they push straight through. Redux taps through, but Joba around that corner backs away towards A main. The tap is unsuccessful in baiting anybody out. Ram playing the close corner. Redux finds the kill. Looking for a second, though. He jumps up and over. The timing is there, though. Joba switches out for the Randall, but it does not matter. They stick the plants. No way he gets on the defuse and just sticks it through. DNA Diff are shut down. Oxygen Academy have forced us to a 24th round in regulation here on Ascent. The second time on stream, DNA Diff have had to play 24. Will they win 13-11 for the second time in a row?
I'm about to pull my hair out. I don't know. These rounds, they should not be going the way that they are. There's been so many of them here. DNA Diff really want to shut down this last map, and that was a really darn close shot here, but Oxygen Academy are really looking to tie things up and force out that overtime. This is their map pick. They need to make sure they secure the victory here, and now Neon has the Blade Storm popped, is going to be moving in so aggressively, but just has to play a little bit careful. Needs the team to be able to back that up in order to allow those jet knives to really get value here, and it sees a little bit of information but not able to secure any kills, as a Rustin does have this Odin once again and is just spraying things down, trying to deny any space possible.
Still don't know who to favor. We've seen momentum from both squads. Oxygen Academy looking much stronger in the second half of play, but it is the defensive side of their own map pick. You never really know who to favor, no matter what the stats show you. Those are just statistics. There are always meant to be outliers. That's why the term exists. It's there for a reason. Joba now looking to get aggressive in towards B, but it's a B split being established. The dark cover in towards the top of mid allows this push in through B mid, but a fragment thrown through disallows said push through B mid. Counters upon counters. The 0 point thrown through means Rustin does not have any utility to work with, but Redux looking to get aggressive finds the first, but will not find a second. Ram shuts that down. Verdi finds one as well, but is immediately traded again. Rustin has to clear this close corner, and they do not. Rustin will take him out. We are going to OT in map number 1 of the Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open 7 Grand Finals.
You have got
my
to be
goodness.
kidding me. Just as a reminder for those of us who might be a little bit new here, for overtime to happen, one team needs to win 2 rounds in a row. They're going to be swapping back and forth between offense and defense. So whichever team, I'm going to be honest with you, whichever team wins on defense, I mean on offense, I think is going to be able to take it, because both of these teams have looked exceptional on their defense. So with that in mind, let's crack into this, but oh boy, Time to Light, we've got a little bit of a game on our hands.
A best of 2 with 5,000 credits per person in every single round. You switch back and forth until somebody comes out with a W. If somebody doesn't come out with a W in 2 rounds in a row, you reset and do it all over again. Welcome to OT in Valorant. It's nothing like OT in just about any other map. I like the fact that this gives you that consistency and, unfortunately, for some people, longevity of OT. It is infinite until either the server dies or somebody wins. By the way, server times are 90 minutes, so somebody start your clock. This one could go a while.
Already a little bit of aggression coming in onto that B site here. It is Oxygen Academy on the attack this time around. The DNA Diff have looked pretty stellar on their defense thus far. Looking to potentially take this one right now. You see them moving in here, Redux clearing the corners, so careful and so cautious. And I think this is the right approach, because every single time they've just run in, it's just allowed DNA Diff to just go absolutely nuts on the rest of the team.
Well, we have 4 seconds. Good morning, East Coast. Happy tomorrow. It's 12:05 a.m. Just wanted to get that one out there because I just noticed it. But in comes this attack. Good nanoswarm towards CT. They're looking to get aggressive, and a fragment as well, forcing him into the back corner. They're not aware of the back corner position, so I don't think they're going to swing that. But Joba, playing in towards Boathouse, has to find a kill, if not 2. A good flash, but he will find one regardless. Aiko with the refrag, a double at that, but the flash around, he plays the opposing corner. Verdi, a 1 versus 3. This is an almost must-win here on the attacking side. If they want to have a good shot at closing things out on the defense, or they'd be forced to win or go home, at least go to a second map. That's exactly what's going to happen. DNA Diff, understandably and expectedly, win their defensive first round here in OT and force themselves now onto map point for, if I do my math correctly, the 3rd time. This is their 3rd map.
Yeah, this really is. Let's see if they can close it out right now. This is Oxygen Academy's map pick. Said it a bunch of times, but that's going to be a great position for DNA Diff to just sweep them 2-0 in the grand finals. And that's got to feel great, especially to eliminating Zero Marksman Black originally, as well as TSM Academy. So you know that DNA Diff are looking to continue their hot streak right until the very end of this tournament. And right off the bat, Joba getting a little bit of ping damage because of Rustin, but it's not enough to actually secure any kills here. Verdi goes out for the pop flash and is able to catch Neon off guard. Look at this. Oxygen Academy, they're capitalizing on it.
4 versus 2, though. DNA Diff are not out of this round by any means. Now, ultimates are almost certainly not a factor unless somebody goes absolutely insane, and Redux was one of those players, but has been taken off the board. So, the Blade Storm now null and void, with the null command still being a possibility. Should Verdi catch a timing and maybe even the frags, he won't even find one, nor much damage either. That's the A site gone, other than Nerf, who they have yet to clear. He finds the first and the second as well. The spray transfers there, the headshot onto his doppelganger, no less. OT number 2 here between DNA Diff and Oxygen Academy on Ascent.
Yeah, once again, these teams are just looking so good on their respective defensive sides. I'm curious to see who is going to be able to take this one. Whoever wins the attack is probably going to take overtime home. And we're swapping again, so Oxygen Academy back on the attack, while DNA Diff are going to be on the defense. Alarmbot's down. Let's see how they want to play this. They're swapping up their positioning this time around. Joba going to be going to this A site instead, which is a little bit unconventional. I hope that this doesn't punish the DNA Diff defense. Oh no.
Oh, Neon couldn't see a dang thing. Didn't even prep the tailwind in time. Aiko now has to back away. This is an outstanding start to a round for the Oxygen Academy. If they win this, they're in an outstanding position to push off of it as well. Joba hits a shot through the smoke, but is immediately taken away because of it. The tracers exist, especially with non-suppressed weapons. The shot across, though, Ram taken out. Oxygen Academy, now as they head onto the defensive side, are on map point themselves, and this is their own map pick. This is almost certainly a vital round win. Danimal, understandably, calls the timeout because of it.
Yeah, this has got to be painful for DNA Diff. They had such a commanding lead and were controlling the series by a mile. Oxygen Academy have clawed their way back up and are now potentially able to win this out. This is the first time that Oxygen Academy have gotten themselves into a position where they might be able to win. That's got to be scary if you are DNA Diff. So let's see how this one shakes out. You know, I'm curious to see. They got to shake out those nerves, shake it all out, and then win the offense. But if this goes like how it's been going so far, Oxygen Academy are in a great position to potentially win this one right here. And then we go to Fracture, which would be DNA Diff's map.
I don't know, Marks. I don't usually say that as a caster, but I don't know. Because Oxygen Academy have looked outstanding on the defensive side, contrary to what I originally assumed would be the case, considering, well, yes, this was their map pick, they looked relatively bad on the attacking side, and when looking at DNA Diff, they looked strong on both sides of it up against BBG. That wasn't the case this time around, winning only 4 rounds in their attack. They need to now win a 5th of, if I do my math properly, 16. Which isn't looking good. No, 5th of 14, which isn't looking good. Still, the point stands.
Let's see how they want to push this. DNA Diff. Not in the best position right now, but are going to be trying to scavenge this round together. Neon does have this operator in hand. If they're able to get 3 points, could have a Blade Storm online as well, but like you said earlier, Time to Light, I don't necessarily think that ultimates are going to be what are in play here. This is a tough one, and look at this DNA Diff. They haven't moved much at all. They're giving Oxygen Academy a lot of respect, but I think that this is Oxygen Academy paying a lot of respect to DNA Diff. They're not even budging on this issue at all, and as a result, it's going to force DNA Diff to make a move. And I think that's exactly the opposite of what they wanted to do.
Not creating as much space as they probably could have. They have to clear out Pizza as well, which Neon has yet to do thus far this game, and will die. I'm sorry, Neon dies here. Nerf, looking for a second though, is just playing inside of the close corner. Ram finds nothing.
30 seconds.
Absolutely nothing after that engagement. Nerf throws out a dark cover and Shrouded steps away. The distance on that is immense, and they're able to get the heck out of dodge. DNA Diff are now 3 kills away from being dropped out of map number 1 and forced to win now their own map pick. But the site has now fallen. With ultimates not being on the board, there's nothing to deny this spike plant. Joba is in a good position to deal with this. The Nanoswarm, however, creates a lot of room for them to re-push, and the paranoia near sights him. He has to play the close angle and does just that. Finds the kill as well, looking for a second in towards mid, but is connected in towards this close corner. They have to clear him. A fragment pushing him to the back corner. He finds a second. No way he finds a third. He will not. But Nick and Aiko still alive. nerfed, looking for a 3rd and 4th kill on the round, or a 4th and 5th as he's already found 3, but Nick finds 2 of his own,
1v1.
just waiting behind Triple Zyko, but he hasn't been cleared yet. 1 versus 1, it's Redux to close him out. It's Oxygen Academy to win map number 1, with time still on that spike. Redux finds the final kill required, 15-13 on map number 1, as Oxygen take their own map pick.
Oh my goodness. I was about to fall out of my chair on that one. My heart is racing right now. It is after midnight where I am currently, and hey, you're all the way in the back there. But hey, if you're looking for a chair, then you would know what you want to do. You want to experience Mavic's gaming chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and a local host. All Mavic's gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save a nice little $55. I shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Time to light. Just like that, we're going to be ready for map number 2 in this banger of a series. It's extremely late, but these teams are not giving up any ground to each other. The next map is going to be going to Fracture, and if you've seen Oxygen Academy, might be a little bit tough for them, but we're going to be throwing to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to kick things off. We'll see you then.
Quote, I wish all the best of threes go to map 3. That was from Lemon just 2 days ago. Giving us all the curses and actually all the fortunate maps coming through the quarters, the semis, and now grand finals. But this is only map number 2, so we haven't gotten to the cursed point, at least not just yet. Good morning, by the way, to all of my East Coast friends. It is now morning. Map number 1 ended in a 15-13 fashion. Triple OT. Now, double OT required on the third map. Have I done my math correctly? Is it double OT? No, it's triple OT.
I think it was triple OT. Yeah, it was definitely triple OT.
Yeah, math exists. You guys get the general idea. Fracture map number 2, DNA Diff's map pick. This is one where they're really favored. Now, map number 1, we really didn't know who to pick as a favorite. Oxygen Academy had extremely good showings on it prior. So did DNA Diff, notably up against BBG Academy. But with that being said, Fracture not so much. It's been DNA Diff doing a whole lot of winning on our newest addition to the Valorant map pool. Oxygen, a whole lot of not winning. They haven't really looked good, by the way.
Yeah, I want to say...
Introductions aside, it's not looking good. I think we're seeing a third map. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I think I agree with you as well because, let's get DNA Diff look really good, and Oxygen Esports, they are not the best at Fracture. They do an okay job. They look somewhat comfortable, and once again, we do see Redux going onto that Neon, which has been a little bit of a staple here. But usually once the team starts to catch on to some of their ideas, their strategies, then usually it turns around on them pretty quickly. That's kind of what we've seen off of these last couple of maps here. And so DNA Diff, they're the team that is going to be extremely good at adapting and being ready to capitalize on some of the mistakes that Oxygen Academy could be bringing to the table. And so, honestly speaking, I think that this is going to be, at first, kind of a close game, but then once DNA Diffs start to catch on to what's going on and are able to think about it and counter it a little bit more, they're looking pretty confident in just being able to run away. The one thing that we haven't accounted for is the mental boom, because that was looking so dominant for DNA Diff. They've done so much to make it up until this point, and just like that, Oxygen Academy came out of nowhere and pushed back and basically spun it all around. That's got to be tough to deal with if you are DNA Diff, and I think that might be one of the factors that could contribute to how this next map goes.
Especially considering how it happened. Not only did they have such a massive advantage, they lost it in spades continuously over time. You were looking at, what, 11-6 turned into 11-10, then 12-10 where they had 2 back-to-back map points. They lost 2 in a row, had map point again, lost map point again. It collapsed for them. And I'm not liking their odds heading into this. Actually, I've also done the mental math. It was double OT, so neither of us can do math. Don't mind us.
That's okay. It's late.
It's been a whole lot of mathematics. Like I said, good morning. It is 12:19 a.m. It'll be 12:21 by the time you all are seeing this. It's been a lot of Valor today. And there's no way in which that stops, at least not in the next 12 rounds. We'll see at minimum 13 rounds. Now, of course, all of those could go Oxygen's way, and we could end this 1-2-0, 13-0 in map 2. The odds of that happening, slim to none. Attempt number 2 at Agent Select, by the way. DNA Diff, I believe, shows an incorrect agent. That is exactly the case. Ico picking up Fade.
Ugh.
Now, usually I'd say Fade isn't the call here, but they won Fracture when they played up against BBG Academy, so I can't say that, because for them, it was the call, and it worked out.
Yeah, I know you're right. I know you're right. But at the same time, to me, I still don't know if I like that over some of these other agents here. I think that Fade is such to the truest sense, an initiator. You play off of it, throwing your stuff in there, and then just going in afterwards to capitalize off of that information, as opposed to somebody like Sova, who you throw the information out there, you get the information, and then you use your utility to play around things. I'm going to be curious to see how this works out. To be fair, though, this might also catch Oxygen Academy off guard. So that might actually be something that could benefit DNA Diff a little bit more. But once again, they are picking the Rays versus Oxygen Academy, going for the Neon. We know that Redux loves just running into the site over and over and over again, and is able to get so much space and so much distance. And that could also affect how things go. I think that this Fade is a really good counter to the Neon, but it has to be, they have to line up in order for that to actually work out here. So I think that this is going to be a really interesting lineup coming out from both these teams, with DNA Diff not bringing a KO to this map either.
Surprised that Neon's playing the Raze. I know Raze is very, very prominent on Fracture considering her kit and the sectioning power it gives, but still, seeing Neon play that Jet was just astounding to see back on Mat 1. The consistency was there, the frags were there. I'd be surprised if we do not see Neon pop off, because the call to switch away from Jet has to be won in a strong fashion. Now, DNA Diff start off on the defensive side again. This is their map pick. That means Oxygen chose the attack, which is completely understandable. Their attack on Fracture was much better and exponentially better than their defense, and, well, their attack can come off to a slow start as they're already sky smoked off, and I think they're going to push through this. They will indeed. Looking to take away everybody trying to push in through this. Neon has to back away, but is only sitting behind that box. It may not matter. Verdi finds a first, but not a second, as Nick and Neon open things up with one apiece.
And Oxygen Academy, they're still looking to reaggress this, which I don't know if that's necessarily the move. See how they want to play this around. Meanwhile, Neon is getting a lot of positioning with that, Raze. And yeah, they're just going to back off and play around it. There's going to be an aftershock that is going to deny them from moving forward. Comboed with the paint trails as well. This is going to be extremely dangerous waters for Oxygen Academy to go across unless they somehow get something to ferry them forwards.
What's the call here for Oxygen? They have the information as to the general whereabouts of DNA Diff, but if they push in now, they're pushing in with 3 players into 3 players. That's not the position you want to be in. The fault line being prepped, that should land. No, it doesn't. It goes right past the chamber, and Neon's still in a good position to deal with this. Neon, the person, not the agent. Yes, we're going to have to make that distinction this match around, but Ram, the shot across, will end the life of one. But Verno, with the collat! What is that? Is that a 4K on the round? Have I done my math correctly? It is a 4K on the round. He's on for the ace. The Prowler finds him, though. He cannot take it out as he's run out of Hunter shot. If he does take it out, and Aiko shuts him down. What? Oh, the BM. Oh, no. Aiko adding insult to injury. Putting every frenzy shot he's got into it. Okay. I don't think that one was warranted. It was a good play, but you had the Prowler catalyst to your success. I don't think that one was warranted.
Honestly speaking, that should have been DNA Diff's round. Just right off the bat. I don't think that there was any contestation about that one. But, you know what? Hey, Verno comes up with a nice collat, and with that Headhunter, it's absolutely deadly, especially on that first round here. So, good job to DNA Diff. They will have enough money to buy up, as we're seeing them grab Spectres into their hands. Ram is going to opt for the Marshal. But look at this, Aiko's already got a lineup for Fade's utility. Fade just came out recently. I don't think I've actually unlocked Fade in my game yet. And already Aiko's a master of knowing where to put them on Fracture. And this is probably why they brought this Fade to Fracture.
Aggression seems to be the call again for the Oxygen Academy, but it's not working out as well as you'd honestly think. Oh, never mind. I lied. Redux finds the opening kill. Neon's dead. Nice opener. You know, play aggressive. Hey, you do you. I still am surprised they didn't win that previous round, but as they continue to push forward, they're pushing straight into DNA Diff's arms.
And yeah, look at this. Right now, Oxygen Academy are having a pretty tough time moving in on any of these sites. Namely, quite a few guns are watching them, but they're all split up as well. So, especially too, given the fact that they only have pistols, I don't know that this is the most ideal scenario. Verdi was able to see the utility get tossed across the screen, throws out the 0 point to slow things down, but the knife is not going to be gaining anything. Redux drops the flash as well. Yeah, it's just scattered all over the maps. The attackers don't know where they want to go yet, but the spike is favoring this B site, so they're going to have to start aggressing there.
Timing. He has to back away. The stim beacon drop. He finally does get inside of the stim beacon and finds the first. Needs to find a second though. Swings around. 7 bullets left. Now switches to the classic.
You're kidding.
Oh my goodness, he finds a third!
Oh boy.
What is that? Well, he's got to say something in chat. I refuse to believe he doesn't say something in chat after that. Look at the bottom left. He's not moving. He's 100% typing. No, apparently he doesn't. Dang, feels bad, man. I thought we were gonna say the extension of a little chat box at the bottom left. No chat box for us.
No.
DNA diff 2 in a row though. Nick, what is that play?
That's ridiculous. And I think that it's been these pop-off moments that have really defined the series in general. You know, one person just being in the right place at the right time, able to just capitalize and just hop it around, gets a quick reload, able to swatch to the other gun, and catches somebody else off guard as well. We've seen it time and time again happening. Usually Verno is that person for Oxygen Academy, but this time around, it is going to be Nick on DNA Div that makes that one work. Not Neon this time.
You never know who may initiate. Could be the initiators, could be your sentinels, could be your controllers for some unknown reason. Sometimes it just comes down to the player. And in a lot of these situations, it's been Redux looking to push through, but DNA Diff trying to pick up the mantle of somebody else trying to push. And they're pushing all the way through the attacker spawn, around towards Dish, back over towards the B side, where nobody stays right now. Unfortunately, for the Oxygen Academy, they have no idea that B is completely susceptible to this push. This fault line will hit absolutely nothing but thin air and vacant ground. A good stim beacon allows the push through, but they're finding absolutely nothing. They're not going to clear this close corner. At least they may not know. Joba does indeed die. Good clearance and good due diligence done by the Oxygen Academy attack. It's exactly what they needed in order to be the catalyst to their success on the attacking side. Ram trying to re-aggress here, but the Sky Smoke still has about 10 seconds left on it, so they cannot aggress for the time being. The Prowler being thrown through and everything being committed here on the Oxygen Academy side. Good tether, good incendiary, but it doesn't clear out anything. Good flashback the other way. Redux getting aggressive as well. Unnecessary aggression, but aggression nonetheless. And a 3K for Redux looking for a fourth. Will not find it. Ico finds a double of their own, but the flank from behind unsuccessful. Verno finds the kill back. I don't know how to, you know, you got it, Marks. Have fun.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a lot of fun right now, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's just insane. You know, they're popping out at the right time, and both of these teams are so aggressive. That's the name of the game. You know, they're moving out. They're taking these unnecessary. Okay, unnecessary isn't the right words, but they're taking such advantageous positions to move out and try and get these peaks, try and get these picks, and they're always catching the other team off guard, whether or not it's the initiation, whether or not it's the post play, whether or not it is the retake onto the site. This is happening time and time again. And just like this is going to be an ultimate heavy round for Oxygen Academy. Could just secure it, and Ram is already down. It's the overdrive that comes in from Redux that is going to make that one work.
The Null Command and the Tour de Force popped as well. The Null Command does expire. The Tour de Force and the Overdrive available until either of those two players die. Redux running out of charge on that one, but should still be fine overall. DNA Diff, this is a retake and a must-run retake. Nerf will be cleared out by the Prowler. Good utility usage, and they have the information onto the second player as well. Nerf needs to get aggressive, or somebody has to bait out somebody else, because this is not a position you want to be in. The Nightfall thrown through, but the flank around Rustin will only find one. A good second from Ico as they look to push onto the site proper. Nerf playing around that far side, but the information was there. The spray through is unsuccessful as the pings are just not on the correct position. The spray continuing to miss entirely. Crows do not fake. DNA professionally walking away the third round.
Jeez. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was another round that I thought Oxygen Academy had for sure. They were able to escape, set up their post-plant positioning, but you know, DNA Diff were just in the right place at the right time. Use that utility. The Nightfall usage was fantastic to retake the site, and they're getting momentum back into their sails right now, but we don't want to see a repeat of what happened on our last map. So, just like this, it's going to be buying up again. DNA Diff do have a couple of Spectres in their hand, moving into this next round. But yeah, Redux is just once again running in so aggressively. And the team has been honestly playing pretty good about making sure that they're supporting Redux on that Neon. So it's been working out pretty well for them thus far, but they just haven't found the opportunities to capitalize. And I think that is actually because of the Fade utility.
OXG overall aren't in the worst position. They chose the attacking side. That means they have to have something prepped for this, because most of the time you choose the defense. Just by proxy, most teams decide, okay, defensive side seems to be the call. Redux throwing in the wall, throwing in everything here for the attack. They want to initiate quickly, and they'll have the room to do so. That wall, it lowers as they do, so nobody's head peeks out from over top. And Oxygen Academy should get this spike down. The orbital strike, along with the showstopper, both being thrown through by this defensive side. It finds absolutely nothing other than a little bit of space created. Neon, up and over top, finds the first, but not before the spike is indeed planted. Verno with a double back the other way, along with Nerf finding one of their own. The Incendiary doesn't reach across the far side. Verno looking for another, and finds his third with 3 different angles to cover. Joba cannot do a dang thing. He even had a flank being set up behind him, adding insult to injury upon this DNA diff side. Oxygen Academy bring themselves back to within 1.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you, I really loved the positioning that Verno was in. You know, the entire team ran down on one side, and we've talked about Chamber being the person to, be mostly on that flank. But this time around, they just weren't ready for it, and they just came out off the satellite side and just made that A site so much easier for them to secure. And now DNA Diff are only 1 round difference in between. They're back onto a safe. They do have pistols. We are going to be seeing the tour de force coming in here, but Ram is already kind of taken out, and Redux just runs it down. Redux does not care. And just like that, Redux really making a difference here for Oxygen Academy, potentially tying this series up.
Joba playing with the classic. This is almost certainly a miss situation for Joba, looking to push through. Shut down. That's not really a surprising result. Yes, you had the trigger split possibility.
That's disgusting.
What?
That's disgusting.
No
I
way
need to
he
take a
hits
shower.
that. I refuse to believe he actually did that. The second shot across onto Nick as well, playing the shoulder peek, trying to bait out the shot, actually dies because of it. Okay. I've got nothing.
Yeah, that's just, honestly, good gunplay coming into effect right now. And to use another analogy, because I've kind of explained the situation before, but it literally looks like we are at the Coliseum watching gladiators duel it out against each other. We're seeing these 5-man retakes coming in onto the site, coming in from DNA Diff to try and attack the Oxygen Academy. And at that point, it doesn't feel like a tactical shooter. It feels more like a Call of Duty shooter, where people are just going in there and looking for whatever value they can find. And it's kind of a coin flip which one comes out on top here. I'm not too sure necessarily how each team can use their utility to really support that style of gameplay, because the entry is pretty basic in how they're using it to clear things out, but it's so tough to say because you don't necessarily know where things are, and a lot of this utility here is supposed to be used to just go fast. I mean, Neon, it's obvious here, but Fade, I think, also reinforces that exact same idea. You trap them, you get the information, and then you just move in and go for the kill. A lot of this is just built around suppressing your enemies and going in for the kill, and as a result, we're seeing these teams just continuously get into this headbutt game of just going at it as soon as that spike gets down.
Blocking horns, I think, is the analogy I'm going to go with this one, considering how many times they've traded back and forth, blow for blow, nobody separating themselves from one another. Ram is being separated from the site by the sky smoke, and there's really nothing he can do about it other than push through and, well, almost certainly inevitably die. Good positioning overall here for the Oxygen Academy. The attack looking strong, and good utility usage and well-timed utility usage is exactly what they needed in order to really solidify themselves as the aggressive team and the properly aggressive team. Rustin prepping this Thunders. Oh no! It doesn't get used properly. They don't swing off of it quickly enough. Nick getting the kill across onto Redux. The swing from Verdi, he finds the first, but not the second. It's still a 3 versus 3. This round is far from over. Verno has an operator close range, but that could land should he take the shot properly. It's actually the headhunters from behind, but he walks straight into the...
It's over.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's so clean. It was once again another 5v5 situation, but I have to applaud Oxygen Academy's positioning there. They were just in the right place at the right time. And obviously, you know, we can talk about luck being a little bit of a factor there for good old Verno, but that doesn't change the fact that Verno has been absolutely popping off. I think that this has been a really big difference maker. Right now, we've been looking at Redux a lot because Redux has the flashy plays, but Verno has just been in the right position to punish DNA Diff as soon as they want to move in. DNA Diff are having such a hard time playing this site retake just because of Oxygen Academy's positioning on either of these sites, mind you. And so I think they need to be change things up a little bit. And I don't know if this is the right adaptation from DNA Diff, as they were all just going to focus on one side of the map. Oh, never mind. Joe picks up Redux.
And Redux actually stunned his teammate because it bounced off that far wall. The stun does reflect and does indeed hurt his own squad. A good incendiary creates a lot of space here, but DNA Diff are in a good position to deal with this. The Rolling Thunder being thrown through. The spike will not be planted because of it, and the Nightfall soon to follow. Every single ultimate seemingly on the board is indeed thrown in. Nerf, still nearsighted, finally is unnearsighted, but the double satchel up and over allows them to push through. Verdi, what is that headshot through the wall, no less. Joba dropped, as is Neon. Oxygen Academy win another round where I'm questioning what the heck just happened, because at minimum 3 ults were used. There could have been a 4th should I have missed it.
Okay, I think I can break down how exactly this Oxygen Academy attack has been working out so well. And I think it's because Verno and Redux are given the reign to just do whatever they want. And I say do whatever they want, but obviously it's in the name of helping out the team and getting their positioning onto the site. They go off and they just try and go in and look for an opening pick. Verdi, Nerfed, and Rustin have been doing a really good job of being a solid back line, ready to just move that spike in and try and capitalize on the kills, while the rest of DNA Diff are focused on these other players. So it's that core back line that I think has been doing an excellent job of being able to get the spike down and then playing post plant positions. They kind of gamble on the fact of Verno and Redux being alive, but if they are alive, it just makes it that much easier for them to be able to play this, to play their defense. So I think that's why Oxygen Academy's attack has been working out so tremendously. I'm going to have to watch a little bit closer on DNA Diff here, but you know what? We've been going for a long time, and we've seen these maps so many times, Time to Light. We're getting through this one round at a time.
There's a lot of rounds, though. At least it's not Counter-Strike. That's what I'm going to go with on this one. At least it's not Counter-Strike.
Head up. We got this. Easy mode.
Ram holding the long angle. This is a good position to hold, especially if you have that operator in hand. A good sky smoke from the defensive side as well relegates Oxygen Academy to wait for however long they please. Should they try to push through that smoke, they'll almost certainly die because of it. Haunt being prepped. Actually, no, it's actually the tether being prepped through, and it's thrown through. Aiko, however, does not find it. He gets stunned, but finds the kill regardless. Nick with one of his own and a second from the backline. It could end up poor. It does indeed. Nick with a 3K, leaving just Verno in a 1 versus 3 because of it, and they have yet to clear Aiko in the back of sight. He's not even try and pick up the spike. He won't even try and pick up the round. A strong round on the defensive side by DNA Diff brings themselves back to within 1.
And I'm going to be honest here. I think that was just a little bit of a misplay from Oxygen Academy. They knew that there were members on the site. They knew that DNA Diff was going to be close by, and they thought that they could still overpower them just by pure numbers and kind of using their rootin' tootin' strategy. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but I think you know what I mean. And as a result, they were just caught off guard by the amount of different angles they had to check. They thought they could steamroll it, but instead were the ones who got steamrolled themselves. Now, Oxygen Academy, only 1 round lead, but DNA Diff are looking pretty powerful too. They've got a lot of weapons in their hands as well, including that operator online, and their defense is kind of unconventional. They've been poking out on the north side of the map, looking for anything, honestly, but this has been consistently Oxygen Academy looking to hit the bottom side, and right now they've got their eyes set onto this ace site as Redux gets into position to potentially move things in.
Good set of paint shells. Redux avoids it entirely. Well placed. Oh no, Ram though drops Verno. Verno's been a pivotal part of this Oxygen attack, and that means Oxygen really can't do much past that. Neon throws in their showstopper. Yes, I said that correctly. No, you did not hear me improperly. Neon used the showstopper because he's a person, not the agent. I'm assuming he picked up the name before Neon became an agent, and they may have just named Neon after Neon, but you never really know. Speaking of Neon, Neon's now dead. That's Redux that has fallen to the operator of Ram, looking for another, finds a 3K, now looking for a 4th as he continues to get aggressive, will not hit the shot as the smoke lands right in front of him. He has to switch out. The ace is taken away, but Nick with a 2K puts it up to a full house of frags for the DNA Diff side. Nick with 2 and a strong showing from DNA Diff ties us right back up. These teams continue to stay neck and neck.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that was just Oxygen Academy not expecting what do you call it? Just have an operator in the hands of Ram, and Ram was just doing such a good job, just lining them up, getting the operator shots into the enemy's body, and honestly, they're just shutting down any opportunity that they had, and you could just tell they just weren't expecting it. There's too many directions to look around, and it's that level of confusion for Oxygen Academy that allows DNA Diff to just really thrive in it. So let's see how this one goes. It's now 5-5, like you said. Oxygen Academy are going to be using the tour de force now. There still is an orbital strike online for DNA Diff, and they're going to be taking the ropes onto the other side. Nothing like a fun day at the park to go a little bit of a zip line in. And let's see them attack this A site, but there's 3 members already here ready for that hit.
Boba is in a good position to deal with this. Does not have the fault line for another 10 seconds, though. That could be an outstanding position for Oxygen Academy to be in. The Roomba finds 1. That's information as to at least 1 player's position, but it could be a fake being set up. Sky Smoke will relegate them from the site, but Joba still looking to push through. The flash is good. Redux isn't flash, but dies regardless. And what is that from Verno? Hits the shot onto Neon. The headshot lands. It's 2 for 2 overall as the Rendezvous backs him away. Verdi trying to play aggressive. The orbital strike thrown in. Gains information as to everybody's position. A good haunt as well as the reason fades being brought through. They continue to scan out this breach who's trying to get the spike down, but has been unsuccessful in doing so. He's continue to get marked. Verno has to play aggressive here. The flash across needs to find a frag, but is yet to do so. Rustin has to be cleared out, but Ram avoids the flash. Regardless, still gets out of that position. Rustin trying to take this fight. Finds a first, finds a second. No way he finds a third. He will not allow it. Ram finds a double as well. What is that spin? The 180 to drop Verno. His doppelganger is removed from the server, much less the round. Blacklisted from competitive play as Ram clutches it out. DNA Diff solidify a 6th, and in another unlikely scenario, it's combinations of kills from both teams to shock us again, Marks.
Yeah, shock is a really good word there. I did not think that Rustin was going to be getting a 2 there. They literally just lined up, and then Rustin was able to just spray it down. And needless to say, I wasn't expecting to have Ram get 2 either. Went in, killed 1, and then spun around with the headhunter in hand and found a head immediately, despite the fact that Verno also had a sniper rifle in their hands. Now Ram is going to have that tour de force online. But DNA Diff, 6-5, Oxygen Academy looking to tie things up. The null command is already popped. They want to be taking this one by storm.
Oh, and they're not going to do so either. It's being shut down. Yeah, the suppression's coming through. It's only suppressing the abilities, not the outstanding gunplay we consistently see from DNA Diff. The ultimate still on the board consists of an orbital strike and rolling thunder in the attacking side. That's outstanding post-plant utility, but Nightfall's still available here for the defense, and that's coming in through a main. It'll be thrown through as well. Finds at least 1 and finds 3. The orbital strike, however, will relegate that push from a main, at least for the time being. Good sectioning utility, and actually finds the kill onto Aiko, used as a pseudo smoke nonetheless. Verno playing that main position, but it's shut down by Ram. The swing across Joba finds the frag across. Rustin not aware of the second player. The defuse will come through. DNA Diff, an outstanding defensive half on their own map pick, puts themselves up to 7, establishes control for the second map in a row, but will Oxygen Academy turn that back around? Lucky for you, the answer in the second half. Second half of play kicks underway with only 2 rounds differentiating these squads from one another. DNA Diff on the upper side of that differential, really living up to their name, at least here on Fracture. This is their map pick, and they have to perform well to send us to Haven for the 3rd time thus far today, and Oxygen Academy's 3rd time thus far today as well. I'm still Time to Light. Joined with me is Marks. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open 7. This is the Grand Finals. This is map number 2. Oxygen Academy win. They win the map. They win the series. They win the 800 points and a crap ton of cash. DNA Diff win. We go to Haven.
Yeah, and here we go. The flash is going to be coming out with such fast engagement coming in from DNA Diff right off of the bat. Neon trying to get aggressive, but it's a good smoke that is going to slow down the play a little bit. Now, the 0 point's going to be coming out, trying to slow things down just for a second. Yeah, let's see how this one goes. It looks like they've backed off, but are just moving around to potentially push from the other side here. Time to Light.
Ram has really been a way for the squad to entry, and I think it needs to be shut down sooner rather than later, especially if you're Oxygen and need to find more. Verno playing a vertical position is being held off and on towards by Rustin, who's playing shoulder peeks. In the swing around, though, Verno takes out his doppelganger. Ram is dropped. An outstanding opening for the squad, and the rendezvous gets him out of dodge. Verdi, however, is stunned. He's nearsighted, suppressed, anything you can think of. He's been it. Now he's dead. Outstanding conversion by the squad on towards him. He cannot stay alive, and understandably so. He's removed. Joba with a 4K. What the heck just happened? He finds 4 frags, 1 through the other, and then another right behind him. He's looking for an ace, swinging on towards Rustin. The flash around, no, it's the wrong side of it. It'll cost him his life. He throws the first corner flash. He finds the frag, but Rustin flashes himself around that same corner. Friendly fire and on towards your own body. I didn't think was certainly a possibility, especially with flashbangs, but Rustin's been shocking us in many ways today. Why stop now? DNA Diff, they should win this pistol considering the man advantage, the time ticking away from that spike, and the fact that Rustin is now down to 40 HP. He has been found out, but he finds yet another. Breaches have found a combination of 6 frags in this round, make it 7, looking for an 8th. The push through, the fault line has refreshed, the swing around, Nick looking to stay alive, had the time in his favor, finds the kill regardless, but the 2 breaches combine for 7 kills. Unfortunately for Oxygen, their own could not find the 8th and the round. DNA Diff win the second half pistol just as they did in the first.
Ridiculous. It's... I would love to see a statistic specifically on how many collaterals we've seen today alone. Because I swear it's been at least 10 in total. With another one just added on the board off of that last round there. There's the amount of times that these players have been lining up for the other team have been absolutely ridiculous, and now we're going to be seeing DNA Diff get a little bit more of a gun advantage here. They're going to have those Spectres in hands, have those Marshals. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy, they're going to be more or less sticking to their pistols. We do see a couple of Sheriffs on the board here, but this is going to be a tough one for them. Oxygen Academy playing a little bit more of a traditional defense, but Nerfed does have this shorty. And the gambling was correct here, as DNA Diff are set to potentially push onto this A site. And that's going to be the go signal for them. Let's see how it goes. Nerf is going to be getting in there, but just gets immediately taken out. Joba through the smoke.
Who tries to spray through that position as well? Neon drops through, finds a first, finds a second as he sprays across the corner, but Redux and Rustin found 1 each. They look to push through, but Verdi's removed. It's Verno, 1 versus 3. He takes away the trademark as late as possible for him to still not be slowed. He'll be dead. Instead, Ram will remove him. Again, Ram comes out on top of the chamber diff. It really is the diff there for DNA. They're up onto a 4-round lead, but the last time we saw them with a 4-round lead, in all fairness, was when they were winning 8-4 and decided, oh, let's just kind of lose the entirety of Ascent and give Oxygen Academy their own map pick.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible, but I don't know how this will be going now. We do see Oxygen Academy buying up here. Joba is going to be the only one with the hero rifle in hand. See how they want to push this out. So far, DNA Diff, their attacks have been pretty successful, and now Oxygen Academy are taking a page out of their book. They're looking to push into their spawn, but unfortunately chose the wrong side. But that does give quite a bit of information as to where DNA Diff might be attacking this site from. So, let's see how things shake up here. Already the Prowler's going to get a little bit of information.
Unfortunately, doesn't find the near site. So with the sky smokes put down, they're able to initiate up towards heaven, but they seem to be aware of it. Redux finds the shot through, again, a position you wouldn't normally spray, is indeed sprayed, and now Oxygen Academy find 2 different openers. Verno on the far side of the map takes out the one under, and it's just a collapse of the attack here for the DNA Diff side. In goes that Haunt. It finds absolutely nothing other than Redux's general position, which, right as it does, it's shot out. There's the ping onto his area, though. So the information seemingly is known for this attacking side. They keep the door open, but only for the time being, as it's closed right behind them. They want to initiate on towards this A side, but they have the man disadvantage and the positional disadvantage. Nerf even finds the kill across on towards Aiko. The incendiary to push Joba back continues to delay here for the defensive side. Joba dead as well. Nerfed, dropping him, honestly needs to be nerfed with how well he's been playing thus far this game.
And last half, I talked about the way that Oxygen Academy have kind of been playing this. They allow Verno as well as Redux to just kind of do their own thing and then play around them, and then the core of Rusted, Nerfed, and Verdi are able to just kind of secure things, right? And I think we were seeing a little bit of that being demonstrated again. Redux and Verno in unconventional positions, able to get a couple of picks onto DNA Diff, and then it's just a lot easier for the rest of the core team to just stand their ground, to deny them any space. As a result, Oxygen Academy just kind of walked all over that round, so 3-round difference between it. But look at that, Redux, unconventional location, once again, is able to find the pick onto Ram. That's going to make things a lot more difficult here as Aiko uses the Prowler to try to get some information, but Nerf is up top and barely able to escape away from those paint shells.
There's a spike plan as well here on the DNA Diff side. A strong position for them to be in, but the Rolling Thunder thrown through will allow them to initiate in towards this defender spawn. Verno, however, gets the immediate refrag. 1 for 1, now 2 for 1, and 2 for 2 as they trade back and forth. But overall, Oxygen to come out on top of the engagement. The swing through from Joba. He finds the frag, but is immediately fragmented. He's down to 15 HP, and Verno from behind will find the frag required. What are those refrags? What are those trades? Oxygen Academy, by the hair of their chinny chin chins, the skin of their teeth, the hair on somebody's bald head, find a 7th round. I still don't understand how they did it, and I just analyzed it.
They're pulling this one back there, and I can't tell if it's whether or not it's because they're starting to get tired, or things are just not, or the nerves are starting to get to them a little bit more, because honestly speaking, what just happened there should not have happened. You know, as soon as somebody falls down, you gotta make the call for that information.
Wait a second. A lot of things that have happened thus far today should not have happened. This is map 8. We've been live for 8 hours.
Yes.
There's going to be a lot of things that have happened that probably should not have happened, aka the entirety of Oxygen's second half on Ascent.
Yeah. And you know what? Honestly, right now, Oxygen Academy are in a great position to make history repeat itself once again. I genuinely think that Redux and Verno have just been doing such a good job at catching DNA Diff off guard. They are able to secure a little bit of the ultimate orb, allowing for that Nightfall to be online here. But yeah, this is just a save round for DNA Diff, so I don't imagine that they're looking to necessarily win things out. They're probably going to just, you know, stuff their pockets full of that, as many ultimate points as they can, potentially scavenge a gun here or there, and then wait until next round to initiate. But hey, time to look at Oxygen Academy's ultimate bank here. This is going to be interesting. They're especially Redux with that overdrive thrives in chaos, especially too off of a Rolling Thunder, in addition to a what do you call it, the orbital strike. They've got a lot of tools to work with there, and also have that tour de force just in case they get forced back onto a save round. So right now, Oxygen Academy are sitting nice and pretty, and you know they're only 2 rounds away. They want to catch up.
30 seconds left.
On a perfectly timed Sky Smoke as well. The Incendiary drop right behind it will force the push through, but straight through that Incendiary. Redux avoids everything, but still finds a frag across into Ram, who seemingly can't hit a shot to save his life when it will save his life. It's a 2 versus 2 regardless. This was a save round, I will remind you. Verno drops down and dies because of it. A 1 versus 2. The only player of 5 that did not have an ultimate coming into this round is left alone in this now 1 versus 1. The 0 point thrown through will not suppress the already falling back fade. Verdi, the swing, he finds the frag just barely left with a nice amount of HP to keep himself alive as well. 8 rounds put on the board by the Oxygen Academy, and I was talking about the only one left over without an ultimate. He's now 1 ult point away from said ultimate. It's a good amount of economic damage done, however, as of our 10 players in the lobby, 8 of whom have an ultimate. One is 1 away from an ultimate. The other is 2 away from an ultimate. And we're already seeing the tour de force committed.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is basically like my ranked games when everybody has an ultimate online and they're like, well, we were saving this for later. And it's like, no, you got to figure out the right time to use them. And I love the idea of this, what do you call it? The tour de force coming online. And Redux looks like they're going to be going for the overdrive as well, which I think is actually the smart idea. You want to make sure that your economy is a little bit more padded, especially knowing that DNA Diff could potentially swing this one around. Redux still looking the wrong way. Oh no, Juma finds Verdi as well. And just like that, it's already falling apart. The Nightfall is going to be coming in here, but the Orbital Strike is going to be coming in as well now. All the ultimates being dropped in onto the site, but Neon is ready to clear up Nerf. The paint shells go in to deny any more space. And just like that, the spike is going to be going down. Oxygen Academy are looking a little bit poorer for it. A lot invested and not a lot gained.
Tour de force, however, does still have a lot of positioning. That's a good way to open up the door without having to fully invest yourself into the position. However, it closes right in tandem. He opens it up again with the same classic. A good way of layering your utility, I suppose, but he's now layered a low. 1 layer is all that remains, and, well, another bit of layering thrown through is that fault line in the mud. Verno, still 1 versus 4. He finds the first, a good quick scope across on towards Aiko. He retrieves a Phantom as well, but in tow will have to back away. This is not a position you want to be in if you're Oxygen Academy. You're now down by 2 yet again. However, economic damage done means Verno has done so much for this defensive side. Yes, they've lost the round. Yes, they've lost the momentum that they've just built up. But with that being said, 3 kills found, 3 rifles taken away, and 3 different players now having to reinvest into the round. Look at their economy. This is a fully invested DNA Diff side. They won't have anything to leave over into this following round should they lose it here.
I do want to quickly point out, Verno has 21 kills in the lobby. The next step on Oxygen Academy is 13 on Redux. Verno is killing it. Sorry, not killing it. Killing DNA Diff and consistently. This operator play has been absolutely phenomenal, and especially too, this Fade utility hasn't been getting much. As a matter of fact, Verno kind of wants them to push in off of that Fade utility because, hey, it's got a little bit of an operator, and it's going to work out extremely well. But now they're going to be looking to push in onto A. Redux is holding that long sight there, but Aiko might be able to catch something here with the Prowler. Let's see if that gets any information. Is not able to do so, so it will be Redux potentially stalling them out on this A side pit.
Well, good stun as well, forces them back and does not allow them to push through. Redux backs away, uses the combat stim and the sprint available in order to back the heck out of dodge. The combat stim will stay there for the time being, but the showstopper invested means a lot of sectioning utility. If it's thrown through right now, he finds a kill. It is thrown through and he does find the kill. Nerf, drop, but the Haunt finds Redux's general area and he's marked. But that means that everybody's rotating over from Oxygen Academy. And in tow, DNA Diff rotate back the other way, but Oxygen have read this. The Null Command, however, will give away the fact that they've rotated, and they're rotating back the other way.
30 seconds
Reverse. They're going back onto A, but Redux is still hanging out here. Maybe not able to completely shut this down, but Verno is going to be able to help out with this operator in hand as well. Okay, there's going to be the lightning here. So aggressive. Neon going to be winning that one out, and the smoke did a great job of isolating the site completely. No Sage Wall required this time around. Verno tosses the classic, looking to open the door with the operator in hand. Is not able to find. Ow! Trades it out against Ram.
Good swing though. Verdi in through main, finds the first. Flashbang over top will create a lot of space, meaning they can push around. Verno has to avoid the orbital strike though. Neon takes out Rustin in tandem with it. Verdi now looking to push through. Another flash can be invested, but will it find anything? That's the real question. It will go through. It'll flash out both. There's a first, but Neon finds the second and a 4K on the round. Looking for the ace. Will they find it? That's the real question. Aiko looking to peek around, but it's a bait. Verno will be dropped. Aiko takes the ace possibility away, but puts DNA Diff onto 11, and Oxygen Academy, looking at their economy, onto a save.
Oh boy. This is honestly going the distance right now. Oxygen Academy back onto the save. I don't know that they have anything really to work with. They've invested very heavily on these previous rounds, but have been doing a good job of baiting it out from DNA Diff as well. DNA Diff, though, they're taking the lead. They only need 2 more rounds to win. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy have to win 4 in a row to make this one happen. All right, let's see how this goes. Both of these teams love their aggression, but one of them has got to crack eventually, and a Redux immediately gets hit by the fault line. They trade it right back. They know what is going on here, and as a result, nobody gets anything from that. The Prowler is going to get a little bit of information, but it's not enough to capitalize on.
Oh, Redux. Oh no, it's Birdie taken out. Redux has to back away. A good paint shell thrown through means Redux is down to 45 HP. Oxygen Academy have to do economic damage and or find the round win. Verno is just taking the rope. He doesn't see him. He's looking to push through and finds the timing. What is that?
That shouldn't have happened.
What? I mean, a lot of things shouldn't have happened. That's
okay,
like
fair.
third on the list. And it's a long list.
All right, now we see DNA Diff. They're taking a little bit more aggression over to this B site. Thankfully, Redux is able to reposition pretty quickly because Neon is a speedy, zap, zoom. And apparently I just make sounds when I start to get tired while casting this game. But here comes the engagement in. Redux going up into heaven is a good position to hold right now.
left.
It's going to be 3v4.
No.
And Nerfed does have this judge in hand.
They have to clear out Nerf quickly at that. If they don't and Nerf is able to swing, this is almost a collapse round entirely. Nerf waiting in the wings, looking to push through in towards a smoke, but straight towards two. The no-scope comes through for Joba, but it's been picked up. The judge, there's the first, looking for a second through that same smoke. He jumps over and over top, but will not find the frag.
It's chaos.
DNA Diff up onto 12. This is map point to send us to Haven. Thus far, DNA Diff in this entire tournament have lost a single map. That is to Oxygen Academy 15-13 on Ascent just about an hour ago. It hasn't been a lot of L's for DNA Diff. It's been one specifically and not a lot of rounds lost in tandem. If they go to Haven, I don't know how I feel about Oxygen Academy's chances. It has surpassed 1 a.m. on the East Coast. DNA Diff are playing out of their minds later on. Oxygen Academy, yes, it was a 15-13 win, but that was your own map pick. You only narrowly won it. They tried to spray through as well. I think they hit a couple shots. No, they didn't. Redux was fine.
Here we go. So the win right now, DNA Diff wanted to force out that map number 3. Takes to Haven. And already a lot of contestation happening on this A site. They still want it, but Redux is now in a good position. Eventually punish here. The Prowler doesn't spot them out. That might be an absolutely massive pick. Oh, look at that. The tether got tossed out as well, but doesn't quite get Redux. That could have been an absolutely deadly mistake here. And now the flashes are going in here, which is going to force them to move backwards, allowing Redux to reposition. But so far, this is Oxygen Academy just kind of keeping DNA Diff at bay. Regardless, the Nightfall is still online, and I imagine that is going to be their engagement tool. They want to make this happen, and they want to close this round out right now.
I don't know if they clear Verna, though. Playing behind triple on B side is one of the least common positions to play on the site specifically. The Hunt, however, will find the information. A good Nightfall as well will make sure he's deafened and looked through that decay. Will inevitably build up that HP, but not quickly enough. He finds the first kill regardless. Even with the mark coming through, he finds that opener. Nonetheless, the spike will be planted. DNA Diff, this is map point for them. Should that spike go off or everybody on Oxygen die this round and map is over. But a good Rolling Thunder is thrown through. Good spray from Redux as well as they find out Oxygen's position. It's down to Joba. He dies. We will see 20 rounds.
Yeah.
21.
That was honestly a very clean retake coming in from Oxygen Academy. Like I said, DNA Diff, they just want to close this one out. They are so close to doing so and forcing out that map number 3, but Oxygen Academy are determined to send them home packing and get that first place prize, and they're going to make them work every single round to make sure that is going to happen. A little bit of a timeout coming in here. I think this is a good idea. Calm everybody down. DNA Diff, this has been a little bit of a wild ride. Oh boy, honestly, I've said this before and I've said this again. It's just such aggressive Valorant coming out from both of these teams that it's honestly, to use another analogy, apparently I'm just coming up with analogies now to explain the style of gameplay that these two are going for. It's like a mosh pit. You know, there's just smoke going around, there's a bunch of lights flashing left and right, and the next thing you know, they're just running into each other, and, well, sometimes one person comes out on top, sometimes the other person comes out on top. We saw that exemplified in the round where that judge was close by, and 2 smokes were tossed onto point, in addition to some of the flashes there, and fade utility as well. It's just absolutely ridiculous how much is going on, and disrupting the information, really just sending it down to who has the faster reflexes.
I like to bring fun facts to my casting.
Sure.
So I have another fun fact for you today.
I love fun
and
facts.
right now, as a matter of fact, because it's now today, tomorrow. DNA Diff, this is the most amount of rounds today they have played on Fracture. That is also the case for Oxygen Academy. Now, those are 2 different sides of the same coin. DNA Diff have not given up this many rounds on Fracture thus far today. Oxygen Academy have not gotten this many rounds thus far until obviously now for both sides. With the momentum being brought by Oxygen Academy, if we go to OT, I'm not going to lie to you, I will not be surprised. OT is well and truly on the cards. Oxygen Academy, especially on the defensive side, can bring this back, but they have to make sure their crossfires stay established, and even with utility being thrown in by DNA Diff, they cannot be shut down. This push has to be very coordinated from DNA Diff, or it has to happen one of 2 ways. They push quickly, or they are shut down. It seems to be one of those 2 at the same time as well. Nerfed, however, playing in the back corner towards default, finds the opener towards Nerfed. Ram dropped, Nerfed dropping the incendiary towards tower as well. Marks, this round already, even with 50 seconds left, has been chaotic.
Yeah, once again, I think this is a symptom of all of the players just really closely playing together on DNA Diff, and then Oxygen Academy just setting themselves up in good position to play off of each other as well. It's this coordination. Look at that. You just hop out and you're going to spot a couple of them. Nerf barely escapes with their life, and I think that this is very important that they were able to do so. 30 seconds on the clock is going to force DNA Diff's hands. They're going to be going onto this A site, and it is going to be
quickly.
4v3, as Redux is going to be in a great position to slow things down here, looking for the first pick, but Joba comes out on top.
A good flash over top, though, allows Rustin to peek around the far side. The Sky Smoke has a gap in it. Verdi can push around this, looking to do just that. The stun, however, lands, and Verdi doesn't have the fire rate they could ever work for. The Rolling Thunder is thrown through. Nick looking to initiate because of it, but Aiko in that far corner has to make it out of dodge before Nerf establishes this flank. He will find one, but not the second. He actually does find a little bit of damage on towards Nick, and looks to throw in the orbital strike. That's on towards site proper. Aiko peeking around, finds the first, but not the second. Nick, 1 versus 2, needs to find either of these 2 players. Will not find either. Oxygen Academy, 10 rounds. DNA Diff, a save. We will see 24 rounds, barring any theatrics, and crazy ones at that, from DNA Diff in this economic save.
Yeah, Oxygen Academy. Hey, 2 more rounds and they can tie it up. They've got the overdrive online, but, well, Neon also has the showstopper, and that's going to be a key ultimate for DNA Diff on their attack here. A couple of submachine guns in their hands, but Joba does have the Vandal as well. The hero rifle going to be coming in here, but I really think it's going to be up to Neon to be able to find a pick here. But I don't know if that's necessarily the play either. Maybe they want to try and save to make sure they get rifles on the next round to close that one out. 13-11, 13-10, doesn't matter as long as you hit that 13 first. Well, I guess also, too, before overtime happens. And Aiko gets suppressed here as Redux continues to poke around this corner. This is such a standard defense coming out from Oxygen Academy, but it's been working out every single time. And they don't care if they know that they're there because it's been such a broadcasted play. But look at that, Joba comes out. Redux immediately taken off out of the battle.
But it's immediately a 1-for-1 trade. Rustin brings it back, and there's HP damage done across on towards the fade as well. Verno, good aggression, drops Ram, their doppelganger now off the board. 31 HP left over for Aiko as they will retrieve the ult orb. They find a kill or die. Their ultimate is built up, but they cannot afford to die in the same situation. Trading out for the Spectre, and understandably so, but they still have to find something here on the attacking side. No ultimates available, but the fault line, along with the haunt thrown through, marked is Rustin. The Aftershock, dedicated as well. He will not find a kill, not even damage done across. Verdi, in an awkward position, has to find the kill, and will only do damage straight through that box, looking for a flank setup, but utility still available here for Oxygen Academy on the retake. Verdi establishing himself in through B main. Joba, the peek around. He lands the flash, but will not land the fight. Nick dedicates the orbital strike, and the question remains why? There's no reason to get... What is... Marks! That could have been a map winner. The orbital strike could have been used later on, But Oxygen Academy are able to defuse this spike. The orbital strike finds absolutely nothing other than a delay on the peak through Dish. 24 rounds required on Fracture. Oxygen Academy have the economic advantage, the ultimate equalization brought through considering the kills in the previous round. And looking at how close everybody is to their ultimates, nobody other than Rustin could feasibly get their ult in this round, considering basic trends throughout this map. The breaches on either side are closest. Marks, there's no way this goes to OT as well. I said it, but I didn't really mean it. I'm not gonna lie to you. No way.
We're going all the way, baby. Pack your bags for a long time because we're going to be here all night long. This is 100% going to be going to OT, and I have a feeling that DNA Diff are going to be a little bit underhanded now that they don't have that orbital strike as well. I agree. I don't think that should have come out. It could have been the difference maker.
No.
Redux already found a Joba right off of the bat. Still 2 ultimates online, though, for DNA Diff, but the null command could be, honestly, incredibly punishing. Meanwhile, Neon is going to take the ropes across to meet up with the rest of the team. I imagine we are going to be seeing the Rays engage first with the Showstopper, looking for an extra pick, even out the numbers, and then we're going to be seeing the Nightfall come in directly afterwards. Meanwhile, I think Oxygen Academy are well equipped for that site retake, and I think they know that as well. They've kind of backed off the site, trying to bait out these ultimates before they just try and play this move. And yeah, look at this. The Showstopper comes in, not going to be finding anything as the entire team just completely backs off. A good call to use that fault line to slow it down as well. The plant is going to be down now. The Nightfall's still online, but not going to be doing anything here. Oh no, it's all coming up good for DNA Diff, but just like that, the gunfight is still underway. Verno, great position here. The Nightfall's still online as well. Time to light.
Swing around, Verno looking to find a frag, does not do so. It's Verdi to find one, Nerf to find two. This will be our 9th map of OT, our 4th streamed map of OT thus far tonight. Oxygen Academy put us to OT for the 2nd map in a row. They were down 12-8. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it actually happened. 12-8 brought back to 12-12. OT again. Oxygen now have a way to bring this back.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Oxygen Academy seem like they work well under pressure. And you know what they say about diamonds? They're formed under pressure. And right now, Oxygen Academy are looking shiny as heck. Time and time again, DNA Diff have been in the driving seat of these maps, and then as soon as it looks like they're finally doing it, they're ready to ease off the gas pedal just a little bit. Oxygen Academy decided to let the VTech kick in, and suddenly they're flying right up to them and matching their speed. It's now overtime here. Oxygen Academy starting us out on our offense. DNA Diff, let's see how they're going to be matching them, and if they can push that map number 5. 3.
I mean, I'd like to see a map number 5, honestly, at this rate, considering how close these two squads have been. But Oxygen Academy, what is that combination of frags? The orbital strike built up in OT already by Nick.
Insane.
It has been 20 seconds since the round started. He found a 3K. Verdi is now left alone in a 1 versus 5, and his clutch required to put the team on towards match point. Not gonna happen. DNA Diff put themselves onto map point. Oxygen Academy facing it as they look to deny a 3rd map early.
Oh boy, this could be it. To be fair, both of these teams have looked pretty darn good on the defense, but also too, it's been incredibly close between the two. Oh man, Oxygen Academy, they need to get this next round, otherwise they're going to be that map number 3. It's incredibly late. You know these players just want to close it out and keep things moving along, but that's not going to be the case. They got to make sure that they can do this now. Let's see how things shake out here. Vernal hurting a close angle, but gets caught out and now is forced to back off, allowing DNA Diff a little bit more room onto B.
Another Prowler thrown through as well. Verno has to back away again and is thrown into the wrench. A good tether thrown through, and he lands it straight with that paint shell as well. DNA Diff, 3 kills away from forcing a 3rd map. Joba from behind, removing Verdi. Reston looking to push through, has Redux for support, but it's 5 kills required between the two players. A good flash to create some space, a good dink across as well, but doesn't find as much damage as you'd honestly expect. The stun, along with the high kick thrown through, everything being dedicated, but nothing is found. It's a flawless 26th and final round. We will see a 9th map on the day, Marks.
Oh boy. Oh man. Should I get up and do a lap around my apartment, stretch it out a little bit, because once again, this is so close between these two teams. Oxygen Academy and DNA Diff are taking this to the edge. They're going back and forth. They're swinging hammers at each other at this point. It's absolutely wild to see how these teams have been going. Time and time again, DNA Diff look like they're winning this one out, and then Oxygen Academy go, well, maybe not. But DNA Diff were able to secure their map choice, so it is going to force out map number 3, which is going to be Haven. We're going to be throwing to a quick break first, but don't go anywhere. The grand conclusion of this long tournament is going to be coming up right after that. Do or die. See you guys then.
Possibility of 9 maps on the day. That's exactly where we head. Yet another OT required back on Fracture. But in the end, it's DNA Diff to pull out the W, meaning we head to Haven for the 3rd and now final time. This is not a best of 5. There are no more maps past this, at least as far as Nerd Street has told me. This is our 3rd map. A quick TLDR of how things have gone thus far today. We opened things up with DNA Diff playing up against BBG Academy. They won 13-11 and 13-10 in 2 maps. Then we moved on to the 3rd map of Oxygen Academy versus Astrosect, which, in all fairness, to Astrosect, they played well through the first 2 maps. The first one requiring overtime. The last one ended 13-10 in favor of Oxygen Academy. Again, on Haven. Then we followed OXG in towards Toon Balloons, where it went 13-6, 13-5, and then 13-6 to close it out, 1-1, and then Oxygen Academy closing it out on, you guessed it, Haven again. Now we're here. Map number 1, Ascent, ended 15-13. Map 2, just 14-12. Haven, our final map of the day, as it's been in the final of 2 different series thus far today. By the way, some introductions. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Summer Champs. Valorant Open number 7, I'm Time Delayed, that's Marks. We've been here for 9 hours. It's been a lot of Valorant coming your way thus far today. 9 maps required to crown a champion. Those that will take home 800 Valorant championship points here for the Nerd Street Champs, along with those that carry away 1750 in terms of cash prizes as well. Marks, for the final time thus far today, do you have a prediction for me?
Don't do this to me. I can't do this anymore. I honestly don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Well, honestly, clearly,
I have a prediction.
Okay, what's
OT.
your prediction? Oh, come on, man. See, when you say it, you manifest it back in. But we are going to be going now to our agent select. And also, quick shout out to Pythian on our production and Days Dreams, who's doing our observing tonight. They've been here just as long as we have, and the show wouldn't be possible without them. As we queue up for our final map, and we're going to be seeing very similar compositions that these teams have been broadening out. For some reason, hearing George Lucas describe Star Wars as poetry because it repeats itself seems to be pretty similar to how this night has been going, but I imagine that we're going to be seeing very similar compositions and play styles from both DNA Diff as well as Oxygen Academy in how they want to approach this, and I'm going to be honest, right now it looks like that is exactly what we're getting. Time to light.
Yeah, but some changes, and notable ones at that. Redux understandably switching out to the Neon from what you would usually see from Redux other than on this map and back over on Fracture, which would be the Jet. Now, Ico mirroring Verdi, you see Verno picking up the Sova. That's one I really want to highlight because Joba, as we saw prior, favors Sky on some of these maps. And that's understandable, but still a little shocking considering what's being brought through. Nerfed has consistently played that controller role and has been flipping between Brim and Omen, playing both to the highest quality we've seen out of all of Valorant Summer Champs here at Nerd Street, and understandably so. Oxygen are the top-seeded team for a dang reason, but he has a mirror of Nick on that same side. These compositions are going to go blow for blow. The Sentinels are a little different in their overall playstyles, with Rustin bringing out that coined Killjoy, but Ram bringing out that chamber for the second map in a row. Keep an eye on that because it popped off back on Fracture.
See, another thing that we should definitely keep our eye out for coming into this next round is actually the Redux versus Neon difference here. And I mean, on their respective agents, Jet and Neon. This is going to get really confusing with
Redux
the players
playing Neon.
here. But the thing is both of these players love taking a lot of space. They love being aggressive so early on in the rounds. They love looking for opportunities where they can just thrive. And I'm just genuinely curious to see which one of them is going to be able to get more value on their respective agent for their team. Ram immediately doing such a good job of checking things and got a shot off already, but barely escapes with their life.
Neon trying to get aggressive in tow. Does not get scanned by that firebolt. It just barely missed. Joba, however, is going to use that overgrowth and bring his teammate right back up to full. Ico wants to swing here. Won't find the kill. Is dropped by Nerfed. A good swing and a late reaction, unfortunately, for Ico will cost him his life. The prepped Tailwind does actually find the first kill, and the suppression, or the stun, on towards the second as well. Good combination of utility. It just does not find the kills required. Neon, however, taking out Redux, allows this squad to stay in the round. Neon avoiding that position, avoids the aftershock as well. But the call for Oxygen Academy, run for the hills, run for C, it's completely vacant.
Yeah, and they're just going to take that advantage. Think about this from Oxygen Academy's standpoint. They still have their Killjoy on the line. Those swarm grenades are going to be absolutely instrumental in this post-plant positioning. So, let's see how this one works out. I know that generally speaking, Killjoy does not get picked on this map over Chamber, but we've seen Oxygen Academy use this Killjoy extremely well over and over and over again. So this is why you pick the Killjoy, to really just hang out. And look at this, they're all hanging out in Garage. They just got to be able to keep Rustin alive so that the utility can be used.
The retake is going to be an awkward one. It's planted for everybody here on the attacking side, but a strong plant, and oh no, it's a late nano swarm thrown through. They get it to halfway. Nick, the kill across on towards Verdi. The second attempt, the sonar, he finds a position, but will not find the frag. He's gonna stick this and try and stick it. He does indeed. A clutch from Nick, a 1 versus 2. Just sticking the ninja without a smoke required. Finds the timing. I gotta stop being shocked at this point. DNA Diff continue to surprise us. Nick continues to astound us. And with only 3 frags found in the round, and a quick retake brought through onto a vacant C site, DNA Diff win the pistol. What's that?
Yeah, 100% should not have been the case. Oxygen Academy had the numbers advantage, had the positional advantage, but DNA Diff, just, you know what? That was honestly just Nick deciding to stick it, and it worked out. Even though they lost it, life doesn't matter. It's just the pistol rounds, and now this DNA Diff got a couple of rifles in their hands here. Unfortunately, Neon misses that first shot, so the information is given, but this is a little bit interesting. Oxygen Academy, on their save round, are opting to go for a very spread out approach here, looking for potentially a pick before they move in onto site. It's very traditional that you do see on these types of pistol rounds that they just decide to full send everybody on one site and then just try and get as many kills as they can, but this is a little bit of a different approach, and they have to respect Neon with this Marshall. It's just one body shot, and then you're hitting the ground.
Not in the way you'd want either. You're not landing on your feet. You're probably landing straight on either the front or back of your head, which I don't think is very good for everybody's quite literal mental health or physical health. Again, not a doctor, just a personal opinion. But Nick, getting aggressive around towards C-Long, actually tagged down to 60 HP, looking to send into Paranoia. It lands as well. The Shrouded Step around towards the back corner. That's a sound cue, though. Redux should have heard it, and Verno converts off of it. Oxygen Academy purchase up into this one with only upgraded pistols, and now have a spike plant, a 3 versus 3 retake, put the swing around. Ram finds yet another, looking for the final frag required, and does just that. A 4K for Ram, shutting down whatever purchase was there for Oxygen Academy, and it was already building up that tour de force, looking outstanding, and I think with this defuse, he should have the tour de force. No, he's 1 away from it regardless. Still an outstanding position for DNA Diff to be in. 2 in a row. Oxygen mildly purchase up there in all fairness, so this will be a bonus round of which DNA will have to purchase. Wow. I think I've said that a lot today, but it really just solidifies a lot of these events here at Nerd Street Champs.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's so down to the wire, and honestly, it's so crazy to me that both Ram and Neon are really preferring these precision weapons in such close quarters combat. You know, they pick the Marshall over the Spectre, and they're not afraid to swap. They don't swap it out in order to go over to it. They're just holding onto it and just making it work time and time again. And just like that, DNA Diff, they're up, but this is going to be their bonus. Oxygen Academy do have the gun advantage on this round. And let's see how they want to make that one happen. The Trailblazers is going to get quite a bit of information, as a little bit of information gets revealed as well for Oxygen Academy.
OXG on the attacking side here, again, are in a great position. Regardless of the outcome of this round, they've already won the opening 2 and should be able to buy in the next. Verdi finding that opener as well. Oh my goodness, Oxygen. I still can't believe they continue to find these opening frags, but, I mean, in all fairness, they also found the opening frag in round number 1. Aiko peeking round, he actually finds the kill and a nerf with the Aftershock. He sat through an entire Aftershock and didn't move. There's no way that actually happened. I refuse to believe it is fact. Nick, looking to find a kill, finds it on towards Verno. Verdi has the refrag, but Ram has recovered a rifle. Picks up the Phantom. The timing should be there. The dark cover will dissipate at the perfect time, but he only finds 1 kill. Verdi finds the 3K required. Oxygen Academy just narrowly edging out that round. DNA Diff, however, will purchase up in response.
And let's see how this goes. Oh my goodness me. Neon now is going to have an operator in hand, and I've seen Neon play on Haven with an operator. It's absolutely terrifying. And so, this is going to be the... Okay, actually, this is a good way to separate these two teams in their style of gameplay. DNA Diff like to take these long angles. They like to play the long-range battles and use more precision-based weaponry. Oxygen Academy, they're more get into your face as quickly as possible and run you down. Exactly how Nerfed did that. And I think that this has been going back and forth because that allows DNA Diff to get some of the early picks and allow them to win the rounds, generally speaking, versus Oxygen Academy. They run in, get into the face of the snipers. The snipers are completely shut down. Now, all the utilities being dumped in in onto site. Doesn't matter.
No
Joker
way!
finds one. Nerf trades it right back, and the spike carrier is down. It's going to be 3v4 right now, but Oxygen Academy are going to slap that spike right down on that A site.
Spike planted.
If I'm DNA, I run away. And I don't know if they agree with me or not at this point. They're switching out the operator towards the low HP Ico, playing the general rule of thumb there. The sonar, however, thrown towards a vertical position, and Nerf drops Neon regardless of your HP. You will not live through those headshots. Plural headshots, by the way. The fault line just to mimic the fact that they're pushing this, but they won't. DNA Diff will conserve the operator, conserve the Phantom/Vandal saved over as well. It'll be a second round for Oxygen. We'll be all tied up.
Yeah, all tied up. You know, thank goodness they were able to save that operator in hand. That is going to be how Neon is able to pop off, but they need to put a little bit more pressure. Oxygen Academy, they like pushing onto that A site, and they've been very successful in doing so these last couple of rounds. Sure, they've made a little bit of resistance, but overall, it's been working out pretty well. I'd say the C site is their next best option, unless they decide to just move in and get that quick in and out onto B. So a couple of options, but so far it seems like they prefer that A site. And now a timeout. It's going to be called by DNA Diff. They want to just calm it down. They need to get their lead here because I think that they understand that Oxygen Academy work best on their offense, especially on this map here. So if they can capitalize, if they can scrounge together and keep the scoreline even moving into the next half, I think that is going to set DNA Diff up for success. That might be their win condition overall, but meanwhile Oxygen Academy flip that right around. They want to get as many wins as they possibly can, and they're going to push and push and push DNA Diff to make sure that they are able to secure those rounds time and time again.
Oxygen Academy on the attacking side are looking for 7 or more rounds. That's what they would be content and or past that happy with, especially from their attacking side. This is Haven. Their attack has been exponentially better than their defense, especially on this map, as we saw already twice today. This is the only team we've seen play Haven other than their opponents, and they've played it now a third time on stream. The first time, up against Astrosec, they won 13-10, had an astounding attacking side. Their defense was lackluster, but the already gained lead from the attack allowed it to be a little bit more lackluster than you'd usually expect from a squad of that notability as Oxygen Academy. The second time around, it was Toon Balloons being completely shut down by Oxygen. 13-6 the scoreline there. The consistency's been there for Oxygen, but they need to continue to find these rounds and those round wins, especially on their attack. Their defense is not as great as it could have been, but then again, I also said they should get completely dumpstered on Fracture, and we went to OT, so you never know.
And yeah, look at this execute. It's so quick for Oxygen Academy, and we're going to be seeing that very fast plant, but good utility coming out from DNA Diff. They're denying that, even though they are just on a bit of a save round. The Trailblazers are going to come in here, but it's going to activate the Swarm Grenade, taking one out, but Rustin's got another one in their pocket and able to throw that onto the spike. The retake is going to be happening now, but a majority of the post-plant positioning is just outside of it, and look at this. They just want to spray things down as much as they can. Nerf could be in a good position to flank as well.
Faultman positioning as well. Redux peeking around, dies because of Nick's position. They seem to be aware of Nerfed as well, who's dropped. It's a 4 versus 3. The advantage favoring DNA Diff. They're looking to stick this. The spray 3 finds the kill regardless. There should still be enough time. There is indeed. DNA Diff. What is that? A thrifty kind of round from the defensive side off of saved rifles and a decent position from their squad. Using utility to retake the B site is a devil to pull off, yet they seem to be successful time after time. Oxygen Academy, that's a mental breaker and an astounding way for DNA Diff to come back into a map after calling a timeout. That's exactly what they're used for. Strong positioning, strong conversion.
Yeah, and honestly, too, just taking a look at Oxygen Academy's lineup, they had the utility to really just stall things out as long as possible. They have an Aftershock, they've got some Swarm Grenades, they've got some Shock Bolts. As much as the strategies go, that was a darn fine one. Now Ram is in a great position here, but Redux is going to be punishing that player right off of the bat, and this is going to allow them to get a little bit more space in here. Redux might go aggressive shortly afterwards, but as a matter of fact, they're going to be rotating off. They think that they've made a sufficient noise in order to bait them out, and now they're going to be swinging around to get A.
I don't know what Oxygen Academy want to do here. Now, for context, we all have X-ray vision. We can see third-person perspectives. We know where everybody is here for the Oxygen Academy. But we've also seen them push A, figure out that there's a single, maybe even 2 players there, and then decide, oh, no, let's go C. And it's worked out for them. Not in pissed around, obviously, with a sneak defuse, but hey, you never really know how those interactions may end up. Neon taking away Neon, but the second Neon being Redux will fall because of it. Tongue twisters galore here on the defensive side, but it's a flurry of frags as Aiko finds 2. It's Neon to find 3. The jet of Neon finding 3. And DNA Diff continue to astound me.
Yeah. I mean, they're winning rounds. They're just kind of just like, all right, ready to go in there and rock and roll? Hell yeah. Do you know the song? No, not really. Doesn't matter, let's play it anyways. And somehow the song is amazing, and everybody cheers. That's essentially how some of these retakes are happening here. They're just finding the right opportunities to walk in there and just kind of letting it work out for them. And the DNA Diff right now are looking to continue to forward their advantage here. They're up 2 rounds here. They do have 3 ultimates online, but the only one that might be useful in this scenario could more or less just be the overdrive, and it's activated already as a Redux is looking for something but doesn't find anything.
Another aftershock kill as Aiko actually finds their second using the weapon this time around. Will not find a third, but Ram finding 2 of their own turns it around, looking for a third, finds that as well. It's back-to-back full houses of frags as it seems like DNA Diff needs to switch from Valorant to poker with how good of draws they're getting. Oxygen Academy, another situation where they're being shut down as they even try and enter a site, much less as they're concluding doing so. 5 for DNA Diff on the defensive side. Oxygen Academy, if they don't win out, they're in an awful position.
Yeah. Couldn't have said that better myself. We can already see that they're barely walking away with just enough to get that buy on. And that's not even to say whether or not they were able to buy up all of their abilities. It doesn't necessarily look like that is going to be the case, but now DNA Diff, they're in the economical control game. I don't know that Redux's swift boosts have necessarily been enough in order to capitalize on some of these kills. Neon getting really aggressive right off the bat with this operator, but shuts down the Owl Drone, and now we're going to be seeing the lockdown be used in response. Trying to get a little bit of room, but Neon isn't giving it up just quite yet. The guiding light goes out, but actually catches Neon instead.
He's going to get suppressed?
No, I don't think so.
He's probably detained? No. He does get away, just barely though. They actually do detain 1. It seems to be 1 in the backline though. Neon gets the refrag, playing around their own cloudburst, but the information's there as to their whereabouts to swing through. Nerfed gets the frag. He had to find 3 different players, and Ram was the one who was detained, but gets away only for the time being. In goes the fault line, looking to reinitiate as Nick has the flank set up. A 2 versus 3, but all 3 on the Oxygen Academy side have their ultimates available. From the shadows here for Nick will be null and void, even with KO not on the board. Paranoia thrown through, finds 1, huge. And the frag as well to swing through, needs to find the kill on Diverno, but the refrag the other way. Nerf takes out their doppelganger, a 3K on the round for him, and Oxygen Academy finally pick up an attacking round past that prior timeout.
Oh man, 4 more rounds in this half. A lot of ultimates on the board for both of these teams. Oh boy, DNA Diff, just when they thought that they were getting things back together. Oxygen Academy, they're clapping back. Now, they will have enough to mostly buy up all their weapons. It's going to only be Rustin who has to get the Spectre. But generally speaking, with your Killjoy, you want to make sure that they have maximum utility. That is going to be the most important thing here. And so they're going to be engaging off of this one. And the Swarm Grenade is going to be activated in first. But not going to find too much value. Ram goes in for it, but doesn't find the pick with the tour de force. It's actually Joba who gets Redux, and Neon finding nerfed as well.
Oh my
just going back and forth, but just like that, the spike is going to be down, and now Aiko going to be using the blind through there, spraying through, looking for some value. Not able to do so, but already DNA Diff have kind of shut this attack down.
Rustin swinging through main. It's Verno towards short. They have to find combinations of peaks. They have to be coordinated in their pushes. If they aren't, it's 1v1s that will cost them the round. Ram, playing the long angle, is actually caught off guard. The Spectre wins a long-range engagement up against a tour de force. Never thought I'd be saying that one out loud. And now it leaves Verno in a 1 versus 2. Already finding 1 kill in the round, but needs to find 2 more. And with only 8 bullets left in that Vandal, either has to reload or look to get aggressive and find some headshots. He will not do either. Neon drops him with a 3K of his own. DNA Diff up onto 6. This is already a strong half for them, and there's still 3 rounds along with momentum in their favor remaining.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this has been time and time again what's been happening on these last two maps as well. DNA Diff look like they're running away with a dominant half, and then as soon as the second half goes, they seem to just drop all the spaghetti all over the floor. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time because they are feeling a lot more confident. What are you questioning me
Wait
about?
a second. Are we just not gonna? Are we just gonna gloss over the fact that you just dropped spaghetti all over the floor and didn't like hesitate about it? Is that like a memo I missed? Speaking of memos, Neon dropping Neon again. I'm making the joke because A, it's funny, and B, it's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So I don't have that much wordplay left over, but it's still applicable. I still want to talk about dropping spaghetti though. I'm Italian, ate spaghetti earlier, and I'm still confused.
Well, you know, you got the spaghetti in your hands. You're walking over and you're like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and enjoy the spaghetti. But then on the way, you somehow trip over a little bit of an Oxygen Academy team that's on the ground right in front of you. And the next thing you know, your spaghetti's on the ground and you're actually very upset with yourself because I have a feeling that's probably how the first map went for DNA Diff. Did I paint you a good word picture?
Just finds the timing. I think you did. I will accept that one, considering. But like, if you think about it, you could also say drop the whatever food insert here, and bang, it's still applicable.
No,
But
it's gotta be something.
food aggressions aside, oh my goodness, look at the swing from Nick. Nice paranoia onto Verdi, who's nearsighted and can't do a dang thing about it. And the aftershock thrown through forces Verno out into the open and into their demise. I do want to highlight something really quick. Call Me Shelton, who runs replays and observes for us every so often, has just said, quote, "Can't wait to see y'all go to OT." Now, Lemon and Phi have cursed us to go to 9 maps in OT on 3 of them already today. So, regardless of the outcome of this first half, I'm going to agree with Shelton, considering, you know, we've been cursed by our fellow compatriots in production squads already. I see no reason as to why that will not continue.
I'm laughing. It's okay. Let's see how this next round is going to be going off here. DNA Diff in a great position to potentially capitalize. Neon already looking down. Does have this operator in hand. Oh, the tailwind is almost expired, though, and that's going to make it hard. Doesn't matter. Nerf goes again. Nerf has been doing absolute damage in these sewers, especially against these long-range snipers. And just like that, this is looking like a good opening for Oxygen Academy. They might be able to sneak their way onto this A site here. Right now, DNA Diff doing a good job of reading that, though. Stacking 3 of their members on that site as well, just watching it. Joba not realizing just how many people are down there.
The timing for Redux, but Joba also finding a timing, waiting in this close corner. The fault line finds absolutely nothing, but they should have found him out. A good flash as well around the corner. He gets killed regardless. Nerf couldn't see a dang thing, yet finds the kill anyway. Nick now to 1 versus 5. As soon as I talk about DNA Diff really establishing control here on the defensive side, it's shut down. The Caster's Curse continues to come back and haunt DNA Diff or Oxygen Academy. Really, whoever has the lead, I just need to stop talking about them.
And yeah, it's Nick up against a 5 here. I don't know if Nick is probably looking to impart a little bit of economic harm. We're going to be changing up our vocabulary of word choice here to try and make things sound a little bit fancy this late at night. Nick trying to make that one work, but alas, will be defeated by Nerfed. The Omen difference does to come through, and just like that, it's the last round before the switch. We're getting a little crazy here, but DNA Diff looking to get that 8-4 lead. Both these teams are going to be able to buy up this time around as well.
Regardless of the outcome of this round, this is a good half from DNA Diff.
Oh, 100%.
I'm gonna say it because Oxygen Academy have had strong attacks all day, other than apparently the last 3 maps for some unknown reason, or the last 2.5 maps at this point for some unknown reason. But hopefully that's now turned around as that continues and our final round kicks underway. 2 ultimates available for the DNA Diff side, with one of them already popped, or one of the 3, I suppose, already popped, with only the Hunter's Fury available here for the Oxygen Academy. And that ultimate doesn't really counter anything other than a post plant or possibly guaranteed positioning found out with Sonar Dart. This is not ultimates you want to have in your favor. Neon finding the openers, well, they have the overgrowth to get up to high HP at the same rate. This is a good position for DNA Diff to be in, and there's the overgrowth back up to high HP. Full HP, as a matter of fact, goes Neon.
See how this one plays out now. Oxygen Academy putting a lot of pressure onto this site. Neon spots out Redux. Got the little bit of Angel Wings flying out on the side, but already trades are happening. Neon just throws the knives out, doesn't find any value. Does have this operator back online, just misses the shot thanks to the fault line coming in as well. The shorty is in hand now, looking for the head there, is able to actually find Redux, and just like that, goes down onto the ground. This is looking like DNA Diff might be able to just take this round. It's all up to Verdi, gets a cloudburst thrown in his face. You don't need to see a thing, as Nick says good night to this half, and we're going to be throwing to a quick break as we reach the dramatic conclusion of this match.
Nine of 9 maps required here for the quarters, semis, and now grand finals. Oxygen Academy have played best of 3s in every single stage of the bracket past groups. On the other side of that, DNA Diff have lost their first map of the tournament back on Ascent. They are looking to make it a reverse sweep in the best of 3 and close it out here in Haven, putting themselves up with 800 points and 1750 in terms of cash prizes. But some introductions. I'm still Time Delight. Still joined with me is Marks. This is our final half of the day, unless we go to OT, which Shelton said we will, so we will.
It's in the cards. The gods have willed it upon us tonight. This morning? Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Right now, this is a very aggressive attack coming in from DNA Diff. They've already ran their way on site, but Redux is there to match that level of aggression. Tosses things out just to slow down the push, but it doesn't matter. Already the Chamber has made their way onto site. Ram finding one. Now looking for another, but the trades are going back and forth. It's a brawl on the point. One again, just going back and forth. Rustin able to find one.
What is
looking
that?
for another. And it's just Oxygen Academy just swooping in and claiming the rest of DNA Diff for themselves as they win out the pistol round. And that was interesting, Time to Light, but that is honestly very par for the course for how the series has been going.
Are you ready? DNA Diff are going to win this round somehow with only a shorty buy, and then everything's going to go out the window. It's going to be another 9-5 like we saw in the previous map. And then Oxygen Academy is going to come back, send us to OT, and then I don't know what's going to happen past that. This is obviously speculation and probably not actually going to happen. It's 5 full-armored Spectres in the Oxygen Academy side up against a Shorty and 4 Classics. Free guns are free for a reason. To be honest with you, they're not all that good. And while the only purchase weapon is already off the board, not a great position for the DNA Diff side to be in. In all fairness to them, they really weren't in a great position to start with.
No, not really. And, you know, that's tough losing Neon that early on into the fight. That was your main initiator. You could tell the plan from DNA Diff was go in and go fast, get that spike down, and then we could just back off and then hopefully look for a couple of kills, but they were denied even that. So right now, DNA Diff, they're back to the drawing board. Not too sure what to do, not too sure, but time is clicking down. They do have enough tools to initiate, and it looks like they might be favoring the C site, but Verno is holding this one down. And Verno, an absolute menace when it comes to holding your sights, honestly, has been so good on defense for Oxygen Academy. And so that's something you have to be watching out for, but it looks like the gang's all here. DNA Diff are going to be moving in onto this B site. The utility is being tossed in here, but Redux is ready to slow it down.
In a good position though, the good swing, and Redux with that double. Talk about being ready. He's prepped and geared to go, kicking it into high gear, and it's flawless finish for Oxygen Academy. Exactly what they need. All 5 of those Spectres, along with all 5 of those full shields, will be saved over. This is the first real bonus round we've seen today, and somehow it's our first real bonus round. Considering we've had 9 maps of play, that is 18 possible bonuses. This is the first one where they've completely saved everything over.
Yeah, and look at that. There's only a 2-round difference between DNA Diff and Oxygen Academy. Right now, it is going to be the bonus coming in for Oxygen Academy, but that just means that DNA Diff have a gun difference. They've got an advantage. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on it. This means that Oxygen Academy have to be playing things a little bit more carefully. And that's exactly what we see. We're not seeing that common aggression that we would expect out of Redux anymore. Instead, just playing it onto that B site, playing it slow. And I don't think that DNA Diff are expecting this. They're expecting Oxygen Academy to continue that level of aggression, and thus they haven't really moved too far themselves.
40 seconds gone and not a lot of real estate gained. As you mentioned, unfortunately for DNA Diff, they really have to take that control early, and they haven't. Now seems to be the cue for that. But Oxygen Academy, with that flash thrown out, seem to know that A is the cue. 3 players waiting in towards this general position, and with that high gear available, the Neon can push around as well. Neon specifically looking to sit inside of their Cloudburst, but will die because of it. Verdi the swing around. Nerf finds one, as does Redux, as does Burno. 1 kill for all 4 players. Ram left alone in a 1 versus 5. The only one yet to find a kill is in the best position to do so. Swing around. Rustin has to find this in order for the team ace. Of course, doesn't actually have to find it for the team to win the round. It's been rifles recovered for DNA Diff. Well, given over by DNA Diff, recovered now by Oxygen Academy, and Rustin, the first to fall here for the Oxygen Academy side. Ram looking for a second, finds a 3rd as well. The spike is not in their control, and this will not be a round win, but economic damage is done, and that's important considering the fact that DNA Diff are now continuing to give these rounds away and cannot afford to give up a free 8th when, in all reality, they'll almost certainly have to.
Oh, they should not have given that up. I mean, it's totally fine because they will be able to buy up here, but you know, like, just throwing that in, allowing that tour de force to come closer and closer to being online is such a deadly thing, because if Ram secured 1 more kill, could have easily just given the rifle to somebody else and then popped the tour de force to compensate for their lack of guns. I really liked how Oxygen Academy played that defense that round. They had Spectres, and they just played it nice, close, and personal. That's what you need to do with Spectres. You don't want to get too far. You don't want to take those long-range gun duels, especially against a bunch of rifles. And so they were able to come out on top of it. Now only 1 round away from tying things up here yet again.
Ram pushing through. DNA Diff don't win this, we're looking at a tied game. Oxygen Academy taking massive control on the defensive side, and honestly, DNA Diff have given it to them just a little bit. Not taking overall good map control early on in the previous round was a massive catalyst to their failure. And considering the fact that they had the weapon disadvantage, they really needed to separate themselves. Push C in that situation. You pushed A already once and nerfed, looking to push C specifically from the defensive side. Finds the opener. Down goes Neon. A massive loss early on, and the dark cover thrown down to mask their retreat. An awesome opening for Oxygen Academy.
And now their DNA Diff is going to be moving things in onto B again. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the move. Verdi is doing a really good job of holding it. Also has the Aftershock to potentially deny a plant. Oh boy, Ram is going to be trying to take the duel. It actually comes out on top, and that's what you need to see coming in from DNA Diff. Now Redux is trying to make up for a little bit of lost time, but is going to get smoked out of here. It's going to be a retake 4v4 right now.
seen these retakes work before, but it was when DNA Diff was on that defensive side, sitting inside and looking for that ninja as time continued to expire. But with time continuing to stay on the clock, Ram waiting in this close corner. Shock darted down just a little bit, but Aiko finding that opener. In goes the wall. Redux finds one, but Aiko with yet another back the other way. The spray straight through and the rolling thunder will almost certainly cost this Oxygen Academy the round. The swing. Redux finds the first, but nothing more than that. Aiko onto a 3K using the frenzy alone, looking for a fourth. It's just Nick swinging through, but time's off the clock. Aiko finds a 4K. DNA Diff pull a rabbit out of the hat and pick up their lead back up to 2.
Wow. Wow. That was a smart play coming in from a DNA Diff. You know, they were able to get that spike down, and that's why you kind of play those angles. Also, too, putting respect on the name of DNA Diff, we talked about those Spectres playing close range battles, and they had frenzies. And that's why it worked out in their favor. They played really tight angles and were able to capitalize on some of the members of Oxygen Academy going off on their own. With the result, able to pick up a couple of rifles, and the rest was history. Now DNA Diff looking to secure their lead. This is still neck and neck on map number 3 in the grand finals of this open qualifier number 7. Still, this one has the potential to go the distance.
I'm sticking with OT. Shelton said it, and we've been cursed by our fellow production staff that are currently off stream before, so I see no reason as to why it wouldn't continue. I feel like OT would really be something that we deserve, though. Considering the fact that these teams have been neck and neck, but it's really been differentiated based off of who can win their eco rounds, who wins the rounds that they should, who loses the rounds they probably shouldn't. That will not be the case in OT, unless somebody pulls a magical rabbit, Houdini, something out of the hat. I don't know, name some famous magicians. That has to happen in order for me to really bring it up, considering the fact that it's everybody getting the exact same amount of credits and ultimate points towards their ult. That's where we would be. Turret is dropped. They'll look to push on towards the C site proper, and a good position from that Killjoy does not allow them to drop forward. Neon dropping straight in the nanoswarm, already down to 70 HP, but Ram holding the long angle, disallowing the push straight through Garage, but get caught with a timing.
Redux.
No way as well. He's dropped the push through, Redux dropping that overdrive, but it's kills back and forth, favoring this DNA Diff side.
What?
Seemingly, at least it was, but it's brought back. Nick, now in a 1 versus 3, fakes the Shroud of Step in towards the far side, but they stick the defuse. Rustin sticks it through. Oxygen Academy onto 8. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh my goodness is right. That was some swifty moves coming in there from Oxygen Academy. Just pushing in so almost unconventionally. You could tell that DNA Diff were just kind of caught by surprise there. And as a result, they were able to win it out. There were bullets flying left and right. Utility being tossed around. And Oxygen Academy just finding the necessary frags in order to make this one work out. So now that's one more round to tie things up. DNA Diff not able to buy up all the rifles that they would like. They're going to be giving it to Neon and Ram, hoping that they can find some entry, hoping that they will have a shot to move things forwards. See how it goes. It's going to be the Trailblazer to first scout things out. Probably not going to find too much information. And now, let's see how DNA Diff want to be moving in onto the site. I don't think that B site is necessarily an option for them as easily as it has been that last time, but Ram has already gotten so much space in Garage. They know where the recon drone is, and actually, yeah, Oxygen Academy might have misread this. They're moving in onto that A site. They've committed 4, and only now are DNA Diff actually falling into that trap.
No way. And as soon as they're falling into the trap, Oxygen Academy are like, oh no, this isn't working. We're going to go back the other way.
They big-brained each other.
High gear popped by a Redux, waiting around towards C-Link. A is the call. DNA Diff throwing 4 players into the fray. Aiko throwing in the fault line, everything being committed. Do they clear out Nerf? That's the real question. The answer seems to be no, and Verno finds the kill across on towards Neon. The near site is there, but Verno finds the double. It's down to just Ram in a 1 versus 4, again a 1vx scenario with a Vandal in hand, but this is certainly possible. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock though, and actually with a spike down across that map, it's not. Verdi, a strong finish of the round. Oxygen Academy, a very sound defense on the A side, even with their Neon vacating the premises and exiting stage left. They hold it down properly. Verno, a strong 3K, nerfed with a kill of their own. Oxygen Academy tie us up, and DNA Diff understand we're in trouble, and they call a timeout.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good chance for them to try and figure out what they want to do. Look at Oxygen Academy's ultimate bank. They've got a lot to work with. And honestly, I think that the lockdown is going to be the key piece here. Obviously, they have to be a little bit careful where they place it because there is a breach on DNA Diff, and the Aftershock can more or less negate the entire ultimate all at the exact moment it is used. So that's going to be a little bit tricky, but if used very effectively, or after that breach is taken out, it could be so effective at just pushing people back or stalling things out. And I think that that is going to be a key ultimate for Oxygen Academy if they want to continue to keep their offense working. As well too, you know, we talk about bringing a Silva along with you because Silva has a Hunter's Fury, and Hunter's Fury is so gosh darn good. Gee whiz. It can deny plant spikes, but also too can clear things out, especially on that C long site. If people are playing in that little cubby there, you can just push them right out. It's such a good tool to slow things down and also get information as well. I just hope we don't see Verno just use it and not get any information. But thus far, Verno has been honestly extremely good with the Hunter's Fury, not only getting information, but also being able to secure a couple of picks as well. And just like this, it's kicking off. It's all 9-9, nice and tied up. One of these teams looking to walk away with the first place for tonight.
Deuce again. These squads refusing to separate themselves from one another. DNA Diff on the attacking side, again, a must-win. They do not have the ultimate advantage, though. That's the issue they will run into. That and the fact that Oxygen Academy happen to be mechanically insane, especially in clutch situations. Oxygen Academy on the other side have the advantage, have real estate to work with on the defensive side, and have information to work with considering the fact that they've gotten that real estate. Verno is just waiting inside of spawn. They are baiting in this push through B, waiting for that Hunter's Fury. In it goes. It finds a tag onto 2. The target prioritization is there as well. The tag onto the 3rd will not land. There's no way he finds what he does without just blatantly hacking. I feel like that's cap. And Nia, what's that? He drops Verno. There's no way he actually finds the kill there. I feel like Vanguard's not doing its job. These guys are nuts.
And here we go. You're walking in there. Oh boy. Bullets flying in through, and just like that, it's going to be a trade back and forth here. Nerf able to take Neon out here. Redux stunned up, doesn't matter. Just going to be going through here. Throws up the wall as well. Nerf going for the swing, but Nick capitalizes off of that one. And now it's just up to Nick, but the defuse is going to be able to come through, and Redux gets a nice little 3-clay to close out that round. And Oxygen Academy, they take the lead.
So strong a position from Oxygen Academy. Good coordination in terms of their ultimate usage and information played off of. Good target prioritization from Verno back from spawn, no less. They predicted the fact that if they left mid open, it would be capitalized off of by DNA Diff. And with that being said, DNA Diff decide, well, let's just walk through. They die because of it. Yes, the spike was planted. Yes, they gained a little bit of control towards mid and C garage. It was immediately stripped away from them by coordinated peeks and a good retake. That's exactly what Oxygen Academy have been looking for. But now DNA Diff have a way to bring things back. The Bladestorm's been prepped, but a good sonar finds the information across. The updraft. Neon looking to get aggressive up and over, but Verno playing skeet shooter finds the frag required. Oxygen Academy, however, have now lost their man advantage as Aiko gets the kill across on towards Verdi. Ram with one on towards Rustin as well, with 5 HP left over. C-Site is gone. The spike cannot be retrieved, though, as they're just stuck with Verno, locking them down. It doesn't matter. Aiko finds the kill. The Shrouded step away, along with From the Shadows pop towards C-Side. Means the spike goes down. We'll see a 1v2 post-plant.
Not looking too good for Oxygen Academy on this one. However, it is an omen. The dark covers could be good. Has one more Shrouded Step to use as well. And one of them is literally a tickle's amount of health away from death. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough. As Nerfed is weighing his options right now. He's going to decide to move in through garage. It's going to be a 1v2 moving in onto site here. Let's see how this plays out.
The low HP chambers on the far side of that. They won't shoot the rendezvous, and the timing is going to go Nerf's way. He's going to find the timing, but he gets shot. Ram almost gave it away, but played the sound cues properly. Unfortunately, Nerf just took too long. Good, strong play from DNA Diff. Ram, very well played in towards mid. That's a round that should not have been won. It's a thrifty round that probably could have gone Oxygen Academy's way if they didn't overcommit towards A long in a way that didn't give them any advantage past the fact that, yeah, you have 1 or 2 players locked down. Yeah, you found a kill here and there, but Marks, it doesn't favor them as much as it could have, and that's what cost them the round. Oxygen tied up yet again with DNA Diff. We are dead even.
Neon looking for an opportunity to get a little bit of something. The Trailblazer doesn't find too much information. Rams Dragon is going to look back just for a second. And just like this, they're going to be advancing onto this A site, getting a lot of room, but the spike is still in their spawn, so somebody is going to need to go back in order to ferry that one forwards. We've seen time and time again DNA Diff make this attack onto this A site. Oxygen Academy have been pretty sensitive to it, honestly risking the fast rotation over to the site in order to shut things down. And now, going to be moving forwards. Ram finding Nerf to start out this round. And, yep, okay.
Oh, he
Ram
finds
finds
another!
2. This is looking good for DNA Diff.
On single-digit HP, he finds another. A 3 versus 5 for Oxygen Academy. The attacking side seemingly favored yet again, and they'll have the overgrowth to get Ram back up to full HP. From 1 to 100, he's gassing this squad up. DNA Diff. Again, a round where they have the spike planted on the B side. They have massive advantageous positioning in terms of their overall map control. And because of it, Oxygen Academy, back the heck away. They will give up 11. They will give up the fact that their economy will be almost certainly in shambles, bar those 2 rifles saved over. DNA Diff establishing outstanding control towards our now 9th map of the day for Oxygen. This one's just number 7 for DNA Diff.
Yep, spike goes off. DNA Diff. 2 more rounds to potentially close it out. Oh boy, this is getting close. Oxygen Academy need to find a way to turn this one around if they want to be swinging this round around, but their economy is not looking as great as it used to. Rustin, very expensive utility, still holding on to this lockdown now. You know, how do you use that in order to shut this down? You can see that Oxygen Academy are just anticipating DNA Diff to go for that A site. Look at that. They're stacking for their members and willing to play the retake onto the B site if necessary, stretching the KJ utility as much as they can. Oh, this is kind of... I think this is a little bit of a poor read, but Redux might be able to come out on top with the swing with Nerfed. Is able to take Joba out, and now... just like that, that A site is secured, so now they're going to force DNA Diff to push onto a site that they don't feel as comfortable on.
Nobody on C, though. It's just utility here for the Killjoy. Yeah, looking good aggressive. Has to take care of that turret and does just that. Cloudburst in towards site. They pop the Nanoswarm, though, and that's an early pop of it. Ram in a good position to deal with this. Can deal with the lockdown before it even goes off. Is looking to find the kill first. Looking to find another Rustin, and does just that. The conversion on towards... No, he doesn't find it! The lockdown stays alive, and with just 2 seconds left, can they make it out to dodge? I don't think they will. The fault line, it lands, and they relegate that from the shadows. No way, it's popped and then denied. Nerfed hops on that defuse, though. The Rolling Thunder denied as it's stunned away considering the detainees. But Neon, the spray through, it doesn't land. Nick, the first kill lands, but Nerfed finds a double. Oxygen Academy make it 11-11. Marks in map 3 of the series, map 9 of the day, the maximum distance this series could have gone, even past maximum in terms of relegation and regulation. Oxygen Academy have forced us to at least see 24 rounds here on Haven.
And at this point, everybody make a wish because 11-11. That's right. It's been a while since I've heard that one before, but here we are. Oh boy, it's currently 2:10 in the morning now, and these teams are honestly really looking like it is going to go to overtime. And so let's see how this goes. Which team is going to be able to get the advantage? They don't want to... I'm assuming that both of these teams don't want to push it in overtime. They would rather close it out early. But with how these rounds have been going, I think it's more than likely that that is going to be the case.
Get initiations towards B seem to be the call. It's been perfect for DNA Diff in terms of getting onto the site, but locking it down's been a completely different beast. The alarm bot popped and nullified. It finds absolutely nothing other than the general information that DNA Diff is in the area, but they have yet to peek, and understandably so. They just want to hold themselves away. Nanoswarm dropped on top of that garage spot. Ram still wants to initiate in towards B, but he really hasn't been given that opportunity.
Here we go, nerfed in such a good position, just on top of where that aftershock goes. And just like this, the team is actually going to be choosing to back off. They like this B site. Honestly, DNA Diff have had pretty good success rate onto B, and just like that, they're going to be able to get the spike down. See how they want to play this retake here. Oxygen Academy 5v5.
They use From the Shadows in order to create some space over towards that A side as well. Neon finds a first. What a flick on towards Verno, but has to find more. Joba, looking to find a first, will do just that. The swing onto the second is unsuccessful in that endeavor. Redux looking to get aggressive. The stun comes through, and a good conversion off of it, looking for a second for himself. Will not find it, but Nerfed will pick up where his teammate died and left off. Rustin will find the defuse. Oxygen Academy find map, match, series, grand finals point.
Here we go. Is this going to be another overtime? Are we going to be hitting it? Or is this going to be Oxygen Academy saying enough is enough? Ready to put their foot down. See how this one goes. A couple of operators coming online for both of these teams here, but they have to be very careful with their economy. We see that Verno is going to be able to get... Okay, yeah, everybody has a full buy up. It's going to be it. Overdrive online for Redux as well. We might save that just in case this round goes bad.
Well, we have 10 seconds. Quote, the year is 2027. The Nerd Street Summer Champs Open number 7 is still going. They've canceled the main event LAN. They've changed it to this event. Map 3 has reached 12,050th OT. Redux can play VCT, but will never, because this game lasts forever. It seems like that may be the call here. Thank you very much, Phi, for that copy pasta. Rustin needs to get aggressive in towards Garage. The final minute, possibly, of this map and of this series. Rustin getting aggressive, finds the information, but does not find the kill. Ram finds that opener, but the aftershock thrown through means Ram has to back away. A good fault line, though, and a return in tandem. They do not find Nerf. He finds the first kill, does not find the second, though. DNA Diff make it a 3 versus 2, looking to force OT. A good sonar finds all 3, but will not find the kills. Overdrive pop here for Redux. A 1 versus 3, will not find the kills. We are going to OT for the third straight freaking map. OTs galore. I will come after you, Phi, Shelton, and Lemon. You're all on my hit list.
All right, here we go.
All of them.
Overtime,
All
all
of
the
them.
way to map number 3. I'd just like to take this second to remind everybody what these two teams are playing for, and it's honestly the points. They're playing for the points in order to qualify for the LAN in Philadelphia at the end of the Summer Champs. But of course, they're also playing for that lovely $1,750 prize pool. Second place going to be rewarded with $1,000. All right, let's get this going. This is the last overtime that we are going to be seeing. Map 3 all the way to the very bitter end, and both of these teams are not giving up any hope whatsoever. Oxygen Academy going to be on the attack. DNA Diff defending. And look at this. Oxygen Academy already know exactly where they want to go. And that's going to be this A site hit. But Neon is ready for it. Finding a very early pick on Nerfed.
I do want to give credit to both Shelton and myself. We both predicted OT. I said at the beginning of the game, and then Shelton in the middle of the game was like, oh yeah, you guys are going to OT. Yeah, we're in OT.
Yep.
Unfortunate. Or fortunate, depending on how you want to view this game. It is currently 2:15 a.m. We started this at 5 p.m. yesterday. Another B-site plant, though, this time from Oxygen Academy, and in towards the default position. One nanoswarm dropped on top of it, but Ram has a flank being set up. I think the turret's watching that. No, it's not. The timing. Rustin will get caught out. The trigger has been being played, though. He finds the first. Nothing more than that, unfortunately, for him. The swing in towards the second, looking for it, but the timing goes against him. Verno brings that kill back. A 3 versus 3 now as Verdi finds a kill of his own. A good paranoia in towards the back of site, but Nick is shut down as soon as he throws that utility out. Neon dropped as well. It's down to Ico. In a 1 versus 3, he finds the first, but has to find both players in towards mid. He will not do so. Redux finds the final kill required. Oxygen Academy onto match, series, and grand final point yet again.
Okay, alright, here we go. Is it going to be 1 OT or is it going to be multiple? This is going to be the time to find out. Oxygen Academy, though, have been playing this defense much differently than they have been on previous maps, and I think that is 100% for the best. Because, once again, they like playing Redux forwards a lot, and DNA Diff were just ready to punish it every single time that it did happen. So I think that if Redux gets a little bit spicy, this could be good, but just like that, they're tossing in a lot of utility onto the A site. It seems like both of these teams, almost poetically, are going to be favoring that A side hit, but DNA Diff lately have been really liking B. And honestly, they've done such a good job of setting up their post plant positioning and really just catching Oxygen Esports off guard, but not this time. Nerd says no. Good night, Ram. Looking to secure it. It's now 4v5.
Information gained, though, that's only 1 towards A long. The question now remains, do Oxygen Academy think that's a fake, or do they think that's the initiation? If I was them, I'd assume a fake, but luckily for them, I'm not them. They are correctly assuming that the push is coming through towards this A side. Nerfed. Playing in the close corner above the sewers. Neon finds the information edge of the first, but they have to swing onto the second. In goes a Paranoia. It actually hits his teammate, but it may not matter. Redux only finds one before he's removed. Verno won't find anything other than thin air and a box sitting in front of him. DNA Diff, a spike plant on towards the A side. As that's put down, Oxygen Academy have to retake just as DNA Diff had, but Rustin now on this flank will find one. A 2 versus 2. Oxygen Academy looking to close this one out and win the grand finals alongside those 800 points. It may not happen just yet. Rustin flashed out. The coordinated peek through. Rustin has to find both. Will not do so. OT number 2 required on Haven.
Switching sides.
Okay, swapping around. Honestly, both of these teams look like they're more comfortable on the attack. So, let's see how they want to do this around. This is the thing, because I genuinely think that they don't change how they are attacking, right? As soon as one of these teams tries to change things up to potentially swap things around and potentially catch the other team off guard, I think they actually lose if they do that. I think this is going to... And I'm sorry, you're going to hate me for saying this, time delay. I think it's literally a marathon of continuing to see which team will be brought right down to the court. If they try to deviate even for a little bit, I think at this point, they're just going to slip up, and that's going to be the end of the, of that round. So let's see how this one plays out. And once again, Oxygen Academy sticking tried and true. They love this A site, and they're interested in taking it yet again.
Verno gaining information with the Owl drone. Neon has to back away because of it. The stuns don't land. Rustin, however, gets flashed off the angle. That's a sound cue given over, and the dark cover in tandem will force him away. A seems to be the call this time for Oxygen Academy, and understandably so. A minute now on the clock as they need to initiate sooner rather than later, or allow Neon to post up and gain as much information and control with this operator as humanly possible. And with how many shots he's been hitting, it seems to be almost inhuman at this point. Still looking down towards the sewers. Only Omen over towards the C side. Everything completely refreshed. Ultimates not a factor. Most utility will be later on, but gunfights now are the name of the game. Redux looking to get aggressive, but the aftershock to push them back, but only for the time being. Neon swinging around, needs to find an opening kill, but is flashed off and pushed back towards the nanoswarm. There's a double from Redux, looking for a third. Cannot find Ram, at least not just yet, but the dark cover should dissipate in the coming few seconds, and as it does, Ram will have to back away. There's nothing to lose from reaggressing in towards this site, as Ram has to find the frags in order to allow the push from his Omen through that A-link position. The dark cover dropped towards the back corner. The crossfire being held. A good Paranoia won't find as much as it probably could have. Nick swinging around, finds nothing. Oxygen Academy onto match point number 3 for the squad.
And I think that looked really good, and that's a good confidence booster for Oxygen Academy. If I'm being completely honest with you, that one looked clean. They only lost 1 member on that attack. They got to be feeling good. Meanwhile, DNA Diff had a little bit of trouble moving their way onto that site. And things are not going to be looking as good for them. So, let's see how this goes. Is this going to be Oxygen Academy finally closing it out, or are DNA Diff going to be able to tie this up and bring it to yet another overtime? This time, none of these teams are going to be even bothering to bring an operator out, which I think is really interesting based on how DNA Diff tend to really enjoy that operator on both of their players, honestly. But this is a different look that we're seeing from this attack here, and it looks like they're just not even going to bother trying to fake A. They're just going straight for B. And Neon is already in the back line and just making quick work of Oxygen
Oh my
Academy.
goodness. We are going to see a third OT.
Spike planted.
Bar miracles for Oxygen Academy. This is not looking good. A good flash to push them away. They have to be able to initiate and quickly at that. They have yet to clear out Gong, and they have to do so quickly, but the Cloud Burst to force them straight into one ways is an awkward position for the squad as a whole. Paranoia is available should they choose to use it. A good stun, but Aiko dies regardless. 1 versus 2. Redux left alone. 1 versus 1. The overdrive available as well as the ultimate has been built up, but it will not matter. OT again, as these teams will not separate, playing for the points, playing for the money, playing for the glory. Look at those kill counts. 26 and 25 for Ram and Neon respectively. Nerf and Redux at 27 and 26. That's how close these squads are. Their top fraggers are single kills away from one another.
Man, at the rate of this game, after this, I'm going to be able to go to Tim Hortons, sorry, I'm in Canada, and I'm going to be able to see them warm up the donuts in front of me. That's how long this has been going on. We're now into our, this is the triple overtime, right? Right, TTL?
Yes.
Yeah, triple
Yes.
overtime here, and once again, that's why I said it earlier. I feel like this really is just going to be a little bit of a marathon as opposed to actually these teams trying something creative. Because I think, once again, as soon as one of these teams steps on a line even for a second, it's all going to start to crumble. We know Oxygen Academy love attacking this A site. We know DNA Diff love attacking this B site. And it's going to be up to the teams, the defending teams, honestly, to make sure that they shut that down. And Neon, that is a great step in the right way.
Nick waiting this close angle, trying to play off the guiding light thrown through by Joba. A minute now on that clock, 40 seconds gone, and a player from Oxygen followed in tandem. Good ground. Gained by this DNA Diff side. They have a man advantage. They have the real estate advantage in that same right. All 4 players here for the Oxygen Academy looking to prep towards this A side. Good flash. Means Nerf can't see a dang thing, but apparently doesn't freaking need to. Why would you, right? Just shoot completely blindly and hit heads. Ram in a good position to relegate any chance of a retreat and a push towards B. That means that they should fully commit everything for the defensive side towards this A site. Ram in that flank. Nick just backing away. They understand the flank is there, so rather than taking aggressive gunfights that are completely unnecessary, they want to play retake, and with that, Nick actually finds the kill regardless. But there's a timing coming from behind. Look at the Sova. Verno actually doesn't decide to push around towards long, and that'll cost his Omen his life. Nerf dies, as does Rustin. Looking for their first defensive win in OT is DNA Diff. Verno in a 1 versus 4. Dash right behind him, and the shorty to close it. DNA Diff, their first match point of the series, looking to drop Oxygen Academy and make it 10 of 11 victorious maps on this weekend, or beginning of the week, I suppose, as they continue with momentum.
Okay, this really could be it here. DNA Diff have won the defense. That is where both of these teams have been struggling the most. Oh boy. All right. DNA Diff. Looks, you could already see, based on where they're putting their signs on the map, they know exactly where they want to go. They're not going to waste any time at all, and Oxygen Academy are actually going to be matching that. They know this beast is consistently being done left, right, and center, and as a result, they're ready for it. They're ready to push into it. They're ready to defend this. Time to light, take it away. This could be it.
85 seconds, possibly all that separates us from crowning winners. 5 of them in the server. The question now is which 5? Verno, looking to lock down long, but has to get aggressive, and does, and dies. That's the A site gone, but the initiation's too slow. They could have had A, yet they take too long. The flash around, Birdie can get aggressive, but has flashed himself. Redux can't see a dang thing, and may die because of it, but Nerf, with that flank around, does as well. 3 versus 2, DNA Diff, it's down to Redux, he dies. 16-14 the conclusion. DNA Diff take Haven. They make Oxygen Academy drop it for the only time thus far today. 1 map is all that DNA Diff dropped in this tournament. It was map 1 to Oxygen Academy. Back on Ascent, they drop Fracture 14-12. They drop Haven 16-14. Counter-Strike scorelines are what was required to crown a champion here in the Nerd Street Champs Valorant Open 7.
And a big congratulations to DNA Diff there, but that's not to take away from Oxygen Academy either. This is insanity. But also too, that just goes to show you how much both of these teams really wanted the win tonight and really prove that they were a good team. And honestly too, Neon being able to find those picks in that final defensive OT for DNA Diff was the biggest difference maker in my opinion. I think that really just sealed the nail in the coffin. They lost too many of their good engagers, and just like that, it was over. So congratulations, DNA Diff are winning Open number 7 and really taking the Nerd Street Summer Champs by storm.
Oh my goodness, talk about storms. That was a monsoon coming through. The amount of rounds we just played rivals a Counter-Strike best of 3. That's how much Valorant we just went through. Outstanding to see, considering unfortunately the lateness of our games. It is 2:30 on the East Coast. It's 11:30 on the West Coast, which is an unheard of finish time for national events. It unfortunately means we have no interview. But Marks, considering it, I want to get final thoughts on the series, the tournament. We had a total of 9 games played on stream, most of which went at least 20 rounds. One was limited to 18. Everything else, 19 or more.
Yeah,
That's how much Valorant we played.
We saw Ascent, Fracture, and Haven 3 times, generally speaking reaching overtime on every single map that we've seen today. But once again, this is some fierce competition coming into here. None of the original favorites coming into this tournament actually even made it into the finals, which I think was honestly really surprising. And just taking a look at some of the games that we've been able to cast, I think that just really exemplifies the level of talent that is coming in here. But before we let you go, I have to remind everybody, thank you to all of the sponsors of the Nerd Street Summer Champs, including Mike and Ike. Take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. I could use a couple of Mike and Ikes right now, clearly. Power up with Mike and Ike. And just like that, we are going to be at the end of our broadcast. Time to light. You got any final thoughts for us?
Lots, but unfortunately we have a very limited time to do so. I do want to remind everybody, Valorant Open number 8 here in the Nerd Street Champs comes up next weekend, and if you liked any of the casting tonight, lucky for you, I'll be right back. But I'll be with the most ravishing man on the internet, Ravishing Ravish, will
it's hard to
be
compete with that.
alongside me. I mean, I get to cast with him for the first time ever, so I'm super excited. You should be as well, because we saw 9 maps of play. Come right back here next Tuesday, May 31st, at give or take 5 p.m. We've got 3 more best of 3s coming your way. But, unfortunately, Marks, that's going to do it for us on the night. Lots of Valorant your way. 4 different best of 3s. Total of 9 maps between them, considering we picked up Oxygen's for only their 3rd map. But Oxygen make every single best of 3, all 3 maps through the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and even here in the grand finals. But this one is the only one they lost. Speaking of the only ones they lost, it was DNA Diff losing only 1 map throughout the entire tournament. The 7 seed coming into the playoffs. They dropped ZMM Black, who were the top seeded team in overall Nerd Street Summer Champ point rankings. They dropped BBG Academy, who was the number 2 team coming into this. TSM FTX Academy, who was the number 3 team. And they cap it all off with dropping the entire podium, including the top step, which was Oxygen Academy. The number 1 squad is ousted. All 3 maps OT. 15-13 in map number 1, the way of Oxygen Academy. That was Ascent. Map number 2 was Fracture. It was 14-12 there, as somehow DNA Diff were able to close that one out. And in towards Haven, triple OT required, 16-14 to close it out. And speaking of closing it out, I also want to thank our amazing production staff, Days, sticking with us through the entire stream, observing every single play you caught on your cameras, and Pythian, running our production the entire way through, along with our match admins, One Green Tea, and Backwards, which ironically is indeed spelled backwards. Unfortunately, the production team cannot continue anymore. Catch the Press 4 to Diffuse podcast tomorrow, right back here at 1 p.m., along with Valorant Open number 8 next Tuesday. That's going to do it for us. I've been Time to Light.
That man right there has been Marks. It's been a long day. We'll see you guys next week.
Thanks for tuning in.